My man's made it.
He's
just in time
definitely
too.
listening right now. He did not like that joke.
He even gave it. He even tweeted at it. A Cap and Avery podcast.
I know he did.
And now you're giving him shit because you know he's listening.
I liked his
Avery,
tweet for he said I did him dirty.
if any of you guys ever interact with Avery, just know that the meaner and grumpier he is to you, the more he likes you. If he's ever polite to you, that it's all over. You guys are not friends.
That's why I love you, Cap. You're one of my favorite people.
I can tell.
In the whole world.
All right, so
yeah, keep laughing it up, son.
All right,
don't give up. Don't give up.
Can you explain? Maybe I'm just stupid.
Okay.
Let's imagine that I'm just stupid.
Okay. Not too hard, but I'll try.
This Game 1 draft from yesterday.
Yeah.
Game of Gladiators. They drafted Aster's entire lineup.
Minus Snap.
Because Aster first picked Enigma.
Yep.
Can you explain to me again why the Enigma is why? You said it's to protect the bat. Like they want to give them a different threat that the silencer has to respond?
I'll tell you why.
I'm confused by that.
You see this thing in the base right here? You see this little shield in the base with some names on it?
I don't know who our lovely observer is, but if you could go ahead and click on Dyer's Fountain and click on the Aegis that's sitting there.
You see this item in the base? It's called an Aegis of the Immortal.
It's above the shopkeep.
Top left,
there you
right
go.
there. Why don't we click on? Oh, he's not even on click.
No,
Let's click
no,
on the radio.
There you go.
Okay, you see some names on that. What's the last name on that, Cap? What is that? I have to squint a little bit, but if I hover over that, oh, it looks no, not that one. Yeah, there we go. 33. That's why they're picking a Cap, because this guy doesn't care what he plays against. He is that confident. He won TI off his summons. He's the best summons player in the world. He knows how to play these counter matchups. You can penta pick him. You can quadruple pick him. You can quad lane him. You can gank him. You can shut him down. You can kill his couriers. You can sentry every camp on his side. It doesn't matter. He's confident, and I like that confidence. Now, will it work out for them? Probably not, but I like that confidence. That's what you need to win a LAN, you know?
Yeah.
There's some truth in it. Like, if you're not willing to pick the heroes you think are good and you're using them for why you think they're good, they want a Greaves buyer, they want a summons hero, they want what it does for their lineup in terms of the team fight, the threat on the lane, enabling Soxa on a melee roamer that's going to get on the back line and give them good sleeping dart silences in this game. That can be enough to fulfill your game plan here, right? And if they feel like that's it, it's going to do its job, why overcomplicate things?
Is there no other offlaner that can enable Ricky's game?
I mean, a lot was banned. I don't think the melee summons are nearly as good with him, right? Like, you don't want to really play a Lycan here or something.
Sure,
It gets awkward. The Furion's out.
But what about the summons that's important for Ricky? Is it just about taking that tower, or...?
That's how the lane develops. Yeah, you get some objective taking too. If you look at this Tundra lineup, who's pressuring tier 1s, who's giving them kind of AoE Roche control. Also, these ultimates versus Enigma are only as good as you can hold them. Let's say Tundra get a lead because their lanes go well. All of a sudden, this Global and Overgrowth aren't as good because you can force the issue. If 9 can be the initiator of this game instead of XWY, those ults are way different, right? Because then you have to start using them on the bat, and then Enigma gets a freer fight. Honestly, I think they just value the laning and the auras that he can buy. They value the spells in the mid game.
Okay.
But obviously, yes, the Black Hole, you're not picking Enigma for Black Hole this game. I don't think it's your highest priority here. That said, it's a goddamn TI winner for a reason to respect him. The other hero that comes to mind that could have done this, and I've seen play with the Ricky, is the offlane Coddle. We saw that a lot in Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
But again, it's not really... I would never expect 33 to play offlane Coddle, right?
No.
Maybe if Necro was still in the game, he'd probably play it.
Yeah, no, that would actually... Now, all of a sudden, it's a summon hero. Man, 33 really got nerfed by Necronomicon being taken out of the game, and then he still won a TI.
Yeah, I think if Necro was in the game...
Oh, my God.
He'd have 4 rings by now.
What about that? Okay, so that does slightly contradict what I feel like you initially said, that the Enigma helps protect the Batrider pick. But now you're saying it's the opposite. The Batrider initiates, and he forces Global Sounds to use.
Well, this is one of those lineups where they want certain heroes to do things that go right to enable other heroes, right?
Okay.
Let's say Enigma gives Ricky a really good lane. Ricky's off to the races. You can pick the Ricky maybe in the first place. What's the Ricky's design in this game? He's going to destroy Silencer's life. That's what Ricky's here for. Make Silencer's life miserable. It's one of the best matchups. You can always find him. The division game's really annoying. Jump on him, sleeping dart him, sleep him, you start the fight. Well, now Enigma doesn't have to worry about Global, right?
Sure.
And then maybe you have to use Overgrowth to bail out your other cores. All of a sudden, you could be looking at a fight where these two ults are out of the picture, and then this Enigma pick doesn't look too bad, right?
Yeah.
But then still, why I'm saying it's tough is because you're still playing into a Drow lineup, and I think these Drow archetypes are very favorable versus Enigma in the current meta.
I mean, you keep your spacing because you typically have 3 range heroes.
Yes.
You can blow the Enigma up, like with just like one multi-shot. If he doesn't catch the Drow in the black hole, he's probably just going to die before the black hole is even finished.
So he has other issues in his game, but you got to start somewhere, right?
Sure.
And I think some of this was, how do we give this first phase Batrider a good game into what's going to be a mid-counter pick and a silencer?
Okay.
So you want to help him out a little. You want to debilitate the silencer. That
want a
should
good
help the
aura
Enigma's
buyer.
game. Ursa's there to give you the Roshan early, which can accelerate the game versus potentially some long cooldown ults. You have Tombstone to make sure that Roche fight is applicable, right? This is how these lineups kind of come together, and you look at them and you're like, oh, I feel like they're counterpicking themselves, but the ball gets rolling, these pieces fall into place. It's a scary team fight lineup.
Okay. Thank you, Avery.
This is the
I feel a
potential
little
issue.
less stupid now.
Well, that was not my goal.
Now, even harder task. Can you explain Silencer, Tree, and Protector to me as a support duo? It feels like all in on lanes, which goes to what you were saying. Enigma gives you that kind of good laning presence. I feel like if Silencer, Tree don't win lanes, I'm not super happy with them.
So
Am I just
Tree is
biased?
slow hero.
Okay.
Tree talk very slow. Silencer remove everybody's talk. But Treant doesn't care because he already talks slow.
All right, now you're going the opposite direction. Now I feel stupider.
I think this combo is working because one, Treant is very strong in the meta. He skews a lot of the core-on-core matchups. He messes with BKB timings. The armor is very strong in a meta where I feel like a lot of these late game fights come down to cores right-clicking each other. Not necessarily super kitey engagements, though some of these lineups have proven to be that.
Yeah, like with all the force stats going around.
And then basically, Treant is the best BKB lockdown in the game from a 5. Outside of like some other fringe picks, there's like Wyvern and stuff, but in the current meta, he's the best, which means you can get these 4s that traditionally suffer versus that BKB timing in the game, right? So that's why we see a lot of Silencer, we see a lot of Disruptor. These are the 2 that come to mind. Their spells are very powerful. They're very good teamfight spells, but why did we not see them in a lot of the later patches? Because if you have 3 cores that all buy BKB and they run at you, your spells disappear off the map. Treant helps that problem a lot. Not only can he armor that weak 4 if he's getting gone on the back line, maybe bail him out. He has overgrowth, so Silencer uses Global Blade, throws those spells, enemy cores BKB, you overgrowth them. Bam. That's like a pretty good fight recipe, right? The supports are helping each other use the spells more effectively in the fight. Treant also stalls the game. He keeps towers up, keeps cores alive on lane. Silencer traditionally would much rather have his towers up in a static map because then he's very bad at regaining space once he loses it.
Yeah.
The hero's slow, he's clunky, can't really invade jungle areas unless he's super snowballing off lane kills, which when you play versus Bat, you do have that option. So I think these heroes end up helping each other a lot. They have a lot of small natural synergies. As long as, like you said, you don't lose lane super hard and have 2 clunky supports with low damage, I think you're pretty happy going into that mid game.
Okay.
The other thing you lack is maybe initiation, but
Yes.
That's where
that
you
is always
need-
my big problem with it, but
that's where you need that last pick like Storm or something, where he shines. Storm is still a great initiator. Maybe he's not the best, scaling damage or something like that. Maybe he's not Pangolier who's going to solo kill a Furion in the late game, but he is still a great initiator. If you need a reliable jump, the man in the blue hat's going to give it to you as the man in the blue slot has disconnected again.
that does put a lot of pressure on XWY, and I think we talked about that last series. We had this support duo. It does mean your mid laner is under the gun to perform and get those good initiations, not just jumping the wrong hero, but actually jumping the right hero at the right time.
I was also talking to Quinn yesterday. I mean, I got locked in a room with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been talking to him. But it happens. We got stuck in the elevator. And I had a long conversation with him. And one of the things I mentioned that it came back to me is XWY is in a tough position, not only because he's the newest player on this Aster roster, but because he's filling in a role that they have removed before. Which might sound a little toxic, but I mean in the sense this Aster team has gone through a couple mids, right?
Sure, yeah. They had Ori last year.
What that means is that they're kind of searching for this guy that fits with them. So when you bring in another mid to fill in a role that's already kind of been replaced, it's a very tough spot to fill.
So you're saying he's Cinderella, or maybe he's not, but he's trying on glass slippers right now.
Yeah, I think
every single game.
I think the analogy I heard from the Shopify boys was they call it the defense of the dark arts teacher.
That's right. That is oh man.
That's what
I think that was Artur that came up with that one. That is a baller line
I don't know
right
if I'm
there.
supposed to say that publicly.
Well, it's already out there.
Well, yeah, we got to go with it now. But, that's this role on a team that just keeps getting replaced because you're trying to find the guy that fits. And
Yeah.
it's not as toxic as it sounds. I think it's coming off a little time. But, I've been on teams like I've kicked multiple off-laners. I was trying to figure out something that worked, and it's hard. It's a tough spot for the team to be in, but it's also tough for the guy coming in because not only do you have the pressure of I'm the new guy, I have to show up, blah, 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 but it's also like this team also hasn't gotten mids to work. There's something about it that hasn't gelled with him, right? So I think XWY, I think this guy has had a pretty damn good tournament for the position he's in. And you have to put these things in context, right? You can't just look at this guy and compare him to some mid who's been on a team for 5 years, who's doing great. Like Abed's been there forever and knows everything about the team, is super comfortable. This guy's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He's playing the playmaker for this team. He has to start fights. He has to potentially win lanes. He has to maybe deal with early picks as well that are going to get countered. And at the same time, he's in that defense of the dark arts position. It's anything can happen.
So it sounds like to me he's in this defense against the dark arts position. It sounds like he's already set himself up to be one of the good guys. All right, he's not one of the bad guys. He's not one of the actors. He's coming into this position. He's doing his job. We'll just see whether or not he suffers some sort of ill fate or if he manages to be the perfect fit.
Exactly.
God, that's so good. When I first heard that one, that was, of course, in the reference was to a different team. You could probably guess which one.
Yeah, unconfirmed. I'm not going to say it was Shopify.
I'm not going to say it's Shopify, but they have gone through a lot of off-laners.
Potentially.
I was just running through my head like who's who at that point in time.
I mean, they're not the only team, right? I can literally say I did that with my team. It happens a lot, in fact, Snaking sitting in that booth was one of my defense against the Dark Arts.
Yeah, and then he went on to win a TI, so I guess you...
what is the moral there?
Poor judgment?
You should be begging me to kick you. That's what you should take away from that
Please,
story.
Avery, join my team and then kick me.
Yeah.
That's the Eternal Envy treatment.
It is. What he gave it to me, but I never got that buff, so I must have passed a generation.
Man, you really should have been in that Summit skit.
I should have been in a lot of skits.
Well, you're town now. You'll get the opportunity to be
I don't want to be in those skits. I want to be in this game, which
we're back in the game,
thank
everybody.
God.
Welcome back.
I was
Game
running
2
out of unconfirmed rumors.
of Master versus Tundra. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want more information on the Dota scene and leaks, just put a pause on our games, and Avery will panic and start letting you know everything he's heard.
That's the end of my unconfirmed rumors. You have to get confirmed rumors. Avo Plus at Twitter.com.
All right, well, XWY, not only did he get the first blood kill over 9, but he's doing very well in CS.
Yeah,
so,
he's a level up. He's a CS up.
I mean, the whole danger of this matchup is dying to the Batrider like level 5, or Batrider getting level 6 ahead of you and killing you with the lasso before you have your 6. At this point, I'm not expecting XWY to die.
No. It's rare you kill the Bat this early. I do think the levels 1 through 3 are pretty nice for Storm.
Yeah.
You expect them to be ahead, but do not expect that kill. And that is really good for this Astra lineup because, again, he's the playmaker initiator.
Yep.
Anytime that hero gets a lead, you're going to be happy going in that mid game. And 9 is Tundra's here.
Yes.
So not only are you getting your playmaker set up, you're shutting down Tundra's. Ursa and Enigma are not starting too many fights for you unless you're just going in the Roche pit. So you're going to have to look for 9 to catch up here. A little slow start on that laning stage.
You don't really have the supports on either side to really rotate and, offset this mid matchup one way or the other. As 9's going to go for the kill. XWY TPing out. He's going to be fine.
Ooh,
it's a little close, but he does TP back to the tier 2. So he didn't TP back to the fountain or anything. So he is still going to be able to catch all this experience. Not a problem. He did go for treads and not a bottle rush. Is that just because in this matchup you don't really get to control power runes or water runes?
I mean, boots are always nice versus Bat in the one-on-one.
Yeah.
I think maybe he just got extra gold from the first blood, thought he was in like a pretty strong position region-wise, so it could be a little greedy here. I do think it's a little greedy to complete the treads over the bottle, because now he's like, denying power runes and he's feeling a bit of the pressure. He doesn't have TP here either. He's got to be careful in this position. You do not want to die and feed all that momentum back towards 9.
It used to be Storm Spirits at this point in time, they're just like, screw it, I'm going to just go jungle. Nowadays, I don't really see anybody do that.
No, the jungling is too slow. It's too far away from the lane. You lose too many runes.
Okay.
He does have tree and armor here too, so maybe that offsets this bottle a little bit between tree and armor and stick. It's like, I can get away with it.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's communicating to his supports. Guys, I'm really close to my 6. Please don't let this Batrider dive and kill me. I'll let you know when the pressure's coming down the line.
Side lanes here are going pretty good for Tundra, though. they are getting some decent levels on their heroes and decent level advantage. Like, I don't even know what really happened top, but Baboka is far behind in XP. I'm looking at this.
He was running around hitting some couriers.
Yeah, so he took a lot of time off lane, but XXS does not have the level advantage over Skeeter here. So they're just missing some XP on this lane, which is pretty nice for snaking on this Undying. He can play a bit greedier. And I was going to say, maybe some of this mid is also, when you have this bat mid, you can bait the dives when you have Silencer really hard, because the turnaround's guaranteed. You just go in, you get the curse. Maybe your mid dies, but then Silencer 100% gets the turnaround kill. And if he's very fast and you get the early slow when you have boots on the mid and the bat doesn't, oftentimes you can get that back kill before your mid even dies.
Sure.
So that was something like, oh, maybe if Baboka has the levels, he can go for this play, but he does not have the levels. So it's probably going to be static side lanes here, which are going decent for Tundra. They're getting what they want out of them. Skeeter has his 6 mangoes and boots, ready to make the smoothie, and hasn't had to use a lot of regen. So
he almost has phase boots too, so we may even see a kill going the way for Tundra in that top lane matchup once he does have those boots.
And 9 is double stacking for himself. You can double stack these dire camps. It's a pretty nice play. Don't see a lot of bats do actually. And so he's going to have the extra economy here between these two camps. Okay. Pretty cheeky, and if he gets 6-minute rune, he's going to be pretty much back. Now XWY does have level 6 and level advantage here, but again, like you're saying, who's going to rotate mid this game? It's Baboka with level 2? Is this enough?
Well, that pretty much means XWY is going to have to do 90% of the damage, and Baboka's just going to have to push in for the extra 10%, and he's already given up on it. It says, I mean, shouldn't he stick around? 6-minute power runes are coming up.
You want to contest the rune, but he doesn't. He's probably going to stack and contest it. Maybe he's trying to be a little efficient here.
Get some damage on 33. Bichot doesn't seem to have any spells.
Gotta be careful. Don't want to overextend into the Eidolons. If they split, you get Malefist here.
Slow him down, use the living armor, only level 1, but it's going to be good for now. Baboka does manage to snatch away the double damage rune in top and get some decent damage on snaking. But again, only level 2, so.
Yeah, there's just not a kill here. Baboka's too low level. 9 is going to be able to catch back up. Maybe something you think is invading jungle here if you think they are stacking for this bat? You think XWY is strong enough? It could be on the radar. We haven't seen a lot of early jungle invasions in this meta, but these options are always there, you know? If the right game calls for it, you go in that jungle, steal the stacks, make 9, skirmish your Silencer around that minor objective. Could be something Aster to look at. The downside is you're leaving XXS alone for a long time here. And he's not suffering too hard, but you're going free farm to this Ursa.
Yeah, that last lane was pretty passive, so they could leave XXS there. I could see a world where Ursa kills, but it's a double melee, so I think it's unlikely. But yeah, as you said, Ursa is kind of free farming.
And they're just stacking more and more jungle. Snay actually messed that one up.
I feel like that was a huge advantage that Game and Gladiators had in their series over Aster. Yep. They stacked like 2 times, 3 times, maybe even 4 times as many camps as Aster did. So
yeah, there's a lot of stacking going on.
Yeah, and you can see it again here.
Stacked 1 big camp, but all these 3 large camps for the dire jungle are triple stacked. All 3 of them? Or we have 2.5. It's a lot of camps here for 9 to clear through. That's why I was saying that invade would have been really nice, because you look at 9 here. Let's say you jump him with Storm Silencer, he's gone.
Yeah.
And then you're stealing a stack. You might just like win the game off that. But
and then you don't feel bad that your supports didn't stack as much as they did.
And XWY, he was looking to get aggressive. He TP top here. So he was looking for this Ursa kill that he didn't get. He might just end up in the jungle naturally because there's nowhere else to go up here.
Sure.
But by then, I think 9 has cleared it out. And you're giving the XP mid. The benefit of the stacking is now you can give XP to Ricky mid. 33, missing his lane partner, but he's getting the levels, and the Eidolons can do the work now.
Yeah, level 3 Eidolons, not so easy to kill. The Drow Ranger will get the occasional one. Here it is. XWY is going to spot. Oh, hey,
he's going to get the
there
end
was
of it.
A little stack. He might be able to get some of it, and even better if he gets the kill onto 9, take away some of that jungle gold he had, and it looks like he's got him.
Beautiful gameplay from him.
Kill.
I'm so impressed they ended up here. I don't know if it was intentional because he went top first, but the foresight is definitely there, right? Like, where's his bat? Ricky's mid. Yep. Go punish him. Do not let this bat just lane for free in the jungle and catch up. So great punisher from XWY. Now he's even going back there. He's like, wait a minute. What have you guys been up to in here?
Yeah, what else you got? I'm going to take everything.
Snay is not happy about this. He's going to drop that to him.
Yeah.
But he has an invis.
Okay. He's actually going to get right on top of Snake King, threaten him a little bit.
Even if he just forces the zombies to kill some of this and leech XP, this still sucks for 9, right?
Yeah, certainly.
And now they're going to bring XXS over. I mean, there's no way XWY can die here. He's just playing with him.
Yeah. They will, Tundra at least will do a good job of like keep pushing him out entirely so they can get the experience all for themselves. And 9 can start getting to that Boots of Travel. And that is the difference between these two heroes, right? Stormshire can be a bit active early on, whereas Bat Rider typically just farms this period of time until you have bots. And then even then, you're going to try and farm up BKB typically.
This is where you want your Storm to be, though. Especially in this bad matchup. You want him to be ahead. You want him to either get it from the stacks that kills other runes. So they got some stacks. He got a kill. Pretty decent position. Now he's going to go Witchblade. And I like this Witchblade a lot more than that other Witchblade in the game prior. Because this is a first item Witchblade he can be aggressive with before BKBs or that sustainability comes out. This is where you want that item.
That other Witchblade was third item Witchblade?
Yeah, that game was... I mean, that game was over, but
yeah,
this is a game where the Witchblade can do some work, right?
Certainly.
It gives them the solo damage to just kill these cores, too. This bad Enigma are not going to be super tanky for a lot of this game. Until you get to that Mech Greaves, till you get to the Ogre Club into the BKB on bat. There's going to be some windows here.
See if they can kill the Eidolons. Malphus to stop the multi-shot. Get a bit of damage onto Monet. They had the Black Hole, but they do actually get a rotation.
Oh, XXS
out of
is
XXS,
hiding.
and they're well, I think he showed for a second there, but now he's going to throw in the kisses. They're going to try and turn the Enigma. Oh, if he lands all these shots, he's just going back and forth, and he does nail him. XXS on point, and Soxa took the damage from jumping onto the Enigma. He's going to kill the Tombstone. XXS just rolling in the money now. He's going to help Monet get a double kill off of that.
Did they see him, Cap?
I don't think they certainly did.
That was pretty cheeky. If he actually hit in the fog perfectly, baited them into that overextension, then turns it around. Damn, this guy's showing up today. And he's feeling the Snapfire. He's one of those players where if you get him the heroes, he's just, I'm going to pop off on this hero. He pops off, right?
Certainly.
And it's showing.
Especially if it's a playmaker, right? Especially if it's some sort of Mars, in this case, Snapfire.
Yeah, and this is not a super greedy playmaker either. This is a hero that can just fight at every point in the game.
Yep.
Has strong spells, can fight early, can play the lane, can buy whatever items you need for the lineup. Now all of a sudden you're not playing two super greedy side laners where XWY has to just make up for everything in the world. Another pretty good start here for Aster in terms of momentum. That said, Tundra are not behind. Again, this team is mad efficient. The stacking has been at work. 9 is smoked killing Ancients here. About as efficient as you can get. You can't just start killing enemy heroes.
But he's still farming, and that means there's an active mid laner on the field. XWY going to go for a second kill. 33 had mech this time around. He actually completed the mech after he died in that last fight. From the kisses. I feel like if he had the mech, it could have been him surviving. But now they've kept him on the back foot.
That's a catapult wave.
Slight difference. And yeah, that's going to be a tower too.
And that's an Arcane Rune Storm.
Whoa, XWY, where are you going?
He's going everywhere he wants. He has unlimited mana right now.
He's going to chase after Snake King. And this should be a pretty easy one. Let's see if he overextends at all or if Aster's going to be clean about this. And yeah, they're kind of resetting a little bit.
He's still
away from the Tombstone.
I like how XWY is playing this game.
Yeah.
He's pushing the limits, making moves on the map, enabling his team.
He's just forcing Tundra to respond all the time,
yes.
right?
And at least he's getting something out of the efficiency Tundra has proven with the stacks. Again, Tundra are not behind in this net worth, but XWY is doing at least a decent job of punishing them. Trying to find more.
Soxa gets out of the sentries. They had one river and then one blocking the ancient camp, so he kind of skirts that line perfectly.
Man, Skeeter is farm, though. And he's going Battle Fury on this Ursa. Actually, I think he has it. Yeah, he does. It's flying out.
That's a fast time.
So he has phased with Battle Fury done on Ursa at 13 minutes here. But the question is he going to have the space to use it, right?
Yeah. Aster once
they're
again.
Taking towers.
I mean, I feel like a lot of their formatting was enabled by the fact they had Ember Spirit Fury on last time, but they're doing kind of the same thing.
Yep.
They're grouping up and they're just taking your objectives. And Tundra, I mean, they're struggling. Maybe this is just a game plan against Tundra. You know, this is a team that likes to be ultra efficient. So you just say, fine, you're not going to fight us. Let's take as many early objectives as possible.
If you take the map away from an efficient team, That is one way to just cut them off at the knees, right?
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea. We're not seeing the net worth catapult up yet for them, but these early towers can pay dividends later. Especially if you're keeping yours up with Tree and Pichu still bottom. They have to smoke their bat down here to kick this guy out. That's how annoying he's been for 33. This is a necessary move because you cannot let him sit down here and just soak XP under this tier 1.
Yeah, seriously.
You got to get 33 involved in this game with the early summons and the early team fighting because, again, his later black holes are not necessarily going to bail you out of a position. And, of course...
Oh, this would be a big kill to get, but he's already outside of the smoke screen, so XWY's
right
going to be
into a
fine.
rune.
And he gets a power rune. Whoa, what was that global silence for?
I think it was...
Misclick? Yeah, Skater's like, I don't think you were supposed to be using that.
I think it was for the audio in the boost. Something was going wacky. They heard Jenkins was back on the panel and tried to global him again.
What if there was a hero that could do that, but except the video? Just turns everybody's monitors off, too.
Yeah.
Maybe that's Muerta.
You know who that was? That was Night Stalker with the old darkness. He couldn't play.
That's true.
Just turn your monitor off. You'd have better intuition during that ult. Either way, that is a wasted ult. He gets the chat wheel. He gets the tip. Farming that tip gold. Why not?
Zoxa is actually poor enough he won't be able to buy the 15-minute shard right away, which everybody who plays Ricky tries to do this. Maybe with the courier kill, it's going to be a little bit more. All right, he's close.
It's a good courier, too. Mone's not happy about that one.
No.
And remember, Astrov had a pretty good early game momentum-wise, but the efficiency from Tundra, it's been there. 9 is not falling behind, and of course, this Battle for Your Ursa is going to work, and you have to care about Roshan in this game. If Skeeter gets this Aegis, he has a good chance to take the game over, especially with all these couriers that are going to die to Soxa because he has deep wards and taking names.
Yeah, we've...
one way to slow you down.
Part of it was old Matthew, but there was a general... Like, Ari did that. I saw the courier. There was some sort of record about couriers. I think like 7 couriers killed in one game. It does seem to be a little bit more of a meta here.
You mean the record this tournament?
Why? Yeah, it was a record.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I feel like the most couriers I've ever killed was the Boston Major with the Bounty Hunter meta.
Yeah, that was
a courier.
You were literally just AFK killing couriers
nonstop.
Oh my God,
get me out.
All right, he's got the sleeping dart thanks to some of those courier kills. So he's online. Can Tundra... Do they want to fight?
Not really, I think. You kind of want to get
BKBs.
You want to get BKB on bat for sure. You do have Greaves on Enigma, and you have this max decay and a Tombstone. But I think the fight's pretty hard if XWY gets a good jump and you just global on top, right? I mean, what's the counterplay? It's not there yet. That's why you need these Dispels, Sleeping Dart to maybe start the fight on your own terms. I think Tundra are happy to keep split pushing and farm until they're ready to try and take a fight into that Roshan for the Ursa. And I think if you're Aster, you want to keep up the tempo with your Storm because he has rune control. Another haste rune for XWY here. Pretty strong.
Gonna go for Snaking first. Snaking is tanky enough to survive, and he still hasn't used Tombstone, which is a little bit surprising to me, but again, Aster, XWY kind of goes for a poke, doesn't overcommit.
Yeah, you don't want to fight into high ground Tombstone here.
Yeah.
That sounds rough, especially if you run out of mana. Still, you want to keep finding something.
Especially with the haste rune, especially against
pretty
melee
good.
heroes,
There's
especially
global.
if you can kill Skater first with the global. They're going to stop him
Beautiful.
from getting off the enrage. And now the kisses will land a couple times. Snake King taken out. Bulbagun's going to go for the kill, and he gets it. +2 intelligence. It may cost him his life. Never mind. Cookie gets him out. Living Armor does the same. Zoxa.
He's dusted.
He is dusted.
But he's out of there.
XWY was smoke screened up, so couldn't really chase that kill.
Oh, man. And that Philosopher's Stone dropped right in front of Snake. He had his entire game flash before his eyes. No.
Did he manage to get it in
He
time?
managed to get it, yeah.
Okay.
He ran back into them.
Sleeping Dart. Wacha!
Go to sleep.
Like, ultimately just the most annoying hero. When he was sitting there earlier on the Ancients while Drow was farming, I thought of that TF2 line. You know, there's a spy sapping my sentry, you know? That's what all Ricky does. He's just killing couriers. He's sapping your experience. He's putting you to sleep, stopping your TPs.
No, I only played Toda Cap. I do not understand other game references.
Well, it's a Valve game, so I'm allowed to reference it. Thank you, Gabe, for that $5 check. Tundra.
They have Tombstone. They have Black Hole. Why not force it, right? There's no global up. So now your Black Hole is looking pretty good. And now when you force this fight, again, you might have to use the Overgrowth aggressively here. This is the fight Tundra need to win. It's the Roshan for Ursa.
I mean, this pretty much means Aster needs to get really good usage out of their basic spells, and they're not going to get there. Skeeter has already picked it up. XXS full retreat. XWY is going to try and stall him out here, but he went into the smoke screen, and now he's going to be lassoed. They turn around quickly, kill him. The overgrowth is not going to be enough to save him. They get the black hole out on the silencer. 33's like, screw it. That's going to be probably the best black hole I'm going to get all game, boys. Got the one man, and with 2 heroes dead, let's just run down as many heroes as we can. We tried for P-Show. Skeeter's going to hop onto him. Monet trying to save him with the Gust pushback. Doesn't quite get it. Saxa is going to be able to leap away before anything comes from Monet. And now the objective is probably dead too.
There's that momentum change. Tundra were getting to that BKB bat. They were getting to the timing where you mess up one global, they just go in the pit. And that's where I'm saying you have to use this overgrowth aggressively. The black hole gets freed up. Even if they don't get that fight, Tundra are super happy with that because you get Aegis on a Blink Dagger Ursa now. And now Skeeter can potentially build and try and take over the map with Ricky giving you the vision, setting you up with the sleeping darts. You have the bots on bat. The Enigma can just push the lanes out, or I guess just steal more Ancients. You have to be worried on these deep side lane pushes. Monet, you were out very far.
Yes.
TP coming up for 9 in 2 seconds here. Yeah,
they're going to go for it.
This is not how you can farm.
Wait, what happened to the TP? Did he decide against it? I think he might have.
Yeah, I think he
maybe thought it was too deep.
Maybe they thought help was coming.
Yeah.
But that is the type of play you have to be worried about, right?
Sure. Oh, nice jump away before the Gust lands, and with the smoke screen and stuff, he's out. They don't even try and hit him.
He's being so annoying this game that they have decided they are done with it, and they have bought a gem.
Yeah, XWY's holding it.
Give the gem to Storm. Let him find this Ricky. But again, the economics here are not favoring Aster in these last 5 minutes. They're not finding the pickoffs. The Storm has lost momentum. And Skeeter is
XWS.
Going ham.
Ooh. Just walks right into Skeeter. I can't believe he's turning around. He's thinking about fighting this. Oh, this is looking bad. Flame break back into the smoke screen some more with the tombstone out. Monet will try and help him out here, but it looks like Tundra want to commit, and there it is. Skeeter finishes off him. Now, he's going to be kited around a little bit. Still has the Aegis, but they try and go for another smoke screen. Catches the Star Spirit. He's going to be caught again. Overgrowth helping him out. He needs to be able to walk out of the smoke screen and jump away again. Look at Bijou. Tries to deep away, but Monet also tried to TP out, and they caught him with the lasso. XWY does manage to get away, but the whole squad of Tundra just rolls over Aster. They played that pretty damn well, I would say.
Oh, yeah, they're poking that fight out, forcing some spells, just slowly going in, waiting for Skeeter to jump. He's the committal here. Starts that fight out with a jump and pretty much ends it with the second one, right? Takes XSS out of the fight. You're missing your aura here. You're missing your team fight. Sure, you kill a couple of zombies, but that ain't stopping the Ursa train.
Now, that does mean that the Aegis is out on Ursa, and he doesn't quite yet have BKB. So there may be a window where Aster could fight.
It's a tight window, though.
It is a tight window, and your confidence is probably not high. You've just lost two team fights in a row.
It's not high, and you don't have this BKB on Storm yet either. So these Ricky clouds are debilitating.
Yeah, they really are.
And he is the one getting hunted.
Oh, he didn't jump again.
Do you have global to
still
bail
get
him?
smoke screen. There
it
goes
is.
the global, but it doesn't matter. Skeeter's going to lay into him. The physical damage might be enough. The cookie gets him out. Good save from XXS. Tombstone on the high ground. Aster got to be resetting here. They're going to back away.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't try and turn on Skeeter there. Because, again, this is your window. He used ult aggressively. He doesn't have the BKB. You don't have the BKB on bat. Maybe that Tombstone's enough to dissuade you, but you're not going to get many opportunities like that.
Again, maybe it comes down to the confidence. I mean, Aster looked super confident in game one, right? They were playing pretty damn fast. But 2 team fights in this game 2 may cause them to call the question how much they can actually fight Tundra.
And I feel like this Ricky is the one causing them problems right now.
Yeah, I think so too.
They're not confident to push aggressively into those jungle areas like they were before. They're falling behind on net worth because they can't push these lanes as deep. Monet's afraid to go super deep top with the sleep into the combo, right? XWI is because he has gem, but that's not even necessarily guaranteed. You can get blink struck slept. Yeah,
if he jumps on somebody else, might be he doesn't see Ricky until the smoke screen is there. But he's got BKB now. They're going to lose Pichot. He's going to fall.
One
But
might say
Aster has hit a time.
The invisible impact of this Ricky can be felt.
Thank you, Lacoste.
You know Lacoste gets paid by the pun. I get paid by the trash talk, so.
I see. That's why you're so mean.
Damn straight. I'm getting rich off it.
BKB is up for XWY, but BKB is up on the Ursa. So, like, do you feel like one of those is more impactful than the other?
Oh, Tundra definitely have the item advantage here because they're the lineup that wants to close out the map during this period. I still don't think you want to go ultra late into this Drow lineup if you're on even footing. So you want to gain the advantage now, and they're building it. BKB on Skeeter, Pipe on 33. Aster narrowly escape. I'm worried about the next team fight here for Aster, though, because you have your big auras up on Enigma, and you have your BKBs. Where's the damage going to come from? XWY is not going to be able to punch through this. It's got to come from either a longer fight between your Snap and your Silencer without anybody dying, or Monet just picking up the slack with the physical. And Monet has not been able to get involved that easily. He's getting lassoed by Bat. He's getting found by Ricky. He doesn't want to play super far up in the fights. Another smoke. Going to fizzle here for Aster. XXS is just falling behind in this game. They're not getting the fights for him like the previous one, which is where Snapfire Shines gets all that assist gold. I should say assist gold. Just cleans them up with the kisses. I'm the Invis King, son.
Yeah, he doesn't let XWY walk away with that Invis. Spooks him a little bit by dropping a sentry.
Look how confident Tundra are. They're just walking in.
Oh, yeah,
here.
they're just going for it. You get a Sleeping Dart. They're going to try and grab the Riki, but Skeeter is going to try and at the same time kill Bulbacup. The Global Silence stops the Black Hole, and XWY gets up his BKB. Oh, no, the lasso just lasted too long. The kisses are raining in, doing tons of damage, but without the Storm Spirit, they have no finishing blow. And look how far back Monet is.
Maybe you turn with Overgrowth?
Maybe, if Tundra overextends.
Yeah, they're not overextending.
Yeah, they're just poking at him.
Man, you're not even going to get that turn here. Very disciplined from Tundra. And, of course, they get Gem out of that. Snaking going to pick it up on the backside. Very happy about that one. That's maybe better than the whole fight.
Yeah, that is massive. That was a nice 1-2 punch from Tundra, right? He spotted the Silencer, that's why he instantly jumps, right? If you can stop the Silencer from casting Global Silence and then you're free to use the Black Hole, that was massive. XWY jump forward. 33's like, well, the Silencer's controlled. I could just go ahead and through this. They could go ahead and lasso.
And that's the problem. If Tundra are the ones starting on you, which this Ricky lineup's designed to do, these ults are not that effective.
Yeah.
Because someone's getting gone on, then you have to bail them out, and then Tundra have another stun. They can black hole someone that gets global, and then all of a sudden you're lassoed. And Skeeter's just going to work because you can't kill him in the enrage duration. So that burst on the Storm is exactly how Tundra want to take these fights.
Which is where I think Bulbaca, his positioning there, I mean, hopefully he realizes from that game, he cannot be in sight of the Riki ever.
No. I mean, the Cookie did bail him out there. He did get global off.
Yeah, but it was too late at that point.
Yeah, then it's forced. But that's the question. Who's your front line here for this Aster lineup? Who is scouting this Riki? Who is tanking it? So far, it's been your Storm.
That's a good point, because it's not like the Dream Protector can do it either. He wants to be able to get the reactive Overgrowth.
I almost think maybe you go the Treant Shard just to have the Invis scouting back.
Maybe.
At least when you had the gem. But now you lost the gem. It's even tougher. Monet going to get slept here. They're going to poke him again.
Once again, they just kind of see what's there. Aster are forced to respond in some kind. So Tundra's like, okay, cool. We got some information. They're sitting around the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, they do not want to end up in a scenario where they jump. That hero gets force-staffed out, and then you're pulling the fight into the Aster Ball instead of the Enigma Auras. Tundra still want to take every fight around 33 strength right now, which is very high. I'm saying this ain't a great Enigma game, but it's a very good Greaves Pipe game. As almost every game in this meta is a very good Greaves Pipe game.
It's also a good Force Staff game. Snanking's got one of those.
As almost every game.
True.
Is it ever a bad Force Staff game?
It's also a good Wraithband game.
That's true. I was noticing that. Some decent value. It's hit the 25 mark.
Yeah.
Why not? This hero has a lot of an 8 HP. Buff it up with some extra armor. That's how you know these teams talk about items, you know?
Yes.
At least these little cheeky ones. And Snaking has not had any fear in these fights. He just
Bulbaca, once again, he's leading the way.
Yeah, he has Force Staff now. It's a bit easier.
Yeah.
I mean, he's relying on Cookie and Force Staff. That said, I think at some point Skeeter is just going to make you disappear.
Yeah, I think so too.
He has Basher.
Skeeter. He does have Basher. The Cookie gets him out. Hits a two-man stun. BKB goes out, but as good as that stun was, Aster didn't really, they weren't in a spot to be able to commit. Now, okay, Global Silence is down. Tundra goes back into it. They're playing into a high ground down. That is dangerous. They're just going to deal with XXS. They don't overextend. Tundra's so careful not to overextend into this Drow Ranger.
Man, if you're not taking the fight off that Cookie, though.
Yeah, that was a sick one.
You're just going to give up Roche here because I don't. Maybe the one saving grace is you got that Tombstone out. So they don't have Tombstone for this Roche fight, but are you contesting this 4v5 with no global?
This is where the game gets super dangerous, right?
Yes.
Second Roshan, you get an Aegis, you get a Shard for Ursa as well.
And once again, this Ricky causing them massive problems. They don't have natural frontline. They don't have the dispels. They don't really have the way to easily jump him outside of Storm. Magically seeing him on a sentry, which you gave away the gem, so your map's getting dewarded. Multiple sleeps go off. It feels hard to take that fight because it's also stopping people from killing the Tombstone, which has been another problem. These Tombstones are not dropping to your Scatter Blast. They're not dropping them when they right-clicking them down because people are getting smoke screened. They're getting slept. It's a nightmare to play into these fights right now for Aster. They have to push through this window in the game, and they are falling.
The smoke breaks on Snake King. He realized something's going around. He's going to drop the Tombstone. 80 vision. Zombie spawns. Said it's the Train Protector. He gets caught. Much better for Aster than losing their Storm Spirit there.
But Steel feels bad because 9's pushing in top. Yeah, all these moves, Tundra do not overcommit. They make sure they're keeping the map control. He has the bots to join them anyway. He's going to push in top, bots bottom, while the 4-man hit squad makes their way back towards mid. It's pretty much a perfect map. Constriction, everything you want here. This is how you build a net worth lead. I mean, that was a single Trine kill. They got like 2.5K gold out of that.
Yeah. Is it just me, or does it feel like both of these teams, they look a lot different when they're behind and they don't have that momentum? It feels like both of them are quite good at playing from the lead. But, or maybe it's just the other team is too good at playing with the lead. That it's just not allowing anybody, like whoever's behind, is just not able to make good moves.
And so that's the nature of the drafts. If you do these drafts that are dependent on the early game laning or momentum and you fall behind, the comeback can be pretty hard. At the same time, yeah, this meta does feel a little snowbally too, right? If you get those auras on first, you're going to get the early Roshans. If you get the early Roshans, you're probably going to be able to invade enemy triangle, take over ancient control, get an economic advantage. That's going to make you better for that second Roshan, right?
Sure.
You have to be a very good team at playing the map and stalling games out while not falling behind to get comebacks in this game.
Isho stuck right past that midnight pulse, and it holds its place in the trees.
And Tundra are very comfortable in this game. They're just getting into late game with everything they need. Abyssal up on Skeeter, Octarine, and a Haste Rune on 9. They're pretty much ready to take any fight. I feel for XWY in these fights, man. He is going to get slept, silenced, stunned, or killed. Maybe in that order.
Is he going to catch him? Long zip, TP away. It's going to be close, but Sleeping Dart will not be there in time.
You just saw his life flash before his eyes, and it was the face of a very tiny blue satyr.
Saksa, the menace. This game 2 of Aster versus Tundra. And Tundra need that too. After getting wiped out by Aster in that game 1, it was kind of looking like they were just going to go down without a fight. But now, this game 2, a very solid lead. 17,000 net worth lead plus XXS dying right away. Good start to another fight. Is they're going to be able to get the last onto the Storm here with the bashes as well. They instantly throw the black hole onto Monet. Global Sounds is the response, but enough cores have already died. Aster can't keep going.
Monet was trying to kill 33 there. 33 black holes and back to not die. But this Enigma was pretty tanky. He was honestly not dying as fast as I thought he would have. And that's maybe your best hope in these fights is Monet just takes a core out with some really good angle. Because he's your only net worth at this point. You're missing one core between the other two. Drow has to make it up. At this point, you're playing for an overextension here from Tundra. They go in too deep. You get a really good multi-shot off, something like this. But you're giving up Roche, you're giving up runes, you're giving up lanes, you're giving up both triangles. Giving up a lot. And of course, there's no vision on the map. I mean, look at this map. I don't see a single Radiant Ward, and I haven't for a long time. It is dark. They are playing versus darkness right now, Cap.
And now they can't even dust the Riki. He's got Lotus Orb. So Saksa just became like infinitely harder to shut down.
He has Lotus and he has that level 15 talent.
Oh, yeah. Dude, that talent is so annoying.
It is incredibly obnoxious. 7-second cooldown on Smokescreen. Good luck in these fights for Storm, because you're going to get Smokescreen, you're going to BKB, and by the time it's out, it's got another one ready for you. They do get another gem here. So maybe some hope of map control. There's a little bit of hopium. If you win a fight, you can regain something, right? But you got to win the fight. And now that's a tall ask.
And they got to wait at least 30 seconds here. Aegis is going to go out in 35. So we'll see whether or not they try and force a fight around the Aegis expiring, or they're just going to chill for a while. await better opportunities.
Skeeter just going to jump
Skeeter,
base?
he might just. 20 seconds left on the Aegis. Cookie's going to help him out here, plus the pushback from the Gust.
Zoom to bail him out, make sure there's no turnaround. I don't even think they were thinking about a turnaround, but that tomb makes it impossible. Of course, he's still at Aegis.
Maybe they can kill the tomb, though. That's a little bit of gold.
You take those. You take those. In fact, they're fighting over it.
Now,
okay.
Now, so as soon as the Aegis expires, they go for the smoke move.
They don't have Tombstone. And I think that's what Aster's banking on. Okay, we don't have to worry about that. We can just take the fight into the cores. They want to find Enigma here. Maybe Batrider as well, but they're never going to find 9. He's just been farming all the safe farm. Letting his team take these smokes. An illusion rune for Ursa. Don't want to get baited.
Their smoke doesn't break on it, so they know it's an illusion.
Oh, they dusted. They thought the Ricky was close.
Oh. And Tundra by now.
I mean, they have double 4-staff up. Even if you find the jump, are you bursting someone before the utility comes out?
Yeah. Look at all these sites of ice. So Skeeter was thinking about going it, and then he's like, no, I'll finish Abyssal. And now he's going to go for it. 33, thinking the same logic. Just more and more. I mean, Stormstreet, how do you initiate? You only have one initiator. It's like that Tusk situation
with
we were talking about yesterday.
Your corpse, that's how.
Yeah, you've got one initiator, and
there it is.
You're pretty much guaranteed to die. He's going to instantly jump. Doesn't manage to get off the BKB.
Yeah, but that's your Storm BKB.
Yeah.
And you're lucky you didn't get Abyssal there.
Lincoln's
blocking
out that Abyssal Blade hit.
You're lucky you didn't get bashed there.
Yeah, that is true.
They're going to try and play it on their one high ground ward. They did find Snaking.
Yeah, if they can kill him quick, it'd be nice. Lotus Orb. He does die in the Frostbite. Splashing a little damage in the back line.
So Monet is starting to deal some damage here. Almost level 20. It's a start. You're taking the Tombstone off the map, and Tundra are going to respect that and just back off.
The 20 is super massive, right? Because you get the 25% multi-shot damage. This lineup is about being able to burst somebody down, right? With the first multi-shot and get a numbers advantage.
I mean, at this point, this lineup's about kill whoever we can.
Get whatever you can, however you can.
However you can get damage, just get it. You go Divine Rapier or something, I don't know. Because there's so much utility on this Tundra side. It is going to be a pain in the ass to burst anybody down, and you're going to have to take the fights that way because you don't have any big AoE.
Yeah.
It's not like you have some crazy black hole that maybe you catch 2 or 3 heroes in. Still, you get a pick off, you regain some map, get a good ward up, you have this gem to make sure you're secure. No Ricky. A little breathing room for Master. You're not going to gain that much gold back because, of course, Tundra pushing both your side lanes in. Eidolons are going to go top. The Ricky Maru is bottom.
I feel like they could kind of use an Ags on Snapfire, but I don't know who you send in to initiate.
What? Oh, an Ags? Who you chucking in this game? I'm not going in there.
But I do feel like they need something else besides XWY. Just basically try to suicide on in there. Refresher, he already had an Octarine, but now Refresher on the Batrider, he's everywhere. He's on the map all the time with tons of spells. Oh, and a double damage? Okay. It's got to be time to go do something if you're Tundra. They're going to smoke up immediately.
Double damage and Hex on Skeeter. He is the damage, he is the jump, he is the control.
They're going into a high ground ward, but it might not matter.
I mean, you have to win this fight if you're Aster, though.
XWY trying to give them some extra vision with the Remnants.
Oh, Refresher on 9, too. I wish you the best, sirs.
Yeah, let's see. If XWY, I mean, it's entirely possible. He relies on this Lincoln's and gets caught out by the Refresher or something.
They're trying to get the Tome to Monet for that level 20. They are desperate for anything here.
You get the ward on the high ground, spotted immediately by Tundra. They're going to try and kill the ward. They do manage to do so. They're going to try and jump on a Snake King. Oh, what happened to Monet? Aggressive 4-stab puts him entirely in Tundra's hands. What a move. Who made that one?
That was absolutely disgusting, and I'm pretty sure it was Snake King.
I think it was Snake King, too. Yeah, he's like, you're trying to go on me? Oh. Nah, son. We're going on you.
Yeah, you want to fight? You want to fight? Come on down here. Come on down and fight.
Yeah, let's exchange hands. Melee version.
That was fast, too.
That was sick.
That was so fast. Because I was thinking, okay, that maybe doesn't look too bad, right? If they burst Snake King from the high ground, Monet is kind of on a turret position. But aggressive force. This item goes both ways, showing it off at this point.
It really does.
Now you're in a high ground basin area without your drow. Glyph gets forced out. You don't even have to force this if you're Tundra. You can just play for the next Roche here, end the game off that. Why not, right?
Absolutely. What's Monet's courier doing there? What's he trying to get?
He's trying to
Watch
get
that one again.
Miracle from God.
Monet shows up, starts blasting, and just barely manages to get the force over. It wasn't him.
33. It was 33.
Oh, it was 33.
Yeah, because
wow.
he has. The reason I didn't think it was him is because he was so far away, but he has the Aether Lens and the cast range, so very slick play by him. Because Snake got jumped.
Yeah.
So he's not forcing anybody. But 33, that's why you pick Enigma.
For the Force Staff?
For the aggressive Force Staff initiation.
Nobody else could do that.
All right. Orb flying out for Monet. We'll finish Scotty. Wait.
Lincoln.
Where's it going, though? Where's it going?
Wait, what?
Oh, oh, never mind. I thought he had the other orb.
No.
Okay, I was thinking he was finishing Scotty, but no, he is going to Lincoln's. Yeah. So you're getting some stops this Abyssal or Hex. I guess that's kind of nice, but you're not getting the damage that I feel like you're going to need at some point. Again, if you outlast the fight, you can win it.
Aster do not want to give up this Roshan. They're going to find the initiation onto the Bat Rider. They have the damage to be able to kill him? No. The Stormsurge immediately forced half away. They still got the lasso on him. The Overgrowth is going to be used for the BKB. Response and turn. Skeeter going to be able to kill two. Now a catch on to another two. The Global Silence will be able to stop that two-man black hole, but Nine, he can keep chasing him down. The BKB, they certainly have XXS. Couldn't catch Monet, but still a massive win for Tundra.
And Baboka is just praying they don't find him. Please, my KDA.
Roshan's up. If Tundra won it, they can also push high ground, see if they could force some buybacks.
There's way too many spells in the tank for this Tundra lineup. And that's where these ults are nice, but if you have this kind of lead, spells don't really matter, right? The enemy just has twice.
Yeah.
Twice your amount. Refreshers on everybody. It's going to be an Ags on this Roshan, so you can give it to Skeeter here. You can also give it to Nine because he has Refresher. You get double lasso. Pretty deadly as well. Give it to anybody at this point. Give it to the Ricky and put him in the pocket.
Sounds like a good way to do some fountain farming.
You like pockets, Cap.
Double. Not as much as you, though. And they did give it to him. Nice. So now he can go. He can go Arcane Blink.
Yeah, I think this is the higher impact Ags right now. Like, Ursa doesn't need it in this game, right? What is he doing with it? Some nice stats. But double. You take that on your burger and you take it on Nine here.
Well,
that's an American joke.
Game-changing items for Aster. All I can really see is an Aghanim Scepter on Storm Spirit. He is 3,000 gold away from that. I don't think he's getting it before Tundra start pushing up that high ground. I don't think there's anything that Drow really gets that changes too much. You're just going to be getting more damage.
It's Daedalus and Divine. Pretty much it. And you pray one of those carries a high ground defense situation. There is not much that changes this game. It is just some crazy execution from Aster. Otherwise, Tundra are going to close us out with the next jump they decide to make here. Going to smoke up their bat. He has Timeless Relic on top of that, so my God. 4+ second duration lassos on 2 targets that you can refresh and do it again. He could pull them into their own fountain. Somebody's getting lassoed here. That's all I know. You just choose who it is. Start deciding who we're going to sacrifice to the Nine God.
See whether or not he gets around these Lincolns that Aster have been mass buying.
You don't even have buyback on Monet. If he gets caught, it's just completely over. Still Tundra respecting this high ground. They want to get a pick before they choose to enter it.
Yeah, I like that XWY is out on the map at least. Everybody else.
I mean, they know he's there though.
Do they? They have a ward that spot him? Oh,
They're
look at all those bounty
in.
runs. Ooh. Oh, God, grab him now. XWY, you got to get out of here. Well, you're dead.
Yep.
Didn't even pop the BKB.
Didn't even get all the runes.
Didn't even get all those bounty runes. You got one.
Well, there's your pick. I think you try and jump high ground now.
Yeah, you get the buyback out of the Storm Spirit, and then you've got a clear win condition at that point.
I'm not sure what else they're waiting for other than just they're talking about the next game. I don't know. You get some extra minutes here at least. But yeah, 40K net worth. All right, Snaking is going to start the siege.
Let's go, boys. 9 tried to get his initiation off. Doesn't. And now his BKB has been used. He's got an Octarine, so it's not like these spells and items are on long cooldowns.
Well,
but
Skeeter's hitting bottom. So a little split push action. Drop the tone for the zoning and the vision. Again, look for this bat jump because you're going to get poked here. And Monet is playing up.
Tombstone doesn't actually die. They don't have an easy way to kill it. When they jump forward, it does leave the opportunity for the Riki and the Bat Rider to respond in some way. They don't actually do it here, though. Chill out. They still have another minute and a half on the Aegis, so there is no rush.
They're waiting lasso. I guess it popped on a Lincoln's there, so like you were saying, don't want to refresh for it, right?
Yeah.
May as well just wait it out here. You had the Arcane Blink on the cooldown. Only 20 seconds. Be coming back up, and then you just go again. DD in the river. Soxa is going to go back and scout the runes. Man, this team is so disciplined. Like very small things they do to just make sure the clean game win is clean.
Yeah, seriously. I like that.
Like maybe it doesn't matter this game, right? But hey, maybe you're in another one of these situations where you're only on 5K and that DD wins you the game. Good to do this stuff.
Maybe you're just going to blind jump up the high ground area. They're going to drop a ward immediately. XWI, he responds. They get a Yule Scepter onto him, but the double lasso's pulling him down. Doesn't quite get him over the cliff, but he's just maybe going to go for another one. No, he actually jumps forward. Meanwhile, they get the black hole on those two after the global silence. The lasso onto the two supports as well, but the buyback is going to be used. XWI, he's got to try and stop these heroes now. Pull them back in for the Force Staff. 1, 2. They're trying to get Tundra out as many heroes as possible, and they're just getting a support. That's not good enough. 33, he gets away with his teleport. A buyback, they only get 2 out of that. They kill the Bat Rider. The buyback really only catches the Undying. That's not going to feel so good for Aster.
That's not enough, I think. Because that's kind of your one fight where they're going to overextend and you have the buys to try and punish them.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's enough. You really wanted the Ursa kill out of this. You have to kill him twice, but the 9 kill is going to feel good at least. At least you got something. You know?
Yeah, it does get Monet to Daedalus.
Yes.
So that part.
You have a chance.
Maybe
you got
that's
a chance here. And again, we're seeing Storm gets lassoed with Lincoln's up. Because double lasso.
Yeah, because double lasso.
So
yeah. If you lasso somebody next to the Storm Spirit, it goes through the link.
You really have to be careful with these lassos. You're losing a lot of value from your protection.
Now, if Aster can keep the picks going, oh, no way.
Yeah, but how do you catch this man? He's even got an Aether Lens of his own. Stormcrafter on top.
At 20 talent, man. He's got the blink refresh timer. He's got Aether Lens, so the range is huge.
They just can't deal with the Riki. Honestly, they couldn't deal with it the entire game outside of that one period where they had the first gem and they kind of dealt with him a little bit. Sox has just destroyed their map.
Yeah, I mean, XWY is the catch, but he was the actually one suffering the most against the Riki.
He's looking towards Ags. That's the one comeback mechanism in this game, I think. You get a huge AoE vortex.
Is he?
Well, he was. Now he's going Aeon.
Now he's looking at Aeon. He's like, oh.
Well, I'll retract my statement.
I agree with you, though. I mean,
I think it is.
If there's anything that could change the game, it's got to be Ag Storm Spirit. And I'm surprised he's thinking about another defensive item.
The thing is Tundra going to clump, you know?
Maybe.
Enigma's not going to clump with you. The Bat's going to make some own jump. He's going to be separated. There's going to be some huge natural clump from Tundra, but I do think that is the one item that can maybe buy Monet enough time to get off a full multi-shot on multiple heroes. You get some good pops on the hypothermia maybe, right? You never know what can happen.
How much more gold does Monet need to have the Daedalus and buyback?
Another 1,000. But remember, his buyback's on... No, it's not on cooldown, so he has it.
Yeah, but like he's been sitting here for a while. He could have bought it, but
he needs 1,000 more, pretty much.
1,000 more gold.
He has 1,600 surplus here. You also just go Divine. I'm just saying.
I was toying with that, but he's already bought the recipe for the Daedalus. Not that that's that expensive, but
you could just go Divine though.
I think you kind of need it. I do think you kind of need it.
I'm not telling him to go Divine, but
he should go Divine. Put a little spice in this game.
You should go Divine. I mean, I understand he wants Daedalus with buyback, right?
Yeah.
He feels Daedalus with 2 lives is better than Divine with 1. I can kind of see the logic.
Yeah, I mean, well, like, they're going to be using some lassos and black holes, and they're going to kill some cores out of it. So you got to be playing for buybacks, and you've already used the Storm Spirits. So now somebody else is going to have to be using their buyback for this hole.
And there's only 1 up right now, and it is him. You're missing the gold on both your supports, and you're missing the cooldown on your other 2 cores. But Tundra are playing it disciplined. I mean, I hesitate to call it discipline at this point. I don't even know what it is. It's like some discipline has evolved in the next stage.
Okay. I thought you were saying maybe they're being a little bit too cautious.
I think they have been a
scared.
little too cautious for me this game, but I don't think anything they're doing is theoretically incorrect, right?
Sure. I mean, not like sitting here and doing this isn't losing them the game.
Yes.
They hold the same advantage that they've held probably this entire time. They can wait for yet another Roshan if they really want to. It does mean that there are some talents and stuff that are going to be coming in. There's some items, very small items that are going to be coming in for Aster that could change the game. Skeeter got his level 25, first of all, so we got the plus attacks and the overpower.
He's also going to get another Roshan here.
Yep.
Another refresher.
Ags. This one goes to the Ursa.
And refresher to 33. So you have 1 global, but I have 2 black holes. I mean, they're max now. Now you end the game. If you don't end the game here, it's beyond discipline.
Double cheese, Aegis. It's time to go.
You're in a coma if you don't try and end the game here. The question is, you just want to do it smartly, right? Because you can still, as weird as it is to say you have a 55k gold lead, you still can lose this fight. Off good drow multi-shots with a buyback, Zero does a lot of damage. You want to get good lassos, good black holes, cut all the vision for the Treant. Nice way to start. You have a bunch of Lincoln Spheres on Aster's side. They're going to try and throw them on their frontliners here. Baboka has an extra one.
Look at Monet. He's being the most aggressive that he's ever been in this game.
Yep,
he is trying to make himself a target. He's trying to say, go on me, please. I have a buyback.
The siege starts.
XWY, he's going to make the first little poke here.
Double lasso.
Oh, the double lasso, though. It grabbed the Sapphire and the Silencer. Now he can black hole, but the Overgrowth stopped it. Second black hole being threatened. 33, dealing with the damage from Monet. He's trying to run at him, and he managed to grab him. He pulled him back in and got the bashes. They're going to throw a buyback on the Drow Ranger, but everybody else is dead. Except XWY, who can fight with them here, but not for long, not for much.
You can fight with your friend, but Tundra's, their friend is gold. They have too much of it. Yeah. Too many items. They have cheeses and backpacks. Trying to shuffle them in. 9 isn't even putting his in. Doesn't even need it. You're not winning this fight. Why?
No.
Just go throwing.
Keep it going.
There's
Break the Lincolns, get the Sleeping Dart, get an aggressive force staff on him too. BKB gonna be forced out, and Skeeter's still gonna try and get the kill with the bashes. All those overpowered attacks is gonna ensure it. Now it's definitely GG. Tundra, slow and methodical, and just chokes the life out of Aster in this game too.
You know, I was thinking like maybe they're being a little too slow here, but the alternate perspective is you are choking the lifeblood out of this Aster team. You know, for 30 minutes they're sitting there feeling like they're losing this game, and you're extending that period. You're extending the pain and suffering. We're going to make you sit here as long as we want.
I mean, if they had a 99% chance of victory 10 minutes ago, they made sure it was 99.99 before, you know, they actually went for that final push. And I can respect it. They had elimination on the line.
Exactly. You're in a lower bracket elimination game. There is absolutely nothing wrong with taking this game as methodically as you want, especially in a game where your odds of losing are not increasing. Again, what is the comeback mechanic here for Aster once they're beyond that 30 or 40K net worth? There's nothing. There's nothing, right? Yeah. It's entirely on you if you mess up. So them taking their time, hey, I got no problem with it, man. You know, sun's out. It's a beautiful day.
And I have no problem with Tundra winning Game 2, because that means we're going to get a Game 3 on our hands, which I think is pretty interesting. Let's talk about, like, draft-wise. What does that exactly mean?
Well, now you have a question of how scared is this Enigma look if you're winning in the Enigma game? Honestly, I feel like the Enigma, he did his job, but the Ricky is what made that game a nightmare for you to play.
Yes.
Because, again, you're building this draft to make Enigma's game hard. His game was hard. 33 had impact down the road, but at that point you have so much net worth, you can jam the impact into the enemy. I still feel like it was this Ricky causing you so many problems in this game. Honestly, the Undying may be next. Like, I'm giving props to the Tundra supports. They made that game obnoxious as hell to play. They stacked jungle, defended the camps, gave 9 that early game comeback where he was suffering on the lane, got solo killed by XWY, but they had no answer for snaking in these team fights as far as Tombstone, as far as the heals, the amount of net worth. He's frontlining. You don't want to jump him. Sox is killing your couriers, warding in your back line, making Storm's life miserable. I look to those supports. I don't think the cores were necessarily the problem. I think Tundra would have won with any cores with the game that they put on display.
I'm not sure what the panel's going to talk about. Avery pretty much laid it all down. So I hope they're ready for something. Let's head over and talk to them.
Oh, no. Oh, no, they talked about everything already. No, they didn't. Don't worry, we got you covered because we are going to game 3. And before that, I'd love to break that game properly down with my panel, who is obviously a little bit superior to the coach. It's all good. We got Jenkins, we got Purge, and we got Sheep. And I have been informed that this was the biggest gold lead ever seen at the Lima Major. I think it was ending at like around 60K. Give or take. That's a lot of gold needed to be able to go high ground, Purge.
Well, okay, they didn't need 60. They went high ground with like 30. They wiped Aster. Aster all bought back. They had to get out, otherwise they could lose the game.
Yeah.
Then they had to come back later, and sometimes that takes time, takes the opportunity. You got to do things slow. You got to approach the base. You got to make sure they don't have vision advantage over you. Then you got to find the opportunity. That takes time and setup and everything. You got to push out the lanes. There's just a lot of homework to do before you get to finish it up.
They could have been more aggressive, but let's be real. That's a very Tundra thing to do, is to just take it as slow as humanly possible to make sure they win. And to be honest, fair play. They were on the brink of elimination. If they had rushed it, they could have just easily lost, because we saw them go high ground and mess up a couple times and feed some kills. But, you know, instead they're playing into like some Lincolns on a Storm Spirit, and they're making sure they have Bat Ags so that they can lasso the guy in front of him and lasso him as a result. Like, they're just giving themselves more win conditions.
I agree with what Avery said. I mean, it's like...
Who?
SV... LOA Dota?
I don't know that guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
LOA.
I know LOA.
He seems
Yeah,
kind of
LOA.
like tier 5 caster.
Yeah, I would say he's pretty
That sounds about
far
right.
down there.
Yeah.
But what can you rephrase?
I told you. He said he doesn't blame them. That's kind of where I'm at, where it's like, yeah, it's Tundra, and this is a team that is known to only take dishonest fights. That is literally the language that they use, is do not take an honest fight. Do not just try to go high ground into them. Like, wait until somebody has like messed up, and then you know that you have an opportunity. But with that being said, on this patch, they're playing into Treant, and he's healing towers. They're playing into Drow Ranger and Storm, like 2 ranged heroes that like really revel in the idea of people going high ground against you. Ursa's not a building sieger. Batrider's not. Enigma's not. The Eidolons are pathetic. Let's be real. Like, what are they going to do? That's what they had to do.
Yeah, I mean, they did it very well. You would take it slow, and as Sheep said, it's elimination on the line.
Yeah.
There's you're not going to take chances with that one. But how did they get to that position where they were in that luxurious position that they could just basically sit back and wait for that perfect opportunity, or until they had several cheeses and ages to go high ground with? I think a lot of it relied on the first Roshan they were able to take. Sheep, I see you nodding along with me. Is my analysis on point there? I like this.
I was thinking about the Roshans. I mean, I was looking through this game a little through the lens of like Aster and being like frustrated for them and how they played these, like Roshan especially. They tiptoe it without contesting. Then when the Aegis finally gets down, they're like, okay, now's the time, let's zip in. I don't know if you guys noticed this too, but XWY was beyond aggressive all game. Like, I think he made a lot of really poor jumps, but I don't know if that's because he had to make those jumps or if it was just like misjudgment. Like, especially in the early game, he would constantly go on Undying first. Like, even when Tombstone's up, like in a jungle, he's like, I'm gonna go on this guy. Uses his whole mana pool. It just feels like a lot of wasted time.
And Snaking had a great build against that. He went double Wraithband on Undying, which, like, if you saw that... Okay, maybe on this patch, sure, because Wraithband is pretty insane, but if you saw that in your pubs like a few months ago, like, you're reporting this guy, like, he's getting 9 reports, right? He might even report himself. So he went Wraithband, then he went Lotus Orb, Force Staff, Glimmer Cape. It's all like completely defensive items. He was so damn tanky, and he was tanking in every single fight and then surviving. He had 20 assists in that game.
And it wasn't just that, though. I really liked that they switched back to a carry that just does a crap load of damage. Ursa was trending a lot coming into the tournament, and definitely at the tournament at the very start, but kind of fell off. But what Ursa and Marcy specifically do is they just do so much damage that they kill that guy no matter what. So being able to run at Drow Ranger was a nice advantage. So
Yeah, for sure.
Lifestealer could have done it last game. It just wasn't like the best carry matchup. But Ursa's still really effective. So that just felt nice. Once he gets ahead in net worth, he's got guaranteed damage kill. He can kill through tree. He can use his ulti to offset tree ulti. Like, it was actually just a really solid carry pick.
He's honestly looking like the best melee hero to me. I mean, not many of them are that good, or melee carry, I should say. And we have to mention 33's build. I feel like we can't do this panel without talking about his build. Obviously,
let's move on.
Obviously, he went with the Greaves. That's when the sound cuts out again. Obviously, the Greaves. Obviously, the Pipe. These are the very obvious good items. Everybody goes for them on the off lane. But after that, he goes Ether Lens, Force Staff on Enigma. He's just like, screw the blink. I'm entirely not playing around this black hole. We saw a force staffing of the enemy Drow Ranger from the high ground onto the low ground.
Yeah.
It's really cool. It's like a scuffed Bat Rider, but then they also had the Bat Rider to drag even farther away.
I mean, getting blink just doesn't feel good because if you blink in, your chances of like blinking in, finding the perfect black hole are generally going to be pretty low against any good team. So why put yourself out of position just to be instantly countered and then have to spend like 4 seconds running back to safety? You just stay in this like general clump with your team, you cover each other, and then if anybody gets in trouble, you have another Force Staff to potentially save, and then the Aether Lens also lets you go offensive if the right opportunity presents.
I love the Aether Lens. It's something that has been played with offlaners for quite some time. I know that 33 himself enjoys playing Beastmaster with the Aether Lens when he's behind in games when he doesn't feel comfortable, just going the normal build. Like Collapse, he used to play Sand Kings when that was popular with Aether Lens.
Yeah.
He was buying Aether Lens on every offlaner for a while, and I really like the utility of it, and I love the play like you mentioned.
It was trending for a while there, like Aether Lens and then the Shard on the Enigma, where you're just kind of playing around the stun and not really blinking in or getting in there and catching people out. It's more if you come into us, we have this larger space where you're unsafe to our blink daggers, but the Enigma doesn't want to get caught out of positions, and so you have the Aether Lens, you're standing with your team, and then you stun people who walk into you rather than jumping into them. Yeah, I think it's really good.
It's a great item. Better if it drops for free, in certain cases. That's also nice. I also wanted to talk about the first 2 minutes of the game. I believe it was about 2 minutes. That wasn't supposed to happen. It was first blood time, and we had XWY.
Oh, we're going all the way back. Okay.
I missed
Oh,
what
I don't
led
remember
to
that far
it,
back.
but I think it's indicative of Nine's performance. He played great the rest of the game, but last game he maybe underperformed a little bit, and I feel like that was just another sign of it. So them winning the game, I think, is going to be really good for their confidence.
Yeah, he
but
needed that.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
Storm was level 3. That just had to be a big mistake, and Storm was at 80% HP, 75. If he was
Right.
at 10 and 9 died, I'd be like, okay, whatever. He
Yeah,
almost got
yeah,
him, but it wasn't like that.
To be clear, it is a Storm favored matchup.
Yes.
It's just that for any mid lane matchup that's favored, you're not supposed to get a kill.
Nobody should be dying.
Nobody should die. In the current Dota patch, other than this game, which is means that Tundra played very well, if your mid laner dies solo, the game feels hard. You're basically going to be playing against 2 carries. You need to do something to come back from that, and a lot of the time that's not easy to do.
And that momentum that then should be created with that first blood, why couldn't they keep that up? Because normally a Storm getting a first blood at minute 2, really good. He can normally take over the game. Is it literally just the Enigma that made him not able to do that?
I mean, the support duo is hard to kill
Yeah.
for Storm, so he can't just go on the map killing and dying easily. Ricky's difficult to catch, whether he blink strikes away or uses his third skill, Tricks of the Trade. So, yeah, normally, and also Undying just stabilize the lanes as well. So, if there's vulnerabilities other places, you take that advantage and you go, smash side lanes. He also rushed Treads instead of getting Bottle, which may have hurt his momentum as well, is a possibility, but I'm not sure about that one.
You also have your own 2 supports. You have a Silencer and a Treant Protector. Neither of them are playmaking support heroes with high damage for you to go and own the map with.
Yeah.
You're pretty reliant on your offlane Snapfire, and I think he struggled this game a lot. I watched XXS, and you're playing in these fights. There's so many heroes that are trying to get on top of you. It's really hard for him to play backline. It's really hard for him to play in general. I felt like everyone on Aster was just incredibly uncomfortable.
Well, that's not a very good position to be in. As you see here, 1.5 minute difference between level 6. It's a pretty big difference for the mid laners for sure, but unfortunately for XWY, it did not lead to success.
I didn't want to talk about it because these 2 are on the screen, but I would say Soxa in the early game definitely helped like recover Nine's game. He was just doing the classic Ricky, like sniping couriers, like wasting so much time. It's like a mini game within the game of Dota that the enemy team has to play, and your team can just completely ignore. It's just the Ricky versus 5.
Yeah, that dart over the 2 bounty runes. That's just a feel-bad moment when Ricky can get a sneak up on like that.
There also was quite an unfortunate moment for XWY in this game where he was given the gem. So like both games, game 1 and 2, Aster bought a gem within the 20-minute mark. Like not, like
Around.
yeah. Around 25 minutes, they have a gem. And game 1 is amazing because they're so far ahead. They're able to really exploit it. But this game, they had loads of tools to sort of catch the gem carrier. There was a fight where they pretty much just fed it away because he zips in, gets black holed, silencer ult's used, he then BKBs, he then gets lassoed. And it's just like, okay, they have loads of BKB piercing stuff. He's controlled, he loses the gem. And now suddenly, Tundra have that vision advantage. So that I think losing that hurt them really badly at that period of the game.
That's a really good point, actually. I've never thought of that. Like, the way that you usually have a gem carrier against Ricky is you give it to your first BKB guy. So if you're, like, think about it, like every game, it's like either your first BKB guy or like maybe your Pipe Greaves offlaner, but sometimes your Pipe Greaves offlaner is the guy that goes in first, right? So it's usually you're going to give it to a BKB core, but if they have a bunch of BKB piercing disabled, then who, like, you need an Eon disc maybe, right?
Yeah.
Like an Eon disc and then something to disengage after the Eon disc to safely carry the gem.
Yeah, when you say a bunch, I mean, Bat and Enigma are like the kings of that as well.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of the discussion after this game and after previous game that we saw as well circles back to the draft, where previous game we were unhappy with Tundra's draft. They didn't feel comfortable in that one. And now we're back in a situation where Aster gets a draft and they don't feel comfortable in that one, whereas Tundra finally drafted normal. I mean, I can say that, right? Because it felt very just solid.
Yeah.
Like, if I look at these drafts, it's like, yeah, I'd want to play Tundra's draft because it looks easy to execute. And that is including having an Enigma against a Silencer. How did that work? Why that? Because that normally does not happen.
I mean, it was basically Aster saying, like, okay, we know you want to pick Enigma. We're just going to pick Silencer, and then we'll bait you to do it. And Tundra's like, okay, if that's fine, we'll take it anyway. So it was just like they were comfortable playing against it, and it seemed very obvious in the game. Like, all of his black holes that got interrupted didn't seem that inconsequential. Like, he was always prepared for it.
I've heard an interesting theory about the Enigma versus Silencer, and until this game, I've never actually seen it work this way, where there's the odd, like, 1 in 1,000 insane guy out there that says that Enigma counters Silencer because you force him, you know when the global silence is going to come out. He can't use it to disengage, like, whatever fight he wants. He has to save it for the black hole, right? Mm-hmm. And so if you just, like, go in and just do a shit black hole intentionally, it's like, go ahead, global me, whatever. Like, we're also playing around other things, which happened a few times in the game. But I also think, like, this build from 33, I'm very curious. I'm very impressed if he was able to come up with this in the middle of this draft or this game. This seems like something that you have to scrim with and then feel like it's really good, specifically maybe because against the Drow Ranger Lina type heroes, forcing them in aggressively is like really strong. Mm-hmm. So it's like that combo factor where it's like it lets you play around something else on the Enigma, but then also it lets you counter something that they're doing. If he did come up with that just during the draft, what a genius, man. That's insane. We saw exactly what he wanted to do with it in the game and why they were able to pick the Enigma.
Yeah. This game just became like way too impossible the more items that Tundra get. I'm just looking at their composition of their draft again, and this poor Storm just has to do everything. They literally just have 2 backline supports, a backline offlane, or a backline carry.
Yeah, you're right.
And you have a Storm Spear. It's like, what the hell are you meant to do? And these guys are itemizing like a Hex, an Abyssal Blade. It's like no matter where he jumps, they can just kill him. His BKB shortens to 5 seconds or 6 seconds, however long it is nowadays. I don't know. It's just over. It's so hard for him to play.
You're right. He had to go Lincolns, and then the game ended, and he had a disassembled Eon disc. So he was like super ready to go in and have everything cast on him. And obviously, it still wasn't enough. He ended the game 4-6 after getting a solo kill on his enemy mid laner, which like usually that's a 17-1 Storm right there, right?
Yeah. And then you don't even have the bonus of, oh, don't worry, we can sneak a Roshan or something. Nope, you're playing against an Ursa as well, because we didn't really talk about Skeeter's Ursa, but we did talk a lot about his lifestealer that wasn't too hot in game number 1. So I feel like we also have to give credit where credit's due because he played a solid Ursa, right?
Kevin's the hypest man I know. Kevin,
I got this.
Glorify him.
It felt like the gold standard of Ursa. Was that good?
That was
Thank you,
great.
Kevin. Yeah, that was
And
good.
that gives us the exact hype we need to also see the teams walking back into the arena. Aster will be taking their places first. They definitely seem in good spirits, though. Every time I see them, it's smiles all around.
They're slapping.
They're
Yeah.
slapping, which generally remind people it's a video game. You need your hands to do it. It's a lot of faith in the crowd. You know, you normally high five and
True.
stuff. I always feel a little bit like.
Yeah, I heard there was a team, a Dota 2 team that had a rule where you're not allowed to go like skiing or snowboarding because like you could easily like sprain your hand or something
believe
and
that.
have it affect your play. You know.
Yeah.
So slapping fans,
Dota
very,
2 players
very dangerous.
Going outside and doing sports. That's hilarious.
Believe it or not, some of them are dragged there by some of their IRL friends.
Yes.
It does happen.
I've
Does
actually
happen.
seen Jenkins like putting spikes, like gluing them to his hands, and just going running at the player.
Grief the players.
That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
You know what?
Give me a high five, Baboka. I'm going to steal your Bubby XXS tonight. He'll be my Bubby.
Out of the 10 players that are playing on stage this opening series, one of them actually did have a hand injury last year because he was frustrated
Oh, yeah.
with losing
Yeah.
a grand finals, and he punched his gaming chair wrong,
Right.
and he dislocated his thumb, which,
Whoa.
by the way, can just be put back, but it
then-
hurts.
But then he won a TI,
He did win a TI after that. We're talking about Skeeter here.
and then after that he peed in a bottle. So, is he gonna win this tournament because he just has to do something that's like incredibly
Wild.
wild in the season before?
Was peeing in a bottle wild enough is the question.
Is it
I
wild?
mean,
I think it was
sacrificing your
because
thumb
he was
is
next
like,
to his teammates the whole time. Right?
It's sacrificing his
Yeah.
thumb versus
Oh, that makes
sacrificing
it a
his
little-
dignity.
Yeah, it was way. I mean, he took the picture. It was on his gaming computer.
yeah,
like,
but I complete like obviously I knew about that, but my brain just completely
Dude, no-
dished out the fact that he's sitting right next to his
Yeah.
teammate.
Yeah, bro. No wonder
Made
Snake
to
King.
hear him.
No wonder Snake King's feeding. He sees this guy piss in a bottle. He's like, I don't want to support this idiot. This.
Can I
What do you
really
mean?
trust him late game? I don't know.
No, it's the other way around. My man is so dedicated to the game.
That's true.
He's willing
Oh,
to
that's
pee in
so
a bottle
true.
for us, for the
Yeah.
team.
God, that's why you're an analyst.
Yeah, for the team.
For the team. Now, we have seen both teams perform, and again, we're circling back to the draft frequently. I do also want to remind my panel that in the first game, Aster was Dire with first pick and won. In the second game, Tundra was Dire with first pick and won.
Oh.
And I, going into a third game, as we see Tundra walking back on stage as well, they're getting a lot of cheers here from the crowd as well.
Who won the coin flip, Sheever? That's what I want
I
to know.
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
got to know.
Like, do we think that like we've heard Dyer? You said yesterday, Sheep, that you think that is a big advantage, maybe bigger than first pick.
I do think so, yes. I'm a big fan of Dire. We've discussed it. It's broken. It's, they just take it. I'm actually curious. I think Liquid took or gave pick preference to their opponents in the group stages.
Like the side.
No.
Just
like
any
the,
preference.
Like the pick order. Like they just took. I don't know actually.
They just let them have whatever.
Yeah, I think they just let them have whatever to
Well,
just
that-
test stuff.
Is that legal?
I could.
I
mean,
kind of feel like you always have to pick, because I feel like picking is also could be considered a upside or a downside. So whether you win or lose the coin toss, like it's not winning or losing. It's just you are the one that has to pick whether you want to or not.
That's what it
I
sounds
don't
like,
know
yeah.
exactly how it is how it's done, but that's always was my impression.
Is there an easy place to find like how many times a team has played on a certain side?
Yes.
Where
If you're smart enough to use stats websites.
I
yeah.
don't know how to use stats websites. I don't understand numbers.
Me
where's,
neither.
where's that Nahaze guy at?
Yeah, where he at? Oh, also, I found out something interesting while I was out in the crowd. Apparently, today is when Peru kids go back to school. Which,
Like after a holiday type.
Yeah.
They had a holiday?
apparently.
Why did they have a holiday to
I
begin
have
with?
absolutely no idea. I was just told that today they went back to school, and that's why
It's a spring holiday.
this crowd's a little quiet.
They have to take their kids to school because they're all responsible adults.
No, because there's a lot of teenagers in the crowd.
I
Because
mean,
this game is young and alive.
I know.
They're
So
actually
young and alive.
there are actually children that play the game here, unlike in North America and Europe.
Fair.
Yeah, but so we actually do need delays so that they can get home from school,
That
so they
is
can
true.
make it here for
To be
the Beast
honest,
Coast
They
DG
don't
game.
say that.
We need a couple. We need like 1.5 more hours, and I think that's when school ends.
Yeah.
I think we're good on that because, of course, we have one more game
Yep.
of this series. And that could potentially, I mean, including draft takes about an hour, right? Then we're at 2:30 already. Now teams have to swap things out, which is like a half an hour. So then we're at 3. And doesn't school out at 3:30? And everybody should, like, there might or might not be some pauses. You know, we only have half an hour needed.
Yeah, we really don't know if there's community pauses. So,
We have no idea.
50-50 at best.
I had to just start stamping on my cable.
So there's a high chance that school will be out by that time. And to be honest, for EG Beast Coast, maybe there's some school skippers here too, because
I would skip for that.
For this? For the like one in a lifetime potentially
Yes.
tournament in your
Yes.
country when you're obsessed with Dota? Yeah, that sounds pretty worth it.
Yeah.
I'd go to jail for that. What about you,
Ladies and
Jenkins?
gentlemen, if you're in school, skip school
No,
for Dota 2.
do not skip school.
It worked out really well for me.
Did it? Actually, well,
Failing. No, I got really bad grades.
That
But you
doesn't
finished
surprise
it.
me.
Yeah.
I barely finished after
But you
failing
did
like 5
finish.
courses.
don't.
Holy.
Well, I can say
Huh.
don't drop out, but you know, who knows?
You can fail your way through universe. Excuse me. Can I restart that?
Yeah.
Through puberty.
Just pretend.
Just
Let's
if,
just pretend that didn't happen.
if you skip one afternoon, you're not gonna be fired from school. You know.
That's right.
Fired from school.
depends where you go. But,
What is it like in the Netherlands? They're firing people from school.
You're no longer welcome here.
No wonder everybody I've met from your country is so wacky. You guys are just getting kicked out of school.
I didn't get kicked out of school. I'm very good.
That's
That was
good.
very good. I want to talk more about the upcoming draft because we are very close to being able to head into this draft of game number 3, and we talked a lot about picks and stuff. But we didn't really talk about adjustments inside the drafts, disregarding who's first and second pick. I want to start with that Snapfire. That was overall last pick. Well, no, second to last pick in game 1. It was first phase picked by Aster. This time around, they prioritized it that hard. Didn't work out, as said, didn't have the same impact. What would you like to see, Perch?
it's very different because it had to lane against a Undying.
Oh, Gaben. I know that guy.
ATI in Lima, Peru, if possible.
I pray to him every night.
Do you? I'm
Yeah,
so
and
sorry.
he tells me to leave his house.
What is your prayer? What do you say? What do you tell him?
Please, Lord Gaben, give me some creamy pubs tomorrow.
Why that word?
What? I don't know.
Why must it be that
It's just
word?
the first thing that comes to my head.
Wait, Skeet. Okay, I can't translate.
Okay,
Let's
don't
go,
say it.
Chandra. I don't know the middle sentence,
Nor
but
do I.
he's a fan. Okay.
Skeeter, let's go. In a bottle. Is that a water bottle in the top right corner? I think it is. That's
right
not.
corner.
That's not Skeeter.
That is not Skeeter. You were saying something, Perch. We interrupted you rudely.
Undying against a core Snapfire sounds pretty sick, actually. You just lower damage, then you got last hitter, and then she doesn't get to pressure your Ursa, then your Ursa gets a Battle Fury at a normal time, and then it's like Ursa's just playing his normal Battle Fury game.
And then she walks in to try to kill your tombstone, and you just kill her.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh, that was your offlaner, and you just wasted some time killing my tomb. Who cares?
Yeah. It does feel like a big debate. She is translating what was on that
I was
sign,
trying to
and I
translate.
just saw the WAP lyrics on her iPad.
No.
What sort of research are you doing?
That's what we did during our break. I don't know about you guys, but yeah.
I'm not going to be framed for this. Jenkins was the one that
Framed.
started singing
I was
it.
singing it with her. I was framing her. I was doing a bus throwing there, right under that bus.
Get a bucket and a mop because there's gonna be a lot of blood after this game. Am I right?
Hey.
Oh, God. I didn't even have the lyrics up at that point. You just remembered.
I think Tundra did a Kegel while they were on break.
Give me everything you got for this series.
Well, this final game, it has to be everything they got because elimination on the line, a third game, a deciding game. And previously, Jenkins, you were the only one correct with saying that this series was going to go to a game 3 at all. So you'll now have the privilege of telling me who you think is going to take game 3 and who we will see go up against the winner of our next series.
So you're telling me because I predicted right, the floor is mine.
Yes.
Gabe Newell is a lizard man. Lizard men have taken over the United States of America.
I regret
All the
everything.
billionaires are lizard men. Don't trust them. Anyway, what are you asking?
Tundra or Aster?
Tundra or Aster?
Tundra. Yes. Did I say Thunder?
Oh my God, hurry up.
I'm gonna say. Is that
10 seconds to draft. I get
I'm
to
gonna say
my-
Tundra. I'm gonna say Tundra. I'm gonna say Tundra.
Whoever picks on dying.
Tundra.
Okay, well that was 10 seconds. Wow, my panel really coming together when they needed it most. But which of these two teams will come together when they need it most? For finding out, we're heading into the draft of game number 3.
And we're here with the final game of the series, Tundra versus Aster. One last draft, one last draft panel, one last Jenkins performance. Fear here all day.
Yeah, of course.
How
I
you
love
feeling?
Dota.
Yeah. Aster versus Tundra. Second game, once again, Doobie's about some of the drafts. Tundra really confident in some of their picks. You guys talked about the Enigma into Silencer. It worked out for them. And now Aster will be the one stealing the Enigma themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is something Aster's been doing throughout the tournament. When they lose to something, they'll try and take it away from their opponent. Sometimes successful, sometimes not so much. But I think already I am seeing the Enigma counter. And I will say, I do not see this win very much, but there is a reason why they do it. All right, so like Enigma, he makes a lot of Eidolons in lane. You press flat cannon as a carry gyro. You kill the Eidolons. It is very, very strong in lane versus the Enigma. But at some point in the game, you do just get black holed and die. And gyro is probably, an F tier carry right now. He's at one of the bottom tiers of the carry list.
He can get an Aghanim Scepter, and it is pretty annoying black holing him because he keeps hitting. And if he has a Satanic, you actually... Well, he still dies, but...
Yeah, that's the point.
Because he's just not good, yeah. But it does give opportunity for, people to go interrupt it.
Back when Gyro was good, that used to work all the time. But now that Gyro's not so good, he presses Satanic, has Ags, gets Black Hold. He still dies every single time. So it's not really a straightforward counter. So they're just going for momentum, and they just want to, get really far ahead really early with Undying plus Gyrocopter.
Or is it next level? Is this a 4 gyro or mid gyro?
No, that would be the SA team. I don't think that they would try something like this. They used to do this thing where they went to go Basher, right, to cancel the black hole. And you get lucky.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a mean...
It's such a low... You hit 3 times during the black hole, so you have a very low chance.
They also changed it so the sidekick now hits the unit furthest away from you instead of the closest.
Yeah.
Which is a bit of a problem if you're getting black holed right in the face. I mean, there's been a lot of changes to Gyrocopter where he's not seen very much as a carry. The only time we do see him is pretty much in this one scenario.
Moving on from this gyro pick, which you're all surprised by. Now they have to cover. It is 8th pick after all. So they have some bans. They got rid of the Terrorblade, a classic Gyrocopter, core-to-core counter.
Yeah, so they are committing to it.
And the Ursa as well. Yeah, they are.
The Ursa and the Lifestealer and the Juggernaut and the Morphling. There's a long list of carries that do hard counter Gyrocopter.
These are the worst.
It is true. And Aster, actually, I mean, they would love to have their staple Morphling pick in
that looks juicy right now for sure.
Undying and Gyrocopter.
Yeah.
I almost forgot his name because I haven't seen him in so long.
The old man has resurfaced just like me.
Yeah.
Sure, I mean, but the fact that it's 8th pick means, especially when your first pick, it's pivotal to their strategy, right? Like the teams that have been using 8th pick like this have only really been EG with their Timbersaw pick, which is the rare, right? Usually we've seen the Bat Riders, the Broodmothers, Linas, whatever it is that's strong in the meta.
Yeah.
So there must be something up their sleeve here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Skeeter. He played Lifestealer in game number 1 too, right?
Yeah, but he lost that game.
Exactly.
He doesn't care what's good or what's going to win or lose in the game.
That is my point here. Skeeter will play what he wants to play. If he thinks it's good in the particular game, whether the meta or not agrees with it, he's going to find a way to try and make it work.
Always racking his head. How do I fit this gyro into my draft now?
I liked him on the Ursa. I think he had about the same performance as the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
It's just Ursa's a good hero.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at with Skeeter. Is if they get him a good hero, he'll perform. If they get him a bad hero, which they're likely to do,
I mean, then
he'll perform, but he'll lose because it sucks.
Okay.
So they're really going to need to enable this gyro, I think, to make it work.
Objectively, Gyro is a bad hero right now as a carry, right? But sometimes bad heroes in the right game can look good. So that's going to be really up to Tundra to surprise the masses here of how to make Gyro look good in a game like this.
Well, no, on the other side of Astra, they already have immense amount of team fight, overgrowth, black hole. What else do you combine with this? Or do you concern yourself with the gyro and actually pick something that deals with it?
I mean, the head-to-head matchup will be important at some point versus the gyro. I think if they can get a Morphlator, it'll be good. As far as what Aster need right now, I want to see some more playmaking on their end, something that can move around the map and have a reliable stun. We did see 33, which on the Enigma last game, and I think that's going to be a bit of inspiration here for Aster to maybe do something similar. He went to the Greaves and the Pipe into Force Staff and Aetherlands, and we did see the Aetherlands play in the last game with the Force Staff. He forced Drow to the low ground when he was on the high ground, right? So he's doing some innovative things here, and Aster's just maybe it'd open up their eyes. Like, yeah, maybe I can play Enigma in a way where I'm just not a black hole. I can maybe go a 4-staff route and just be a lot more utility. And there's like their playmaking potential that they end up picking up there.
Yeah, that Tiny will allow them to actually make some early plays, not rely on that mid-game timing.
Right.
You were talking, though, Jenkins, I want to touch on the offensive 4 stuff, because you were saying that all teams are starting to figure out that it actually is more useful than people give it credit for. And Tundra's the team we watch him do this the most.
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course it's them. It makes sense. This team is all about the tech. I know there was like a few patches ago, I want to say, like within the last year, I've heard like whisperings of aggressive 4-staffs. Like some people talk about it, but you see it so infrequently.
Who's
like,
been whispering that?
EG.
Whisper. Yeah.
Oh, whisper. Quite
Yeah.
literally.
Yeah.
It's actually Matthew.
Just one
Right,
person.
Matthew was whispering it to him, which
Yes.
is why Whisper is
Perfect.
called
Okay,
Whisper.
carry
'Cause
on. Sorry.
I think it's when you don't have a Tiny, when you don't have a Magnus, like it's still a way of repositioning these Linas and Nature's Prophets and range carries where people are playing the repositioning heroes to counter them. Why not just get a repositioning item that's also really good at disengaging? And I feel like disengaging and then going back in later is a lot of the games we're seeing, like that's how we say, oh, here's how they take the fight. They disengage, then go in later, right? Like it's a meta for that already. And it's a meta for the aggressive 4-staffs.
Let's talk about disengaging, something you need to disengage from, which is the Doom here they pick up. Counter for the Enigma, or used to be a counter for the Enigma somewhat, that's not seen as much, since considering Trumpeter is the star counter, Silencer is the second one.
Yeah.
Can be flexed into mid and offlane as well.
Yeah, I mean, 33's played it the most. This has been like a signature hero for quite some time now.
Yep.
When he's not playing the Zoo, he's playing the Doom. He's had 2 games on it right now. Yeah, 2 games on it, and he's won each of them. So he does have a 100% win rate on the hero, something he is definitely comfortable with. But it's definitely one of those heroes where I think works really well with the Gyrocopter, because I think the old style of like putting all your net worth on Gyrocopter and him carrying the game is not really a good strategy anymore, because I don't think this hero can carry. So the greedier they get with their cores, I think the more of a fan I am of this carry Gyro. His job is going to be to shut down the Enigma. If Doom is also farming, getting like a lot of net worth, they can just have a tri-core kind of like lineup and just scale into late game that way.
Right, it's like Gyro sucks, but you know he's going to have a good lane. And where he sucks is honestly like the late game. Like he doesn't outcarry a lot of other heroes. So you're basically like, okay, we're gonna have this guaranteed farmed, kind of crappy core, but then we're gonna have these other cores to make up for the fact that he's crappy in the late game. Yeah, that makes sense.
They even pick Monkey King. Sox has been doing this a lot, the 4 Monkey.
Yeah.
And he does deviate into more
Diffusal Blade,
Yes.
Scotty, that sort of thing. Yeah, he plays like a core.
He transitions into a core.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's fine. And then you're going to have Snake King on his Undying, just self-sacrificing all over the map. He's just going to buy wards, probably going to get a lot of farm. So there will be more room for farm on the map here. And if they really want to, if it's a good game for the Monkey King, there is a chance they could flex it to the mid lane as well. But I know the reason why they did pick it is because they could definitely put on Soxa as a pos 4. But you also have to keep in the back of your mind, you can't put something mid that Monkey King will destroy.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Monkey King Doom, it's a bit of a weak lane, but I feel like Doom is just playing a farm anyway.
Yeah.
So
It is
okay.
2 melee heroes, whatever.
It will be good if they can get the Ice Armor creep versus Drow.
Oh, yeah.
Drow will not
Yeah,
be able to
yeah.
contest that lane. I get super mad every time I play versus Doom and there's an Ice Ogre creeper, and it's probably going to be Sox's job to scout him. I wouldn't even be surprised if he wards for it and tries to get some vision of those camps.
Yeah, I've seen people block the medium camp against
You
Doom.
should.
And
You
they,
actually
they,
should.
they block their own easy camp as well, which is
Yeah.
literally you don't do that against like any other hero that I can think of.
Right. The Drow Ranger against the Gyro is also a very easy matchup. We've talked about it.
Right.
One of the many counters as in the meta.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
Because that is a hero that really likes to buy Satanic, right? And then you get the Hyperthermia, plus you're an agility hero, so you have high base armor. All that is like very terrible news for Gyrocopter. You can't get on top of the Drow.
You can't get a butterfly because she gets True Strike
Yeah.
from her ult as well.
And does he ever build armor items? When have you seen Knight AC?
You would go AC, I
You
think.
have to.
And I think he has to go AC in this game, pretty much.
But it's not good.
But it's not that. It's not what you want to do.
Yeah.
It's this game isn't gonna be about Gyrocopter tanking the Drow in
No,
a man fight,
no.
right? So there is a Doom in the game. I think we are gonna need to see this Monkey King at some point, like get on top of the Drow. It'd be nice to see him transition. If he did get like a Scotty Diffusal at some point, I'd be super comfortable with Tundra's draft if they can get there. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of variables, and I think the Doom is a nice response as well, because like if he gets the Doom off on a hero like a Drow who does carry most of your net worth off, you kind of take him out of the fight.
So Tundra bans the Tusk. I thought maybe they would run the Tusk mid. I do feel like Tundra needs a hero to like go in and do stuff right now. Some sort of
Yeah.
spirit. It could be Storm, but 9 has not played it once in this tournament yet.
Yeah, that hero needs very specific matchups to be successful. So I'm not sure if that's what he's going to go for as well.
They don't have last pick either.
I mean,
right?
Nine has also been known to be the type of mid laner who can bust out just about anything if he's feeling
Yeah,
like
that's
it.
true. He could be Primal Beast or some crazy shit in this game, even though they already have 3 melees. I could see it.
They have something simple as Ember as well, obviously still in the pool, I believe.
No, Nine's not going to play Ember. That's too normal. That's too normal, bro.
Because you're right, they do need a playmaker, maybe something that also scales as a core. Like, they have to fulfill a lot of conditions, and something that's not going to lose a lane too hard because you don't have last pick.
They actually banned the Primal Beast.
I think
That's
that
so
was
funny.
that was a good ban though. I think.
Yeah.
Like I think they kind of do want that melee type of hero.
It would be good. They go for
Oh,
the
no,
Zeus.
all right.
Oh, okay.
All right, we saw Shopify Rebellion do this versus a Drow Ranger before. Very successful. Like, you just dump all that, like, damage from super far away onto the Drow. Normally she's outranging you and she's hard to get to. Or she's hiding in Fog of War. Zeus will remove that, so... And then this is, like, the oldest strategy in
Instant
the
counter.
books. Yeah. I mean, it's... Both teams are pretty greedy here, right? Like,
Yeah.
in a way. The one thing I do like Tundra's draft a bit more in the situation because I feel like Enigma is not going to have a good lane because he's versus Gyro. And then you've got a TA mid and a Drow. So Enigma might be very poor this game, and who's going to like make up for that deficit? It's going to have to be a really good laning stage for his TA and maybe get a little aggro early. I think a really bold TA pick here has to have a good lane.
Right. And you already talked about the importance of blocking the medium camp, otherwise the Drow could also have a very bad lane, and then you could have a really strong start by Tundra, especially with the Undying.
I feel like both safe lanes are going to do pretty well on both sides, but the thing with the Drow tree is I feel like a Gyro can run around and like actually do stuff for his team before the Drow can, but yeah, we'll see how this TA Zeus matchup goes. I have seen Zeus do kind of fine against TA in this patch. Like, things have changed since we would talk about the TA as a Zeus counter. Zeus has Heavenly Jump now, so he can use that to get away from ganks, and the traps aren't as scary. He has a better attack animation.
TA can't really deny creeps anymore with the refraction.
With the refraction, exactly.
Yeah.
That's how you would like dumpster him before. So Zeus can pretty easily like arc lightning out the wave. I think probably Tundra has the better late game, even with the TA mid. Just with the Doom Aghanim Scepter Octarine build and like Zeus, Sanjin Kaya, or like Ethereal Blade and just popping off with shitloads of damage.
And just whatever carry they have, just ignore that. But we can't.
I don't think the carries matter. Let's not talk about Gyro again.
we ignore that, but we cannot ignore the most important part of this match. It's not the players, it's not the teams, it's the two casters, Cap and SVG.
Yeah, we actually put it in our contract that Avo has to compliment us on camera at least 5 times a day. So
I put it that they couldn't hire him, so obviously your contract went through. Mine,
we can see who holds the power in this relationship, can't we?
the corporations.
Game 3 of Aster versus Tundra is about to be underway, and I mean, it's spicy, right? The TI champs show up to the first major after they've won. Don't make upper bracket. Start out in the lower bracket by losing game 1. They do manage to bounce back, but still, going to this game 3, elimination on the line. Meanwhile, Aster, who are supposed to be, I mean, they didn't top out the Chinese TPC, but I think both of us felt like they were the stronger of the 2 Chinese teams. And, well, PSG LGD is also in the elimination spot, so we might not see any Chinese teams any further past today.
It's crazy that these teams are meeting, and they're 1 game away from eliminating some of them.
Yeah.
Because I had both these teams in my top 4, so I look like
Same.
a complete fool right now.
Same.
But that is how Dota works. It is a brutal game. It does not wait for you. It does not give you any leniency. You either continue to adapt and overcome and improve, or somebody pushes you into the gutter and stomps on your dreams and makes you get a real job. None of this ever happened to me.
Yeah. Well, you did get a real job. You're here. This is a real
talking
job.
this gyrocopter.
Yeah.
I've been talking
Good
to some
pick,
people
bad
about.
pick?
I've been talking about Gyro versus Enigma, right? People have been talking. What counters Enigma? What counters Enigma? Went up to Arteezy yesterday, everybody's favorite player. I said, Artur, you having problems with Enigma? He said, yes. This is a real conversation.
Yeah.
I said,
I was there.
Why don't you just pick Gyro? You know what he said?
What did he say?
He said, why are you talking to me?
He said, who are you? How did you get past security?
But the point is,
But Artur, I worked with you. I coached you.
The point, he said, please leave my room. The point of this story is that this Gyro has been on some people's radar. They've been thinking about it. Even if they don't like thinking about it, they've been thinking about it. And now we see it pop back up. And if you're going to pick this hero versus Enigma, you first phase it, because then at least you can get 2 other carries to make up for it, right? Which is kind of what they did. They got the Doom and the Zeus. That's who's going to carry this game. Skeeter's just here for the ride. is to get some Eidolon kills, get some farm up, maybe front line, bait some spells out, right? If you get to the ultra late, he's going to be pretty strong. But this Gyro has a pretty large valley in the mid game that not a lot of pros have been able to get over. So I'm looking towards 9 to pick up the ultra late game slack like Zeus normally can, and that Ags Doom, that's on my radar, right? Anytime you play this Doom Enigma matchup, all about that Ags.
I'm sorry, we gotta get a patch, man. I hate this. Saxa is in some trouble, but so is Pichot, and he dies first. In fact, Saxa survived through it all. So first blood goes to 33. Saxa is gonna try and put some damage onto Monet as well.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that was a lot. Need that Train Protector back stat.
Man, how did this tree just died level 1 to double melee? That's very rare.
I mean, we already saw it. We casted some games. The Monkey King 4 is the answer to Treant 5. 100%. 100%. I've seen it enough times. I am totally convinced by this pick.
It's really an execution-based lane. This Treant can be very good versus Monkey as well, especially if you get level 2 first. You have a bunch of sustain. You can man up on them through the Jingu, but you have to play those early waves really well because otherwise it just swings very violently. I agree. Overall, though, I think support Tree is decent versus support Monkey most of the game. Living Armor is really annoying for who he goes on. The Overgrowth just disables you. The Monkey can find you in the trees and kind of jump on you, but then you Leech Seed and run away, and it gets really weird.
Tree can also find the Monkey King and build a Quelling Blade.
Saxa might be in trouble. Getting punched.
Yeah, he is going to be in trouble, and he is going to die here. But at the same time, Tree takes a lot of damage. Oh, little tornado action, huh? Is that going to be enough? He gets super low. He gets off another round of Leech Seed, but it doesn't get to heal him in time. So 33 picks up another kill in this.
Look at all the camps that got blocked, though. All 3 of these dire northern camps got blocked. They're trying to prevent this Doom getting a good creep, and they kind of do, right? It's not a Satyr. It's not the Mana Burn. The Mana Burn's deeper in the jungle, so 33 hasn't seen that yet. And they're at least going to keep on this Tornado, which is more expensive. You have to commit 100 mana for the spell. It's not that efficient damage. It's kind of whatever. He really would have wanted something better, so they at least denied 33 this early creep action. But he's still winning the lane. And this guy on Doom destroys lanes, right? If I'm going to pick a single Doom player in the world to run away with a lane win, it's going to be 33.
For sure.
You don't want to give this guy a good start. You do not want to give him too much, and he'll run away with it.
If anybody was wondering what I was talking about, what I found is stupid is both the 5 and the 4 in that bottom lane were pulling waves, and and Tiny was pulling it deep into the jungle because the Undying was trying to follow him with his own wave. Something about that just I don't like. Multi-shot trying to slow him down.
Level 2 Leech Seed.
Yeah, level 2 Leech Seed doing a lot. Zaxa is going to get kited around a little bit now. Still has that Jingo, so it's not like the tree can come forward and do anything here. Both of them low, but one of them has a healing salve. The other does not.
But he has the trees and the regen.
And people forget that passive does increase your regeneration factor.
Yeah. Always want to fight on the trees. That's why cutting the trees is also super valuable in the lane.
Yeah.
Which they didn't really do up here, but, I mean, because Monkey wants to use them as well. I'm going to go on Monet. I don't know if this is the go, though.
Yeah, going on to Monet right next to a tower. They're going to commit to be able to kill the Dream Protector. They get him. Monet's going to be able... Oh, maybe not!
Trade for you.
He dodged the shot! Saxa outplaying him, and of course the Monkey King to counter to the Dream Protector.
Of course, as we've all seen. I mean, honestly, nice early Infernal Blade to stop that last right click, too.
Oh, yeah, that was a cool choice.
Get some extra damage in here. Taking that over a Devour point, but you're shutting down Monet, getting into the return kill there, which is pretty nice. How's mid going? 9 is forced to base, and XWI is free farming.
Gonna go deny himself to the tier 2 if anybody's...
He won't get the courier!
Oh, the courier! Oh, that would have been a cool timing.
The little bunny.
It does leave 33 alone. They're immediately going to go on him, and he's down that alleyway, so they got a little bit of slow out of the Brambles. Not quite enough, though.
Still has Mangoes and a Salve, so... And Arcane Boots online.
Ooh.
Once again, he's having a pretty good laning phase on his Doom. I rarely see him get shut down on this hero, even with the weaker creeps. Still putting in a solid performance. That said, lane is very even across the board. I don't see anybody really getting destroyed, right?
Well, I mean, XWI is breaking a little far ahead, but would you expect this in the TA Zeus matchup?
Yeah, I expect TA to free farm this matchup. I think it's also more about, do you get a bunch of Ancient stacks up, right? Because that's where TA can pull ahead of Zeus.
Jumping on him. Small little mini stun helps land the jump from Saxa, and it looks like her Train Protector is going to die. Picho, bye-bye. And Monet is going to be chased away as well.
Those early kills are really adding up on this lane. Because now they have the levels on the Monkey, they can just play super aggressive and jump on you.
Yeah.
And that's where that matchup shines. Especially Boots and Orb of Venom done for Soxa. This roaming monkey is completely online, and I say roaming because he's looking towards mid. 6-minute rune. Won't get it, but still deny it up.
Good enough.
Honestly, I'm a bit worried for Baboka here. We haven't mentioned him.
What's going on with that bottom lane? We haven't really
I'll tell you, he's
at
level 1 because he's been
What?
pulling. He has been pulling waves. He did an ancient stack. This Tiny is level 1. He's not even close to level 2. And it's 6 minutes. This
So
is
he's
too
just been
sacrificial.
pulling waves the entire time.
He's been giving solo XP, messing with Snake King, stopping pulls, this type of deal, right? But the downside is you end up super low level. I don't think you want to be this low level. You're still a Tiny, right? You can still make stuff happen on the map.
Yeah.
Baboka is just going to sacrifice everything here to enable his Enigma and enable the ancient stack for his TA.
Well, he is going to stack up those ancients, and then TA is going to leave lane. So maybe he takes mid afterwards.
Yes, he will likely ask for the mid here.
Yeah.
So maybe he gets it back. But that also indicates that Aster is in no rush this game, right? Because this is not going to be some fast game with Tiny roaming around. You're taking skirmishes. This is an ultra farm efficient game from Aster. That's what they're going to try and play here. Keep their towers up with treants.
Yeah, it's a TP because they're going to make a dive onto XXS. Really good avalanche to stall things up, and that'll make sure the Enigma does survive. It doesn't look like Gyrocopter's gotten that many Eidolon kills.
No. Does have 16 denies of his own, which is pretty high for Gyro. So Skeeter's done a really decent job of controlling the equilibrium down here and denying the Enigma farm. I mean, if you look at the net worth, he's 400 ahead, right? Some of this is Baboka being a little sacrificial on that lane, but some of it's Skeeter and Snake King just playing this lane well.
Snake King
is going to soak.
Yeah, just a little bit.
He is also low level on a dime, but you would kind of expect that more. An 8-minute rune coming. Everybody wants it.
Yeah. Who's going to end up getting it here? It's more heroes of Tundra.
And Tundra are way stronger on this rune fight.
Yeah, and Tundra is stacked on the right-hand side, so it might still spawn top, and Aster could get it.
Not too bad for XWY. Wins
does.
the 50-50 and a DD. Can't ask for a better rune. Well, maybe you can, but we'll leave that to Quinn.
Sox in some trouble, or he's going to scout out XXS. It's XXS who's in some trouble here. So they're going to jump onto him still, and 9 actually came with them. So when they got that 8-minute rune, 9 was just like, let's just go ahead and gank bottom.
Why not? It's a freebie. Might even just be able to take this tower if you commit the heroes. The tower defense for Aster is really bad outside of living armor.
But it does leave 33 on an island. So
gonna
many
die?
heroes in that other side of the map. 33, the multi-shot isn't quite enough, and the Tree Protector's going to die instead. And now Soxa gets on top of Monet. I don't think he's going to keep... Oh, nice quelling. Well played by Monet. Read him like a book.
He almost... You know what? He should have faked the jump to get the quelling laid out. That's the next level play.
Is there even much of an animation to that, though? Damn, XWY made full... double damage was the best rune. Look what he just did.
That was the best rune. He won everything out of that.
Wow.
Free solo tower versus Zeus mid, who generally likes to have his tower up so he can stay around mid and keep farming, right?
Yeah.
Because Zeus does not want to go back to some ancient stack like TA does.
No.
It is not where he wants to be ideally. This is a very big tower for Aster. Again, they want to play a slow game around the tree, and having extra space to do that, maybe mid's more secure for you. Pretty big advantage XWY is giving him, and now he's rotating too. This is not an AFK Templar assassin.
Is Monet going to help out here? I feel like Bishop thought Monet was going to help him.
Why would he think that?
Monet's like, bro, don't bring him to me. I'm currently hitting creeps
what
right
the
now.
hell? They have a ward on him.
Yeah, they do. Really nice deep ward.
He's like, you should have ran the other way, man. Come on. I left that lane for a reason. Another early tower, though. XWY rotated down here. No one's here. He'll leave. That'll mean free tower for XXS. Early tier 1s. Going Aster's way.
Snagged the last hit. Well played.
It's the mental advantage right there.
What is that voice line? You know, there's some players out there who will just go through every single voice line to find the one that, I don't know, tickles their fancy. Maybe they think it's the most annoying thing possible. Like Force.
That's just a good voice line.
I mean,
and I don't think it's any coincidence either.
No, I don't think so either. 10.5 minutes in, and towers are just falling left and right here. Mostly for Aster, because they seem to have this general consensus that, like, we are going to take objectives early against Tundra. We're going to take these outer towers. Tundra is responding somewhat in kind. They put some pressure on bottom. Now they're taking top.
I'm worried for Aster space. This is a very farm-heavy lineup between the 3 cores. Panel was talking about it. You have this TA who needs to take triangle. Where does Monet go? I think that's what he's trying to figure out, right? He has to defend his camps on his own. He's kind of getting poked here by Monkey. If Tundra decide to permanently invade, I don't think you can fight it if you're Aster. Don't really have the levels on supports. But Boca took the Tome and he's level 5 after taking mid XP too. So again, he has to catch up a lot in this game. And his game isn't really playable until he has Blink. It's just not easy to gap close an Undying Monkey with a tiny.
Oh no, he stepped out of the trees. Oh no, the tombstone cut down. Okay, he's still getting damage, so it's not like Pichot can get into the trees. They're going to keep the damage on him, so he's dead either way.
I think he did that purposely.
That was funny, though. Well, if he did it purposely, it didn't work. Saksa still got the last hit.
This is my kill.
And he's going to rush a Heaven's Halberd. That is a super interesting idea for a super mobile hero. I guess his plan is just to jump on the Drow Ranger or the TA and Halberd them.
Why not? Get in there, throw a Wukong down, disarm the Drow. What are you going to do? Sit here and watch me dance. Another double damage. 9 did not feel strong enough to man up and deny that rune. So the second double damage rune for XWI, we will keep track to see if he breaks Quinn's record.
He's going to go for it. And once again, the cores are around, but they can't really help him. Maybe they can. They're going to go for the kill into the Monkey King, and they actually get it. Oh, the Thunder God's Wrath. I thought they actually managed to save the Treant Protector, but Pichot dies anyway.
You want to play a game, Cap?
Sure.
How many deaths do you think this Treant has?
How many kills do they have? How many kills does
They have
Tundra?
9
They have
kills.
9. I'm going to say 5? Is that right?
No. He's having a rough one. He's having a rough one.
Oh my God, he has 8? I thought for a second, I was like, has anybody else died? And I was like, there's no way he's got like 7 or 8 deaths, right?
I mean, every time I see Pichu die this game, I feel like I've seen this before. It's because you have. He has 8 out of their 9 deaths. That is a lot for a single player in like that 12 to 13 minute mark. So he has tanked it. He has tanked it for his boys. He doesn't want to hear any shit for the rest of the game. So you guys need something buy for yourself, man. I'm done. I'm going top.
Not even the
creeps.
observer wards that are free. I ain't buying that.
Deward your own wards. Stack your own camps.
From a distance. That is the nice part about this. You've got Zeus plus a very long distance stun like Earthshaker. Like that combo is really annoying for supports.
Poor man's Fissure.
Yeah, poor man's Fissure. That's what it is. Boundless Strike.
Very poor man's Fissure, but can get the job done. And I think the map distribution in terms of farm is a lot simpler for Tundra here. 33 has Devour Midas. He's going to play top. He only needs a couple camps, and he's going to be highest net worth. It gives Skeeter the whole triangle in this mid area. Saksa can split push lanes, and 9 can just pick up the slack either around mid or anywhere else and help with the pickoff, right?
Yeah.
It feels a lot more natural, whereas after kind of fighting over the same camps right now, and I still think Monet is getting displaced because Enigma and TA need to take so much. Is this number 9?
That is number 9.
Oh,
no.
God.
You know, everybody's had a game like this. If you're a Dota player and you've played more than 100 games, you've had a game like this. And it feels awful. I can't even imagine what it feels like on a main stage.
I mean, I've been there. After about the 6th or 7th death.
You're just numb to it?
Yeah, you kind of chill out.
You're just dead inside?
Honestly, it's almost becomes fun.
Hey, don't worry. XXS will get some revenge for you.
That's that tree cut with the pulse.
Vengeance is mine.
I am serious, though. About the 8th or 9th death.
Yeah?
Just like, yeah, come kill me again. Come kill me again. My team is space from a team.
Come on. Hit me.
At that point, you have your honorary astronaut license. You've made so much space.
I was like, what?
You've never heard that?
No.
Blasting off to Mars, brother. I hope you guys carry me back home.
At this point, Pichot is going to be competing with like SpaceX.
Pichu to mission control.
This is Major Pichot.
I mean,
I'm feeding nonstop, and there's nothing I can do.
I mean, he's having a rough one, but he's still making the play, which is you go top, you dare him to kill you again, you get some XP.
Yeah, I bet they will.
I think they're going to take the dare.
They're going to take that dare. Triple dog dare you to kill me.
Number 10, the X.
Oh, juked him out a little bit.
There's no juke. It's a rough.
They had to cast one more spell.
Space created, though. I'm really freaking out. I am also freaking out for you, my friend. But Who is benefiting from this? Well, I mean, Tundra is because they're killing him a lot. But XWY, he's getting some space. Monet is not dying. He has 0 deaths on his Drow in a game where they could have been invading and aggressively going on him.
Closing in on Saksa, who tried to challenge the Drow Ranger, but there are heroes this time around. If it's anybody else, Aster will fight back. They will defend each other.
Where's the help for him? I feel like I've seen this play a couple times this game. I think it's the right read by Saksa. You can invade this jungle and kill the Drow because Treant's not a non-factor.
Where's
But he
the
doesn't have the
gyro,
help.
right? Shouldn't
Or
the gyro?
Doom, the gyro or the Doom, or
Okay.
maybe Snay with a Thunder's got on top of that or something, right?
Yeah.
It just feels like it's a solo Saksa play.
Oh, gotta find 33. Toss him back to XXS.
There's a
With the
huge
Malphus
find.
and the damage from XWY. It's gonna be close with the Hurricane Bike. Oh, he pushed himself with a stolen creep, and now
Couldn't get
he's
the
gonna turn
Doom.
around, threaten the Doom. He's gonna push Aster away with the Tombstone out, and with 9 slowing him down, XWY's just dead. Bobica's gonna get run down. Oh, it was a big bait, it seems. And Tundra are gonna clean up on some Aster heroes. See if they get it even more. I think they will. No? Okay.
Nothing. But they're right next to the pit.
Oh, yeah, that's
And
even better.
That's why I thought that kill was going to be good for Aster because you have Death's OTA. You get kills right next to the pit. You just go right in. You have Black Hole Greaves. That was kind of their timing to try and hit this. If they lose it, you are going to be really far behind in this game because you're playing versus Midas Doom. And 33, he's been quiet, but he's 3-0-5. He had a very good lane stage. He is very farmed. And Ag's Doom takes this game over. Ag's Doom just makes it so Monet has to carry you.
Yeah.
And Monet has not had all that space. So now the TA's game flow has kind of been destroyed here. He got all the Ancients super high level, almost all 14, and didn't get Roshan. Instead, it goes to Skeeter, who now has Ags online, and Tundra in control of this map. I mean, they have 3 carries. I don't think they're afraid to go in late game here.
I bet XXS is kind of regretting that black hole usage earlier, right? Because if he still had it, he would have used it on
Maybe
Doom.
a little.
They kill a Doom right next to the Roshan pit. Maybe they take Roshan.
I don't blame him in the late. It's
Oh,
so
no
hard
doubt.
to black hole in these fights.
Sure.
There's the monkey stun that can come out. There's a bolt from Zeus. Doom can just doom you.
Yeah. That is in the name.
And early Hurricane paying dividends.
Yeah, also 33 at the right creep,
Yep.
as you said.
He always has the right creep.
Avalanche from a
fine
distance
Saksa.
before he could jump away to the trees. Toss him over to XWY. And Saksa is a lot squishier, but he does have that ultimate. That gives him a little bit of armor. Can he get away? Oh, the TA traps. It's not going to be
No,
enough.
he's
Oh,
going
he's jumping back in, you madman, Saksa. He jumps away again. He's toying with them. He's playing with Aster, and he's absolutely wrecking them. XWY will get the one on Snake King, but Saksa from the trees. How you doing down there?
Double Wraith Band and the Sage giving him extra survivability with the armor. I thought that Wukong was just going to be a wasted one. It's one of those Wukongs you throw out and you're like, yeah, why not? I'll throw it out. But
The bonus, what is it, 20 armor? 14 at level 1.
if you're not killing Monkey with your strongest mid hero,
Oh, yeah.
your strongest hero from mid, and your pickoff, and you're getting turned around double killed when Tundra, look at how far away they are. It's not like Tundra's here.
Also, more trickery dodges, right?
Yeah, the trickery dodge into buying time to get back into the trees, off the stun. Perfect gameplay.
Going back in. Bobica just, maybe the cooldown was just coming up, I think, from Avalanche, so he couldn't
Not
stop
fast
him in
enough.
time. God damn, that was dirty. Saksa and his 4-position Monkey King, man, so good. Aster, so I wanted to talk about this. It seems to me that Aster, like Tundra have their typical, like, we're going to be super efficient, we're going to take over the map, and we're going to build and build and build, right?
They are building.
I feel like Aster deliberately drafted big late game.
They did,
XXS.
but they might not get there.
They, it
The
doesn't.
rate this game is going, and look at all the auras up for Tundra. This is their wheelhouse. Drum on Snay. You have Wraith Pact already up for 33 on top of that Greaves, so you're looking at a physical damage line from Master. Good luck, my friend, right?
Yep.
And then Saksa's going to have his halberd. He's going to get it this game. He's been getting those kills, so you're going to have a huge amount of early utility come out for Tundra. I don't know if Aster are going to be able to deal with it. Their support duo is going to be lacking the damage. You're going to have to play off tossbacks. That's probably your best bet now.
Pretty much. And those haven't worked the last 2 times they've tried it.
No, they have not come close.
Oh,
to
this
it.
is a bad fight. They bottled the double damage rune earlier. Aster do not want this fight.
Yeah, but can you give up your triangle here to Gyro?
Well, I don't think you have a choice. It's either let him have Ancients or let him have Ancients and Heroes. Because he's got Aegis DD. I can't see a way you're winning this fight.
Say they're stuck between a missile and a tombstone.
Something like that, yeah.
Do I get $5 for that one?
And Tombstone's made out of steel.
Need
And-
jet fuel to melt steel beams, Cap.
But Gyro has the jet fuel.
Oh, God, they don't have to counter. Buy some jet fuel.
And Gyrocopter, I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but Gyrocopter is an answer to Enigma later on in the game, right? Because you get Ags and Satanic, and if
Yes.
he black holes you, you can still have some sustain.
Some degree. That's super dependent on how that team fight plays out. We saw a game earlier in this tournament where Hector got to that point.
Yeah.
He had the Ags, the Satanic, and he got black hole. Kind of just died in black hole.
Sure.
A lot of times, black hole is not the only thing dealing damage to you in it. If it's a true one-on-one, you just get black hole. I mean, yeah, you sit there. It's also pretty dependent on if you pop the Satanic first,
Yes.
which if you don't get it off, it's not really doing much for you. But yes, this Gyro does have some good gameplay versus the Enigma outside of just the lane. And of course, like we were mentioning, he has 2 other carries. So if he runs in, tanks the black hole, just lives for a while, Skeeter does not have to do the most damage in the fight for them to win the fight. They have 2 other huge
Oh, here's another toss back. This side, they've been downgrading all of these toss backs. Now they're going for the 5-position staking, and it's not going to work out either.
Hey, at least one
Okay,
here.
hey, never mind. The multi-shot works, so they trade kills at least, but XWY slow down to a crawl. They're throwing all this damage. He had some launch charges, but here comes 33.
I mean, he has BKB on TA, so you don't want to overextend here.
No.
He did not go blink on 33, so he's not playing that early initiation game. He is just farming. Midas fully online, Devour fully online, going to Aetherland, so this is his build into later Octarine build for the Doom. They're just going late, man, and I don't think Tundra are afraid of going late because they're winning the economic war and they're kind of winning the scale war. I don't see a way you deal with the Ags Doom for the rest of these heroes outside of the Drow spacing it. Feels like last game, you're just putting all your eggs on the Monet basket and hoping the Drow is enough damage.
Well, this time around, they went the XWY TA, right? Which you already had the Drow Ranger. It felt like they were doubling down on carries, which is why I said I felt like they intentionally drafted late game. That does leave Aster, I mean, they may get super far behind, but it does leave them always some hope of coming back into the game, right?
It is true. You do have TA traps. You might get the good vision. Overgrowth can still be good in an overextension. Same with Black Hole. And maybe the one saving grace this game compared to the last one is you're not going to fall behind that fast in relation to the split push. Like, Tundra's going to group a lot more this game, and you're not afraid to shove the waves as much, right?
Yeah.
You can get out on the map with this TA. You can get out with the Drow. The lineup from Tundra is really focused around this 5-man ball. The catch isn't crazy. Though that side, I feel like Aster have been catching themselves, so maybe that doesn't matter. You know, you're going on socks and you get killed in return. That's a rough one. Tundra setting up pretty good smoke. Probably going to catch somebody unless XWI sniffs it out.
I mean, he's got BKB, but they have Doom on 33, and they're going to use it immediately. No chances of an escape. And they're even going to get the Dream Protector as well. That's pretty nice. Okay, tosses him backwards. Is he going to live with the Guardian Greaves and everything? What a save from Bulbaca. A beautiful
Bulbaca,
toss away, and they're
ambulance.
covering each other. They're layering these saves. Saksa, is he going to jump forward for it? Is he going to try and stop him? Leaps after him.
Midnight
XXS
Pulse,
has the
Sony,
missile on him. They're going to be able to Wukong's command as well. Almost killing him. XXS a little bit more, and they get him with a Soul Rip, and now Monet in trouble as well. Has to force Sap over the side. Nine's going to chase after him. He gets the dust, push back away. Snake King getting around, but he's not going to go down that high ground. He'll stick it out. It's an okay fight for them. Would have been the dream if they killed TA, though.
You get Doom on cooldown at least.
Yeah.
Getting XWI out of there is huge. And you do have that turnaround on the high ground, but the sustain from the early auras is too much. They just power through it.
Yeah.
You have Overgrowth there. You have Midnight Pulse. You have Black Hole, but you can't hold it. Doesn't do anything for you. And the early Nimbus on 9. Really annoying on the map and really annoying in the fights. Lets them start off these ganks, guarantee a Doom since he didn't go that early blink. Helps them close the gap on these other cores, and a little extra vision never hurt.
Yeah, I mean, you could split push.
Cancel Black Hole.
But there's always the chance you're going to get Nimbused or Boundless Struck when you try and TP out.
Yep, and Tundra really like the Zeus for this reason. They feel the Zeus gives them the threat on the side lanes without having to be there, which is kind of Nine's job in this team. Give them the kill threat on the cores. Zeus is doing it right now while he's farming Ancients. Aster got to make something happen here soon, or I worry for them going into that late game. And
Oh, Bulbaca.
this move.
Is there a
gotta
toss
connect.
back? He's waiting. Nobody in range. Aster.
He bailed you out. You got to
Quite
help him
fast
back.
enough. Yeah, they kind of do. Look at Saksa's build. He's going to go with Scotty, second item. Insane. Snake King's going to be thrown back to XXS. And this time around, now it feels like Aster are actually getting the damage to be able to burst down some of these free picks. That
Gotta
they should
stay out on
get.
the map, though, because I don't think you want to trade that aggressive observer just for one support kill.
Yeah,
It's
well, they want
immediately gonna
Roshan,
get
right?
rewarded. Yeah, so you need the
Oh, a
vision
DD!
control.
Oh,
He got
Saksa!
baited.
He all in for the DD. He's like, no, I can't let them have this, but XWY gets it anyway, and he's going to use it
A
to
gift
finish
from
off
Gabe
Saksa.
himself here for Aster.
Oh.
Double damage for XWY on a Roshan respawn.
You couldn't ask for a better timing on this. And hey, shout out to Bobica protecting that DD rune and baiting Saksa effectively.
Heads up play from Aster. You play for these small windows. You never know what'll happen. Somewhere backstage, RLTK is smiling.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe for the first time today,
Maybe
but
for-
he is smiling.
Maybe the first time at this event period. It's still 7,000 net worth lead for Tundra, and they really haven't fought into this gyrocopter once. So we've yet
No.
to see what that power looks like.
I mean, I don't know if Gyro's... He's strong. He has his items. He's up to the Crystal of Satanic, so he's hitting his gyro timing.
I didn't know you could Hurricane Pike the missile. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, you can force staff it too.
I
Shove
did
it in
know.
faster.
Actually, I did know the Force Staff one, so I guess that makes sense.
The missile's a sentient being, Cap. Don't discriminate.
Makes me think he's Wally. Wally.
He has dreams of his own, you know.
Saksa not able to set up in time. Tundra not able to set up in time as Aster do take that tier 2. But Aster may still get greedy for this map. They may try and take this area.
I mean, this is where their vision is, and they have Aegis, so you're not really afraid of XWY getting doomed or slain. Tundra really want to retake this. I think there's a world where Tundra could split push this Aegis out and not be too worried, but again, they're hitting the gyro timing right now, and they feel super strong. Still, this is a dangerous game for both teams. You don't want to overextend if you're Tundra and get pulled into Overworld Black Hole while XWY can respawn on that Aegis.
Oh, it feels so tense. Game 3, elimination on the line. Aegis on one side, 7K gold lead on the other. It's tight. I can just see how one team fight breaks this game open for one side or the other.
This is a very close game.
I think whoever wins this next fight is just going to run away with it. Because we've seen Bobica trying to get the D ward on the high ground, stuck on the wrong side of this Wukong's man, looking for the toss back. Saksa's going to just kite him out like he did last time. No siree.
Way too much zone control. Once you're stuck on the Wukong, the Tombstone, the auras come out. Good luck fighting into that. Again, Aster don't want to give up this ward. They're 1 foothold on the map.
Oh, they're going to be able to get the ward with the Monkey King, but he's stuck on the high ground. See if they have the vision of him to be able to kill him before the Boundless Strike, and now he got the Force Staff onto the Drow Ranger with the Doom as well. They do manage to finish off this Monkey King. The Drow is instantly dead, and XXS is going to fall as well. Thunder God's Wrath used XWY, BKB, TP out. Is that a missile? It is a missile. Picho is, well, he can hug the corner of the map and hope, but the Zeus, he can target you. The Monkey King's going to catch up to you. Well, he's dead, actually, but they got him anyway.
Saksa, he has been owning these fights, man. He's dying, but it just sets everything up. Sure, you get the monkey and you pay with your blood. Saksa always happy to make these trades. He went frontline tank too, right?
Yeah.
The other benefit is Halberd. We're talking about the offensive capability if you get on Drow. You're in a situation like that where he's just baiting everything out. He lives so long there. Uphill mischance, Halberd mischance. Monet has to overcommit.
It feels like XWY should have been where Monet was.
Yeah, I
Right?
think
He
Monet,
needs to make himself the target.
He ended up very far. I even wonder if he got forced in or
he did.
or hurricaned or something. He probably got hurricaned.
He got Force Staffed in, I think. Or Hurricaned, you're right.
We'll see here, but look at the misses, man. And then you're just too far up. You get
Forced
stunned into the hurricane.
Hurricane
and
into Doom.
Yep.
Yeah.
The ward betrays you. And of course, XXS cannot really impact these fights if his front line goes down because it's just there's no way to black hole in this game. You're never going to see the Zeus, and he can always just stop it.
I mean, you're the pro player.
Oh, not anymore.
Or was. And there's got to be some psychological edge. Like, you're playing Drow Ranger again, right? And
True.
she now got killed in the same situation where you were too far forward and you got forced, or in this case, hurricaned in. Like, that's just got to feel terrible.
True.
You feel like you can't do anything against this Tundra line.
You're getting some deja vu right now. You're thinking, oh, man, is this game going to go the same as the other one? You know,
Yeah.
Do we lose our momentum? It starts to creep in, but that's why you're a professional, Cap.
Well, I was thinking more so that's why XWY is going to have to carry this, because Monet is probably a little shook right now.
I don't think this guy gets shook.
Yeah?
Might be a little frustrated. You know? He probably doesn't feel like the game is going as smooth as he would like. But to say he's shook, Cap, that's a bold, it's a bold claim
Good
versus
try.
a man who's rock steady at TI.
Pichot tried to go for the kill on Asaxa, missed it. Instead, he
Baboka's
and
guys.
Baboka, well, just Baboka, will get picked off. Either way, no matter what the mentality of is of the players, the net worth says that PYW, he's got to be the one. Monet, once again, charging forward. Oh, barely on the edge. What a great grab for Pichot.
Huge kill.
A monster kill. Actually, technically, a godlike kill, because that is a 10x streak 4-9. So that was a massive amount of gold.
Let that be a lesson, Cap. Let that be a lesson. Nobody kills Pichu 12 times.
My man's 1-11 and 4.
Nobody kills him 12 times. You will pay the iron price, sir. He gets his revenge.
Hey,
And that's a lot of
BKB.
time with Zeus off the map, which means you can start to shove the lanes back in if you're Aster here.
Yeah.
And that was set up by Monet, playing aggressive with the shadow blades, scouting it out.
seriously. I mean, I think you were right. He's not shook at all. He just played super
This guy
aggro.
does not get shook, Cap. I'm telling you. He's played too long, been in too many lands, had too many teammates yell at him. Now is the point to step up and shine, deliver for your team,
Why do you sound so angry?
because you're doubting Monet. And the second you doubt Monet, he springs on you. It's the same as doubting TI champions, which you were doing earlier. I still cannot believe both these teams are here in the lower bracket, man. Because I think both these teams are also teams that get stronger the more they play the tournament.
yeah.
So it's like, now is your chance to shove one of them out. If you're everybody else, you're probably happy you don't have to play versus one of these teams after this. But it's a question of who. Butterfly for Skeeter.
Ooh, that's a huge timing.
Yeah, he's getting big. I think the only thing left for this is the Swift Blink. That's when this gyro really comes online, because he can just blink on you and start going to town on either the TA, the Drow, close that gap, right?
He already has the MKB.
Who?
XWY just bought it. I was going to say he wanted to go
Oh.
Daedalus, but then I think he spotted the
The
gyro.
foresight here. I mean, you know what it was? It was that high ground fight. It was trying to hit the
yeah.
monkey high ground with Halberd. He's like, I need a goddamn MKB in this game. And then Skeeter with Butterfly, and it's already countered.
All right, so XWY has to be the one to put out the damage against this gyrocopter, and maybe even the Monkey King. As you said, with the Heaven's Halberd, that passive evasion is there as well, because the Drow Ranger's not going to have it for a bit. In fact, he's going to go for Satanic still. So
Panic. Interesting.
he's trying to be a combat ranger. He's going in.
Can be a nice item versus Doom if you can just stand your ground with extra lifesteal here. Say it takes Monet longer to die. Maybe you win the fight off that, right? Your TA carries it.
Yeah.
The reverse can also be true here. To me, these fights are all about the initiation. But Boca has to find the jump. He has to find a toss back, displace the fight into Aster instead of the other way around. Because the overextensions for both teams are brutal here.
I'm telling you, man, this is why I liked Aster's choices of late game, because they're down in
stalling
net
out.
worth, right? You know you're going to be down in net worth against Tundra, like very likely. But if you can use that net worth more efficiently than them, maybe it doesn't matter. They're down 11K, but it feels like a dead even game.
I do think XXS is the one suffering here. I have a hard time imagining him having good impact with Black Hole in this type of game where he doesn't have BKB, doesn't have a refresher, he can't just fight through the spells. And still, these fights are so dependent on the jump.
Smoke across the map.
33 got
Found
it.
the Tree Protector, and they got the Doom onto the TA. They have the Nimbus there to be able to slow him down
But
as
where's
well.
the
The
damage?
toss away. Once again, Bulbica using everything he can to be able to save XWY. The highest net
can't
worth hero
catch.
is away, and the Force Staff is out from Bulbica. Jump forward by 33, but
he
immediately the
overextended?
damage is going back in. Maybe a little bit to the rest of the team. They're going to come after him. They've got the Wukong's command to cover as well.
The kiting's too good. They just used everything, and they got nothing.
Aster can go back and fight.
They definitely
That was
can
a
think
lot
about
used.
it. They didn't use anything.
BKB's still up. Black Hole's
Doom's
still up.
down.
Over.
Baboka.
Baboka's just charging in.
Skeeter's
Drow
getting
Ranger.
kited. He hasn't been able to do anything.
He's been slowed down so much, they're going to chase after him. E-Blade is going to try and slow him down.
Monet's
Monet forced that big
aggressive.
forward. He uses the BKB. He wants this kill. He wants it bad. XWY. Finally, the damage is going to come in, and they're going to finish off the gyrocopter. Now they deal with the Nimbus as well. Just that.
Oh, Pichu
But
wants to
Roshan
catch.
is up.
Again, a timely fight for Aster. They pull it out. The catch is not there for Tundra. Sure, you have a monkey stun, you have this Doom, but Skeeter is just walking through these fights. He's walking through brambles with treads. He can't get on anybody. This Gyro needs the blink, or he needs some youth. The old man too slow to get in the midst of it. And it's another Roshan for Aster.
Need a hip surgery for that guy.
He needs a faster wheelchair or something. I don't know. He could not walk in for crap. And now you got Aegis, Cheese, Ags.
What do you think about this Ags? They gave it to Drow Ranger? Maybe they just don't really have a better one? Is the Splinter that good here?
I mean, that's the question. I don't think the Drax is that great here. I mean, it's a significant amount of damage, right? Who would it be better on? You can give it to TA, but the game isn't really becoming a split push game. It's becoming who wins the head-on fight.
Yeah.
I kind of agree with this. Just buff up your Drow's damage. Every little bit helps. Aegis to the TA. He can frontline here. Look for the tossbacks. You still have Black Hole. You still have Overgrowth. That said, Tundra have everything as well.
Oh, he tried, but the Nimbus is going to stop him. Boboka wanted to be able to get a toss back, but Tundra was very ready for it. Good retreat, though, from Aster. Not overextending again. And Aster, I mean, if the game felt even when Tundra was ahead by 11,000, now Aster, even net worth game. They've got an Aegis and Cheese, like you said. It feels pretty favored to them.
And the thing is, 33 went a lot of early auras in utility. Between Greaves, this Wraith Pact, and Octarine, he doesn't have this late game Blink, BKB, Refresher, Ags Doom, right?
Right.
So I feel like it puts a lot more pressure on this Gyro to get in the middle of those fights and start killing heroes. And where has that been? He hasn't been able to do it.
You specifically said a Gyrocopter is not the one to carry this game. You said it's got to be the Zeus.
No, I
it's gotta be
don't
the
think
Doom.
it is. I think the Gyro's game is pretty hard. I don't think he's been able to deal the damage to any of these cores in the fight. He still doesn't have Blink. He's going for BKB. I feel like Skeeter needs too much in this game, and then it's going to push it. I mean, who does it get pushed onto next? 9? Are you now trying to play the super long fights if you're Tundra? Because these initiations have not been working out, and you're getting your base push.
Aster's back into it.
I cannot believe how aggressive Monet plays in some of these fights, man. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah. He has made himself a target for sure, which...
He can so easily get aggressive. Force Staff, Hurricaned in, Monkey Stunned into all of that, right?
I mean, that is so impressive for the guy who's been carrying...
There's
Oh,
the
they're going to be
Hurricane.
able to push him into the Nimbus. They get a defensive Force Staff out at the same time. Bulbaca also was looking
Look at the
for
Force
the
Staff,
toss
man.
back. Wukong's command thought about it. Not quite. E-Blade goes out, but they have to get back to their base.
Tombstone Nimbus down, and you got a range Drax.
Something small. There's a DD top, and they've got a TA trap to spy it out, too.
The blessings of Gabe continue in this game.
Yeah.
It starts with a hope, and it ends with the 8th DD rune and the 15th Pichu death.
Maybe the game falls back to Soxa, man. He is actually closing in on that Scotty, as crazy as that is. I mean, he's done this before.
But does
where
it change this paradigm where how do you latch the damage onto the jump, right? That's the issue for Tundra right now. You can jump and stun him, but where's the follow-up? Now you're the ones getting stunned.
Oh, that's a lot of damage!
That's a lot indeed.
Holy cow, Skeeter's dead as well! Woo! You can't stand up to a double damage TA with a secondary carry in Dro.
I don't even think they had time to react with E-Blade there, or anything. That's your Gyro
Look at that. That marksmanship is providing so much to the TA with that double damage. On top of that, he's hitting for like 800 damage without crits.
They haven't even had to use Black Hole at any point. They're just winning the fight straight off the right click and Baboka initiating. Now you got a Doom buyback. That just killed his progression here. This game is flipped completely. It feels like Aster's in control. Of course, the team fight can always make a comeback here for Tundra. They have all of the AoE and zone control in the bank. But the big question I've been asking, can you connect the control with the damage? That has been the issue. And I don't think you're closing in on that. I don't think this BKB for Skeeter helps.
When the game felt even, Dota Plus was saying that it was actually 65%, around that area, favored for Tundra for a long period of time. Pretty much like 15 minutes to like 30 minutes. But now, it's plummeted heavily to the favor of Aster. They got a pretty significant 80-20 split.
And I agree. The damage is there now, right? You have Daedalus on Monet. You're basically fully slotted on this XWI Templar
Going for 9,
assassin.
toss him over to XXS. Nah, a little hop like that isn't going to take you nearly far enough. And just to make sure he's dead, XXS with an arcane rune uses the black hole. So it's just going to be a minute and a half before it's back up again.
That feels like the first black hole in this game. I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah.
40 minutes, but he makes it count. And now you're back in that high ground siege situation. Monet, no fear, has cheese, has BKB Titan Sliver. Try and jump me. Where's your initiation? You can stun me, but I'm going to get forced out.
XXS having a poke. Bulbika sees the opening here, gets
He's
a toss back,
evaporated.
and that's a dead gyrocopter. He does have the buyback, though. They have to be able to catch the heroes here. This is where Tundra has to hold, but if the Force Staffs continue,
Pretty good Doom.
her game pushed over to the side. He got a Doom onto the Dro. That's pretty good. He has the Aeon just to protect him as well, so he'll
XWI
stick on top
fighting.
of him. Stanking's going to fall from the TA. He starts leading into Soxa, but he's just got to get away from
got
this
cheese
Tombstone.
off.
Oh, he managed to get the cheese off. The Dro Ranger's back into play, but XWI is being slowed down.
Buyback's
He
coming
can't
to
kill
the
anything.
outpost.
Oh, multi-shot is going to be able to finish off 33, but the TP's coming
That's
in.
a
A toss
dieback.
backwards by Bulbika. Force half away. Can he get out? No. 9 kills him. But at the same time, he commits heavily. 2-man
What a
stun.
strike.
Soxa hits him. Jumps on top of Monet. Now they'll finish off the Dro Ranger. Now they'll bring him down. 3 dead. No buyback on Aster.
Soxa, you absolute animal. How does he find these stuns every single time, keeping them in this game? He has the Scotty up. Yeah, maybe your gyro can't carry, but this monkey might be enough.
Do not doubt the Soxa Monkey King.
He is indeed the king of this game. No matter which ways it goes, you have to give the performance to him. And what are the buybacks in this fight? I thought Tundra were going to have issues committing into that outpost buyback, especially after Monet gets cheese off on the back end. Dieback for 33 as well. He put his life on the line. Can't ask this Doom for any more.
I mean, I think it was so smart they didn't overly focus on the Dro. I think XWI is the
He's
man to
zoning
stop.
him. Yeah, he's zoning him with the damage. But look at Soxa. He knows his target. This is where that fight, it looked iffy, right? You have buybacks coming into the outpost. Monet recreated the gap. But finally, Skeeter gets involved. It took him 2 lives. Remember, that was costly for Tundra. You have a Gyro buyback, a Zeus buyback, and
True.
a Doom buyback, and an Undying buyback on cooldown. All 3 of your cores plus the Undying. Only Soxa, perhaps the real carry in this game, has his. Of course, Aster did commit some of their own. You had that Baboka buyback and the Enigma one, but they did not commit any of their 2 big damage cores.
You know, he went Blink Dagger, and I was like, oh, is he going to go Arcane Blink and do that build with the Wukong's command? Nah. Soxa's like, I got to keep carrying the damage aspect here.
He's going Deso.
He's going Deso. Like, he's carrying it off of being a nuisance and tanky as hell with the Scotty build and Heaven's Halberd, but now he wants to actually deliver the deeps.
He wants to deliver the final blow. If you get another Rosh in this game, give this man the Axe. That's all I know.
Oh, yeah.
Screw that AoE Doom. I don't think it's changing much. Give it to the monkey. Let him go to work. He's feeling himself, and he's trying to carry this game. Still Aster in a position, because, of course, if they find a single fight here,
Yes.
it's just over. You don't have the buys on Tundra to take another engagement like that. It was incredibly costly.
Yeah, it's all hype that Tundra managed to win a fight finally, but it cost them a lot, and now they're on a knife's edge. What do you do when you're on that knife's edge? Do you aggressively smoke into the enemy and keep the pressure up?
You steal
Or-
their double damage. That's what you do.
Oh, Skeeter, what can he do with this DD? How's Aster going to respond? They're up on the high ground right now.
They don't have buys either. There's no buy on this TA or Drought.
Yeah, they didn't have buyback for the last fight. They haven't had the time to farm it up yet.
Oh, smoke on smoke, but neither team wants to be the one that makes the first move. Even with the double damage, you're not pulling off. Of course, it's hard for Skeeter to use it because he still doesn't have Swift Blink or any gap close.
Yeah.
Oh, Baboka, he's looking.
Oh, they see Skeeter. That would have been a great toss-back opportunity, but it was a
Wore
little
down.
too far away.
You know Baboka will give his life for a core in this situation. Buyback be damned. He will toss anybody into this.
XXS checking in on him, far away from the BKB. So his chances of a really big black hole, I think, are a bit unlikely, but it's possible.
He's the X Factor. Like, Tundra have been assuming he can't get the black hole off, but in these late game fights, someone gets taken out of the fight, there's a missed position. Even 1 or 2 seconds on this black hole is enough for the TA and Drought to kill somebody.
Yeah.
You see how fast Skeeter dies. He does not need a full duration black hole.
We got 25s. 12, the Drill Ranger has the marksmanship chance. So that's a pretty significant one. TA closing in on 25. 24 and a half right now. Gyrocopter, his not the most amazing, but he does have his 25 coming up soon.
They're close, but they're not there, and Roche is up. Monet has his level 25.
Oh, Zeus has his. Like, he
does.
literally just needs like
he's
1
one
point
off.
of experience. Somebody kill a neutral for him. Oh, there's nothing there.
This is all about Roshan, and it's all about the vision. Because initiation is king right now. When you don't have buybacks, you take the first core out of the fight, you're going to be very happy committing for this Roshan.
What is Tundra's initiation? What are they looking for, and what are Astra looking for?
I mean, it's Soxa. It's
Okay.
Soxa getting the vision, getting the boundless strike, or it's 33 with the Blink Doom Hurricane. But again, 33 might not see everything. That's where Thunder God has to play a huge role. Nimbus potentially as well. And if you're Aster, use this tree shard to your advantage, right? You have the Invis tree and he has buy. Pichu can frontline here, find something. You have buyback back up for Monet on the gold. Aster going to get aggressive here.
He spots the Zeus, toss him over the creep wave. They managed to get the silence on top of him too. He has the E-Blade, so he's going to be able to stall his
surviving.
life a little bit more. They're going to focus on the Undying instead, but the
He's
E-Blade's
gone.
going to wear out and Nine's just going
No
to fall.
buy.
No buyback. Dead for 2 minutes. Snake King barely lives here. They got to deal with the Tombstone. Skeeter's coming in.
Yes, Daedalus.
I mean, I think they're looking at this like,
Just go
do we,
Rosh.
do we give them Roshan?
You have to give it. You cannot contest this without your Zeus. There's no way.
I almost feel like Aster could take this Roshan and get to the base before the Zeus is even up. though.
100%. Maybe that forces you to contest, but you can't contest this. Zeus is so much of your damage. And that's Aegis for Monet. Ags for the Templar Assassin on top of a Refresher Shard. Who are you going to give that to? Probably XXS here, but maybe you just want the double BKB as well. And now you're going to get to the buyback probably on TA with the gold. Still doesn't have it, but
Yeah, but Drone Ranger
close.
does. It feels like there's some cushion.
yes, you have 2 minutes here. 70 seconds without Zeus, but more importantly, 2 minutes without the Zeus buyback or the Gyro buy.
Hey, that ward kill just got him to 25 on XWY. So now he's got the +7 refraction instances. It's super hard to kill
That's
him.
big. It's really big, especially if he's the one getting doomed or something. You try and save him out of the fight. Any damage you're going to reflect. Super impactful this time. You're going to need a hell of a Wukong here.
I think Tundra, I think they want to play for their buybacks. See that?
Oh, they
minute
100%
minute and
do.
a half all coming in.
But they're not giving him the chance.
No, they're not. They're going to be able to get the toss on Asaxa. That's going to be pretty big, but he does end up falling. Oh, 33, tried to charge after he used the Doom. He wanted to run down the heroes, couldn't quite get it. Hidden in the trees, Monet sussing him out right now.
Another good
Saxa
stun.
blinking in, boundless strike. Oh, jumped into the trees before the toss back. He's going to turn around, but he's been silenced up. And
his
XWY
buy. He's
now
gone.
blows it up, and now he's dead. 2 heroes dead with no buyback, and they spotted 33 in the
Skeeter
trees.
fighting Satanic.
Skeeter, no! The black hole to help finish him off, but Monet waving goodbye to Tundra as they're going to be heading to the airport.
This man-
Aster will take Tundra out of the Lima Major.
This man is definitely not shook. If you want anything that is the opposite of shook, look for Monet this game. How aggressive he played without buying these fights, playing on the front line, sieging it up, coming back in a game where they were down 12K versus arguably one of the most efficient map control teams to ever play the game. Tundra looked shook. And this was a rough event for them. And you feel it in that game. I felt like they were very comfortable. They were getting their timings, they're getting the slaking, but the big question mark for me is this Gyro. Where was that carry impact when you needed it? Because 33 did not itemize for this Ags Doom super high damage, come in the fight with a Shiva's armor, and you're running people down. He committed to support his other 2 cores, and the Gyro was never able to pay it back. And Aster capitalized, man. That was not an easy game to come back in.
No.
They played it super well. They took the right fights, the right double damage runes. That certainly helps. I mean, they must have got 5 or 6 of them for XWY in these fights, and at very pivotal times. I go back to that fight where Soxa got baited on the river for the DD.
Yes.
He dies. They get it on XWY, and Roche spawns. I mean,
Oh,
come
that
on,
was
man.
such a pivotal time. Because that
Sometimes-
could have been Tundra continuing that momentum and closing out the game, and everybody would have said, oh, super one-sided game. But Aster found the opportunity, claw back, even out the game, and then they just destroy. I still hold that maybe this is one of the ways to deal with Tundra, right? Just give yourself some of those late-game options.
It definitely helps because you know these games are going to go long. They're a very patient and disciplined team. The flip side of that is they're not going to like 5-man rush your base early and push you down. So you have time to kind of come back here. And if you feel like you can always have to come back with spells or items, it's a direction to go. Pays off.
Yeah.
Man.
No matter who was coming through this lower bracket game, like you were saying, think they're some of
Yeah,
the
they're
stronger
scary.
teams. It is not a team you want to run into.
No.
Aster, especially after losing that first series, getting crushed so hard, I think this was a big boost for them. Not just being able to move on to the next round, but it feels like they're learning, and they may gain some momentum in this lower bracket.
And you know
now.
what? We were joking about Pichu with 8 deaths, 9 deaths. He got 11 deaths. But
Major
let me tell you
Pichu.
something. Nobody kills Pichu 12 times. Let that be a lesson, because he never died again.
He
that
didn't
game.
die again.
And they won.
No way. 1-11-16. No better way to be able to close this out. Aster take the game against Tundra. They win the series 2-1.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Indeed, shout out to Pichu, the Tree and Protector, that I'm sure many can relate to, coming out as a victory too there for Aster. They move forward, and we will have to say goodbye to Tundra. Why did everything happen like that? Let's break it down. I'm here with Jenkins, Purge, and Sheep. Jenkins, when we are talking about this game, I have to start talking about the thing that we circled back to both games that we had before this one, which was the draft, and dare I say, Aster did well in the draft. They had a good one.
I think so. I mean, there's some argument for whenever a gyro pick comes out, it's like, oh, the other team's winning the draft. But I don't know. To me, like, the stocks of this Enigma hero, they're rising really sharply, given that people seem to be willing. They don't seem to be. They are willing to pick it into the 2 hardest counters in the game, maybe barring like Rubik, which has also kind of fallen off. So just the fact that this hero's like alternative playstyle is the one that people seem to want to be doing, and then also that's the one that lets you play into counters. I don't know. This is moving pretty quickly into the first phase for me. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
Yeah, it is. With that said, the Drow still did its purpose. Like, it didn't look like that bad of a late game carry in most scenarios. Obviously, Drow was like a perfect counter, but coming out of the laning stage, Enigma's net worth was like moderately low. Keep in mind, he was also against an Undying, so it's like double duty a little bit there, but it did what they wanted to do, which was not worry about the Enigma having like an amazing laning stage and also having to worry about those late game and aura problems. So I think it was a decent response by Tundra. Just maybe it was those some of those mid game fights. These are clips from game 1 that were also really impactful, and probably some others.
It's okay. We'll make our way to the current game.
Yeah.
But I really liked what Tundra was doing for a while. I think that they were very proactive in like stacking all the way into the 20+ minute mark. They're just stacking their ancients, they're stacking the enemy ancients, they're taking their ancients and then going back to their own. They're making sure that Aster only really had net worth on one hero, which was the TA. I think Drow was a little straggler there for a while, and this Undying and everything together, they were kind of anti what Aster did. The Aster wanted to stand still as a group and be able to stand their ground, and I think in the early game, before they had items, it was way too hard because Zeus and Undying together just meant that there were zombies, you were getting like struck by lightning, everyone was really low health, they were being forced to like run away. So taking fights was really hard. I think there was definitely mistakes made by Tundra to not finish this game out.
Yeah, they had a great start. I mean, again, I think it was 10 deaths in 16 minutes on Pichu. They had definitely, or Tundra had a lead. Most of that lead, though, was from killing that Tree and Protector over and over again. So you could argue that while Pichu was creating space, we'll call it, the rest of the side of Aster was doing quite well. I wanna shout out that Templar Assassin, because it's been a while since I've seen Templar Assassin pop off as a mid. We've seen it earlier in the tournament, but it was Liquid that was playing it, I believe. So they crush with everything.
I feel like what we've really been seeing this tournament for carries actually is that a lot of like high physical damage range carries. It's been Nature's Prophet, it's been TAs. We've seen some Storms. Drow Ranger has been very common. The melee carries, it can work sometimes, but in games like these, having like 2+ really high physical damage range carries, huge impact.
I was going to say, like, I feel like the TA last pick makes a lot of sense because it's, number one, a pretty easy TA game when you know that you're playing into a Zeus. That's a good matchup. But also, when you have the Drow Ranger, it's like it lifts this burden off of the Drow to carry the game, and the Drow can kind of just be a support. And also, shout-outs to Force Staff that game, by the way. There were 4 of them on Team Aster, and I mean, look at these heroes. Like Sheep was mentioning it. Like this is like stand your ground Dota. It's Zeus who puts down the Nimbus, Undying who puts down the Tombstone, Zeus. Or, I already said that, of course. The Doom, which is going to doom, and you want to run away from it. The Monkey King that puts his shit on the ground. The Gyro that puts his ult on the ground.
Wait, I meant Ashton
and
was
of course
the standard ground
Zeus.
team.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they.
I guess they're both standard ground teams.
Aster can do it like in the late game, and
Yeah.
like Drow and TA, like they're turrets, so they can kind of do that. But also, you want to disengage their crap that they put on the ground,
Yep.
and then go back in, and then stand in your crap when they don't have their stuff to go back on you and fight you.
I love this analysis.
Thank you very much.
So
I'll be here all
Very
week.
good. Very good indeed. I mean, later game, of course, you have an Enigma as always a good Dream Protector with that great team fight potential, and they did need those team fights to make a comeback. I will say, I mean, it felt like Aster did need to make a comeback, Purge, because it
Yeah.
was indeed Tundra that had a great start at the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, they really did. They had a nice net worth advantage. They were kind of winning fights, getting so many kills. Just felt like it was going to keep going up. Soxa had a ridiculously incredible game on his Monkey King, especially that play bottom where he went back in after evading this gank and then
He
set
jumped
it up.
out of the avalanche.
Oh, it was so
He
good.
was stunned. All right, that was bullshit.
Nah, he mischiefed it.
Did he
was
get out
ready.
in time?
He did get out.
Like
in
he
time.
jumped out. Was he not stunned?
I'm saying
yeah,
that
got out.
he glitched the system. There were some ping
Okay.
issues happening there.
Oh yeah.
Maybe you're blind.
Left booth is a little bit closer to
It's
the
a little bit
ISP
closer to the
than the right
server,
booth.
that's
yeah,
right.
yeah, totally.
That's right.
Yeah. But he had a really good game. It was genuinely a fantastic game with Dota, and Aster just came back into it. They had the better late game without a doubt, but Tundra dropping the ball just enough for them to pull out a W.
Dropping the ball on the big stage is well, it's scary though. At least, well, for Tundra, they don't have to be scared anymore because it's all over now for them. Aster, they definitely. We heard a commentary team say it as well. This game 3 especially felt like a learning experience in which they hopefully propelled themselves forward because they're going to need it. Their next opponent is going to be a crowd favorite, of course. It's going to be a South American team, guaranteed, as we look at the comparison between Maboka and Saxa. We know Saxa can play Monkey King 4. It's been a while this major, though. How many times have we seen it this major, or like any position for Monkey King? Because not that many.
I haven't seen it in a bit personally. It's definitely here. Like it's kind of like left. I mean,
Yeah.
it's okay.
But
yeah.
people like phased out of it.
Yeah, people in the 10 were saying that it was about the Doom Monkey King was a really strong duel lane for Tundra historically that they'd done recently. So it sounds like they've done it semi-recently, but I don't know the exact date.
I don't see any Monkey King in Tundra's history of DBC or the groups.
Well, I meant recently as in the last 2 years. And,
2 years?
they
No,
definitely
recent.
played.
Yeah, that is quite
At
recent.
some point, everybody played Monkey 4, and that was
Yeah.
last year. And let's be real, that was still the same patch, sort of.
Baboka plays Monkey 4, I can tell
He
you that
does.
much.
Yeah.
He definitely does.
But his tiny,
Yeah.
the early game, that was all about Saxa, right? He was
Yes.
jumping and he was jumping out. And then Baboka, in the late game, mid to late game, I'll say, the tossbacks were what allowed them to come back. And that's like, these repositioning things in Dota are what let you do that. They also had the force staff so they could disengage if it went like crap. There was a lot of times he would jump in, he would try for something, he wouldn't get it. They would literally quad force staff him out, they would disengage, and then he'd go for it again.
Yeah, this tiny as well. It's not just like the offensive tossbacks to like kill the gyro, for example, when they're pushing high ground and so on. It's the defensive ones too. There was like these fights early game where Tundra do have the advantage. They're dooming their carry, and he's getting this amazing tossback on his TA to safety, where they're able to then grieve her up. It was so nice. He was constantly like on point with everything he did.
It was. I got to take us back to game number 1 of the series because we were walking back from the green room to the panel, and Jacob, I think it was you that said neither of these teams is going to win the tournament. they both.
That is such a horrible thing to say.
They both. Let's be real. Game 1, Aster came out on top, but they both felt lackluster.
Okay.
I think we can all agree with that. But I feel like we've seen a growth where I'm
Yeah.
not sure if we can say that anymore.
No, you don't get to talk after she says that. I get to defend myself. Don't yell like you're going to keep talking. Okay. With that momentum, beating the TI winners, especially when the other games didn't look so hot, having a comeback like that
Yeah.
is something that gives you momentum. I was saying they didn't have momentum. Now they have it. Now they're looking scary. This is the Aster from TI.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was saying it to just really emphasize how not great both teams.
No, that was a weak defense. I'm
No,
not
it
fully
wasn't a-
convinced.
It wasn't a weak defense. What?
I need stronger.
Okay, then you do it.
What the hell do you mean? That's not my position.
I mean, I think both of the two teams that played this series, they looked way better in Game 3. They both looked
Yes.
like themselves, I would say. Maybe Tundra was a little bit weaker. Maybe the draft's a little bit wackier. But, they were trying to find the solution for what they were up against. They both played excellent. Aster takes
You know
the
what?
W.
I'm
They
gonna-
could have both
I'm
of
going to
those.
double down. I'm going to double down.
Do it.
Entity, these upper bracket teams are looking really scary. Even with this momentum, it might not be enough for Aster.
Why not?
I think they're up against a wall that's closing in.
But when are they going to hit it is the question. And that's the question for every team. Are they going to hit it wall? We are going to say goodbye to Tundra. So I want to have some final words on the TI winners exiting 9th to 12th. And I want to remind people that you don't get anything for showing up. You have to be top 8 if you want anything in terms of money and DPC points, and also a reminder how important it is to get these DPC points, especially in a highly contested region that Tundra comes from, Western Europe. So final words on them, Jenkins.
On Tundra,
Are they good enough to win the tournament?
I think they're hoping for a patch. I think this is a patch team, and we're going to see a new Tundra in the next season because the game's going to be very different. I would imagine and hope so.
I agree with that. Their creativity is just not going to be at an all-time high right now. Everyone's kind of knows about what to do at TI. Tundra figured out the patch a little bit faster than everybody else. It's not really as easy to do here when there's so much competition. It's drawn out more.
They're going to wait for the next patch and show a big next tour. That's what I heard from my panel, but you're going to have to wait a little while. Oh, did you not?
No,
Do you want to say the same thing that both of us said?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sheep, what did you think about Tundra?
Well, obviously a disappointment for sure. I'm sure they expected better,
You can't say patch.
but I wasn't gonna say anything
Okay, go
about the patch. I think the nice thing about Tundra is even when they lose, they're still like showing new things or innovating in ways. During the DPC, we saw them play the Spectre with like the 9 mangoes. It went from 3 mangoes to 6 mangoes to 9 mangoes because it's just they realized it's the most HP cost-efficient item. You know, so it's like you always can learn something from Tundra. I think that's the beautiful thing about that team, even when they're losing.
That's true. Let's find out. We're going to have more Monkey King 4, I guess, the rest of the tournament. It did look good, even though it lost. Purge not impressed here.
About the Monkey King?
Yeah.
He's never
Oh, no,
impressed.
it was
He's
really
never
solid.
Oh, it looked like you were like, no.
It was a more complicated. The Doom going Greaves I thought was really cool. They were about the dual lane. It was about like being strong. I don't know. It was a cool
team
strategy.
effort.
Yeah.
Team effort for sure. It wasn't enough this time though. Let's take a look at the brackets because Tundra out, Aster moving forward, and they have one of the South American teams to look forward to in that lower bracket run. And that's going to be scary because they got... Well, actually, you know what? Aster yesterday, when they played against Gaming Gladiators, they were already playing against the crowds because crowd definitely loved Quinn on Gaming Gladiators and they cheered for every breath he took. And therefore, they know what it is to play against. Yes, they lost, but at least they have the experience to learn from it and to be unfazed by it in the next round. That being said, we have to figure out which one of these two teams will make it to face Aster, Beast Coast, EG. It is bittersweet because everyone was hoping that we will get a series between Beast Coast and EG in this South American Lima major. They weren't hoping it to be round 1. Let me tell you that. Round 1 is painful. On the bright side, you know what I just said about the DPC points that Tundra really desperately needs? I would say that in South America, yes, it's still highly contested, but it is very, very likely that both of these squads, both EG and Beast Coast, will get a lot more points out of their region itself, right? So they still would like some points,
so.
but...
Yeah, they have some okay competition right now. That there's SA scene has done really great in the last year, even before this season. So I think without a doubt, they're looking great. There's other competition. I don't think that competition is going to match up against Beast Coast or EG. So I expect to see them both get top 2 in their region consistently every season and have a really good shot of making it to TI no matter what happens today.
And whoever wins here already gets 100 extra points.
That's true. That'll be a little push.
It's a good start. Yeah.
It's a great start. It is a great start indeed. And we're going to start that series off by learning a little bit more about Evil Geniuses. And we'll be back with the game of Dota 2 of the Lima Major Peru that is going to be blowing your mind.
ahora sois un equipo que ha logrado un hito histórico para Sudamérica. O sea, más allá de lo que es los clasificatorios del competitivo, el top 6 en TI o top 8 para algunos, conseguiste que EG se fue a Sudamérica. ¿Para ustedes cómo se sintió eso, como peruanos? El hecho de que hayáis conseguido una org tan conocida como EG y se metiese en Sudamérica solo por ustedes.
¿Yo respondo?
No entendiste.
Oye,
En realidad fue emocionante, ¿no? O sea, fue como que cuando terminé el TI, o sea, como que no fue como que una oferta directa. Un pata de la nada me habla el Discord, que yo no lo conocía, y como que de la nada me habla, no me acuerdo quién, no sé si fue Oscar o fue alguien más, pero me dijo, oye, tal patita te quiere contactar porque está que consigue un deal de EG con ustedes, ¿no? Y así como que dije, qué raro, será mentira, ¿no? Y agarro y de curioso como que entro en mi laptop, entro en mi Discord y comienzo a hablar con él, ¿no? Y prácticamente el chico era como que un tercero que estaba que hacía el trabajo por ahí para contactarnos y me ofreció un deal que realmente no me agradó del todo y como que le dije, sí, está bien. Pero sí, como que lo ignoré un poquito, ¿no? Y después como que yo de curioso como que agarré y me comencé a contactar con la gente directa de EG, ¿no? Y me di cuenta, me enteré que era verdad lo de la oferta, ¿no? Y fuimos conversando en realidad y creo que me sentí emocionado. Me sentí emocionado, pero al mismo tiempo sentía que lo merecía. Que lo merecía tanto yo como mi equipo, ¿no?
¿Qué se siente para ti? ¿Que a ti te importa?
¿Qué te puedo decir? O sea,
Es un hito histórico, que has hecho una historia para...
claro, o sea, es algo histórico, pero por dentro se siente, creo que normal. O sea, en mi opinión, o sea, obviamente que tiene un nombre, ¿no? Detrás de todo eso, ¿no? Pero es como, creo que lo siento como estar en cualquier equipo, a mi parecer. Claro que para algunos es distinto, ¿no?
¿Sentís que incrementó la presión cuando os pusiste este nombre, cuando fuiste el Dream Team de Sudamérica?
A mí no.
Tal vez un poco porque es como que tienes las expectativas muy altas, ¿no? Y a veces cuando tienes esas expectativas, o sea, bueno, más que todo de la gente, ¿no? Tú también quieres superar eso, ¿no? O quieres estar a la par. Y creo que tal vez un poco de presión sí se puede haber sentido.
¿para el resto?
Para mí no realmente.
¿Acerca de la presión? La verdad que no. O sea, siempre me he puesto bastante presión en cuando competimos, cuando éramos Thunder, no Ping. O sea, siempre iba con la mentalidad de tenemos que ser el mejor aunque no lo seamos. Y en EG es igual, no ha cambiado mucho.
Yo te volví el mejor. No me reconocen, no sé que me han recogido.
Creo que la presión siempre está, aunque sea muy chica, ¿no? Creo que hay un especial como que... No tanto así como del Dream Team. Creo que no sentía mucho esa presión. Casi siempre como que he sentido presión simplemente en mí mismo, ¿no? Como que querer dar el mejor esfuerzo de mí, ¿no? Como dar como tu mejor performance, ¿no? En cualquier equipo. Y creo que sí sentí un poco de presión, porque todos decían el Dream Team, etcétera, de cosas. Y creo que nosotros igual como que pensábamos, ¿no? Que iba a ser un gran equipo, simplemente por renombres, porque...
¿Qué pensábamos? ¿No somos?
Pensábamos.
No somos.
Ahí se va acoplando todo, ¿no? Nada, igual como que es muy lindo.
Que les deja la cara. Pues.
Ay, ves.
¿Creen que tenemos una comunidad muy tóxica en Sudamérica?
Al comienzo sí como que se metía mucho en mi cabeza esos comentarios y nada, no me dejaban como que tranquilo, ¿no? A veces yo estaba, digamos, no sé, en mi habitación del hotel, por así decirlo, cuando iba a los torneos y me ponía a leer los comentarios y en vez de descansar, ¿no? Estaba ahí pensando en eso, dándole vueltas, pues, cuando debería estar, no sé, relajado y enfocado en lo que viene.
Bueno, sobre la comunidad, la comunidad siempre es tóxica. Siempre es tóxica cuando pierdes, ¿no? Como que siempre hay haters que comentan de más, pero no falta también la gente que apoya de verdad y te alienta con las buenas palabras que te dicen. Lo tienes que aprender a lidiar porque si no, la gente te tumba rápido con los comentarios. Y conozco personas que se sienten mal con los comentarios malos y se bajonean y comienzan a jugar mal.
¿Sabías que la gente iba a tomarlos como blanco de críticas con el nuevo equipo?
No sabía que la gente nos estaba tomando, nos iba a tomar de blanco de críticas. En mi cabeza no cabe por qué, digamos, nos criticarían a nosotros, ¿no? O a los demás equipos. Siempre va a haber hate, pero creo que hay niveles, pues, hay niveles. Y ha llegado a un punto, digamos, en el que a mí a veces me han llegado mensajes, pues, amenazándome. El provecho que veo que se le puede sacar a la toxicidad en esta comunidad siempre ha sido para mí el de tú me dices algo que yo no puedo hacer y yo te puedo demostrar que sí lo puedo hacer.
A los años. Hoy somos casi todo el viejo Gamer Studio. Más o menos unos 10 añitos de historia.
Será motivo para un café.
Vamos. Esto diciéndoles que inicialmente íbamos a hacer un video actuado, de hecho por eso la parte anterior a esto era un poco actuación y se veía gracioso, pero me parece que es un video que amerita un poco más algo real y voy a empezar yo haciéndoles esta pregunta que también quiero de alguna u otra manera expresar yo, que es que me digan ustedes así tan sincero como es esto ahora, ¿creen que tenemos una comunidad muy tóxica en Sudamérica?
Sí, pero no es algo ajeno a los deportes electrónicos. Pero tú vas a otro juego, te insertas en la comunidad de otro juego y dicen lo mismo. La comunidad de X juego es la más tóxica. El espectador a veces, no todos son tóxicos por diferentes maneras, pero los que son incisivamente tóxicos, al menos creo yo, es porque quieren de alguna manera captar la atención.
Pero no sé si la toxicidad a veces es una manera mal encaminada de mostrar el cariño y el aprecio, porque son tóxicos contigo, pero si alguien ajeno al juego, ajeno de la comunidad, ataca a alguna figura o lo que sea, claro, toda la comunidad salta y te defiende. Claro. Hay algunos días en donde estás, no sé, con más un poquito más ancha, sí, y le sigues la joda y le sigues el juego, pero hay un día que no sé, particularmente estás bajoneado, lo que sea, y sí te afecta, y sí te chocan comentarios que en otra oportunidad de repente no. Sin embargo, también generas estos anticuerpos de no puedes mostrar, no puedes demostrar, porque si lo demuestras, por ahí te van a dar, ¿no?
A mí me da mucho miedo que un día igual, como nosotros estamos tan acostumbrados y tenemos la correa y nos podemos reír del asunto, llegue alguien que tal vez tiene mucho talento, pero no tiene esa correa.
Y ha pasado, ¿no? ¿Te acuerdas con Dae? Por ejemplo, ha pasado que a veces hay gente que se quiere meter, que puede tener mucho talento, pero la gente, como muchos por chongo, otros porque realmente sí tienen las ganas de tener esa mala actitud, expresan todo eso y no todos tienen el mismo carácter, el mismo temple, la misma manera de aceptar o no.
Es que para
le choca, y eso y me dice yo no puedo lidiar con esta gente y prefiero dar un paso atrás, es un talento que se pierde, ¿no?
Quisiera saber cuál es esa comunidad ideal o qué es eso que los jugadores quisieran tener como de respuesta de la gente que los sigue, porque llega un punto en el cual también quieres recibir un poco de ese cariño más notoriamente. Yo creo que hay mucho cariño en la comunidad. Me pasa que tal vez no lo vemos tanto, ¿no?
Una comunidad ideal sería una comunidad que constantemente esté apoyándome, ¿no? Que sean activos, igual. Ya, si bien siempre hay como que toxicidad, siempre existe, tal vez que no vaya a un límite de odio, pues, ¿no? En que la gente empiece entre los fans de tal equipo empiecen a insultar, sino que sea más un tema de joda y que, no sé, se tiren ahí barritas, no sé, que sea gracioso, ¿no? Por diversión. Creo que eso me entretenería bastante.
It is time for El Clásico, the Lima Major. It is very unfortunate that it is the first round of the lower bracket, but boy, oh boy, do we love that these two teams do get to meet at this major, the arena. There's still people piling in because we got ourselves Evil Geniuses taking on Beast Coast, and this is an interregional bloodbath, and we love it. We're going to talk about everything that has everything to do with all these teams, and we're going to start with TI, because never before had a team come top 6 at TI, and Thunder Awakened did just that, which was incredible. It was great. Everybody is like, oh my god, South America, they've never been this far, they've never been this good, the region has grown so much, and well, unfortunately for the team, or fortunately for the team, depending on which way you look at it, teams got a little picked apart after that, but we're going to talk all about that. And when I say we, it is myself. I'm your host, Shiver. I'm joined by SVG, by Effie, and by Estini. Good afternoon. It's a great start already. Estini, I want to start with TI with these two squads, because all 10 players, of course, were phenomenal there.
Yeah, they did a good showing on Beast Coast, but they did an even better one on Thunder, that now is EG. So maybe they were looking to do some changes to get the dream team in a say. They got Whisper. Chrysler comes together with him. And then this dream team loses to Viscos on the DPC last match. So there's a lot of hype there. Like, is EG the best team? Is it worth changing players? And there's a lot of rivalry inside the game. But we could see already from the pre-match on the VIP, they were having lunch together.
Yes.
So there's a lot of friendship and a lot of rivalry on the same match.
They were. That was super cute. We just walk into the green room area, and Beast Coast and EG are just on one table, and they're like laughing and eating. So it's good to know that there's no hard feelings between players on this team.
Not that we see. We're good.
Not that we see, but I mean, it looked like there were no hard feelings.
It's like
so.
something I'd say. I'm
That
sure they
was-
secretly
that was an-
despise each other.
Yeah, that was an SVG-ism. He's rubbing off on you.
I think it's like two teams before the great battle. They come together, they have a dinner, get over their circumstances, then they walk back, and then it's vicious.
The Last
Just
Supper.
vicious hate, you know?
Yeah.
It's the last piece before the war.
I mean, there must be something there, because yes, we did see them smile and everything. But at the same time, I think if I was Beast Coast, I'd still be sad that my team basically got plucked apart a little bit. Or do you think everybody's happy? Do you think everybody's happy with the trade?
I mean, perspective-wise, you're definitely going in this thinking, oh, EG got the better end of the trade because
Yeah.
Whisper's such a high priority. I think the mids are comparable. I think between Chris Luck and Dark Mago, they offer a little different things. Chris Luck has a much wider hero pool. He's more used to that Space Maker role. Dark Mago takes a bit more priority. Maybe his Ultra skill ceiling is a bit higher. You know, you can pick these two apart, but they do similar things for the teams they were on. So I think you could have interchanged those. And so in that sense, okay, EG's your super team. Beastco's got the second helpings. That puts a lot of pressure on you, though. I feel like anytime you have a team in Dota that gets labeled as a super team,
Yeah.
get that shit out of here. I don't want it on my team. Like, it's a tough spot to be in, and we saw them yesterday. You were talking about how much the crowd helps them. I think they choked yesterday. I'm just going to say it. I think that was a team choke. I was watching them, their body behavior, their body language, how they're talking to each other, how they're in the booth, how they're playing. I rarely have seen Matthew visibly tilt or get frustrated in games, and he's their in-game shot caller. I don't know what happened in the yesterday, but it was not good, and it might be a result of that pressure.
I mean, you know that if you're Ricky, is tricks of trading into the enemy base and killing couriers for the entire game. Maybe there's a little bit of frustration there. But, I mean, on the note that we were talking about, I think it's... So it was basically implied that when EG poached these players from Beast Coast and those players from Thunder, it was... The implication was basically, we think that these are the strongest players in this region, right? Because EG is an org with so much funding behind it, so much history behind it. So I think that if you're Beast Coast right now, you kind of have this chip on your shoulder, right? Like, we were the ones that were undesired, right? They think we're the second best. So I think that every time they go up against EG, they're going to play their best Dota because they want to prove to everybody that they're not the second best. They are the best. They did beat them in the DPC tour, but even though they beat them in the DPC tour, a lot of people are still not convinced that Beast Coast are the best South American team. I'm one of those people. I still think that Evil Geniuses are the better team, but I think Beast Coast are going to come in here hungry and looking to prove everybody wrong.
Yeah, we had a showing indeed yesterday. Howie G did not fare well under the pressure of the crowd. Mastini, do you have any reads on if the same might happen to Beast Coast, for example? Because the crowd, is there a favorite even?
I think Beast Coast is slightly crowd favorite, to be honest, because they've been representing the region for 3 years. So although EG has the better recent result, Beast Coast being there for 3 years. And the thing is, they going to tournaments means they have more experience. Although it's like 3 guys on Beast Coast and the 2 of them are already on EG, but they have the most LAN experience on that side. So they are not that inclined to choke on that sense. Like Hector doesn't choke. He will not choke. That's 100% sure.
We've seen him at TI. When the first South American team came top 8, it was him with then Infamous and later Beast Coast that indeed helped make that run possible, right?
Yeah, and like when I first qualified for a DPC event, he came to me, he sent like a private messages like, they're all humans, you can beat them, they're not robots, don't matter, they're Europeans, Chinese, North Americans, you can beat all of them. Because like you could beat us and we can beat them. So like please be confident that you can win. Don't go as like the underdog that if you take one match you should be happy with it. Go thinking that you can win. Like shoot for the sky, maybe you fall somewhere in between.
Yeah, there's I mean, I hope that he didn't send a message to EG, or maybe he did, and we'll see the results of that today. We're going to, of course, find out because it is about time. You see all the crowd standing on their feet because the first team that gets to take the stage will be Evil Geniuses. Will they be the crowd favorite? I implore all of you to open up your ears and make sure you find out who the crowd is the loudest for. First up, it is Evil Geniuses taking the stage. It is because Chris Luck, Whisper, Matthew, Pandabu, and Coach Vintage. They'll be taking the stage indeed. The crowd is cheering them on. I will say I have heard them be louder, but I'm hearing drums, I'm hearing whistles. I feel like people brought their instruments with them to the stage today. And I can feel the excitement. I can see it on the smiles of the faces of Evil Geniuses as well. And perhaps it will help them that they know that they are fully equal. Even like there shouldn't be any pressure, right? Because it cancels each other out, right, Effie?
For sure. But I think the pressure is always going to be there regardless, right? Because like we mentioned earlier, both of these teams want to prove that they're the best team in the region. There is a rivalry there, and I feel like getting knocked out of the lower bracket of this major by your rival South American team, it's gotta hurt. Nobody wants to be in that position. But on the note of Prakaz, I heard he's been feeling sick.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been feeling a little sick yesterday, today as well, so I hope he's doing better.
That's unfortunate. Oh, okay. Estini.
I think we have a crowd favorite.
Oh, I think we have a crowd favorite. I don't know how well that was picked up by the microphone for the people at home, but that was definitely a lot. Okay, there's cheers and everything. That was definitely a lot louder.
Somewhere too. Got with a trumpet earlier.
Okay, well, with the crowd in our ears, we are going to welcome on stage. It is none other than Beast Coast. Anybody remember Vuvuzelas? Oh, the crowd definitely loves them. The cheers are on point. We have one guy with the trumpet, and they are definitely cheering them on to take their place to go up against EG. I must say, I want to install a new rule that every, top 2 teams of DPC have to play each other in the best of 5 grand finals in their region, because it feels like we're just here at like a rival football match or something like that, and I think that will be, that is awesome. Again, it's sad they meet in the lower bracket here, but that's sometimes the way it goes. I want to talk about, of course, we talked about EG and how they might have not shown up yesterday. Is that actually going into this match, giving them maybe a little bit of an up because they didn't really show what they had in store, and therefore Beast Coast hasn't really been able to properly prepare for them as Fiji?
They've been playing against each other for
That's
a decade.
True. That is true. They know each other in and out. They know what they're like
I've
for
been playing
dinner.
against them for a decade. I'd be prepared to play against these guys.
Fair.
The other thing is, I think Beast Coast is the more predictable team.
Okay.
Because I think Dark Lago's pool is so constricted, you kind of know what he's going to pick and then how the team's going to play around him. I think if you look at Whisper's hero pool and Chris Luck, it's a bit harder to predict. So in that sense, you do not know as much about the CG team and what they're going to play today. At the same time, I feel like the confidence, the crowd, it's on Beast Coast side. This team is one of the ultimate lower bracket teams too.
Yeah.
I feel like it is super rare they get eliminated round 1 lower bracket. They always take somebody with them. Like
They
one
are
or
the
two
lower
names.
bracket Grim Reaper.
Yeah.
Because they have a track record of just destroying the people they meet
Which
here.
is why I'm not surprised that the crowd somewhat favors them, because it's almost as if they have a track record of going to these international lands and knocking international teams out. It's like, you got them. Got another one.
I guess they won something like 10 times in lower bracket and they lost once against Alliance on TI. Everyone was super disappointed because you hype them because you expect them to do so well in the lower bracket. So I think they're the favorites on that sense. They know what they're doing. They've been there, done that so many times. And on EG side, they might be the better shape now, but they don't have that experience.
The interesting thing about these 2 teams is they share a lot of heroes, right? Like a lot of their players play similar heroes. So by banning these heroes out, they're kind of banning their own hero pools. So it's going to be interesting how they approach these Pangoliers and these Timbersaws and these Bat Riders potentially.
Yeah, especially because things like Sacred Hero. I want to grab it the Peruvian crowd.
This is awesome. It's amazing.
But
I love this.
Like Sacred Hero Pool is the weakest one when you look at this match. And the heroes he does, they kind of overlap with the Whisper ones, so you can steal his heroes. Like his best hero would be Timber, and Whisper can just like first pick Timber. He also plays the Bat Rider that Whisper plays, but definitely Whisper is on the better side of the deal with the Bat Rider. And then there's Zepfire. They play it on every role on the other side. And if they ban the Bangle,
the first phase
Yeah.
is very contested, right?
Yeah.
Between Tiny, Treant, Snapfire, Timbersaw,
Mars.
Bat Rider, the Mars, which both teams will play on multiple lanes. It's a huge overlap and almost of heroes that not a lot of other teams prioritize too.
Yep.
Like some of those they do, but this core Snap, we've seen it a little bit, but it's not huge. It's interesting.
So what kind of game are we looking at here? Because I know the crowd would love a bloodbath, but Stini, how back and forth do you think this game is going to be? Or what should we
Super.
pay attention to? Super back and forth.
I think
Love
EG
it.
has the lead in the entire game, and then they try to kill Hector, but has 4k HP. He survives with 100, and they just come back. That's the story of every Beast Coast EG game.
Dude, that's the classic
That
Hector
is-
move. The thing about this guy is like you look at him, right? In the game, you see him farming somewhere.
I'm looking.
Good one.
Looking.
I'm also looking. You see him on some side of the map. You think to yourself, he shouldn't be there, right? There's no way he should be here. So you feel this intense pressure to punish him. You rotate your heroes there. You try to kill him. It doesn't work out. His entire team connects, and suddenly that's just the Beast Coast specialty. I don't know how Hector does it, but he does it every time. It looks like he's doing something awful, but it always turns out well.
Yeah, and he does hero for that, like Naga, PL, CK. He goes Tarask with all those heroes.
Every
so
single
has
one.
this 4k HP. You think he's gonna die. He barely survives, and they just turn everything around.
We haven't talked about Schofield at all either. I think that something that Beast Coast was doing in the group stages that I actually did not like and I do not wish to see today is like this clock opener. Overall first pick clock. They have first pick and they just pick this clock and then they get Rubik. They did it a couple of times. And I understand that Schofield like loves this clock. He loves his Nyx. He loves these Earth Spirits, these heroes that maybe aren't so contested or looked at in other regions. But yes, I just don't think that this is advantageous to them. Like, it's very easy to play around, and I hope that they can show a little bit more flexibility in how they're going to approach their first phase.
Yeah, it's going to be very important first phase. I think, I mean, the more I'm sitting here listening to this crowd, the more I'm thinking that I'm really hoping that the crowd will have the same, it doesn't matter what kind of impact, but the same impact on both teams. Because this is a tremendous amount of noise everybody can make, and Visco is definitely the favorite here, but maybe that pressure and EG's pressure, I mean, maybe that will level the playing field a little bit. I think they definitely have their favorite. I think the coaches have their work cut out for them. I want to talk a little bit about that because Vintage and Valkyrie, they've been with these teams for a long time. Of course, both coaches know each other very well as well, and I think it's going to be a lot on them to make sure that the players are in the right mindset, right, SVG?
100%. And these are two coaches who have kind of come into their own in coaches in the last 1 or 2 years. I think one of the downsides for SA, I have to speak up for this crowd, one of the downsides has been they haven't had a lot of super experienced coaches. Even if you go back 2 or 3 years ago, who was the most experienced coach 3 years ago in SA?
I would say one of
Fear, Dota 2?
Yeah, it was probably like Fear or like Misery or something.
Yeah, it's true. He did playing gaming, yeah.
So it just didn't exist. And now we're starting to see some of these guys come into their own, and people are starting to respect what they can contribute to a team. And that's going to give these teams a lot of extra help on this land when they need it. Because having the sixth man is huge. I don't think you're seeing these coaches take over the teams like you'll see in ROTK or something, as we saw earlier. But it's still a huge deal. It's a huge deal mentality-wise. I think, again, if you're looking at EG from yesterday, they struggled mentality-wise. That's where your coach comes in, right? He's got to reset you, reset the team mentality, give you some direction if you're missing it. That said, I don't know if they can hear the coach. That is a question over this crowd.
I hope they do.
You know what the wildest thing is? It's only 3 p.m., so people are still at work.
Better yet, at school, because apparently today school has begun again after a spring holiday. I guess it's summer here after summer holiday.
Stay in school, kids.
Imagine what the crowd's going to sound like in an hour for the game 2 and more people start showing up when they get off their shifts. I just love to see this dedication coming out of the audience. It's actually very heartwarming too. Imagine how these players must feel just walking in like this and hearing these sounds. It's got to be something like euphoric, honestly.
It has not been replicated for these teams. Not even yesterday. I mean, obviously EG was the crowd favorite when they played, but it wasn't like this. Let's be real. It wasn't like this. I think, it was about time that we had a South American major. They deserve this kind of cheering. It's they're very entertaining. Even though I have no idea what they're cheering right now. Earlier, I could at least recognize it, but now there's, I think, a chant. It's a song. It's a song. It must be a song. We have not talked about. We've talked about the mid laners. We've talked about off laners, mid and safe laners, and position 4s. But position 5s, for me, one of the standout players that we saw coming to the Stockholm major yesterday. Last year.
It was that soon.
It's like yesterday. The crowd is definitely affecting my brain.
I don't even know what they were cheering for. I think he just like dropped something in the booth and they're my God.
It's just when they see their fleeces, they start cheering.
No, I think there is actually at the moment a stage host or something happening because, no, it's the panel. It's the panel. I can see them talking. It's fine. But I want to talk about Pandabu versus Stinger in this case. I think Pandabu is... I actually think is it fair to say that he's one of the newcomers? I'm putting it between quotation marks because for me, he's a newcomer. Is that the same for you? How you feel?
He's a newcomer. He started in this Omega team. It was a stack that had Bolivian players, a very unknown team. And when Matthew decided to join this team, that's where everything changed. And he went from a totally unknown guy to someone that was actually winning matches. So he's still getting experience. He still needs to somehow improve his hero pool. I feel like he's the best position 5 in SA when it comes to saving. So he's like Oracle, Abaddon, SD. This type of cover hero, he played this really well. But the most aggressive heroes, he's not that good with it yet. And Stinger, on the other hand, he does both really well.
Yeah. I mean, he's a lot more experienced as well, right? So he's definitely got a little bit of an up there for Pandabu. I think one of the ups that Pandabu has, I feel like he's also the one that stays calm. He's always, doesn't matter. I remember him there, they were not doing too hot at Stockholm at some point, but he was still upbeat and able to maintain composure.
He's a super chill, nice guy.
Yeah.
Very down to earth. I remember playing versus him, I think 2 years ago almost. We scrimmed him. I didn't know who this guy was. Played 5 Viper. My offlane cried for 15 minutes. I went, who the hell is this guy? He's an original 5 Viper
Didn't
spammer.
they bring that
How
into the meta
disgusting is
as
that?
well? And then some Eastern European teams started to play that 5 Viper too.
Yeah, that
and
was
all
him.
of-
He's responsible.
Who was your offlaner at that point, and why was NSS crying?
No, I think it was Lelis.
Was Lelis crying?
He's like, oh, this guy plays his Viper and Abaddon, and he just hits me all lane. Go away.
And the Viper has to do with this own meta in SA that Timber is a first phase hero. You can first pick Timber. So if you have Viper, the Viper 5 is a counter to Timber. You'd never think on this matchup of a Viper 5, but that's like the response to the regional meta.
So I agree. His hero pool is the constricting factor about him, but he does have that ceiling. He's grown a lot in the last 2 years. I think it's nice to have players on your team that are humble and willing to work towards that potential.
Yeah.
Having this balance between them and some superstars or whatever, it makes these teams click, and often it doesn't put too much pressure on you as well. You know, I'm not saying he's the worst player on the team by any means or something like that, but he's not going to be the guy who goes in there, I'm going to destroy this game with my 5 Viper with massive ego, and, you know, he might do it anyway, but he's not going to say that, and that is helpful.
I think overall, Panda is just very stable. He's very consistent. His hero pool has a lot of... He has a lot of Master Tier and Grandmaster Tier, like traditional boring 5s, right? Like the Bane.
Bane's boring?
Yes.
Yes.
Wait, really?
Of course.
I love Bane.
Yeah, that is not... You can love Bane and he still can be boring. You can have both.
You can have both.
I feel
He's willing to play...
insulted.
He's willing to play these more traditional 5s all the time if his team needs it. I don't feel like he ever like imposes certain picks unless he sees that it's a good game for them. And having a 5 on your team who kind of doesn't make you feel suffocated in that draft to accommodate them, like maybe Schofield on the 4 on Beast Coast does with some of his unusual picks, that's a very good thing to have. It's an asset for your team.
It's like Pakaz, I want to play Morphling. So let's say Pakaz saying, I want to play Morphling. I need an Ogre Bloodless in me the entire game. And
Yeah,
Panda
he
was
just
like,
does
I'll
it.
happily do it the entire game. I'll sit here and Bloodless you, and you're going to carry me. So it has this trust on his carry.
He does not care about his personal game whatsoever, and that's really what you're looking for out of a 5.
You need that for sure. Have you ever had heroes that you didn't want to pick because of the crowd? SVG, like...
Because of the crowd?
Yeah, I mean, again, they're making a lot of noise. No idea what that was. We're going to ignore that for a bit. You know, for example, you wouldn't want to pick Mirana because Moonlight Shadow is obvious or something like that. Because you know that these... We've already heard... I don't know how much the players hear, but we heard whistles for smokes or something like that, you know? And I feel like Moonlight Shadow is another one you're like, here in the crowd. I don't know. Would it impact you at all? Or would you not think about it?
So. I don't think I ever didn't pick a hero because of a crowd stipulation. I've definitely played on lands where the crowds... You know, I'm not going to say they revealed things, but they alluded to them very strongly. And it does affect the game. You start getting... But I think it actually affects you mostly negatively. You start thinking that they're doing all these things.
Yeah.
And then your brain starts thinking, oh, if I don't hear anything, that means they're not doing something. That's not always the case. Maybe they're smoking, the crowd's just not cheering for them. And then, oh, they're not smoking either because there's no cheer.
I can
Only
tell a
get smoked
story
on.
like about a very specific hero on that sense. Not that he wouldn't want to play because of the crowd. We were talking about nerves, and I was actually thinking, do I come up with that story that happened? Because I guess the English community is not really aware, but something that all the Peruvian, Brazilian communities are aware. There was a game that Panda, he called GG in the middle of the team fight and had some sort of anxiety issue. And he was playing Winter Wyvern. And he didn't play Winter Wyvern for almost 1.5 years. And then he played on last TI. And it's like, I finally good with it. So I feel it's a good outcome. I'm really happy that like how the facts turned out, that he went over it and like he's doing super well with it.
Yeah.
And now he's playing a land. So a bit on that topic of a hero, maybe not on the specific case that you can hear in the arena, but I feel it's really great to see the outcome of this.
What the heck? I'm so touched.
Yeah.
That's a great thing to hear. I'm really happy for him because honestly, Dota is a very mentally taxing game. We've talked about this time and time again. Like, losing is hard, competing is hard. You feel awful things all the time, like anxiety, you feel pressure, sometimes you just feel angry, right? And to cope with these feelings and kind of funnel them into something positive is not something that every team is capable of doing. And I think that's where these two teams stand right now. This is kind of a test of their grit mentally to see if they can just like take it to the next level and win something this year.
Do you think EG look too relaxed right now?
I think Chris Luck always looks relaxed and the camera's on him, so maybe that's...
I mean, Pakaz was stretched out, kind of spread around the booth. Then you go to Beast Coast, they're all zoned in, 5 guys at a PC. Hector's warming up his hockeys, getting them greased. I don't know, man. I feel like EG's in chill mode or something.
I think yesterday definitely helped them. That must be the case. That they now feel like, you know, they've already went through the flames. They've already went through the fight. They walked on the fight. They were the firewalkers.
Yes, I think to see them in chill mode is definitely good because if they're going to be stuck in that mindset of their loss from yesterday and they were going to come into this even more nervous, then that would just be like catastrophic for them. So for them to be able to achieve this mental reset by whichever means they were able to do so is nice. I don't know what they did exactly, but they looked pretty happy backstage.
They did.
So yeah, I mean, I just hope Pakaz feels better.
No lollipop for Pakaz.
Maybe that's...
What does this mean?
That he's feeling better, so he doesn't need extra sugar.
Was that like a thermometer?
Who knows?
No, that was an anime character.
Are you sure it was a lollipop?
No, that was his desire to be in a comic.
They lost the attitude. They're now chill.
Yeah, so I'm
They're
saying they mellowed out. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if that's good or bad.
Well, we have to wait and see. We are moments away from the draft, and before we head into our draft and go to our draft panel, I'd love to hear some words from you. What we can expect. We already said that the first part of the draft is going to be incredibly important. I have half information. I have the information that Beast Coast has second pick, but I don't know who's Radiant or who's Dire. So that is what I have.
Beast Coast is probably Radiant.
Beast Coast is second pick, so probably Radiant. Yes, I would imagine so. Whoever choose, like if EG got to choose.
They're probably Dire. I think first pick's my favorite. I flipped those. My bad.
For me, it's a coin flip. I don't know. I just know that it means they want to have the best matchups on carry to carry, especially. They want to act on a hero that out carries Pakaz hero.
Yeah, overall last pick, right? Yeah. That's what you're saying.
I wouldn't be surprised to see some of these Lina or Broods just go through. I know they're being contested, but some like these teams don't necessarily value them as highly as a lot of these more concrete European teams. And there's other heroes like Timber that are. It's going to get taken if it's left.
I agree. I think there might be some like Lina Brood trade-offs. I think Timber is going to be banned. I think potentially Pangolier too if Beast Coast have the first pick.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that if EG have the first pick, this Brood will always be banned because I think Whisper is a solid Brood Mother player. He's not on the level of something like a 3-3. Yeah, but they've won with it also in the group stages, right? They just had a bad performance overall, I would say. But I mean, I think that if you're going to compare Broodmother players on both of these teams, Whisper is a very good one, whereas Sacred, I wouldn't really trust that too much. So I think that there's no way that Beast Coast will give this away if EG have first pick. Otherwise, I think they're not scared to ban it if EG have second.
Yeah, if
so
Sacred plays Broodmother, they lose. Definitely.
Yeah.
He's not like practicing the hero. I don't think he'll be able to
does
pull
he
that
even
off.
play it?
Yeah. And then on the other side, Whisper plays it. It's a new hero for Whisper, but it's Whisper. He's really good with everything. And also Chris Luck plays on the mid lane. I guess one of these few exceptions that you have a team that actually can play Broodmother on the mid lane. He played on the DPC. So maybe it's a hero that Beast Coast should be afraid because of this flex also.
That being said, Whisper lost yesterday on the Brood. Like there was they didn't have a great showing yesterday, or is yesterday one of those series when EG was playing against Entity that we should just forget about it because we feel like the mental pressure got to them? Like, do we just throw all the results from there out of the window?
That's what they're going to try and do for sure.
They
want to forget that series.
I mean, if I was EG, I would want to do that too.
But it's that approach that you let Brute and Lina through, so you can get to pick one of them.
Yeah, you swap heroes basically.
Yeah, and I think if Brute is there, they will pick, but they will ban Lina, or they will consider that Hector is not practicing the hero that much, and they don't care Hector's Lina, because what's on Lina is one thing. And Hector on his hero pool, Lina doesn't make that sense, but you can always expect him to play because he has 13 Smurfs. He can learn a hero really fast, as he did with the AMP. People were expecting him not to play, and he played for the first time in this tournament.
I think we might see some Linas actually. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if EG let Lina through, and they just like if they have a second, and then they just take this tiny Rubik, because I feel like taking this tiny Rubik like poses a lot of issues for Beast Coast, because they're taking away one of Dark Mago's like explosive heroes. and they just have their solution to a hero that they're not really afraid of, right? I think Broodmother in general, I wouldn't be worried about it for Beast Coast, but I still don't think they should let it through for EG. Just because EG lost with it doesn't mean that it's not a hero that's gonna give you a lot of stress and heartache in a Dota game.
I also think Brood is good versus Hector, conceptually. I think Hector suffers when his lane is tough, or he gets kicked out of lane very early, and all of his farm timings are offset by a minute or two because his laning phase was slightly harder. If you get Brood and you snowball that lane and kick Hector out and take over the map, I think your game plan's screwed.
That's an interesting perspective.
You gotta just shut down Hector?
So Hector, just by existing, is the anti-Brood? He's the counter to Broodmother?
No, I'm saying Brood counters Hector.
Oh, well, so I don't think they should give it away then, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I was really confused. I was trying to follow you.
On to your point.
Okay.
But I also got on the beginning that it wasn't good, and then I get it. It's really good. I got your point on that. It's really good. Maybe if they get brooded, they would do some sort of tri-lane. All the time they try to cheese Hector, they cheese you more. So they tri-lane you, or he plays the aggro lane, and they're going to put some sort of Dawnbreaker 3 on the safe lane. That's something they can do. And he usually does that when he plays against Timber. So if you pick Timber, try to cheese him, he will go some Enchantress, Luna, Enchantress, Juggernaut, Wyvern, Luna. Those are the combinations they do, specific ones.
Juggernaut, we've not seen a Juggernaut the entire major, I believe.
Maybe we see for the first time.
For the first time.
Juggernaut is a lower bracket hero.
The one scenario I see Beast Coast letting through this Brood is if they just snap pick this Sacred Pangolier, right? And then they just think they have a better solution for it. And then maybe deny pick the Rubik from Matthew, and then they kind of trade two heroes like that. But I don't know if I like that trade-off though, because I really think that Brood is just so. She makes every game feel bad, you know.
Here's all the unpicked heroes, by the way.
Suck.
Jug's one of them. Anyone that you could see come out in this series in particular, other than Jug?
The Whisper Tinker is coming.
AA.
What about the Panda Ogre that might come out?
Just for the Morphin.
That actually might come out.
I don't want to see Ogre.
Or the Panda Dazzle might come out. Maybe an AA is a response to a DP or something, but I don't see either of these teams prioritizing the DP early.
No.
They are kind of Brewmaster teams, but I don't know why you picked that hero.
And apparently neither do the teams, because they just don't.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
He's fun to play, though, until you lose.
I've seen China against Broodmother and against Snapfire. Somehow they judge the Aghanim is good against these two heroes. You're going to fly the Snapfire during
you can do these Brew Mirana lineups where you fly around with the Wind Panda and you set people up and then you bring them down into an arrow, and it's kind of cool, but Mirana's also fallen off. I wouldn't expect it too much. I don't think we're going to see any of these heroes outside of the Whisper Tinker, which is always lurking.
I don't know about the Whisper
That's
Tinker.
not a meme. That's how you get.
He's
literally one of the best Tinkers.
Do you know what? I'm not gonna doubt you. You were right yesterday with the offlane silencer that came out again. So, Whisper Tinker. We're gonna probably see it.
If
you just predicted it.
I'm gonna look so good.
You're gonna look very, very smart. It's about time. No, it's fine. Sorry, that was really mean.
No, that's okay.
That's really mean.
I'm used to it.
So we're having a little bit of delay from what it looks like. Don't really know what is up, but I'm wondering if this, there's quite some adrenaline that comes out when you're being cheered on.
Okay, the other thing we should note is we're talking about these overlapping hero pools. This is also an inter-regional match. Inter-regional matches are very weird. They get very weird very fast because all of a sudden you can throw out the tournament meta out the window and you're like, well, we know what these guys want to do and they know what we're going to do and we're going to both try and mind game each other. So you're going back into this small hero pool. That's why I think the first phase is going to be Tiny, Treant, Rubik, Snapfire.
Pangolier,
stuff is banned or
Timber,
not.
potentially, right? I think Rubik.
I think Timber is getting banned.
Ricky as well, by the way.
No way Timber gets. I think EG is done with Ricky.
I don't know about that.
I saw Matthew's face. I think he's done with Ricky.
Oh, that's fair.
I don't know.
It really depends. There's so many possibilities because they might let the Timber through if Batrider's through.
There's no way anybody's letting Timber. How is Timber getting through in this game?
I'd say, especially when Beast Coast has first pick, which is not the case of this first match, they have second pick, they will let it through because they could Batrider on 8 against Timber.
Yeah. I can see that as well.
And there are teams that are super happy with Batrider against Timber specifically.
I think normally that's good. I think versus Whisper, it's not.
Yeah, he already picked Timber into Batrider and won.
Yeah, I don't think he cares about anything.
Guys, will you humor me for 1 second?
No.
Okay. Go on.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
Okay, so This first phase Schofield clockwork, will we see it? Because I hate it.
Hey, that cheer, by the way, I believe.
think that it's the mental effect.
Guys, the cheer that we heard is for the draft. We want to see some Dota 2 being played on this stage. It's Evil Geniuses and Beast Coast, and it's a draft of Game 1. Let's get this started.
Welcome one and all to the draft panel for the HB Mas Clásico. We are here to witness Beast Coast versus Evil Geniuses, a lower bracket matchup to see who gets to continue here at the Lima Major. This is going to be the match that will blow the roof off the building, and we are getting into this. My name is Snare. I'm joined by Fear and Fog. Fog, this is your hometown. This is where you're from right now. Talk to me about what you expect from this matchup, man. It's kind of intriguing that EG still pick up the Riki instead of choosing their Leshrac, which they've been super successful with so far.
Yeah, definitely interesting. This is a really interesting matchup because I think most people would rate EG as a little bit of a better team than Beast Coast. However, when they face up, it feels like Beast Coast always ends up beating them. So, yeah, a lot of fun stuff, a lot of fun matchups, and yeah, maybe my hometown. I wasn't born here though, but yes, I got my blood here.
He's got his blood here. Fia, we'll look at this Beast Coast lineup right now. They had the second pick, and they responded to this opening pick, Riki, by going for the Treant Protector plus the Leshrac. We've already seen how good Leshrac is when he's comboed up with something that just back him up, ensure that he has some sort of sustain. And this sort of fits into what Beast Coast likes to do, right?
Yeah.
As early as humanly possible, secure Dark Margot's hero. Dark Margot, interestingly enough, at this tournament, he's the only mid player to have never had his hero picked in the final phase. Ever. It's only K1 Hector, pretty much. He's the win condition. Do you like this opener from them so far?
I mean, yeah, it has some flexibility too. I have seen them play it in the off lane as well in some games.
Yeah.
He will probably play there in the mid lane, but I want to touch on the Riki a little bit. This is their fifth game on EG with this hero with an 80% win rate.
Yeah.
So they're very successful with this hero, and I'm not super surprised to see him pick it up. I do like what Beast Coast is going for here. They have a couple heroes that they play that have not been doing so hot. One is the Mars. They pick it a lot. They always want Dark Mago mid. It has not been doing well. 33% win rate. His Kunkka has been seeing a lot of gameplay. 25% win rate. And then for the position 5, they've been playing a lot of Clock as well. Not a good win rate. So they do have the Treant, which should have a 70% win rate for them. With the Leshrac, which is very meta. I think Beast Coast, are at their best when they're playing more meta standard type of heroes. Because like when they are going with these Mars and Kunkkas, they're not winning, but they are winning with these heroes.
Yeah, and I like the response in like Totally versus Riki because it's this group up kind of meta. We saw that work super well from Entity yesterday. They saw this Riki. They literally completely counterpicked it pretty much as all group up, end the game, pressure early. Well, Riki, it's similar to that Nyx Assassin style in the past where we've seen teams like you DK it, you Death Prophet, you just end the game. Riki never ever finds these pickoffs with your dart and stuff like that. So I like the approach, but I think EG, it's a cool response because they're not going all in to wait for this late game. I like that they give a Death Prophet because yesterday we saw they went like all in late. It was a very slow draft. They had like Riki, Naga, Enigma just very slow pace. So this one it's going to be able to match the tempo a bit.
Speaking of that Enigma, I'm very glad that it looks like so far EG is not going to be going all in on making sure that Whisper has a quote-unquote OP offlane hero like an Enigma, like the Broodmother we saw from him yesterday. Seems to do his best when he's playing like these super fighting heroes, whether it be Timbersaw, whether it be Batrider, even this Death Prophet, he's played it before and won and looked very, very good because he can just be active on the map. And I think you're always going to ensure that Whisper is able to play that kind of playstyle here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've definitely made some adjustments after yesterday. Like, they didn't look in their best form playing yesterday. But today, they're going to come in with a little bit of a new strategy. They have played this Death Prophet before. Maybe in the DPC they played on Whisper, but they have not played it at this major yet. So this could be a flex. And we know Chris Luck, he does like to play this Death Prophet from time to time. So I do like the idea of them flexing this hero here. But what I really do want to see is what you mentioned. I want to see Whisper really show up today. When EG look their best is when Whisper is in control of the early game. He can make things happen. He's getting solo kills like in his lane. If he can do that again today, like EG's like, that's what they need from him.
Yeah, a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes from him
really
yesterday.
was, yeah.
Like I've never seen him. He was like 0-5. Like that just doesn't happen.
I've never
for
seen that
Whisper.
before.
Yeah, I completely agree. So other thing I'm really happy to see is that's why I was like kind of pumping my arms before. No Undying. Thank God. I'm getting so sick of seeing it. Sure, we're gonna see Tree. It's in every game as well too. But honestly, Undying just wins every single lane.
Yeah.
So
it's like
very happy to see a
free
little bit of
lane when it
difference.
feels like at this point. Like,
Yeah.
You can pick any carry with it, and we've been seeing a lot more carries because Undying pretty much just pushes whatever carry you pick to a free farm lane. That's just what he does, and so it's really nice to see him not be in the game. So it's going to be a more skill-based matchup, especially for Whisper on the other side. If he plays versus Undying, you might not see the same explosive style that he normally does like to play.
One thing I find very intriguing about this matchup, speaking of carries as well, is that K1 Hector very rarely plays the Nature's Prophet. Played his first professional game of it the other day in the group stages here at the Major. And the same is true for Kaz. He has played it before, but it's also on and off that they utilize this hero. Fog, what do you make of it? Why is it the case that these South American teams are not utilizing what seems to be one of the most OP heroes in the game right now?
You said it right there. South America, they've got their own meta, always. They were the ones even doing like the Snapfire offlane before anybody else was. They just like to play their own styles, and now we're going to see their Tiny that they really like to play. So as you said, flexing things around. Now we don't know if that Lesh is going to be this offlane or it is just going to be this Tiny mid or anything too, so keeping things a bit open.
I wonder if we're going to get any of the surprise picks, because EG, they've played a couple of heroes that no one else has played, like some, they have Nightfall, not Nightfall, sorry, there's Dawnbreaker that they flex between 1 and 3, which is kind of peculiar. We've seen that Beast Coast, they played a bevy of different heroes for Schofield that no one else has been doing. The Earth Spirits, the Nyx Assassins, the Dark Willows, K1 Hector's played PL. I'm wondering if any of those are going to come out here, but it might be less likely here because when teams know each other, it's less surprising to be able to do that, right? It actually might be more surprising for these two matchups to just go back to like some standard play. So they go for Clockwork into the Primal Beast here. So that feels like that should be the Primal Beast Ricky lane. That is a very aggressive lane early on in the game. I don't know, how do you feel about it overall?
Oh, they have the Ember still
All right,
in though.
so here's what's happening here. So I think if you put Whisper on Primal Beast, you're always going to be happy, right? Like, regardless of like who he's laning with, he doesn't have like the strongest lane combination as if you're laning with a Rubik or a Hoodwink maybe. But like, they do have the setup. Whisper, he wants to be your playmaker, right? Like we didn't really want to see him on Broodmother, as Brood has been untouched this series, actually, completely. So EG had a conversation like, we played Brood, it's not our strength, let's just not play it. Whisper, be on a playmaker. Looks like Crixluck will be most likely putting the DP mid, which I think they should do, because that's a great matchup versus the Ember mid. Yeah. It's a really good one. We talked about the flexibility of the Leshrac. Now they're showing it to us. Because Leshrac's going to go offlane with a Tiny. It's a classic lane, a very, very powerful lane as well. So I think both teams have like strengths and weaknesses across the board, which is what you want to see in a draft, right? So like, man, this draft is so tense right now. I'm not entirely sure like which one I want to root for right now. It's just I've seen GP crush Embers so hard in the mid lane, and Embers have a tough one. But then I also kind of see like this, can Pakaz get a hero that can lane against a Leshrac plus Tiny lane? A very difficult lane to lane against.
It's really fun how we get the two all-star carry players getting their last pick too, right? So you're going to see all those starting to get banned out. So there is going to be limited
already
options.
banned out, right? Look, the Naga, the TB, and both these carry players love the CK. That one got removed in the second phase. Now we're going to get 4 more carry bans on top of it. So it's going to be a limited selection for both players.
I'm very glad that we have this Ember Spirit for the side of Beast Coast, because as Fio was mentioning earlier, when Dark Mago is playing his like Kunkkas, his Marzes, his Tinies mid, success can be a little bit hit or miss. His Ember Spirit, although they've only won like 1 or 2 games with it, has looked very, very good. So I'm liking to see it here. It also allows them to play really fast on the map. I don't see any long cooldowns on their draft right now. On the side of EG, the only long cooldown is going to be his Exorcism. So that's going to be a brawly affair no matter what. What kind of heroes are you wanting to see at the very end here? 23 pick, Fear as a carry player. If you're Pakaz right now, what are you telling your captain to draft for you at the moment?
I mean, you do have a Clockwork in your lane. You are going to be laning versus a Tiny. You're against a Leshrac. I would want Drow Ranger.
Drow Ranger, that's
I would
what
want
I'm
Drow
looking
in
at.
this game.
Looks great, gives them that extra silence, more coverage versus Ember, which they're kind of lacking maybe a little bit of catch. Looks nice.
And they didn't ban it either. Ursa was a good ban too, so that's what I'd look for specifically. We did see Shopify Rebellion pull out a decent amount of the Shadow Fiend. That could be good this game as well. you know your 5 is a clockwork. I did mention on Beast Coast, their clock has not been successful, but on the other side with EG, their clock has been really good with a 75% win rate. And then,
there you go.
All right,
You got
get
it.
NP carry. I mean, this is fine too. It's definitely more stable. I think Drow would have been like a little more risky. You're playing versus Ember, you're playing versus the Tiny, so you're gonna have to position better, but you get NP. This hero is ultra strong laning phase, transition to like pushing buildings with the Death Prophet. It looks good, looks solid.
Scaling's great too. Versus Ember, you get Leash Talent eventually too. You're gonna be able to, maybe we'll see that Midas that we've been seeing picked up more and more to be able to get that Leash Talent, but it's a very strong lineup through multiple different stages, which was my concern for EG yesterday, because they did draft the kind of all-in-y. This one, it hits on every front, so I quite like it right now.
Is there any possibility of them going for this Aghanim Scepter build on the Nature's Prophet so that even before the 20 talent you have some kind of leash? But I guess you only really see that from the off lane nowadays.
Yeah,
yeah, that's not really a carry build.
Damage. No, I don't like it as carry.
They don't really have another damage dealer on their team. Like, they're going to be making a lot of space, and then it's really going to be up to Picard's here to really just do a traditional carry build, get the Gleipnir, at some point a BKB, you know, Satanic, Silver Edge, just really just like output the damage for his team here.
So what is K1 Hector getting here? He's the only one left to pick. 24 pick. They have plenty of time. 50 seconds in the reserve here. What seems palatable for you here, Fear? We've seen Chaos Knight, we've seen Naga Siren, we've seen Morphling, we've seen Bloodseeker, we've seen PL.
They're all
We've seen Lima, we've seen Nature's Prophet. Everything's gone.
I feel like he might just drop himself too.
Yeah, I mean, Drow is good for both teams. Like, when you're playing versus the Death Prophet type heroes or like the Bloodstone heroes in the Leshrac, having the Hypothermia is really good. Long range. But it is Hector. He does like to play what Hector likes to play, and he might be forced
he might play
into
Gyro.
a different situation. I hope he does not.
I hope
as
he does not.
We saw in the last series versus Tundra that even if you're having a great game on Gyro, you have an expiration date on that hero, unfortunately. This is a hard pick, and he's going for it. This is
similar style of hero.
That's Hector.
That's a Hector
That's
hero.
definitely Hector.
And I feel like this probably wasn't his top 5 choices, but everything was banned. So he's going to get it. I can see it working this game too. Flash farms.
Yep.
It can be decent. I would be a little afraid of playing versus the Primal and the Clockwork, though. Has similar issues to Drow would, so it's going to be a Hector game. He's going to have to get incredibly farmed. But last one I want to talk about is Dark Mago. Like, I feel like this tournament, he has not shined very much. And it's mainly because he's been stuck on the Mars and the Kunkka, repetitively playing those heroes, not doing well. Maybe him getting a new hero is going to be a breath of fresh air for Beast Coast. A lot of eyes on him.
This is the third game in the tournament, Fog, that we've seen as Luna being picked up by a team. We saw Rebellion do it, we saw Liquid do it. Both of them managed to win their games. Now that they are playing this Luna here, both of those drops that we saw were very group up, very shell-oriented, enabling the Luna primarily.
Yes.
Does this fulfill the bill for you in that regard?
I mean, they have Tree and Lash, so they have very good early game to be able to enable her and make the space. My one concern is there's tons of gap close, and there's lots of ways to scout her too. They have great vision outlets on the side of EG and great ways of preventing farm. I've seen these MPs, even if they're playing carry, send treants, block camps. Ricky's going to be constantly scouting out too, looking for this Luna, looking for pickoffs, and they're always going to have like +1. So Clock and Ricky can hunt, and they're always going to have the NP coming in. So I feel like it could be some concerns for sure for K1 early on.
It's concerns maybe for game 1, but what is not concerning is the fact that it's going to be an action-packed matchup for us here at the Lima Major. Day number 2 already kicking off in very scintillating fashion. It only gets better from here. Habermas Classico is on the way, and to make sure that this game is as electric as humanly possible, we have to send it over to our casting duo. We have the dynamic duo of the awesome Avo and the jovial Jenkins. Gentlemen, make this as exciting as the crowd is, and take it away.
Always happy to hear his alliteration. My favorite rhetorical device, Jenkins.
That was too kind. I don't know why you're starting with rhetorical devices. I'm not very educated. Getting into this game, we got the K1 Luna.
He guessed it. We were talking jokingly, says they're going to pick the Luna.
I can't believe it, dude.
It's a Beast Coast pick.
We were 50-50 between the Luna and the Medusa.
Oh my god, and they're both terrible.
Because K1 just doesn't give a shit about what the meta is. This guy will play his heroes no matter what. And I think everybody's doubting it. That's when he does the best.
Yes.
Is when everybody's doubting him, when his back is against the wall. That's why he gets the biggest cheers.
It's true.
Out of the whole crowd.
For years, he actually used to only show me the negative messages he got, and I thought that Hector actually never received any positive messages.
Yeah.
But the reality is he just really likes those instead.
Right.
So,
given how he acts in his pubs, I can definitely understand he likes the negativity.
Sacred says, good luck, ugly men. And Paca says, it's El Trágico. We're in lower bracket. SA will once again eliminate SA from this tournament. Who's going to take it? I genuinely don't know. And now Sacred says, whoever loses owes me a whiskey. Okay, he's already ready to lose Sacred. At least he'll drink his way away.
I mean, I feel like it should be whoever wins. Yeah, then they're in the money.
No, whoever loses.
Okay,
that's because if his team loses, they owe him a whiskey.
Oh, I see.
Right.
Yeah.
It's very smart, honestly.
That's fair.
What can you tell me this Luna, though? It's probably the most puzzling pick of the draft. What's the strength of this hero in this current match?
The strength of the hero is that there weren't very many Hector picks left. They were banning pretty much everything out.
Yeah, this is the best part.
Here we go. Time for Phil.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, he needed a ranged hero to play with the Treant Protector. Also, we were talking about the Primal Beast in lane.
You're right.
Like, this hero's going to dumpster pretty much any melee carry, barring the Ursa or something like that, or Monkey King. Hector doesn't really play too much Monkey King. The Luna really was the one ranged hero that's like a Hector classic to go with the tree. And it's a strong lane. I mean, you're going to have the Aura plus the Treant's 100 damage. Even though the Primal Beast can run into the lane, trample down those trees, they can still out CS. Like,
right.
Hector's still going to have a really good game. And Hector with a good game, I mean, this guy, he's going to be top net worth.
And at the end of the day, that's what you need, because if you look at Beast Coast, even though they can change players around, in fact, I actually think this player change only made them more their style. The 4 Protect 1 with Sacred, which is a very sacrificial offlaner, and Darkmaw, who's a suicidal mid laner, works better.
Yeah, this man has a magnet to high ground.
He does.
Especially if it's a double high ground.
Okay, you wanna that sign says monkey does not kill monkey. That's truly like camaraderie among monkeys is what the sign means.
I understand.
Anyway, so I was gonna say that, in comms when they were in Thunder Awaken, Panda told me that every time Dark Mago would go high ground, he would go, guys, why are we being such cowards? And he would go and blink to the high ground, and then Panda would have to run after him.
Dude, this is why Panda has this complex where he has to just go save his teammates always. Like, even when his teammate is so obviously dead to everybody else, it's like Panda does not have that instinct in him to back. Like, he's like a mother. He's got that mother instinct.
Yeah.
That is the most strong biological instinct. A mother's baby is trapped under a car for some reason in this analogy, and she just lifts it with one hand.
It's true.
That's Panda.
It's true. Panda, I once saw him carry 64 water bottles to the practice room.
I think so, and they were all for Picaz.
Yes,
I'm pretty sure.
It was this tournament as well.
Right.
There was nobody to bring it to him.
Right. There was no, and the heat in the booth too was just absolutely insane.
Picaz was cooking.
He wasn't drinking them. He was pouring them on himself.
Matthew got none of them as well.
No.
Because, of course, it's all for his carry.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't want to take his hat off to, pour the water on him. He didn't want to wet his hat.
We do see people now photoshopping full-on pictures of
there
Matthew.
He is.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go with the hat. Thank you.
He doesn't seem to take too kindly to that meme, dude.
No, he does not.
Also, he doesn't give a shit when the crowd is cheering for him either.
No, he doesn't. He's actually still telling his team about the strategy.
I can't believe that okay, there's one thing for somebody to be like this in pubs. Like, I have played with Matthew for the last 7 years in pubs. He is so stoic.
Yes.
But to see him in front of literally 4,000 people and not give a shit, it's like, truly, this is one of the most special individuals that I've ever met.
Since it's a full essay match, let's just share some memes here as everyone cheers. He's lovely. His name is El Gotito. It comes from Goto, which comes from God, because he's supposed to be the god of Dota. When he gets angry, se bota, which means you're angry. So he's El Botito as well. So he has tons of memes around him. That's why he's the team captain.
They also call him the Walter White of Dota, right?
They do. They call him El Pelao as well, which means bald. There's no complexity to that one.
That's just an insult.
They say every hair he loses from his head is equal to 100 more MMR and one more championship win.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if he can get it in this game. As K1. Okay, TPing to the bottom lane.
I love that he's being followed by Treants. Can we just look at the Treant Protector being followed by a bunch of summoned Treants? What a cute sight. He took him with him, Stinger. Not with his carry in lane. Okay, he's going to TP now, thank God.
That is 2 TPs down there. I mean, if either of them end up dying in the early game here, it could be pretty bad.
He literally just walked up, leech sheet the Primal Beast. I guess early levels is when PB is weakest.
Well, I mean, pretty much every Treant is just going to leech seed on range creeps. Like, especially with the Luna, he went Aura, so he doesn't have the beam to secure range creeps. So this is just okay, Hector, here you go. I'm going to zone them. You can take the range. And yeah, we have some more lane shenanigans happening. This is a double melee lane bot for EG, so they're looking to pull the creep wave.
Right, okay.
And it's actually funny here. So Stinger pulls it around to try to connect the wave.
But they're far gone now.
Which just lets the wave normally run past the tower. So Whisper, in either case, is going to get a full wave under here.
Yeah, Nectar's following the wave. He famously does not like to miss CS, but now he could be in a little bit dangerous territory. Actually separating their duties is going to be the Twin Predator who CS's the wave he took himself, as Hector tries to find something elsewhere. Hector's just staying in the lane now. He has nothing. He's being starved.
I see the pinging happening.
He's angry.
What is this? What is going on in that lane?
Man, this bottom lane is wild.
Yeah, this is some weird stuff going on.
Hector has 3 CS now. He finally got some creeps.
But the thing is, like, that is a full creep wave that EG was just zoned from, so...
True.
It is going to Stinger here, but Stinger getting an early level 2 is... it's definitely impactful. I mean, Trian is one of the strongest laning 5 positions in the game. Level 3 timing on Trian is so strong. Level 2 leech seed is very powerful.
We talked about the strength of the Primal Beast and the Riki, right? When is the timing for this lane to start playing more aggressively? What level?
Well, for Riki, it's 15 minutes into the game at 1,400 gold, let's be real. But yeah, I mean, Primal Beast, when he gets a couple of levels into Trample, probably level 4, because you want Uproar to, you know, secure some early CS and play this lane a little bit more defensively.
Yeah.
I don't think there's much kill threat down here until a couple more levels.
Okay, you think the Luna fixed that lane a lot, right?
Yeah,
that was a wild play by Stinger.
All right, never
he just
mind.
walked underneath the tower, got hit by the smoke screen, and now Stinger in the trees again. He's going to be fine for now, it seems like. The Courier might not be so fine. Hector just lost it, and Matthew already starting. He's really hell-bent on killing every Courier in sight. It's his thing now.
And people have been copying it too, realizing how much gold those Couriers give. I see so many people in their pubs last night just spamming Courier kills on Riki. Going Blink Dagger. They want to be just like Matthew, the Walter White of Dota.
What's cooking in this mid lane is Ember versus DP. How is this matchup supposed to go according to you, Jenkins? Is this okay for Darkmago? Is this normal for Darkmago?
This is definitely DP favored. I think she can take the Fire Shield off fairly easily with a couple of levels in Spirit Siphon. And like Ember's biggest strength in the lane right now is the Sleight of Fist. It's all about sitting there and harassing your opponent down. As he's got to be a little careful here. Just have the Treant armor.
Oh, that Spirit Siphon has a huge range. He almost killed him with that. Crypt Storm though, on cooldown, didn't want to use it.
Oh, he got
him! Darkmago with a cheeky play, C-Smell gets the first blood solo kill mid. You talked about this on the panel earlier. This can completely stabilize your game.
Yeah, this can be one of the most disastrous things in this patch. Like, pretty much what happens, you get another carry.
In the bottom lane, they want to get another kill on the support, but Stinger's safe. He's quite tanky still.
Yeah, Stinger went for level 2 in Living Armor, or level 2 point in Living Armor. He does not have any Nature's Grasp because both of these heroes can get out of it very easily. So he's just opting to heal. He healed the mid lane there, didn't help so much, but he's also healing K1 up on the Luna.
How do you deal with the lane push later? Because Trin likes to stay bottom, push out the lane. Like, how does he shove it if he doesn't Nature's Grasp?
I mean, he'll probably get at level 4. I don't think you want to like max out Living Armor by any means. This just, to me, means that he wants to play the early game very safe. And just get K1 his farm. Some more lane shenanigans top, of course.
Yeah, Schofield trying to do the same thing. Panda preventing him. Yeah. The battery assault. Clock is very good at dealing with the shenanigans. Assault is done. In the bottom lane is Hector, who they're going on now. Blink Strike to slow him a little further. They're down with a trample, and because of Lucent Beam, they stop Primal Beast for a second. Whisper, though, wants to kill his ex-teammate, but he won't get to him. Little bit of mercy. Hector survives, gets the tango. He's fine. Well, he's fine for now. Matthew, he sees a courier. He sees Hector. Has to choose which one he's rather kill. Staying in the trees for now, but Hector is healing up a little bit too much.
Whisper wants to go for
it,
it,
he's not afraid of it, apparently.
He's
There's
got the
another trample. There's a smoke screen as well. There's a Lucent Beam ready now for Hector, but it might be a little bit too late. One more hit will do the trick. Whisper gets a kill. That's the second kill of the game, both for EG.
Yeah, all the lanes are going in EG's favor. I mean, this bot lane, it's a double melee lane, but they do have the kill threat. It's crazy, because even through the level 2 Leech Seed and Living Armor, the trample, it's just doing so much. I mean, I've seen Luna lose a lot of lanes to Primal Beast, to be honest. Like, I feel like this is not an easy lane for Luna, because she can't do much if you get on top of her. Even with the tree, I think they were banking on the tree heal protecting the Luna, but their math was wrong.
Okay, that Mago, he's stuck in the Sprout now. Luckily, the Trains don't actually body block him.
He's level 5.
He doesn't have that spirit. He's going to die too. The Remnant, sorry. Schofield tried to help him out, but Schofield might just be in trouble himself. He takes the creep wave instead. He goes, at least I'll take advantage of this by taking the creep wave. They can't push with the catapult. They're trying to keep it alive. They do have Trains though. Schofield, he went invisible, which means the creeps are no longer aggroing to him. Now he figures out there's a sentry nearby. With that tower against NP and DP, what do you do? The Prophets.
Matthew brings the wave back. That actually is needed.
Yeah,
oh,
but now
Stinger's walking in.
He's dead.
They really want to defend the mid tower at any cost.
Searing Chains the Avalanche though might get him a kill. They're trying to go for the supports first. Matthew a little bit too tanky. Panda's the target. He's actually going to aggro them away. And Panda might die for this, but he allows his teammates to survive. See Smile though. A little bit of no man's land. They hit with the split earth. Here are the reinforcements. Dark Mago as well. The Searing Chains. 3 cores versus 1 core. This is just not fair.
Whisper's there.
But see Smile. He might have reinforcements. With the help of Whisper, they get the kill on Mago. He's not going to die today. Matthew does, though, with one last smoke screen. Annoying the Leshrac. Another split earth. He needs the target. He misses. Get it? He misses. That's huge for Sacred without the stuns. How will they stop the constant spam of the Crypt Swarms? He just has to run away while the Trim Protector helps him. Sacred's one last hit away from dying, but he'll barely live. Stinger also manages to survive. No more mana for C-Smile.
Dude, this is everybody in this lane. What a goofy game so far. K1 farming up a double creep wave mid.
Whisper sees a tree moving in the trees.
Surely he's fine. Dude,
Yeah.
Whisper's showing up to this. He doesn't even have boots. He's just got the Vanguard. Because, by the way, when that crazy fight was going on in the Radiant jungle, he finishes the tower. Level 5 Nature's Prophet. What the hell is he doing mid? He's abusing the fact that everybody's distracted by this fight in the Radiant jungle. Taking the tower against the tree, very important.
He's TPing again, actually.
Yeah.
Because leaves down bottom here. Help push this tower. Very active carry, one of his signature skill sets.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to do on Nature's Prophet. This is why a lot of people think Nature's Prophet is like a bit of a counter to the tree. I've heard people say it goes both ways because you can push towers, but then tree can defend towers. Here we see the strength of it. As, yeah, Matthew just trying to take some CS mid, getting some levels. Of course, like we talked about, this hero doesn't come online until 15 minutes in. I don't know what's going on, Abba. I really don't.
Whisper's trying to take a creep wave to farm him with a camp that he stacked earlier, but Sacred is making it impossible for him to do that.
Oh, they're TPing in. Schofield's coming, dude.
They're going to fight this. Whisper has to get away.
It's a long TP.
It is.
He's not going to connect.
He also has... Oh, he has Arcane Boots. He has enough mana for Avatos.
Whisper. Whisper's walking back in.
There's a
on
toss
the wave.
back, but Whisper, is he not afraid of anything? Yes, because he has reinforcement, that's why. Mago nearby, the 2 supports though with Whisper. Smoke screen plus those cogs makes it difficult for the Ember to go anywhere. Mago's limited, useless right now. Finally out of the smoke screen, he can start using some spells. See Smile.
Oh, into
he
the tower.
wants to kill Schofield, but into the tower goes Matthew. Whisper tries to save him, but he missed out too. That Split Earth does help him. Does hinder him as he tries to get away. C-Smile will dive the tower instead. They're going for Sacred. Sacred healing back up thanks to the magic wand.
Nice
Split Earth reveals the trees now. They know where C-Smile is, but he's just hurting them a little bit too much. And they get the kill on Sacred. His next target is the enemy mid laner. It's going to be Dark Mago. Dark Mago back to the tower. He's safe for now, but Whisper, how crazy is he? They give vision with a rocket flare. We still have.
Oh, he almost dodged it.
That primal beast.
Whisper's going.
Onslaught. He goes. He got stopped by the Searing Chains. The kill's going to happen. Dark Mago gets it underneath the tower. The
He brought
Remnant's
back.
not fast enough.
I knew he
He's
would do
back
that.
to fight. Mago's not afraid. He wants to kill the DP, but Panda's a nuisance. He has to stop this, and he does, sacrificing his own life for his mid laner there.
Somebody needs to tell these guys it's not a death match. Why are they fighting? I don't understand. Whisper's like 1 creep kill away from level 6. The guy's just running around with a fucking Vanguard on Primal Beast. He doesn't have his ult yet. They just want to fight. They have to win the fight. This is not about winning. This is about pride.
Yes, it's about showing who is the stronger fighter.
Yes.
They want to show Matthew he is not it. Toss Ava, he's dead.
Dude, the moment Dark Mago died, I knew. I was like, this motherfucker's gonna buy back, dude. Of course he is.
This guy's crazy.
He even sends the Remnant out, like, in anticipation for dying and then buying back. You could just see it in his gameplay. My God.
Yeah, there we go. Like a little bit of Dark Mago, who's fully concentrated. He just had TI, and he's not phased by it.
Yeah. Well, the 2 carries, amongst all the brawling with the 4 other heroes, they have been farming. Hector's doing pretty decently, and because he's the real breadwinner here, top of net worth, has his Midas as well, so he's going to keep accelerating in terms of farm.
Okay, let's talk about that, because Midas, not a common pick on Nature's Prophet. Some people think it's a grief, because Maelstrom gives you the same, but better. Out of Mago. He really is in love with high guns. He's a fetish with a high gun, huh?
He's just got to walk up and see what's there, man. It's like a mystery box. You got to see what's inside.
Yeah, Schrodinger's Mago.
That's right.
There we go.
That's right. Quantum Dark Mago.
Let's see. Panda does see Sacred farming, but Sacred's quite clever about this, aggroing the creeps away.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that Midas thing. Why Midas over the Maelstrom in this game?
He's going to get both. He's going to get both. I think
No, but why gate Midas first as opposed to just rushing the Maelstrom?
I think he's just so sure that the fighting is going to continue that he can go for the greedier item, which is the Midas. And he can go for both because Luna, I mean, I think that's also a way to keep up with the Luna in terms of farm. Just the Maelstrom will not keep up with Glaives on Luna, but Maelstrom plus Midas will. Okay, Whisper's finally sick, so he's showing up here.
Panda, he caught Hector. The smoke screen as well. Hector doesn't have any items to help him. He's going to keep on fighting here. He's going to die eventually. With the help of Whisper as well. They got him. Stinger in the trees again. He's at least trying to aggro the wave to him, but has no interest grasp actually. He's now taking level 4. He's maxing living armor, Jenkins.
Oh, wow. Okay.
He's playing an active Treant, I suppose.
Well, the thing is, like, I think the most valuable thing about a Treant in terms of defending towers is just, like, aggroing the creeps away and pulling them into the tower and making it hard for them to die because the creeps are running out of the tower range. So, I mean, you can do that. Like, with Nature's Grasp, it's easy to do that because it literally aggroes them, right? But you
And
can
it slows as well.
Yeah, you can still do that with your body, though. Like, Nature's Grasp is not about the damage anymore. It was when people maxed it, but it's not. So this is, it's still good. This is still good.
And if you consider as well that the hero, right now, they're not playing defensively at all. Like, why do you defend towers if they're diving your tier 2?
Living Armor is still an aggressive ability because you can put it on your Leshrac who can run in and... I mean, what am I talking about? It's going to be Dark Mago running in there. They can put it on him, keep him alive for a little bit longer so he can buy back a little bit later. As Sacred, by the way, is going for a Greaves build on Leshrac offlane, which I think is definitely the play for Lesh offlane. A lot of people were going Bloodstone for a while when that was an OP item, but Greaves is just a better item now. Like, you need a hero with this in a game of Dota 2.
And now found Panda. Hook shot, but this time it does get blocked. I think he tried to smoke there. Obviously did not work out. Overgrowth, not going to happen. Primal Beast stops him. Sacred now gets a nice double split earth with a sleight of fist. They got the remnant just in case. Matthew's nearby. Gonna surprise him with a smoke screen. They gotta slow him somehow. He managed to get away from the smoke screen as Sacred re-engages. The target is to go for Whisper. Oh, from behind. Sacred's been surprised. He's done. Dark Mago continues, once again, not afraid of the high ground. He wants Whisper, but it's impossible. Remnant's away, but he's not safe. Panda caught him all the way, and it's going to be Sting to sacrifice himself for this. So Dark Mago can finally live. A nice evasion of the onslaught as Stinger dives to the ghost here in the auto attacks. Avalanche from Schofield, but Schofield's alone. He tried to get the kill on Whisper, but it's impossible. Sleight of fist won't help either. And Dark Mago has no help. He needs something else. It's going to be the Eclipse. Going for Smile next. But Hector, he's alone now. Everyone's dead. It's a rampage for C-Smile. They just fed him one by one, Jenkins.
All right, you said it, dude. You said it during the draft. You think this is his best hero now. It really plays a lot like the Leshrac, which is one of his favorite guys ever, so it surprises me that it took him this long to pull out the Death Prophet as his favorite.
I can't tell why.
It's such a...
Why are they doing that, though? Why are they going like that?
Everybody, it's just such a brawling game, and I think Death Prophet in the current patch, at this point in Dota, like, she is such a strong fighter. She's never going to die because of the Spirit Siphons. They do a shitload of damage. Exorcism, I don't know what can fight into it. Like, people, they usually try to disengage, but... There's not going to be any disengaging happening in this game. I saw K1 walk in, press ult, and then Mask of Madness. Like, he was just ready to go. So that's a 7k gold lead at 14 minutes. As much as these fights seem like they're going back and forth, it's like EG is also farming during this.
They seem to go back and forth because it seems like Beast Coast's movements are going back and forth, but it's just fourth against them.
There's a lot of... That's right. That's right. Forward movement is happening in this game for the side of EG.
Towards Beast Coast.
Yeah, towards Beast Coast. Luckily, they do have a Treant Protector, so the towers are going to stay alive.
Oh, this smoke could be successful. C-Smile is very important.
He just got a rampage.
Exactly. Oh, the silence, though. Where's your smoke now, Dark Mago?
He's got a Yules as well, so he was kind of debating that a bit. He could have Yules himself, but he didn't freak out. That actually would have set up for him. Like, the Lesh Stun's going to come out after the Yules, so he was just confident in his silence.
And once he gets that BKB, I don't know how they deal with C-Smile. They're struggling with the physical damage.
He's definitely going to become a problem when he's got the BKB, the Sanjin Kaya. Like, this hero having an item lead is pretty beastly.
Okay, hookshot finds the Treant Protector in the trees with the onslaught. They even used the push from Cogs. Nice little extra damage.
Of course.
Small kill though. Sleeping Darts online. Nectar trying to TP, but they do. They have the pulverize. Luna now running away. What are you going to do, Hector? You're done.
He tries to Mask of Madness himself out, but that just kind of kills him quicker. And that's Exorcism up right in front of Roshan. Level 2 Exorcism. I imagine EG's going to take it.
Beast Coast is falling apart, though.
Yeah, they are. They are. They've used a lot of buybacks this game. They're getting a little excited to fight. They just want to win the fights.
Right.
And it's costing them. Like, this whole time, EG is not buying back, so... It means also the res timers are really long for Beast Coast, which means the fights are going even worse.
Catching Matthew will be a good start to this fight, but once again, Tricks of the Trade prevents this death. Never mind. Sleight of Fist was here. Secure it. Schofield's now being run down into the high ground. Whisper selects a better target. It's going to be Sacred with the Pulverize. Sacred's just stuck here, but heals back up. Has the mech. He's just going to commit to Pakaz. Not enough damage. Sarkmago, though, does not know the meaning of the word back.
Kills the courier.
And he kills the courier in process. He's learning from Matthew. Up to the high ground, he goes with Whisper. He predicted that perfectly. He knew where he was going in before Dark Mago. Luckily for Dark Mago, Whisper does not have any backup.
He's going to keep chasing. He's got the Searing Chain soon.
Yeah, but he's low on mana now, though.
Also, nobody's alive, so that
has one.
That does not help. K1 is his only damage source right now, and he's not really in position to show up to this.
I can't tell him that Mao's lack of chill is a genius, like 4,000 brain play.
But we will never know. We will never know. We have said this every tournament that this guy is at, and I still don't understand him.
I can't tell if he's good, but he is the Nicolas Cage of Dota.
Yeah, because you can't tell if he's good or not.
Yeah.
At acting.
No, at playing.
Oh, at playing Dota?
Yes.
I didn't know Nick Cage played Dota.
He is a great Dota player.
Yep.
His best hero is Queen of Pain.
I thought it'd be
the scream.
I thought it'd be Clinks because of Ghost Rider.
Oh right.
I think he was in that. I think he was.
I think so. I
think he was that guy.
I don't really like Nick Cage that much.
Don't make a Nick Cage reference then.
Sorry. Let's go back to Dota, Jenkins.
Okay.
We have a cage that's been set up for Beast Coast.
Yeah.
A Nick Cage where they can't exit. They don't have space to farm.
Right.
Pakaz is farming the map for them.
You would think the Primal Beast, being the beast that he is, would be the one in the cage, but Whisper has had an absolutely amazing game.
He broke out of it. He's free now. He's Madagascaring this game.
Absolutely. And this game is a circus. Speaking of Madagascar,
right?
It's just fighting nonstop.
Right. What does Beast Coast do then? Let's be optimistic. What can Beast Coast do to make sure they can map control back? Do they just have to wait for Hector to come online?
They need a really good pickoff on like Chris Luck at the start of the fight, something like that, something really big. I think EG's got to make a mistake. Hector does not have a BKB. He's going for Manta Style and Hurricane Pike. Dark Mago should be fine.
Oh, wow, that was a nice evasion of the hook shot.
Yeah, he was playing it pretty close there, but yeah, as we talked about, that is what he does. Especially with Matthew lurking about. You never know when the dart is going to come out, right?
I'm surprised how aggressively he's playing. There's no BKB yet.
Yeah, he's acting like it, that's for sure.
Hector is also acting like he has a BKB. He doesn't have one. Has Hurricane Pike. No TP,
also has
though.
No TP. That is a Hector classic right there.
That is a Hector classic. I mean, he's not getting away. He's just a matter of time.
No, this is just...
But he is forcing a TP at least. Nope, not even a TP completed. He forced nothing. Actually, he forced his support to maybe die for him. There's actually fights going on all over. Matthew might die for Stinger. So they commit a lot to the Ricky, and they finally get him. As now, Panda is happy to die for this. He just wants to get the cogs to make sure Sacred can't get away. They already killed the carry. They just need the off laner and the mid laner now. Mago's the first target. For now, though, Sacred might be too strong. Panda's down, and they haven't been able to do anything to him. Schofield, your base is not that way, but this is normal for Schofield.
There's the Yules.
The Yule Scepter into the Sprout. You have Quelling Blade, but the Pulverize does not care about your Quelling, my friend.
Yeah, that was a long-range Pulverize. I'm not going to lie. That's one of those things where I'm Schofield. It's like, what the hell, dude?
Well, he does have really large hands.
This guy's got an Ether Lens or something.
I mean, Primal Beast model is huge, so sometimes
it is.
Bugs, right?
You know what? Actually, with the Primal Beast model, whenever he moves, his model goes forward because it's like attached to his head. So like the hitbox moves forward. Because if you're tiny and you try to like Avatos him, sometimes it'll look like he's the closest thing to you, and he's actually not, because if he's moving, the hitbox is on the head.
Oh, I see.
It's just weird because his model is so ugly.
Oh. That's what they were saying in the beginning of the game, calling each other ugly. It was all about the Primal Beast.
Exactly.
I see. Sleeping Dart for Dark Mago, Smokescreen on top of this. Again, no BKB for this man.
And Whisper is almost going down mid.
But look at this, he has a BKB, Jenkins. The difference this item makes, it's incredible.
It's a good item.
Yeah, who would have thought?
I mean, Whisper played it pretty close there.
The insanity, though, that he actually finished his Maelstrom before thinking a BKB against a Ricky is... I mean, it's a Dark Mago move.
You know, I feel like he takes the tome, by the way. He's got the Tome of Knowledge. And Chris Luck on the other side takes the Tome of Knowledge as well. These goddamn mid laners, dude. Greedy bastards.
That's because the support's just getting kills all over.
Yeah,
they don't need the
nobody
Tomo
needs
knowledge.
it. That's right. There's so much fighting.
Matthew has enough knowledge in his own dome. As Schofield sprouted. I mean, yeah, Avalanche. Avalanche the tree, Schofield.
Looking really bad for Beast Coast here. We're getting to the point where they're locked in their triangle, and the triangle's not even a triangle anymore. It's 2 camps.
Yeah, you keep mentioning it's alive.
Because, I mean, he doesn't have BKB.
Okay, he does have BKB.
No, he doesn't. It's on
he doesn't.
cooldown.
Oh, okay, he has Gleipnir though. Fights against Stinger. Pakaz will die for this. Mega kill for Pakaz, but they do get him in exchange, and now Sacred joins as well. Sacred can't deal with the enemy mid laner. He's going to fall. Mao couldn't help him in time. And now stuck in the smoke screen. There is no BKB. Hector's joining. But what can Hector do? He's hitting C-Small. That's
Nice
the right
hook.
target. The hook shot prevents him from leaving. Luckily, the Hurricane Pike will allow him to do so, though. As he didn't cogs in time because they were on cooldown there for Panda. I believe. Matthew almost died to the tower there. That was awkward.
Either way, he's got the Hurricane Pike. Schofield's going for it, dude. Now
he's thinking. He really wants Matthew.
He's playing on the ward. He's just sitting on the ward, seeing what action he can get himself into.
He only has 4 staff though, unfortunately. No blink dagger.
He's got the Tumbler's toy, you know, so that's a little bit. I feel like if you get Tumbler's toy in a game with Tiny, your win rate goes up by like 10%.
Yeah.
This is such a good item on Tiny.
It was like that game with Caster where they went center support, and you go, oh, if you got Tumbler's toy.
Yeah. Then it looks good.
Yeah, it looks amazing. Without it. Oh, Gleipnir, no. Hector, even underneath tower. Living armor. Yes, Sprout. He has nothing to cut the trees
He's trying
with.
to life
His
steal.
Hurricane Pike is on cooldown. Oh, no, Hector. That top lane has been his damnation. They even cut the Eshrek here. Sure, Greaves it up, but Sacred, he don't have enough HP to survive. Even with a hook shot, they're being greedy about this. They want Schofield. He has a 4-step himself. As for the smoke screen, they catch Dark Mao. Gleipnir on top of this. He's still silenced because of the DP and because of the onslaught. He's dead. Now with now with Schofield falling nearby, Beast Coast is once again crumbling like the Tiny crumbled in front of them.
Stinger smoked himself to get out of that.
He just doesn't want to die.
I thought maybe he was looking to go get wards down or something, but
they got to look over for their KDA now, you know.
Yeah,
This game's not looking nice for them.
No, he's just going to jungle the enemy triangle. That is the desperate situation that we're in here for Beast Coast. And Matthew actually scouts him out. What the hell?
Wow.
How did he know?
Because he knows Stinger. He's played against him for years. He stole his teammates.
Oh, Whisper.
All right.
I don't even think that kill matters that much, but I'm impressed that Matthew's able to know. It's like, what would I do if I was 15k behind right now? I'd be sniping couriers in the enemy triangle.
Yep. I'd be sniping couriers. You wouldn't farm, right?
No, he doesn't farm.
That's too greedy.
Yeah. Yeah, this is looking really tough. I mean, still, there's no tier 2 that's fallen for the side of Beast Coast, so...
I mean, yeah, but okay, there's one concern we can really address, which is they still have a Luna.
They do have a Luna.
That's the biggest problem they have.
This is a dog shit hero, Avo. You're right.
Sleep, onslaught, smoke screen. Okay, that's going to help with the 4-staff, though. And Malo is safely out. In fact, the counter initiation caught Matthew. Tricks to the trade, avoids the overgrowth, but Matthew is still going to die to residual damage, it seems. Lightning Storm to finish him off. Panda barely lives there thanks to the Glimmer Cape. Malo wants him, but can't kill him. Pakaz, though, commits, and he gets the kill onto Stinger. Hector might have gone a bit too far. He no longer has Hurricane Pike. Can someone help him? He activates Eclipse, but BKB ignores it.
Whisper's alone, though.
So is...
Okay, C-Smile's there.
Hector needs to run away, but he's not fast enough to trample.
Dude, that was pretty much a solo kill by Whisper there.
He got turned into a pancake, Jenkins.
It's the lack of BKB. He feels like because he's against the Clockwork and the Ricky, he needs to go Hurricane Pike first on Luna. But because of that, Whisper's able to just trample all over him.
Yeah. Also the DP, right? Okay, that was...
You gotta, he fat-fingered the BKB.
See, he's testing it. He's testing it. It's all good. It's all good. You got to make sure the BKB is working for the next fight.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. I mean, we already talked to C-Smile in the green room. He told us he just doesn't give a shit in general.
He was the last one to join his team.
Yeah.
He was watching the game with us, not with his teammates.
He's just enjoying being here, which I can get behind. The man just loves Dota.
It's his first time in Lima, actually. Yeah. Very excited.
Really?
No.
Okay.
He's from here.
Oh. Everybody seems to be from here.
They killed Akmao while you were, geographically mistaken here.
You said it so seriously. I don't know. I don't know where C-Smile lives. I've never been to his house.
I have.
I would go to his house.
Yeah,
though.
his mom has a great cooking. Got the tier 2 now. C-Smile's mom is smiling somewhere.
That's right.
Yeah. And Beast Coast They're leaving. They left the arena right now.
I'm glad EG's winning this one because C Smile told me he'd go to a casino with me if they win. We're gonna
of course, which means a dance parlor here.
That's right.
That's right. That's right. We never mentioned that in the broadcast. There's a tier 3 glyph used. It's not going to help him too much. Neither is the living armor. Sacred. Guys, I swear I'll split her if you walk any further.
They don't have the Ag Shard yet on him. He's got it queued up. He just queued it up when they started hitting the tier 3.
Darkmago literally watched. Was like, guys, they're not going high ground. The second they see it, I didn't know that was possible.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
His little booklets out. He's writing notes.
He's still working on his BKB, by the way. Whereas Pakaz, I mean, he's almost finished his 6th item with that Satanic.
Is he actually 10k? He is. He's 10k over the Luna.
That would be correct,
He's
Avo.
doubling Hector's net worth.
Yes, he is, which I feel like those words have never been said before.
No, even in the worst games of Beast Coast, Hector had a good net worth.
Yep. That just goes to show. I don't know what it goes to show. EG's a very good team. Luna's a very bad hero.
Yes, it goes to show Luna's a very bad hero.
Yeah.
Roche, Aegis, taken by Pakaz. How do you kill a 21k NP? 21k net worth NP
How do you
twice?
kill a 17k net worth DP as well?
Yeah, that's
Sacred.
true.
C-Smile, he's
that dart was insane range. Onslaught, pulverize. There we go. Bye-bye, Schofield.
We missed a really beautiful juke on the bottom lane, by the way. Sacred did this really cool tree cut where C-Smile's right behind him and the tree's chasing him. C-Smile cuts up into the little area. Remember during TI3 where Havas was playing Alchemist and he cut into that area. Anyway, I'm going to stop reminiscing here.
Yeah, Hector at least
that's
gets out.
Hector.
Hurricane Pike, yeah, not bad.
Okay, he's
He has
fine.
BKB now too, Jenkins.
That's good. He's now safe.
But Pakaz doesn't care about BKB. Pakaz is stunned for now. Are there any supports? Are there any help? Nope, they're just going to let poor Sacred die here. What was Sacred doing if they were just going to let him die like that?
I mean, you've got to try to find farm somewhere. I respect it. Like, you have to get out on the map. I don't think you can just sit in the base, or at least it feels bad for you to sit out in the base. That's why Darkma goes top, and he's actually getting caught out by Matthew here.
Yep.
Pakaz is there.
Gleipnir, where are you going, Darkmago? To the grave.
I gotta say, this Ricky Nature's Prophet is looking very powerful.
Yeah, Primal Beast Ricky also looks really good.
It looks very good, yeah. These heroes paired together are just so strong. Like, Ricky setting up across the map, Nature's Prophet being able to TP and actually offer the damage, and then Gleipniring them so they stay in the cloud until he gets the BKB.
Pakaz literally just TPs in front of the tier 3 to be efficient. Konging him is poor Schofield. Oh, they bullwhip him. Panda might die for this. Onslaught. Here comes Whisper, at least to avenge his dead teammate. Getting the opposite 5 as well. They're creating space for Pakaz to push, but now Whisper could be in trouble here. Activating the BKB. Where's the healing coming from? He doesn't have much, but apparently he's just too tanky. And Pakaz keeps hitting. Now he eats the whole Eclipse. That's going to get rid of his first life, but what about a second? Do they have a plan for that? Apparently not. He's just back here, and now kills off Schofield. Going for Rax next. They know where Stinger is. They want to force the dieback, but they can't cut his trees just yet. There's the buyback as well from Schofield. Gleipnir finally catches Stinger. A dieback for him. Schofield also leasing the tree. Sleeping Dart. Poor Schofield just can't move, and Darkmago in the backline is creating space for him for some reason. He's just going to die. The GG is called. Beast Coast is giving up. EG absolutely demolishes them in game number 1.
Yeah, that wasn't even close.
Don't pick the Luna.
Yeah, I gotta say, the Luna is not working out. EG, I don't know what they changed between today and yesterday, but they're drafting. That was an amazing draft. I really like C-Smile on the Death Prophet. He seems very comfortable on that.
Yep.
Matthew on the Ricky, obviously. This is very quickly rising to become his best-looking hero currently in Dota. This could be a first phase ban hero. I think there's potential for that. And Pakaz, man, he got a last pick Nature's Prophet. He was playing this before it was the meta carry.
Exactly. Like, Pakaz was known back even when he was not even on like a Thunder matchup. Like,
yeah, he was not on a good team.
No, he was not
and
on a
he
good
was
team.
known for it.
And he was carrying those teams with Nature's Prophet alone. It was the one.
Right.
They call him in Spanish, we call him El Prohibido, the prohibited one, the forbidden one, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they let that through, a little bit of a slip up, which has happened to Beast Coast. In fact, it's been their Achilles heel this whole tournament, the draft.
It just feels like there's a lot to ban though. That's the problem. There's all of the Whisper heroes. I mean, for both sides, like they have so many specialty heroes that, and they know each other so well that drafting It's just weird. This series has just entirely different bans than any of the other series that we've seen.
Yeah, they first banned Timbersaw. Like, when do you see that happen?
I can't believe that. People thought that hero was like so garbage tier prior to this tournament.
Because of reactive armor.
Right, and then it's like, okay, just against Treant, and then it's like, no. If Whisper's playing it against anything,
yes,
Batrider, like they picked it into Batrider in one series. And that's always a really hard team to draft against.
Yeah.
When they're picking heroes into like hard counters, then you have issues.
Well, if there's one set of people that can help us with these drafts, maybe they can help Beast Coast and EG as well, it's going to be our lovely set of panelists. So let's see what they have to say about the first game between Beast Coast and EG.
Thank you very much, Avo and Jenkins. And indeed, we're going to break down this first game and tell you exactly why things happened the way they did. And one thing that is interesting to note that you might have noticed just now when we looked at the players after the match, they stayed in their booths, which is not really common, isn't it, Astini?
No, it's not common at all. Usually you want to get out, breathe some air, reset. But when you stay in the booth means you are not happy at all with something that happened during the game or during the draft. So it's already not such a good sign for Beast Coast that they're like, what went wrong?
They went behind the computer, right?
Yeah.
They wanted to look at the game instantly.
Yeah, that's a bad sign. Usually you need some time to shut down, take care of your emotions, because after a loss, someone might be tilted, someone might shout things. So you want some space after a loss. That makes me a bit worried about Beast Coast, but also shows that as everyone that was cheering for Beast Coast, they are not happy at all on how the game turned, especially with the draft.
Yeah, I think that draft is definitely where you were looking at to see where it went wrong for Beast Coast, because the draft did take a little bit of a turn.
Yeah, this was a weird draft, honestly. Just in the sense that I feel like Beast Coast did not set themselves up very well, because I'm looking at it now. So they had second pick, and then they go for this Treant Lesh on the first stage, which is great. And then EG take the Death Prophet on 8. And then I think over there you just have your mid matchup between the Lesh and DP. That's already a very decent matchup. The heroes can match each other's paces and lane against each other. But for some reason, Beast Coast decide to get the tiny potential flex, and then you're like, okay, maybe where is this tiny going? Could they throw this tiny mid and play more aggressive strategy? Because we saw the Clockwork that was taken away too by EG. But then they decide to put the Tiny as a support versus Clockwork, who doesn't do well on lane versus Clockwork. And then they put the Lesh when they already see this Nature's Prophet come out on 9th. So they flex the Lesh to off lane with this Tiny. That lane's already not going to pop off the way that you want it to. Then you pick Ember on 18, which it's not a good lane versus Death Prophet in any way, when I feel like you could have just put your Lesh mid. And then they close it out with a 24 Luna while they left Nature's Prophet in the pool with a Death Prophet. I'm not sure what happened. Whose call was that? I'm sure Dark Mago wanted to play that Ember, otherwise you'd never make that call because you already have a valid mid lane. So I'm just very surprised by that. I mean, with that being said, that's my confusion with this draft. I think that EG played so well. I think Chris Luck, I don't know what he ate for breakfast today. I don't know what was going on. That guy went phase boots into Windlace and was just running around the map, going top, bottom, left, right. They couldn't kill him. Every time it felt like he could die, a Siphon comes off cooldown, and all of a sudden he's under their tier 2 at minute 8. And I don't know if there's much to say after that.
Yeah, going back to the draft, you cannot allow DP and Prophet. It's so easy to be the DP if you have a Prophet to connect on your lane with Exo. You cannot allow that. It's such a huge mistake that Beast Coast did. Also with the Ember, I get all the points you mentioned on lanes, and I agree with all of them. But to add up, when you show Ember, you show Ember is my mid lane,
yes.
Tiny is my 4,
yes.
Lash is my off lane. And then you are an open book to EG. And if you just pick your carry there, they look at their draft and they're like, I'm not sure. Lash can be mid, Tiny can be 4, or Tiny can be mid. And they're missing either a position 4 or a mid or off laner, and you don't know what to banning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And because they had this tiny Lesh flex, and we know those are Dark Mago heroes, and it wasn't given away. And I feel like if they just take this Hector hero on 18, some Hector durable hero instead of some Luna, and then they leave this overall 24 open for themselves while not picking this Ember in order to screw themselves in the mid lane, this game would have looked entirely differently. So I feel like this was a big draft choke. I really do. But I just don't want to take away at all from EG's performance, because this was really clean Dota. The side lanes were played well. The rotations were good. The Death Prophet, as we said, it was a masterclass of how to just be brave on this hero and how it can pay off. But Yeah, I mean, the Nature's Prophet TP mid with the first exorcism into suddenly there's 4 heroes on the side of EG, just killing this Ember Spirit, taking the tower, running into their jungle. That suddenly there's a fight in the jungle for 3 minutes. I don't even know how it lasted that long, but the offlane Leshrac actually rotated to that fight. It wasn't a good fight for them, right? So instead of staying top and potentially taking that tower, that tier 1 top was available for the taking, but Lesh is like pressured and forced to come bottom, fight into this. The fights fail. It just felt so, I don't know, it was the game unraveled, right? It felt like everything just slipped out of hand for them, Avery.
I agree with everything you two have said.
Hello, Avery.
Hey.
I do think the double Prophet has a weakness. It has a couple weaknesses, actually. So when you give away DP and NP, you're kind of committed to this tower push idea and connecting around those objectives. And if you come up with a lineup that can easily fight around those towers and outrange them, they have to force the gap close, and that's where these heroes can run into trouble. I also think the single target physical burst can be very annoying for these heroes. In that sense, Luna gives you some of that, but it's not like an Ursa, Shadow Fiend, a Sniper, one of these. And then your other 2 cores aren't really set up to come in and fight around these towers to delay that push timing. They're designed to win their lanes and snowball the game. Beast Coast lost the lanes. This game is it's pretty much what you guys said. Ember goes mid, he gets destroyed by Death Prophet. Crystalluck has an absolutely amazing game, runs around, takes all the towers. There's no D-push, there's no real activation to stop him, other than unless Hector just had a crazy-ass game on Luna and can go and start beaming people. I like the Luna pick versus Primal Beast, actually. I kind of like the little interaction where you can beam him on the lane. It stops his, trample going on your support, things like this. I actually didn't have too much issue with the Luna pick, but if you lose lanes this hard with this kind of lineup, I don't know. I wish you the best.
Yeah, I will say this game turned into maybe a little bit of a different game than what we've seen so far here on the main stage, with very active evil geniuses from, as said, minute like 6 or 8 or something under the tier 2. And I feel like the crowd had a little bit to do with that. We saw Dark Margo buy back on his Ember. He did get a double kill off the back of it, so it worked out. But maybe a little bit of pressure there too, Astini.
Yeah, it would be good if he got the kill on DP and he failed to, so I feel like, he felt the pressure, or maybe he felt like they're chanting when I get kills, I want to go for it, that dopamine hit, and he forget, if he buys back and he doesn't kill DP, his game is kind of over there. So, but they were already in such a bad situation that feels like you need to go for this high risk, high reward, or it was a kind of high risk, medium reward, but it was the only thing they could do. They were desperate.
It felt like they miscalculated in their way in dealing with this DP. Not just draft-wise, because draft-wise there were certain solutions in there, but it kind of operated like a Timbersaw, right? Sometimes a Timbersaw is standing somewhere, and you're like, okay, if we bring enough heroes, we can kill it, right? We can kill this hero here. Mm-hmm. So you commit to it. You bring a lot of heroes down there, and it just doesn't go right for you, and all of a sudden your map just kind of gets flipped upside down. Your heroes are in bad places, they're dying, you're not taking advantage of any kind of space. So I just feel like Crystalluck really, we've praised him already, but he really made them feel pressured to run at him. That's what they were doing on Beast Coast, because I feel like Beast Coast could have just chilled. They could have let this DP do its thing, they could have played topside on the Leshrac. If they played topside on this Leshrac and opened up this top lane for Hector to jungle, he might have just not joined these fights and not died. So I don't know, man.
Well,
that was rough to watch, honestly.
It was rough to watch. We also didn't have the Hector effect that we talked about before the series, where, he can be baiting out everybody and then he turns the fight around. Luna, SVG, is just not that type of hero.
Well, if you don't have the farm, no.
if you don't have the farm, sure.
Hector. I think Hector goes in every game and he views the game as if he's always going to be highest net worth.
Yeah.
If he got to be highest net worth that game, I can see the Luna panning out. I legit don't think it was the worst Luna game I've seen.
I agree.
If he gets to BKB Satanic territory, you imagine Primal Beast goes into him, you trade BKBs, and then suddenly you have Eclipse, you have beams, you're starting to beam people, you can poke them, the Ember's poking them down too. But again, you have to get there, and the mechanisms to get there are not that easy. I think you have to go play through Leshrac. And if you pick offlane Lesh, and offlane Lesh loses...
Yeah, I'm glad that you bring up this offlane Lesh. Because
what are you doing in this game?
Yeah.
You're a lightning bot?
If you pick offlane Lesh and you don't take this tier 1 tower, then you're doing something wrong on this offlane Lesh.
You can fall back and buy Greaves on him and stuff, but
No, but you pick this hero because it provides tower pressure, right? Like once you kick the carry out of the lane, which happens almost every game in this patch as an offlaner, the carry will leave to jungle, your mid laner will rotate and chase them away. You take this tower and then you can do the map trade, right? You just swap your hero down, you send your carry top, all of a sudden they have those available jungle camps, the triangle feels safer, you can start warding, you can start playing there. They couldn't do that because they were just too busy trying to deal with the Death Prophet.
I mean, you say Dark Mago plays Lesh, but I feel like it's not what he wants to play. I almost feel he asked for something else and they just threw it in the off lane and it's kind of whatever. And then you end up with these lanes that you can't snowball and you fall behind, and then Whisper does Whisper things, Curseluck gets a rampage.
It's a drafting issue. As a coach, I can tell
Someone
it
made that
happens
call.
like you have way too many ideas. Everyone's talking, everyone is excited because you're at the LAN, and everyone's just giving different ideas. And then suddenly, hey, I want to play Ember, but you were not expecting to play pick Ember there as a coach because all the tells, all the signs were there for Hector Hero. They banned all Hector Heroes already on second phase. They banned CK, they banned
Terrorblade,
Naga, and then on the last phase they get to ban the PL, and those are all the heroes that he goes this 4k HP hero. So they should pick on 18, but then suddenly maybe like Dark Mago is telling, hey, it's an amazing Ember game, or it's not even Dark Mago, it's the coach that's like, oh, free Ember, and then you lose all your ideas. You get excited on that point, but when you look at their draft, the 5 heroes, they don't make any sense together because you just pick so every player could feel happy. I know this from personal experience. I did that a lot of times and I always lost.
Yeah, it is a crunch time for Beast Coast. Of course, they come in as the team that, they started out in the lower bracket. EG started out in the upper bracket, and they did do better in the groups. And we did also say that EG wasn't really themselves today. It felt like they exceeded themselves today, though, this first game anyway. Yes, we can blame it on draft, but that is part of the game. And I feel like Beast Coast, I don't know, what do you do in this time? You're not leaving the booth as VG.
Yeah, they get locked in there, or what happened?
No, I think this is probably... Okay, so there's AC machines. If you go outside, it's a lot warmer than it is inside the booth. And we did see them stand around their computer. So as Estini said, they probably were instantly looking at the game and really wanted to walk back where they went wrong.
And usually if you're lingering like that, it ends up turning into a draft discussion as a team. Even if you don't want it to, and I'm not sure that's always the healthiest thing to do.
Yeah.
Draft is the fastest thing you can adjust at a LAN. It's almost one of the only things you can adjust between games. It's very hard to change your gameplay, right? Because you can tell your players, stop doing this or this, but these are, you kind of default to your nature and instinct, and the players are going to do what they're going to do. It's what you've trained before the LAN to try and build those habits. Once you're in the booth, kind of the only thing left you can adapt very quickly on the fly is the draft. So I have no doubt that that is exactly what they were discussing. Maybe they came to the same conclusions we did. Maybe they came to completely opposite conclusions. They're going to run it back and prove us wrong.
Yeah, I'm trying to see a good side on it because I'm also on the hater train. But one good thing they can do is maybe they feel like, oh, they were playing our jungle so well. They had vision there. And you see how you got outplayed on that vision. So the wards, that EG does really good aggressive wards when they know they're going to take our tower. So either they play for the late game and they're going to protect their own jungle with the wards, or they know they go for the aggressive DPMP and they preset wards into our jungle and they're going to see warding and insta-dewarded. So maybe they're like, okay, how the hell they had all the vision and we didn't? And you're going back to that ward and trying to learn the spots.
Now there's one, of course, giant animal in the room, and it is a spider. Broodmother was ignored during this draft, and I just want to hear your thoughts as to why, because of course we did see EG lose with it yesterday, but it's still very highly contested and it's still a very strong hero. Why was it ignored, you think, Astini?
Because it's this regional match where the priorities goes to these overlapping heroes, so the Timber, the Batriders, that's where the focus was, and also we know that Sacred's not playing the Broodmother, so it's a matter of does Beast Coast care about the hero enough to ban it? Because EG is definitely not banning. And then EG is like, oh, we lost with it yesterday, as you mentioned. And then maybe, oh, we don't need to go all in on that strategy. Whisper is so good with so many different heroes. Why would you risk picking this hero?
Fair enough.
I think that if Beast Coast bring it back and win game 2, and then EG have first pick in game 3, they might go for that Brood just for the, the game 3 surprise factor of, are you guys not ready to deal with this? And they get it on first, trade it for a Lina potentially, because I know that every team has their own Lina solutions, so I can see that happening. But for the most part, I'm glad it didn't work out the way that we thought it would, because Brood's been getting banned in every single game of this major. I think she was only let through 6 times in total, maybe 7, I think, out of all the games that were played. So it was just nice to see, because it kind of let us watch a bloodbath, right? That was entertaining to watch. It was painful to watch on behalf of Beast Coast, but because there is no Brood ruining the map in Dota 2, people were running at each other, and it felt like good old South American Dota.
Now, knowing what we know now, that it will be a run-at-you fest very early on, we might see an entirely different game here in game number 2, because games like that can often get out of control really fast. So you need to be able to win those early skirmishes.
It's kind of a product of Primal Beast, too. I feel when you go with this Primal Beast, especially offlane, especially on Whisper, you kind of ramp the adrenaline and aggressiveness to max on the dial. There's no going back, right? You're charging in, somebody's dying. I'm going down with them. Everybody's going down. You're either winning those skirmishes or not. I honestly think EG prefer Whisper not on Brood.
Yeah.
I feel like they'd rather have him on this Primal Beast, this Timbersaw, this Batrider. Those are the big 3 for me this tournament.
I prefer him on those heroes as well.
They're the
Way
killers.
more fun to watch.
They're the killers. This guy's a serial killer. Not in that sense, but, you know, in the Dota sense.
Highest kills per minute during the group stage. I mean, yeah, even in games that he loses, he had 28 kills at some point.
And that's how he makes space for... I mean, this game, Chris Luck was the standout player. He was 19-0. That's pretty beastly. I mean, most of that game is over by a certain point. He's just padding the stats. But I feel like this team is very comfortable when they get Whisper one of those 3, and they don't have to be pressured to pick this Brood. And then they can play that super high kill tempo, which creates a lot of chaos on the map. They're very comfortable with that style. I think they felt a lot more natural playing against a team they're very familiar with, that you go in this booth and they're like, all right, we know this team. We know we're either on even footing or, I mean, each team's going to think they're better than the other one, right?
Yes.
So it's a very more comfortable situation than yesterday, where they're playing versus a lot of more unknowns. There's crowd pressure. Now they just pick Primal Beast. You run at Hector. Hector can't farm. Like, damn, that was nice.
Yeah, and on the other hand, for Beast Coast, I think that, you know, always in these elimination games at majors, this is when you default to comfort. You default to what works best for you. So I think that we're going to end up seeing some, like, Hector PL, some Hector Naga.
Oh, God, no.
I think they might actually end up doing this, because this is what they beat Beast Coast. This is what they beat Evil Geniuses with in the DPC tour. And I feel like this is probably what they feel most confident in playing against them with, because they don't look so solid when they're not playing this, like, hyper late game, super farm heavy hero on Hector. Like, they definitely got run over in a way where there wasn't any comeback potential. There was no, oh, if we hang on, guys, if we don't fight into them, we'll make it to the late game. That didn't exist for them. So I think in this game too, that's what we will be seeing.
Yeah. I thought that was the idea at game 1, but they didn't get to do it because they left the last pick for him and all the pool was banned. They didn't have these heroes to choose anymore.
Was there literally, you know, you as a outsider, we have a helicopter view, was there nothing in the pool?
You were right when you said the Wraith King.
The Wraith King!
You got it, Chiver, because I was like, I can't see any hero, and you mentioned the Wraith King could have been an option, but still, it's not that Naga hero, PL hero, TB, Illusion can build a lot of stats.
So are we saying they should just pick their, I mean, Terrorblade, Naga, whatever, they should pick it earlier? Do you want to see it, like, before the final phase? Because that also leaves Hector maybe a little bit more vulnerable.
I think it depends on if it's like 17 or 18, right? Because they had 18 pick for Hector, which that's where they always bring out their PL, you know? But they let it get banned out in that last ban phase, and then they just went with the Luna. And maybe they were thinking about the Luna the entire time anyway, as an idea versus the Primal Beast. But do we know which pick Beast Coast have for game 2? Do we know?
For game 2, I actually don't know. I just know we're like 90 seconds away from the draft. So, if anybody wants to get a quick beverage, very quick.
So I think if they're second pick, again, which they probably will not be, that's where it comes out in the second phase. If not, then you do kind of have to save it for your last phase. But in game 1, they were in this great position to do it, so...
There's also Furion.
That is true. Furion was there.
It is likely Furion goes through if you're the first pick team, and then you can just pick it. And then you always have this Hector Furion, which he's shown he's comfortable to play at this tournament.
He played it twice, right?
Yeah.
He won once and lost once.
Yes. But he looked good on it.
He did look good on it.
And I think it's a good hero for you in this meta. Maybe the downside in this particular matchup is like Whisper is going to get some hero like the Primal Beast that becomes really annoying, right? If you first pick Fear on, they just Primal Beast +1. I think you're a little sad to just throw that on Hector. I feel like Hector's going to die once or twice, get slowed down. Maybe that's what's dissuading them, but at the same time, I would ban her to get rid of it.
Well, we're going to find out because Beast Coast has taken all the time they could to discuss what they will change in game number 2 to make sure they have a chance at a comeback in this lower bracket. Let's find out if they can do it. We're heading to the draft of game number 2.
Welcome one and all to the draft panel for game number 2 between Evil Geniuses and the side of Beast Coast. The Womeros Clásico is underway and we are seeing the second draft at our hands.
Are we?
Something,
This is the same.
This is the same draft, and that's the problem, because one of the things I was looking at in between the games, right, is when are they really successful on the side of Beast Coast? We've already spoken in game number 1 about how EG relies on Whisper to make things happen. Of course, he popped off amazingly in game 1, so he's clear and clear. For now, though, I'm worried about Sacred Fog, and I was noticing something. Sacred does really well on 2 heroes at this tournament, Tidehunter and Pangolier. Pangolier especially, of the 37 games played at this tournament, only 8 of them have come from the offlane, and of those 8, 5 of them are from him. He's 3-2 at the moment. Talk to me about those. Why don't you think they're going for this hero as early as possible, given how successful they are at it?
I think it can be a little difficult versus Ricky. I'm not a really big fan of offlane Pango. I actually much prefer it in the mid lane, so maybe they just started getting answered a bit versus it, and they just started to stray away from it. I think they're going to have to find some other hero. I really hope they don't really try to flex this Lesh again. If they see this Death Prophet, I don't want to see them do this type of Ember route. It just, you saw what happened. Chris Luck literally, 18-0 and 11 or something. I don't know. He had some absurd kill score, Rampage, pre-20 minutes. So.
First blood, everything. Like, it was a free game for Chris Luck there. And I definitely think Dark Knight Go is kind of like the player they need to focus on for not only just this series, but if they can continue for this entire tournament, as we do see a copy draft, like copy pasted, deja vu here. But yeah, the story of this game was mainly just the fact that Ember, he got destroyed mid lane. He knew what he was playing into. They picked it. He thought he could make it work. It didn't work. Some of his most picked heroes so far, the Mars, the Kunkka, now picking the Ember. He's not been having the impact we need him to have in the mid lane role. So I sincerely hope here that they get him a better matchup, either just by picking this Leshrac or giving him a last pick that could fit this game. Because they won't know until this next pick here if that DP, it still could go offlane. It is still flexible, so if they pick carry here for EG, I would like for them to respond most likely with the carry or an offlaner and make sure this Leshrac does go mid.
Absolutely. We see a lot of adaptation though, right? The Primal, the Clock caused a bunch of issues too, wanting to get rid of those. Now we of course do get the Undying back in the pool, so yay. Very strong early game draft again from EG, very dominant. We'll have a little bit of limited catch in comparison. That Clock definitely helped quite a bit.
Yeah. Do you guys want them to keep this Death Prophet particularly flexible in some regard and then pick up a Casio right now in the 18 and then reserve the pick for the mid lane for the end?
Yeah.
I mean, it could be pretty good, but like, the thing is, like, Beast Coast's draft is so open-ended that because would get counterpicked. So if he picked NP, for example, I would be super down with that, right?
Yep.
So I'd want him to pick a hero that isn't, like, very particular to the game, but just, like, a very strong hero that even if you try to counterpick it, such as NP or the Linas of this meta, you can't really do anything about it. So, yeah, I'd be down for an NP pick, but they would be lacking one thing in this game, and that would be catch. They do have the Undying, so they're adding more team fight to their list. There won't be the Primal, as we saw in the last game, so they're going to use some time to really think about, like, we got the Undying instead of Clockwork. That makes a big change in our draft, honestly. And they're going to have to fill the void somewhere.
I can't wait. It's so crazy. We're actually just not going to see Brood in this entire series.
Yeah. I mean, they both were very honest with themselves. You know, they both tried it. They're like, nah, this ain't for me. And they're just going to play their own style. And I do respect that.
It's never really been a major hero within South America, right? It's always been this hero that's just like meh, up and down. And hero that we do see yet again from EG, they ran this Enigma yesterday in the upper bracket. It did not go well for them. Unfortunately, Entity ruffle stomped them. The lane was kind of weak, and Whisper really had difficult inroads making this hero work. One of the reasons why that happened, Fog, is that they were up against a Tree and Protector, and Overgrowth against Black Hole. Pretty good counterplay there.
Yeah, they fully addressed him. They were playing super aggressive, too, to make sure that he couldn't get up game. But their whole draft was very greedy from the side of EG. This time, it's just not the case. They have a very early tempo draft that can constantly fight, so I don't think we'll see the same thing. We will see the DP mid again, so that's already locked in place.
Yeah, I mean, they probably won't do it, but I do want Hector to pick his hero now. Really badly. I want him to pick his hero. Because he's been focused so hard already in the banning stage. It's going to get worse for him. He sees Enigma. Enigma is a hero that's like has very few heroes you want to play against it. It shrinks your hero pool immensely. And if he doesn't pick his hero now, he's going to be in a situation again where he's looking at like Luna. And that is not a hero that we see very often for a good reason. So good. He does pick his hero. All right, so he picks the hero that can lane versus the Bloodright can do a lot of pure damage to the Eidolons and kill them. Especially if you get a level advantage and you get that level 3, level 4 Bloodright, you're just one-shotting him. It's actually kind of ridiculous. So he does have a good hero for the lane here.
I also love the fact that we saw in the previous game that Chris Luck, who was doing amazing work on this Death Prophet, moving around the map very early on, getting uber aggressive with the Spirit Siphons, much more difficult to do that up against the Rupture. So you can actually run away from this hero now. He's not just going to be, you're not just like, well, hands off keyboard, Chris Luck is just dominating us. Bloodseeker makes it easier. And it's a hero that gets online a little bit faster, Fog, because in game number 1, part of the problem was that Luna takes like 11 items before she feels like a real hero. Bloodseeker, not necessarily the case.
No, absolutely. There still is the issue of getting overwhelmed and surrounded. E.g., they have this strong group up with the DP EXO. It's not the same as NP where it's as threatening, but they have Eidolons. You have this Tombstone that gets dropped down. You will be dictating pace in the early game. So yeah, I do like that they've gone for this Bloodseeker. I'm just trying to think what EG's response will be for what counter of the specific hero. I mean, I think that the CK is still left in the pool, which is definitely an option for Pakaz if he'd like it. Sure, there's some answers versus it, but they pick it even if there is responses usually.
I mean, yeah, against the Leshrac, you can make the argument and he can kill your illusions, but at the same time, CK is a little different than like the PL type heroes where you have that burst damage. You can actually kill the Leshrac before he kills you. So I wouldn't be super surprised if they did go for that, seeing as it is a hero he does like to play, but no, I think he might play if it's left in the pool, and that'll be the Ursa. I think Ursa's very good this game. You can burst the Leshrac. You don't really mind if you get ruptured. You can just press R and walk away.
Astini is busy crying somewhere because Evil Geniuses have removed Pangalia from the pool. He was very full through it. Just before he left the panel, he's like, yo, if Beast Coast pick Pango, they win. If not, see you soon for the next panel. So,
I mean, they're not super interested in it. They could have picked it in their first 3 picks if they wanted it, but not interested this series in picking that hero up. So maybe it's just because, like, I mean, it's kind of hard against the DP in a lot of ways. You're rolling around, but the ghosts are kind of just like eating you alive. The smoke screen's annoying to deal with, so they just probably didn't prioritize it in this particular game.
And they banned the Ursa.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, all right, good, smart choice. Yep. I think that would have been really good for them.
I think
Morph is banned too. What else we want?
Beast Coast touch Visage at all? Not really,
no,
right?
I've never seen them play the hero.
I didn't think so either. When I went through, I didn't really see them playing it. It's one of the options that I've seen that actually can do okay versus Undying. The hero started to fall off, but I'm just trying to find solutions for the lane.
Is there a solution for an Undying lane? That is the real question.
Because right now, it's likely that Lesh, right? What we want is probably that Lesh mid to have that matchup versus DP. So I'm trying to think what they can actually lane. If they're going to have this tiny +1, if you're just going to pick 2 melee heroes, you're not going to actually lane it. It's just going to be a free farm for Pakaz, so...
Yeah. Whoa! There we go. Actually, I love that hero. Big fan. This is something not many people do run, but, you know, I am a Lone Druid specialist myself. I spam this hero. It's a pretty good game for it. You don't mind getting ruptured. You have your bear healing you up. You're really tanky. Versus the Leshrac, you do a lot of overwhelming damage. It can burst here, and the best part about this pick here, the tempo for EG. Yeah. The tempo is absolutely insane. You have Enigma push. He's going to buy Greaves. He's going to buy Pipe. You got the DP, who's probably going to go for an early BKB, and then you got the Lone Druid Bear. And maybe he'll go for Deso. I assume he will, because that's the build I like to go. Then your push potential's insane. Your group up potential is absolutely insane. But they did answer with the Magnus here, so it's kind of like a very snowball lineup versus a lineup that needs a bit more execution here.
One thing I'm worried about, Frog, when I look at this drop from the side of Evil Geniuses relative to what Beast Coast have, these heroes are not easy to kill. You have this Undying, you have the Enigma that's going to build sustain items, you have Death Prophet that's just naturally tanky, Lone Druid is naturally tanky. The Beast Coast drop, the burst damage isn't necessarily there. The damage feels like it comes out in increments. So how do they play this game to ensure that they can reliably get kills in the mid game up against EG?
Just don't. They can't hemorrhage too many early kills. They have to stall this game out so that they can actually. Like, they have good ways to clear these waves with this Magnus and stuff like that. And people overextend. They of course have these tossbacks plus skewer plays. So I think punish overextensions. Don't lose early towers, which is going to be difficult when you're playing versus this much push.
Yeah.
But if they can stall the game, maybe there is a chance. I really like what EG has, though. I love this last pick Lone Druid. It's completely unexpected, and there's not really any answers to it.
What about you, Fia? What do they have to do on the side of Beast Coast to ensure that they can get themselves into a game 3 in the early game? Because Frog was mentioning about what happens in the mid game. Game number 1, they never really got to the mid game, right? Because it was just over in the early game. What do they need to do to ensure that that does not happen again in game number 2?
I think they're going to give Dark Mago a game here. I think what's going to happen here, you're running Magnus Tiny lane, not the strongest lane versus Lone Druid, which is an incredibly strong lane. I think we're going to see Schofield make some rotations onto this Death Prophet. Don't let Chris Luck have the same game that he had last game. Obviously, he was like beyond god. Like, shut him down, and that's where you start, I think. And then the Leshrac can take over the game.
And let's hope for the skewer rupture plays and this tossback rupture plays.
They need time,
They need time, but that could be something that allows them to happen.
They need time and a little bit of cheese here on the side of Beast Coast if they want to get themselves into a game 3 scenario. Otherwise, the side of EG will finally be able to get one over on Beast Coast and ensure that they get a game victory in the most important time. It's one thing to win a series in the DPC, but it's another thing entirely on the big stage in front of the crowd to ensure that your major hopes stay alive and you get closer and closer to securing DPC points and the road towards the international. To find out though if Beast Coast have what it takes, if they shuffle the deck appropriately, we send it over to our incredible casting duo. We have Arbo the Ace and Jenkins the Joker. Gentlemen, please take us to a game 3, but make this one exciting.
Okay, he added alliteration to like a metaphor.
That was nice.
He's
good.
I'm really.
He is good.
We should hire him more often.
He's coming for our jobs, dude.
Well, I mean, stay as host there.
We don't do anything.
Don't move positions.
Let's be real.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, so we found out that actually
don't just tell them.
We found out that Beast Coast can actually draft well.
Okay, good. Right.
I was not.
Okay. Well, we also had to Google. Can you skewer the bear? I'm just gonna say it. Can you skewer the bear? Yes, you can.
For everyone that was wondering,
for anybody that's wondering, we knew you can horn toss skewer the bear. So that's actually a pretty nice combo against the Lone Druid. That's the best way, in my opinion, to deal with this hero is just to kill that little thing.
Yes. So that's something that I think there's a little bit of misconception, right? When people see these relocation heroes, they all think it's about the Lone Druid and getting to him and just killing him quickly.
No.
It's not. If it's a good Lone Druid player, he'll be in true form, right? In the bear form. And he's never going to die like that.
Dude, focusing the hero is always a mistake because he heals from the bear's like ridiculous damage.
And he doesn't deal any damage, so the bear heals much poorer.
Right. You're just attacking the tank. Like,
yes.
You're like a World of Warcraft raid boss being taunted. It's not good.
It's true. So if you skewer the bear, and you can also toss him. You can horn toss skewer the bear, toss him, and the bear just can't hack anything. It's pretty good.
The bear is squishy, I will say, unless it's got some big net worth.
Unless you do the 6 Wraith Bands on Lone Druid, though.
Yeah, we might see it. This is an NA/SA specialty. As, by the way, Picasso stole the bounty rune with the bear, which is hard to do because there's actually a delay on picking up the bounty rune with the bear.
Okay, I thought I was crazy when I tell people this, but it's true.
It is very. You are literally correct. There's a hard-coded delay on it.
Why?
Well, because it'd be very OP, I suppose, to send the bear to one and then the hero to the other. And then get both. You just send the Lone Druid to the safe one, right? And then
I understand that, but it's like
it's Dota, dude. It's like coded. It's balanced based on what people are doing in pro matches, not based on consistency.
Sure, that's true.
Dude, Schofield is trying to cancel the bear TP. He's not going to actually. He's not skilled anything.
He's trying to cancel it by hitting him once. He did get one punch in though.
Bro, I swear to God, he considered that. Like he for sure did.
But then you have to go toss for Avalanche level 1. I mean, this lane is going to be tough for them regardless, right?
Yeah.
Do you go toss in this lane to take advantage of skewer?
Yes. Oh my God, I just realized they have Tiny Magnus.
Yes.
Holy shit, they have Tiny Magnus.
So you toss first.
Yes, dude. Oh my God, this Undying is going to be in the tower so many times. He 100% is going to start with Avalanche or Toss because you want to go for the level 2 timing where you have the Avatoss and then you have the Skewer as well as the Shockwave. You Shockwave, which pulls them closer so Tiny can toss, and then you Skewer, and then you Avalanche them in the tower.
Right.
That's the combo.
So this is the lane we're going for tree grab is a grief.
Yes, you do not go for tree grab. This lane is about killing. But the thing with this lane that's really goofy, and they love that this is happening, is that the Tiny Mag will not farm. They will just get kills on Panda here. He is going to die at least twice in this lane. I will bet my pathetic Dota career on it.
Okay. As a caster or as a player?
Both. They're both worthless.
Okay. We'll see. We'll see if you're right. Your career is now on the line.
Yeah.
Schofield's managed to punch up 2 creep waves, and he's really hell-bent on
Good
getting
Lord.
into his magnets.
Picasso is totally okay with this. He's got the bear to tank, and of course he's got the resummon to work with as well.
And 2 last-hitting heroes, so you always can last him in their tower easily if you combine them.
Yeah, he should be able to.
And it's a good way, because Lone Druid usually wins his lanes, almost always. So the only way to deal with Lone Druid in lane, to be honest, is either kill potential, like this lane, or ignoring him, like they're doing now.
I think killing the bear is always an option, but I don't know how good the Horn Toss Skewer is, or the Skewer and Tiny combo is against the bear. We'll see. I could see them trying it, because if you kill the bear, it's honestly more important than killing a hero.
Yeah.
It's 300 gold and XP. Like, that's just insane in the early game.
That's true, actually.
It's way better
But
than...
do you have enough? I don't think they have enough tools to actually kill the bear early, because early you do lack the damage to actually kill this.
We
massive
will
HP.
see how powerful the Skewer into tower is.
He does start with relatively low armor.
Yeah, I'm not going to jinx it. I could see... I've seen some pretty crazy heroes die to this Tiny Magnus combo.
Down bottom,
Oh, here we go, into the tower! Oh, yeah!
He has decay, though, but they have a
No,
shockwave
he's dead.
and the avalanche.
He's dead. They even set it up.
You called it.
He doesn't use the avalanche first. It's a lot harder when you don't avalanche first.
Your career's safe, man.
Oh, man, this is like my favorite combo to play currently in pubs. I love this combo.
It's a fun combo.
It's a fun combo, but he's got 7 last hits on Magnus, so it's all about getting those kills.
Indeed.
It's about the mental damage, too. People are so afraid of walking near the Tiny ever in the game, because who knows if there's a Magnus there. Dude, the Fountain Skewers, too. Like, this is a serious combo, even outside of the lane.
I want to point out, though, that in the mid lane, we haven't really talked about this matchup much, but Dark Mao is actually doing a really good job this game, as opposed to last time, where the DP kind of trashed the Ember, right? So he's having a much easier game with the Lesh.
I mean, you would think the DP would do pretty well in this lane, too. Just because, like, Lesh and Ember both want to just harass the enemy hero down slowly. DP's got those Spirit Siphons, so she doesn't really care about that. But I guess Lesh just does a little bit too much damage that he's a threat. Or Dark Mago is just playing this very well.
I think it's a bit of both, right? A little bit of A, a little bit of E.
Yeah, sure.
In fact, Beast Coast in general is playing these lanes really well. Even bottom, the Bloodseeker now in trouble a little bit, but you don't really care. You have to play life on the edge if you're a Bloodseeker. You're going to heal back up with Thirst anyway. And Bloodseeker is one of the better heroes against Enigma in lane.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Blood Right deals Eidolons.
Yeah.
This is the only lane I think that if you're playing Bloodseeker, you can actually get 2 points in Blood Right and you're not griefing.
Yeah, he did go for 2 points in Thirst, though. So
that's better. That's a better build anyway.
He's valuing like the healing a little bit more. I think he leveled up as he was like a little bit low.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, oh, I don't want to send out tangos. I'm K1. You know, I don't buy tangos.
I'll tell you, Hector is actually my favorite Bloodseeker player in the world. I think he's the best Bloodseeker. As a Bloodseeker fanatic myself,
Yeah,
I think this guy's a god on the game.
I would agree with that. I think this is one of his best heroes, if not his best hero. Like, I was really happy to see him pick this up because this is actually like an A-tier carry, and is he going to toss the bear back? I mean, I would give it a go. Like, just see if you can
kill it.
If you can kill it. It is a bit of a waste of mana, but Magnus almost has the mana boots.
You have mangoes anyway, right? You might as well try. Oh,
I
okay,
feel
he
like-
might just die. Oh, he didn't mean to do... Oh, he did mean to do that. They were planning a skewer play.
I don't know how... I mean, I guess because there's the massive creep wave there, like, maybe that ends up being a kill.
Going for Matthew down bottom, but no dice. Getting Matthew with... I mean, honestly, Bloodseeker train is not particularly a good lane, though. It's just the individual heroes are decent, but together they have no synergy.
Yeah, there's not exactly something to keep them in the blood right, but they're both really strong laners on their own that I feel like you pair them together, it's like 2 melees, but they're good enough at laning on their own that sure.
And they both have healing.
Yeah, exactly. Sustain. Matthew denies himself to the stack neutral camp, by the way. He probably already wanted to go back. He was a little bit low. But also, like, letting a stack pull get off is pretty devastating.
Schofield's in the mid lane. He came with the smoke, but because of the ward, C-Smile will see this, or perhaps not, actually. Schofield still has a toss to toss him in place instead. C-Smile fights back with the Spirit Siphon. He's keeping himself alive. He's not dead, Jenkins. In fact, Darkmago could be in trouble. Panda has no chill. Chasing after Darkmago.
He's got another one.
DK. He's gonna get him. 2 kills for EG. And once again, it's that mid lane that's suffering. Not the first blood this time, at least.
I can't believe it. Panda's actually getting off to a good start.
It's crazy for him.
I don't know what games look like for EG when this happens. This doesn't happen usually. He's almost got mana boots.
Okay, they do catch the DP now with the Avatar. See Smile outrunning this. Exorcism immediately. He's
Yeah,
going for the
Matthew's there.
Schofield here. Don't mess with C Smile right now. This DP is looking like his best hero right now.
Do they have Sentry? Yes, they do on Stinger.
I don't think you deal with her. She's healed. She doesn't have Wand though. Low on mana as a result. Has Bottle. Schofield. He's probing. But he realizes he has to wait till EXO ends.
Yeah, this is the awkward situation where you have a DP mid, so of course you want to press the Exo. Entire enemy TP's in because they have a Treant Protector, so they want to defend that tier 1 at any cost. So you just have like a bit of a standoff in the mid lane. Nothing really ends up happening.
At least you can leave your Bloodseeker alone for a while. That's not that big a deal because he lanes fine. Oh, but Schofield's actually coming back. We do not have Rupture just yet. 3 points in Thirst, by the way. This indicates he wants to play a little bit more aggressively early. Or he thinks laning is hard. I thought there was going to be blood right there, actually. I was kind of excited to see if Ava tossed into blood. But no. It was a little bit
disappointing. They don't want to dive against Enigma plus like potential DP TP.
Okay, fair enough. But Enigma doesn't have Black Hole yet.
No, he does not, but 2 points in stun, still pretty powerful. I've seen Malefice, like, even against heroes like Bloodseeker that heal in lane, they kind of overcommit because they feel like they can heal up at 20% HP and then Malefice ends up killing them, especially with a Riki. Zero does deceptively high damage for a pathetic melee support.
Yeah, that's true. He has really good base stats. Bloodseeker does have good armor, so usually you have the option to dive.
That is true. They would rather like try to kill the tree or something here.
Exactly. See Smile. Oh, okay, that was a toss in play. Started to steal the rune. There was no rune there, but C Smile's still there. Sorry, for Schofield's still there. Goodbye.
Tried to deny to the creeps. Matthew does not have any of his mobility abilities right now, so...
Yeah, but I don't know if chasing a Riki is the best option.
Riki is a fast hero, but so is Leshrac. Can he hit the stun? He cannot.
That was not that close. I don't know why the caster is so excited. That was not that close. It was a really difficult stun to get off, honestly.
I mean, he is maxing it, though, so... If he was 4-1-1, maybe he hits that.
Yeah, maybe.
Whisper's a bit out of position here. Oh, yeah, that's going to be the toss.
The toss combo with Rupture, and Whisper, he's screwed. He's going to die. Give Hector a little bit of healing. He gets the Eidolons as well. Hector is greedy as always. C-Smile comes to annoy him. Hector gets away for now. And Schofield divides himself. Ooh, they found a Riki here. Still low level, no invisibility, but Schofield doesn't have enough damage because there's no avalanche. So he has to give up his life here.
Stinger is just...
He's just leaving. He knows the direction is the right one right now.
He is pulling a Schofield here. I don't know what he's going to achieve here.
Or a Matthew, maybe he kills a courier?
Sure, he has no TP though, so this is going to be a long walk. As Hector tries to walk away from this. I think, he's going to dive. They know there's no tree and he had no TP.
Yeah, they have Malefice soon. Can they get in range? He's quite fast. There we go. The Malefice condemns him. Bloodseeker's down. Hector is tilted down.
Yeah, he's
I guarantee you, he asked, what is the range of Spirit Siphon? And then asked, what is the range of Malefice?
Yeah. To be fair, Spirit Siphon, the break range is a little bit longer than the cast range on it. So once she's on top of you, it feels like you just can't do much. As they do get the bottom tower against the Treant Protector, this is always important, securing these early tier 1s. Probably why we see a lot of people picking up the DP against her, or against him, I suppose.
Goodbye to the tower.
Yeah.
My Stinger, he's trying to be an offensive Treant Protector. It's not working in his favor.
Yeah.
See Smile is coming in here to chase him down. He can at least steal the Arcane Rune. There's actually reinforcements coming by, made to avenge him instead, as Matthew is now the target. They rupture the DP, but they want to kill Matthew first. And thanks to the rupture, perhaps a toss back.
Oh,
yes,
that's a
lot of damage. See Smile disintegrates. They got what they were looking for, Black Hole, but just for a support. And Panda comes in to deal some extra damage to guarantee the skill, as he also takes refuge in the high ground.
Even Pakaz was looking to come to that fight. He was TPing his main guy in there. Does have the Mask of Madness on the bear. Looking to go for that Deso. That'll be a really strong timing for EG. Yeah, that rupture toss versus the DP is so effective. I was thinking about the Tiny Magnus combo because it's just so funny to watch.
Oh, we did mention the Bloodseeker Tiny combo.
Yeah,
earlier.
but the Bloodseeker Tiny is like, I mean, that is a damage dealing combo, not a repositioning combo.
Now, Bloodseeker Tiny Magnus.
Oh my God,
You
the rupture.
bleed all over the
Dude,
place.
that is genuinely genius. I can't believe we got to do this on Fart Studios Div 2 NA next season. Check it out, guys. Back to you, Avo.
Right, but we're watching a major with actual tier 1 players.
That's
right.
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 That's right.
Yeah. You can stick to your Diffusal Blade PA, my friend.
Yeah, okay. Let's not go there.
Well,
that's trauma.
I feel like Beast Coast is onto something this game. They also have the Empower for Ector, which is, of course, his best tool because he just likes farm.
This is actually a genius combo.
It's a very good draft.
This
man.
is very good.
It's a Stinger sometimes, you know, his mind just sparks.
Yeah. It's such a good Bloodseeker game. And with the Magnus and Power in the Tiny Toss, it's all coming together for them. I mean, we'll see if they can manage these team fights. Like, Bakaz has not shown up to a fight yet. Once he has that Deso, it could be a really solid timing for EG, where even with all of these combos that we're talking about, it may not be enough.
They also, I want to mention that the Lone Druid versus Bloodseeker matchup got a little bit better with the Shard on Bloodseeker,
Oh,
right?
yeah, for sure.
Now you can hit the bear pretty effectively.
Yeah. It's easy heals.
Yep.
And I mean, I think that's the way to deal with the Lone Druid, honestly. It's not killing the hero, it's killing the bear. Like, you kill that thing twice, and a lot of the time it's like having no buyback, right? So that's how you end games in Dota, is killing somebody without buyback. Okay, there's the rupture.
Yeah, force the TP. Not going to be enough damage. He got a 3 points in Thirst. That's the right time. And you just max the Blood Rage to maximize your farm. Now they take the tower. They're opening up the map. Oh, they got the Enigma with the Avalanche now as well. Split Earth. It's a good combination. Schofield might die for this, but he's happy to die for the enemy offlaner, especially the Enigma. What a chain step.
Nothing beats Schofield Tiny, man.
I mean, you gotta stop sitting on this fence. Kataomi or Schofield? You gotta pick one.
I don't know. Katomi is like the late game Tiny. Schofield is all about the repositioning, you know what I mean? It's like, it's two different play styles to me.
Schofield is the most unique 4, I think, in general. He has a complete different understanding of what the 4 is supposed to do.
Yep. Oh, here we go with the couriers again. The crowd goes wild.
Matthew, why is this his thing now?
You know what? This makes so much sense to do before you have the Shard, honestly.
Okay, explain.
Because this hero's pretty much, your whole point is to just try to be useful pre-Shard. And he's got the Quelling Blade, which I love, to just cut behind and get himself in there. Obviously, he's against the Treant Protector, so the Quelling is always going to be good there. But and killing the couriers, I mean, this is going to get him towards the Shard at 15 minutes.
Sure.
And help his team by, giving them a little bit of an influx of gold as well.
You think Ricky 4's all over? They start to copy this playstyle on Ricky?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it this morning in the earlier series.
Oh, that's true, actually.
It's really good. For some reason, people didn't do this that much on Ricky prior to, at least in what I've seen from Matthew doing it. Like, people fight on Ricky, which Matthew has been doing in this game.
Right. Because Smokescreen is still pretty valuable.
It's pretty valuable, but it's not as valuable as the Dart when that comes out. That item is pretty insane on him.
Sure. We just got the Bloodstone delivered, by the way, to Dark Mago. Now Dark Mago is going to be kind of an unstoppable force here. Smokescreen won't help against this hero.
Yeah, this is a good timing where he can actually walk in and see Smile can have a full ult going, and maybe Dark Mago can win the fight. Probably until the level 2 ult from the Death Prophet. So there's like a couple minute window here,
right,
where they really want to take a fight right now.
So what's the play? Do they smoke?
Yeah, I think they could smoke. Schofield's sitting on 2 of them, so they could smoke and just do like a small pick-off. They don't need to take some crazy, wacky team fight.
Like a 3-man smoke or something?
Yeah, it looks like they are grouping up to smoke here.
Okay. They even bring in... Okay, the Adelon's discovered they're grouping up.
Yeah.
I hear an Exorcism, though. It's going to be in the Roche pit, guys.
Okay, now they definitely want to smoke.
This is a very common combo. Exorcism plus the Undying damage amplification, right?
Yeah, here we go. And of
what's
course
gonna
they know.
They know. There's whistling, but EG can't hear it. We now figured out the boots are actually soundproof, Jenkins. We did it.
I think you can also see the Death Prophet ult in the fog, so that definitely helps out.
There's the blood right now. What's going to happen? They kill Panda. C-Small thinks that Yositer's fine, but the RP collects them again. Nectar's just starting to wail on them. Goodbye to the DP. They collect their toys. They need the cores. Bakaz is down. That's only his first life, though.
Hector is waiting for the second one. Don't get distracted, Hector. Don't go
he's
for
TPing.
Whisper. They know they need this kill because the smoke screen, it's impossible. And that will actually save their carry. Whisper's taking the long way home. And I don't think he's going to come home in one piece, Jenkins. I think this guy's going to come home in a coffin.
That was a great fight for Hector. He basically got his BKB from that fight. Oh man, that was a nice RP from Sacred. Doesn't even have the blink dagger. He got smoke screened right at the start. But still, just with the skewer, that's enough. I mean, these heroes on EG, they want to get in there.
Yeah. Nope. They found the Lesh now. Okay. Dark Mago, not afraid of high grounds, being taught why. A little bit of fear is a wise way to go. Tricks the trade. Dark Mago falls. Pretty big kill for EG.
Of course, he's just in the enemy jungle for some reason.
Because, again, he sees those stairs. He wants to know what's above
Well,
them.
it's because it's the double stairs. It's even more of a mystery for him.
Oh, right, of course. I think Dark Mago might be a cat because curiosity always kills him.
Oh, man, they're going to keep looking.
Oh, okay. This is looking worse now. Beast Ghost, this reminds you of the first game where they just started chain feeding over and over.
Yeah, that's 2 Deso charges for Pakaz, by the way.
Yep, great timing for him.
That is a really good start to that Desolator.
He also just got Shard, which makes the Mask of Madness build playable.
Yes, it does. That is going to be the Tier 1 tower against a Treant Protector. That is very important.
Oh no, and they found the Treant as well.
Oh, they found the tree with Matthew.
First they kill his tower, now they kill him.
Now they use him.
They did use him.
Pathetic.
That gives some time, no
Can't get the
overgrowth.
ult off.
They're going for the bear. At least exchange plan for animal. Unfortunately, a Sleeping Dart makes this impossible. At least they'll get the Tombstone. Hector is happy with this. He's just more farm.
Yeah. And of course, Hector breaks the smoke immediately mid.
Of course,
East Coast, they're looking for it. They do have the skewer back and the RP.
They're pretending that's Stinger, but he's dead.
They're actually they're scared of the illusion.
But he's dead.
It's just on Panda. I don't think Panda cares that much about this. This is not who they wanted on Beast Coast.
Obviously, the illusion was there to discover, to tank, right? Like
yes.
to give vision. They're not actually pretending like Stinger's alive.
Yeah, because
we're just joking.
Because remembered. Yeah, he realized what was happening there.
Yeah.
He's like, this is for vision. There's obviously a smoke happening here.
Yep.
It does secure Dark Mago the rune, though. That's a regen rune, pretty good on Leshrac. It's not like an Arcane or a Haste, which would win the fight for them, the next fight, but it means he can farm a little bit more. And the counter smoke coming out.
Yeah, 3-man smoke. They have a Sleeping Dart of Matthew.
I can't believe the crowd is so heavily favoring Beast Coast. I think they're favoring a game 3. I think that's what they want.
That's what they want. They just want more games. But
K1 is just so used to
Matthew,
ignoring people.
Okay, Sleeping Dart.
Oh, the double!
It catches 2. That's perfect. Exorcism on top. Grip Swarm. Both will die to this.
Okay, the boots are definitely soundproof. You're right. I don't know. I didn't trust it earlier.
It's all the tape we've been putting in there.
It's the duct tape.
It's coming
in hot. Maybe they've lost their ear function with the heat that's in the booths.
We don't need air conditioning in the soundproof.
No. Oh, it's like a sauna in there.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I go there between games.
That's
actually,
right.
to relax.
That's right. Mid lane, Dark Mago, he's up.
Okay, at least, look, he was on his own high ground.
Yes, he's
a rarity
learned.
for him.
He's learned. It's not the double high ground.
Nope.
How many Deso charges does Pakaz have now? 10. Ooh.
I mean, it's not that relevant, but it shows how active he's been on kills.
Yeah. It definitely helps you snowball, like, at this point. He's going for an AC next, of course. Lots of minus armor. They're going to have a lot of ability to push. If they do take one of these pickoffs again, these towers will fall for Beast Coast. They have to be very careful, but remember, Magnus Tiny wants to take fights closer to their fountain.
True.
It sounds like I'm joking, but I have seen so many games turned with this combo.
Yeah, they're going for their own smoke now. This includes Shrimp Protector, Magnus, and Leshrac. Apparently, fans just hate everyone.
They don't want anybody to win. They really do. They want a game 3? I can't tell.
I can't tell anymore. I think they're biased for both. It's true objectivity, Jenkins. Dark Mago will be discovered. That bear, it's a nuisance. Savage Roar to begin with, he has no more save, but actually Schofield just walks in the middle of this, and Schofield's...
Oh my God!
Oh! It catches 3, they have the empower on top of this, Hector is just destroying them! The damage is more than sufficient, Savage Roar won't catch Hector, he's got C-Smile down, and they've tossed his bear against him! Here, keep your pet! We're gonna kill it now, don't worry. Shockwave actually catches both the pet and the owner. They won the maximum on the gold. They won the Lone Druid Bear first.
Sacred's
and then Hector
looking.
will go for the real hero now.
7 seconds on Blink Dagger.
Yes, Skewer in a second as well.
Hey, he wants this. He wants
Sacred.
Pakaz.
How Dark Mago are you, Sacred?
He doesn't catch him.
Oh, he missed.
Oh, nice try. You got to go for that. That was a nice shoot from Pakaz, though, I got to say.
Wow.
Going towards the enemy side, that is not what you would normally... You would not expect that.
Good. Honestly, Sacred's playing such an incredible Magnus.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that was...
Look at that RP. I mean, he got everyone on the limit of it. Oh my good, he even turned.
And into the blood right, too. I didn't even realize that.
Me neither. He even turned,
Good
man.
Lord.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that is the dream scenario. Oh, man.
What a player, dude.
Yeah, he is making Magnus look really good this game.
He is. He really is.
And he's going for the Greaves, or he's not going for the Greaves, by the way. I've seen this a lot on the Magnus.
No, that's better. He has confidence.
You go for the early mech, and then you go into the BKB. So he's playing to hit those RPs in the fight. He does not want to get the blink canceled. He does not want to die before the fight starts. This hero can kind of get in there when you have BKB. You dip out of the fight a little bit. You wait for it for people to clump up, and you hit an RP like that.
And the Enigma, in comparison, right? Because the Black Hole is much slower, because it can get canceled. He's not even close to as impactful in these fights. It's much harder to set up for that Black Hole.
There's the Treant Protector, too. I mean, of course, you always have to be careful about this hero catching you out.
There we go. Matthew's on his courier duty again. He has a shard now, right? So your analysis of this, what you do when you don't have shard.
I have never seen a crowd so happy for a Ricky sniping couriers.
Can he do it, though?
Yes. Yes, he can.
Can he kill another helpless creature?
Oh,
let's go, Matthew.
He sees one. Can he do it?
Can he do it? Tricks of the trade.
He got it. He got the courier. He doesn't give a fuck.
He's bullying a bunch of creatures.
Care.
Let's go.
He cares the least out of all the 5,000 people in the stadium. This man doesn't care.
8,000 whole people.
Is it 8,000?
I think so.
Holy hell, my anxiety is through the roof. I wish you didn't say that.
I'm sorry, Jenkins. They're not listening to you, though.
Yeah, that's right.
Much
Nobody
like
does.
The stream.
Yeah, nobody does.
He's going for another one. And Stinger, he's done with his shenanigans. He has to catch the Ricky right now.
He puts it. Look at the sentries in his own, right behind his own tier 2.
Is he gonna do the other? Remember the last game he put that really aggressive ward just for that?
Yeah.
Not as worth it this game. In fact, they're going for a smoke this time.
Okay, here we go.
They already killed the courier, but they want something bigger, something juicier. Someone from Beast Coast would be ideal here.
They see K1.
Yeah, but he's a difficult target as well. He has BKB, has a lot of stats, almost finished Manta style. Or Scotty, it's uncertain what he's going for entirely.
Can Schofield find somebody for the toss back?
I mean, if he finds Whisper, that'd be perfect. He's in the perfect position right now. Oh, they found Schofield instead. You sneaky, sneaky man. He gets helped by the Force Staff, and for now, he's still alive. Schofield, he's still okay. He actually avalanches. They're resetting the fight, perhaps. They still have the RP. They have to be a little bit careful here, but could potentially reset EG. How far do they want to go? Montastel already used an Ictor to deter the aggression. And now it's time for Beast Coast to turn back.
Yeah, this is a great reset from Beast Coast.
They forced the Exorcism.
Yeah, and the BKB from C-Smile as well. EG cannot fight. This honestly could be a tier 2 if Beast Coast want to go for it. They are looking for the Roshan. It's not spawned just quite yet. Unfortunate for them, because that would have been a great timing.
The fans have now realized they're both Peruvians.
They have, indeed.
So everyone is good in the arena now.
Yep.
There's no longer a rivalry.
Okay, so C-Smile, he is counting.
He smoked, man. He smoked to go kill couriers.
Did he? Is anybody?
Matthew smoked to go kill couriers, man.
Well, Panda
He's
was
addicted. He's addicted. He can't stop.
You are right. Panda was smoked as well. I thought maybe he had some wards to put up, but it is just for Matthew. He's being a little asshole in this game.
Yeah.
He's going to get a deep ward up, too. This is going to be very valuable for the next fight, which surely should be around Roshan.
Right. He's afraid of going to the enemy triangle. He assumes they have sentries there, but he doesn't have a sentry himself.
Yeah.
And he gets a D ward. They pinged him.
Oh, they see the ward. They see the ward. Yeah, they see it. They got the sentry.
Okay, they know where Matthew is as well. He has no TP either.
Oh, Schofield's looking for him.
Yes, he is.
Yep.
It's a 4 fight.
Here we go.
Who's the stronger 4? Oh, he's sending his courier to die regardless. Schofield.
Oh, it was a bait.
It was a bait?
He baited his own courier. He did not. He baited himself.
I don't think that was a bait.
He baited himself.
I think
there.
he just doesn't care about his courier.
I think he doesn't give a fuck about his courier.
Oh my God, that was terrible.
Yep. But his team is securing Roche during this time, also leaving the Ag Shard in the pit.
It was a bait to keep Ricky outside of the Roche pit, right?
The Illusions are blocking the Ag Shard.
No way.
All right, if the crowd
they left it. They left it behind.
If the crowd could whistle
IG, where are you?
To let them know there's an ag shard in the pit.
Is the soul of Invictus Gaming. 2 couriers, though. 2 couriers. Oh, he's getting his fix. He missed the tricks of the trade. Oh, no, now he missed
the skewer back,
Skewer back into double dust. They're tired of Matthew's shenanigans. No way he gets away. He's done. He's done.
Yeah. Makes it look fancy.
Can we check the Roshmit?
It's still there, dude. My camera's still on it. I can't.
Okay, they moved the last track illusion.
Bro, Dark Mago is moving the illusion to check the goddamn rune. And he did not. Dude, check the pit.
There's a shard in the pit. He's doing it. Oh no, it's just for the haste rune.
No. Oh my god.
Okay, now here's the best fun fact. Did you know Beast Coast never ever, even when it wasn't in the screen, wrote down Roche timers, and they never count Roches in their life as a team?
And in the
history of Beast Coast.
That makes a lot of sense.
Finally, I can
nice
say
rules.
that. Sacred. I don't think this is the team fight you want to take, especially not like that. Sacred doesn't have his BKB yet. He's stuck in the smoke screen. His HP going down, lower and lower. Mechanism will help a little bit. A desperate RP, a reset, a skewer as well, but the Magnus gets caught in the black hole. Skewering to nowhere.
Oh,
they even
Hector's
caught the mid laner. Hector is fast enough with the thirst, but now he just lost it. They healed enough with the Avatos. Helps himself a little bit. There is C-Small along the way, so he activates BKB. He should be able to get away as they try to stop Schofield from TPing.
I think they should dive, man. He has no BKB.
He's going to lose his Aegis. He's not fast enough.
He is almost surely dead twice here.
C-Smiles was just faster somehow than a Bloodseeker with Thirst here. Savage Roar helps him, though.
Maybe the fear was not the play. Not the play.
Bloodseeker gets a huge bonus from that.
Yeah. And now Panda's caught up by Schofield. He's got the toss back to the tree.
Okay. They are going to kill support here, but the tower falls in favor of EG. It's looking good for them with this fight. Little blunder. They needed their Magnus in the right position.
Yeah. I mean, that could have gone so much worse for them, though. I mean, the black hole is down. Sacred is up now.
Someone check the pit.
Yeah, for Gaben's sake, please. There's so many good Aghanim shards this game.
Beast Codes needs to start writing down Roches.
Anybody, the third Roche guy, whoever walks in there to check the third Roche is going to be pleasantly surprised, I gotta say.
Oh, Schofield. No, it's a regen room. He's just going
Dude, you know Schofield likes to meander into weird places.
It's true. You never really know where he is.
Stinger?
The captain? Oh, he's near a tree.
Sacred? Stinger?
He's trying to gank the Roche pit now. He's ganking the shard.
He's checking the high ground. He's not checking the pit.
Oh, they're not checking the pit. They're so close, but so far away, Jenkins.
Okay, all right. By the way, gem on Schofield. That's why I checked the high ground there. They are sick of Matthew's bullshit. But if they lose the gem, it's going to get a lot harder for them to play Dota.
Are they literally just pushing a tier 2 like it's nobody's business?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I guess there's no black holes.
Yeah. And yeah, they should have it. It looks like EG is not interested in contesting it. K1 changed his item. Oh, no, he didn't. I'm dumb. He's going for the Scott. He's just very farmed.
He just finished the Mjolnir.
Top of net worth.
He finished the Mjolnir.
He finished the Mjolnir. Going for the Scotty next.
He's one of the few players that still refuse to take the Lightning. Rather have Mjolnir.
When he gets that Scotty, then he can actually, when he has that, he actually can focus the real lone Druid. As the crowd really wants him to realize on Schofield that he thinks there's a ward is what he thinks. He's like, I got to keep de-warding, guys.
I hear the crowd, guys. There must be wards around this area. Little smoke from EG. It's the Panda Bear leading
Oh
the
my
smoke.
god, getting the gem would be...
Oh, no, they're going around it, Jenkins.
They're taking the long way. I mean, this is the way to do it.
This is the way to do it.
But they don't realize they're dodging the shard.
They got the ward down. Where's the courier?
Oh man, this is cool.
What is this playing? Is he scouting with it?
He's scouting with it. If they kill it, he's trying to reveal the smoke with the courier. That is really cool from Schofield.
Wow. He actually just gemmed. They don't have a ward there.
He's going to die anyway.
Yeah, but Schofield, he's okay to die if at least his cores don't fall with him. They did catch up to the Magnus, though.
It's the gem.
Oh, it's the gem?
Yeah, Stinger, use the ult. Okay, that's on a lot of heroes, but nobody there to follow up.
Yep. They knew. Okay, they lost the gem. They lost 2 supports, but at least the cores are alive.
And that's the Rupture down, too. They're looking for a big skewer back if they want to defend this. It looks like they're not even going to, as they kill Hector's courier.
Oh, okay, he wasn't scouting. He was actually the stricter shot with his courier.
Yeah, that was just a shopping courier.
Greedy bastard. Panda?
Oh. He's the one guy that they might check. He has no idea. Imagine That's the one way he could get an Ag Shard as a 5 position playing.
Here's a bold prediction, Jenkins. Whoever gets the shard is going to win the game.
I think you're right.
That's it. Not because of the shard. It's predestined.
Oh, Dark Miguel walked up the high ground for some reason again.
He has a force down.
Oh,
Black hole canceled immediately by the avalanche, and now that Mago's fighting back. He's gonna walk up another high ground. He realizes that's the wrong high ground to walk up to. Retreat. That's the play they're making now as Hector distracts the enemy team. He does BKB. They don't have overgrowth. They have to respect. EG. At least they got a tombstone. Oh, well, once he awakes.
Sacred's looking for the skewer back. The tombstone's canceling his blink, though. He's really desperately trying to kill this. That is quite pathetic.
Gold! Finally got it.
That is worth more than a kill to Hector.
Yeah, because you're getting gold from the enemy.
Yeah, they don't.
In his mind, you're creating net worth.
Right. That's coming from nowhere. He can farm the Undying later.
There's a fight happening down bottom, right?
Oh, Bakaz.
Yes. Bakaz is the
They
one.
keep it away from him.
Into the ball right. They got the pair as well. Where's the follow? What's it look like? They silenced the split earth. They couldn't get a stun out. And now Hector, he's fighting helplessly against 2. It's a little bit difficult. The overgrowth with it. They don't have a lot of black hole, but they don't care. They just killed Dark Mago. Hector needs to run away. He just got bashed. And now forced up to the high ground. But unfortunately, his movement speed is lacking. He's dead. Stinger running away.
Man, that was Stinger's force staff. He was trying to save him.
They're also going for Schofield on the other side. They're done for. That's going to be almost a team wipe at this rate. Schofield can't. I mean, he's tanky, but he's not tanky enough. Ricky will eventually get to him.
Whisper is shopping. He bought his Octarine core.
He's chilling, man. He's been chilling.
That's the gem. Matthew drops a sentry, picks up the more valuable item. And EG, they're down mid with the bear. Seasma also has ult. They feel so strong here. They don't even want to use it. 4 heroes dead. They don't know that Beast Coast has no buybacks, but they're going to try to force them.
Oh, no.
And there are no buybacks, so this might actually be thrown.
With Exorcism and the bear, they're just going for it. Like Mago's back. They have a skewer into the fountain. The Yule stops it. He doesn't have BKB yet. Doesn't have RP either. He gets silenced. Sacred. Goodbye.
Instant buyback.
Immediately. That Mago activates BKB. He'll be the distraction for now. Where's the skewer? He just got put to sleep. Wake up, Sacred. Wake up. The team needs you. It's too late. He didn't set off his alarm, Jenkins. He is done. EG will eliminate Beast Coast from the tournament 2-0.
Holy shit.
Nobody picked up the fucking shard, Jenkins. I can't believe it.
Your prediction was wrong.
I am losing my mind.
Man, that was a crazy fight because EG, they kind of blundered the black hole and Matthew TP'd out. That force staff in from Stinger, man, forcing Hector in. And it just goes to show, if you die in this patch and you don't have buyback, I mean, it's just the Lone Druid DP factor. They couldn't deal with it. They were going throne not to get the throne, but to force buybacks. There just weren't any. They had bought out on all of their heroes. What a call from EG to end the game there, because that game could have gone either way. The game was like a 1K gold lead for EG. That's just the Aghanim Shard in the Roche pit.
Yes.
That could have turned it for Beast Coast.
Beast Coast, for their home crowd, they're unfortunately out for now. EG will be taking them down. It was SA versus SA. At least one SA team makes it through, but that won't be Beast Coast today. Their second draft looked really good for them.
Yeah. EG, they are. I mean, it's one series, but they look back in form. They looked really shook yesterday, to be honest. This looks like the EG we saw in the group stage. This looks like the South American super team that everybody expected them to be. So yeah, I have high hopes that this is going to be the lower bracket Grim Reaper that we were used to from Beast Coast last year. Now it's EG.
Let's see now, as they get the handshake, a very important one, a very meaningful one. Lots of these guys played together. Chris Luck, of course, hugging everybody. So does Matthew. Oh no, he only hugs his ex-teammates.
Right. Everybody else gets handshakes.
Sacred, so does Panda. You can see the good relationship between them. This wasn't a spiteful match like many will want to do. I think that Mago's trying to kiss him.
Oh,
He did. He kissed him.
Bit of a kiss.
We got the kiss gun we're looking for,
These
Jenkins.
guys love each other, dude. There's only love in the stadium, bro.
There really is. For anyone that thought there was any bad blood between the teams, they just proved you wrong.
Of course not.
These guys are as wholesome as they come.
Yeah.
Oh look, they're actually walking down together. Chris Luck is rejoining Beast Coast.
They're on the same team, let's be real.
Chris Luck does not know he has to do an interview right now.
He doesn't realize there's a tournament going on.
Yeah,
he thought this was a scrim.
Yeah, actually.
He was about to not show up.
He thinks he's actually just went to his friend's house to play LAN, man.
Yeah. It's like, who are all these people, man? My friends like to party.
Yep.
Chris Luck does like to party. I will
does.
say, I'll be doing some partying with him tonight.
If there's anyone that has this many friends, it will be Chris Luck. 8,000 people, that's his WhatsApp list.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. This man is popular.
Yeah,
He's very popular. More popular now that he's in the money, the big money.
The big money. I mean, the reputation of being a top tier player.
Of course, the reputation. That's what it's all
reputation.
about.
That's what it's all about.
Right.
Oh, look, Whisper's ignoring all signatures.
Yeah.
No, I'm not signing things.
This man's the best offlaner
Matthew's
in the world.
just taking people's stuff
He's
now.
just grabbing their shit.
Just in case they eliminated
Well,
next.
they do call him Walter White, so he is a criminal.
That's true. Oh,
stealing people.
Whisper's found
oh
one
my
signature.
God.
Oh,
the
Whisper.
one Whisper signature in the history of Dota.
I can't believe it.
The reason he's not...
What humility, Jenkins. What true show
He signed
of humility.
one thing and then he just leaves.
He's done.
He's done. That's
He's
it
done
for
his
him.
work for the day.
That's the social interaction for him for the year. Dota players, they don't go outside, so
no.
That's it for him.
Yeah, that's why this arena's so uncomfortable, because it's actually outside.
It is literally outside, so that's why there's so many people here.
But you know who's outside / inside the arena is our lovely panel, and they'll hopefully break down this game for us as we wait for the potential interview to start. So take care and see you guys soon.
Thank you so much, Avo and Jenkins. I really hope we're getting that interview indeed. Oh boy, this crowd definitely loved that game, and I think you did too, and I know my panel did as well. That second game had everything that we wanted out of this series. I'm happy we got to see both teams show up properly to this main stage, joined by Astini, Epi, and SVG here. SVG, where do you want to start breaking this game down? If you can't choose, I got a couple of options, but there's a lot to choose from, because it was a good game.
Lone Druid. I thought this hero would be picked a lot more this time.
Okay.
Because I think there's a lot of mid heroes he abuses super hard. You have all these early Ember picks. He does great verse. We saw Nisha play it once. We saw it a couple other times. I feel like every time I see this hero in a good Lone Druid game, he goes ham. This hero's really strong. And I think he's really good in an aura meta where you can buff him up even more. He gives you the extra push. He gives you the extra Roshan. He's a great hero to fight around. All of a sudden you're playing Bloodseeker into 4 and 8 sustain heroes. This is not a good Bloodseeker game. I don't care how good your RPs are. When you're RPing the entire team and then the enemy carry just walks it off.
I will say that you just 100% contradicted our commentary team, who said this was a good Bloodseeker game.
Who said that?
Jenkins.
Well, that's even more evidence to my point.
I wrote it down and everything.
If Jenkins said that was a good Bloodseeker game, this means it was the worst Bloodseeker game I've seen in a century.
I mean, they picked the Bloodseeker to react to the Death Prophet, right? And it was a pretty decent reaction, but I think the Lone Druid in general just did too much that game. The lane versus Magnus was free. The ability to take towers, yeah, I guess you're a little bit threatened by the Magnus and the RPs and the skewer backs, but I think they maneuvered around this Lone Druid very well. And honestly, very ingenious pick. I don't think Beast Coast prepared for it in any way.
It didn't seem like they did, Astini.
I wasn't expecting also, and I was talking with the EG analyst, and it's like, we're hiding some secrets, you're gonna see. And I'm like, I know you guys do Broodmother, I know you guys do Lina, and you're hiding this from DPC. It's like, no, there are other secrets. And I think Lone Druid was one of the secrets that they were hiding for Biscos for this very specific time. And it was the best reveal. Now they beat the crowd favorite, and they're definitely the crowd favorite now.
Yes.
The story they needed, like, to show they're the best team in Peru.
Wait, so you're saying they saved their ultimate secret strat for the team that they played in the regionals just to get some revenge over them?
It's not some revenge. Seriously, as someone coming from SA, this feels like the most important SA match ever. It's so proud.
Okay.
Look at this crowd.
I believe it.
It's the same major. Like, feels like the team that wins has potential to go finals or maybe win. So never mind TI, never mind like top 3 major with Pain Gaming. We don't care. Like SA, the team that gets the best result here is the one that's gonna last forever.
And I think that this win is the confidence boost that EG needed, especially after their performance yesterday versus Entity. I was very concerned to see how they would bounce back. But like we mentioned, Beast Coast beat this team in DPC 4-1. They cemented themselves as the best team in the region, just seed-wise, and then all of a sudden EG have this chip on their shoulder. They're like, we're the best. We have to show them that they're the best. And then beating them here, I think that's what they need to just carry that confidence and carry that momentum onto their next series, because that's basically what happened to Spirit during TI 10, right? They beat VP, They were like, we're the best team in the region. We struggled against you for 3 DPC tours. We beat you on the TI main stage, and then they just proceeded to stomp everybody afterwards.
They really, really did. I do have to ask, what difference would the shard have made? Because that was very unfortunate, and there were definitely quite a few good shards on the side of Beast Coast.
It's all right. I mean, it's just a shard. Like, it definitely...
I guess so, 1,400 gold.
I mean, it definitely sucks, but it's not like leaving an Aegis in the pit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not like leaving cheese.
Yeah.
If you leave cheese there...
Actually, it's better
There's no
than
way.
cheese, especially because it's against a lone druid. I really think this shard had value. Would have helped, maybe on a longer game, but I agree, like, the Seeker had a tough game. It really felt like they lacked damage. The idea is like you're gonna rupture a target, and you're gonna break the enemy formation, but honestly, the enemy formation, they wanna play as 5, really together, as a ball. So you rupture one target, and it's like, it's fine, I want to be here. I'm the lone druid, I want to stop here. I'm like the DP with Exo. I do not need to run at you, because I'm gonna take our tower. So this Bloodseeker felt very underwhelming with or without the shard.
I think the Bloodseeker did okay. Like, the lanes went pretty well as far as they could go for Beast Coast here. Everything was even except the Magnus lane, which, what can you do? You're a Magnus versus a lone druid. I mean, Bloodseeker is a good hero versus Enigma on lane. You can just Bloodright, kill the Eidolons early on, you can push them away. And it's a good hero versus the DP who maybe they placed too much value on after that loss in game 1. I think that this lone druid, they did not see it coming. Like, it's just a good hero versus Bloodseeker, because it's like, okay, I'm gonna rupture the bear, then the bear is just ruptured, but it can just stand there and right-click. It's not really something that feels good if you're the Bloodseeker. But overall, I think EG just out-executed Beast Coast here, because it felt like either team had a chance to get back into the game or like win a fight just off the back of their offlaner's team fight ulti, and in the end, EG just played better.
Especially when you have Magnus, feels like you can always come back with a skewer. Maybe it was too much pressure on Sacred. I feel like maybe if it was Whisper on the Magnus, he could make that move that changes the game. Especially because talking about...
Oh, you can't say that, man. You can't do an ability like that.
Like, talking about like how EG play as a ball. You're 5, you want to hold your position, and then there's a skewer. That's how you break the enemy draft. But you have everything on the Magnus. He needs to be like the most confident player in your team, and I feel like Sacred is not a player. He's the player that you first face Pangolier for him, and you expect him to do well in team fights, but you don't expect him to do this one move that are gonna carry you the game. And Whisper, he does that.
He definitely does do that. I will say that. I can't wait to feel some of the energy of the Evil Geniuses players, and we're gonna get some of that because Avo is standing by right now with Panda.
Thank you, Shiver. I'm here with a lovely Panda. Panda, how are you?
Muy bien, gracias.
He's very good. Thank you. So, as you guys know, Panda does speak English, but he will be, he'd rather speak in Spanish because he feels more comfortable in that language, so I'll act as his translator. So I'll ask him in English. He'll respond in Spanish to me. Panda, that first game, they banned the second phase ban. It was all supports against you. How does it feel that people are starting to target you, particularly a team that knows you so well?
Me se siente bastante bien y he podido jugar un héroe que es el Clover, que era un héroe que yo nunca antes había jugado en competitivo. Recientemente lo comencé a jugar en esta última temporada y en esta DP6 se siente bastante bien que pueda jugar un héroe nuevo en una partida tan importante.
Feels really good, he says. He gets to play a hero that he's never played in competitors before, which is the Clockwork. He started playing recently during this major. And it's really cool that he gets to play it, you know, in such a big match for the first time. So he felt very, very happy about that. I want to ask about that. The Clockwork is... I was very surprised when you were playing Clockwork. Of course, because you're such a great player, but your pool not always the biggest. How does the training work there? What do you need to do to be able to play or expand your pool?
Practicarlo bastante, perder bastante ranked y rezar a que no me olvide jugar uno de los que ya juego.
Practice a lot, play a lot of ranked, and pray that I don't forget that the heroes I already know how to play. Does your team have any involvement in the heroes that you start picking?
Alguna vez yo comienzo a jugarlo y me dicen, no, ese no te lo voy a dar, así que por las puras. Y me tengo que poner a jugar otro.
Sometimes they say some heroes, sometimes he gets to play some heroes, and they go, well, I'm never going to give you that hero, so I just did it for nothing. But you enjoy it anyway, right?
Yeah,
okay, so that's good. How did it feel to play on the main stage against the other South American team?
Es algo triste porque estamos, no sé, es que el equipo del Trout no sabe a quién apoyar. Escuchaba bastante de Viscos, Evil Genius, y es algo... Pero yo sé que bastante gente igual nos apoyaba a ambos, y es algo triste que nos encontremos tan pronto, pero es algo que tenía que pasar.
He says, yeah, he didn't really know who the crowd supported. He's heard a lot of Beast Coast, heard a lot of Evil Geniuses. He thinks there was a lot of people that supported both of them. And it's a little bit sad that they met this early in the tournament, but it's something that had to happen with seeding. Are you looking for are there any other teams that you're looking forward to playing, or any teams that you're particularly not looking forward to playing in this lower bracket?
Solamente estoy viendo en cada equipo que juguemos paso por paso. Ahora estoy feliz de que no estoy con Raster porque ellos fueron quienes mandaron a Viscos al lower bracket. Así que si ahora le hemos ganado a Viscos, ahora nosotros vamos a vengarnos con ellos.
Claro. So he says he's quite happy that he gets to play Aster next game because those are the guys who sent Viscos to the lower bracket, of course in the group stages, and he wants to be able to avenge them. You know, they've avenged us, now you avenge them, right? Por Viscos?
Por Viscos.
Okay. So we'll get you up on the big stage, you can do your show, you can do the Saberlight thing, right? You're pretty happy about that. Let me ask you about your performance in this tournament in general. I know you guys had a little bit of a tiff in the group stages. We didn't really get to interview back then, but you guys, I hear, have a really strong team meeting where you guys came back up. Can you explain to me how that process worked for you?
Simplemente tuvimos una reunión donde decíamos que las cosas que habíamos estado practicando en un principio no eran las cosas que se estaban jugando en el meta, y dijimos, ¿qué queremos hacer? ¿Seguimos jugando a confort, lo que hemos practicado, o nos sacamos el confort y comenzamos a jugar como un equipo de verdad? Y ya, hay que hacer las cosas bien. Y ganamos, perdemos, pero hay que quitarnos los nervios y hay que jugar. Y eso nos quitó bastante de los nervios en el juego y simplemente fluyó mejor.
So in the beginning, they had a big meeting as a team, and they said, well, I mean, we're not playing the right heroes. What do we want to do? Do we want to play the meta heroes and maybe also lose, or do we keep playing what we have and for sure lose, right? And when they had that meeting, they realized, like they said, we might as well play the meta heroes, and even if we lose, it doesn't really matter because we're trying a new style. And the fact that idea and the idea that was changing so much really took off the pressure, and that really helped them bounce back up. In the playoff match, though, against Entity, you guys, it was a really difficult match for you guys. Was there pressure of being in upper bracket? How did it feel to play against them in general?
Creo que hubieron varios factores en molestias que pasaron, pero simplemente nos outplayaron, jugaron mejor, no tuvimos muy claras algunas cosas en el draft, pero creo que simplemente nos superaron y ya son cosas que hemos visto en el replay y vamos a intentar mejorarlos estos días.
Okay. He thinks there are a couple factors that didn't work out, but they attentively watch the replays, and he's looking for those small factors, and he's going to improve them in the coming days. So you're going to be stronger than ever, right? That's the goal. Okay. Now, you finally have the stage, Panda. This is your people. This is your town, your city. What do you like to say to all the international viewers that get to see you in your home turf?
Que gracias por estar viendo el torneo, aunque sea horas difíciles de ver para otras regiones. Como nosotros también nos encanta ver el Dota en China, en SEA, en Europa, aunque veamos en la madrugada. También agradecemos que ustedes vean a tales horas y que la pasen bien. Vamos a hacer el mayor show que podamos.
He says, thank you so much for watching this tournament. He knows it's a difficult time zone for a lot of people, particularly people in C in China. But much like Panda watches those games because he just loves Dota so much, he hopes that you guys do the same and you can watch some of the SA Dota and you can enjoy them. He's going to put on the best show so you can stay awake with us. Thank you so much, Panda, for your time. Congratulations on your victory. And we're going to go back to the panel. Take it away, Shiba.
Thank you very much, Avo, and of course Panda, for that insightful interview. You can't help but rooting for the guy for sure. And Evil Geniuses, they'll definitely have the whole home crowd here rooting for them as they will move forward in that lower bracket. I also will say that it definitely was a shift, Effie, in terms of the EG that we saw yesterday and the EG that we saw today, right?
Night and day, honestly. But maybe playing against Beast Coast, who they are so used to playing against, made it feel different to them, right? It was comfortable. It wasn't nerve-wracking like playing versus some European team that you watch. You don't really have the chance to play against in pubs or scrim until you're on LAN together.
Yeah.
So maybe, I mean, this was the best matchup for them that they could have in this lower bracket to restore their confidence and move forward. So honestly, I'm happy for them in the way that it worked out. I'm a little bit personally biased towards EG over Beast Coast just because there are a lot of players on that team that I really do root for. But I think it was an excellent showing. I think maybe the lower bracket Grim Reaper was Chris Luck all along. Right? It's Chris Luck on Beast Coast who did it to people, and it's Chris Luck on EG who did it here today because he had an outstanding series.
He definitely did, and looked more relaxed than yesterday indeed. The comparison here between Stinger and Panda. Stinger had a tough game on the tree, and the impact wasn't as strong as you normally want to see from a tree. Do you get a little bit frowny face going on, SVG?
It's always his face.
No, it's just my face.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I think Treant is hard when you're in this type of game where you have to run into these ores and kind of be the aggressor. Unless you're really far ahead and then you just have the overwhelming net worth where your course can go in first and then you can be patient with the overgrowth. It just gets a little wonky. And then this hero is better at playing reactionary, at least in the early and mid game. I feel like they never got to that point. Sure, you have huge RPs, you have them into split earths, but you're not cleaning up the fight, you're not building a net worth lead. Just a rough game all around. The lane was okay, but you're not crushing it. You're kind of getting XP denied as well. Very slow game. So overall, very similar heroes, but Panda just feels way more comfortable in this game because he can go behind his push lineup, go into the Roche, and all of a sudden, the onus is on Beast Coast to go into him. And that's why these Undying and Treants are super powerful. That's why we see them with Lina. When you can set up this paradigm where the enemy has to go into you because your hero is forcing the action, forcing the objective, or forcing the scale, then they shine. Because they don't have to jump into you. They don't have to make something happen. They don't have to be a playmaker that they're not. That's kind of the difference I see here. I would like to note that Beast Coast lost to EG, which means Fear's analysis of the relative strength between these two teams was horribly incorrect.
What was his analysis?
He said Beast Coast was better
When did he say that?
during the regionals.
Oh,
And he's been parading it around for a week,
unlucky.
and I'm calling him out.
But you cannot underestimate a growth during a tournament. So that's outdated information you have from Fear right there.
I talked to him an hour ago.
You still stood by
He
him.
was still saying that Beast Coast was better.
Okay. I did not say anything.
Unconfirmed rumor.
You heard it here first. Fear knows nothing about South American Dota.
I know what you're up to, Fear. I know you're watching.
And we're going to be watching a lot more because more Dota is around the corner. We're going to first say goodbye, though, because, of course, the bracket continues. It's elimination day. It's lower bracket all the way. Evil Geniuses, they move forward. They already have their opponent. It's going to be Aster. We saw them, of course, earlier playing against Tundra. That was a 2-1. Aster versus EG. Aster's, of course, a team. You just heard it. They are the ones to knock Beast Coast to the lower bracket in the tiebreaker. So maybe EG can get a little bit of revenge right here. We'll have to wait and see. But we're going to go to a different lower bracket match first because there's one more series coming your way today. It's going to be the one above Beast Coast EG. It's PSG LGD versus Team Spirit. I want to give some final words to Beast Coast as it is a home team that we are saying goodbye to. Astini, we definitely saw them before. This game 2 was a better representation of what they can do compared to game 1. We just should throw game 1 out of the window a little bit. But your final thoughts on Beast Coast here at the Lima Major?
It was good for them to lose because they'll definitely improve now. They were taking the region for granted.
Okay.
They were not practicing, so now they're going to realize they need to focus more, and they will be an amazing team. Losses make Beast Coast super strong. That's what I believe. They'll come back way stronger. It's like a wake-up sign out for them.
I thought you started off, it was good for them to lose.
Yeah,
It's like that is a very rough way to say goodbye
Quite
to
stark.
it. Yeah, it really, really is. We learned a lot about Beast Coast, of course, throughout this tournament already. Can't wait to learn more from them in the next tour. And better yet, we can learn something more about them right now as we prepare for the next series.
¿Qué os parece que una Major llegue por fin a vuestra ciudad? A vuestro país, a vuestro continente. Primera Major en la historia.
Se siente muy bonito, pero a la vez es como que... A la vez es como que hay mucha presión, ¿no? Es bonito porque Perú es la cuna de Dota en Sudamérica y es como que tantos años de Dota al fin ha sido como que bien hecho, ¿no? Ha sido como que recíproco. Lo conocí a los 13 años, 12 años. No me enganché al instante, fue como que estaba en casa de mis tíos y mi primo estaba jugando Dota y no sé, me vaciló que jugaba ese jueguito y le pregunté qué, me dijo Dota.
Jugaba varios juegos y hubo como que un momento en el cual me llamó la atención el Dota, Dota 1, y simplemente lo empecé a jugar. De ahí jugamos con mi hermano más seguido, después del colegio jugaba con mis amigos y todo eso.
Miraba videos de YouTube, que la gente viajaba, que había competencia mundialmente y bueno, nada, pues me emocionaba, ¿no?
2009, 2010 creo. Mi hermano mayor jugaba varios juegos, al igual que Darmao, digamos, ¿no? Su hermano mayor. Ya, y yo iba a ver, ¿no? Y veía varios juegos, entre esos Mu, Rakion, no sé. Y Dota me gustó más que los demás, entonces empecé a jugarlo más seguido.
Pero ahora, sinceramente, o sea, todos los equipos hablan de que básicamente solo el ganador se recuerda. ¿Queráis un top 6 en TI? ¿Os importa si no es ganar?
No, creo que top 6 está bien para nosotros, aunque hubiéramos querido llegar en un top 3. Y sí, yo creo que sí podíamos fácilmente, pero bueno, este año pues, esperamos romperla, ¿no?
La competencia del videojuego es muy bonita, ¿no? Es como que te empila. Porque mi renegada es un estrés que me gusta ese estrés.
¿Te gusta renegar?
Sí, me gusta.
¿Por qué te gusta renegar?
No sé, soy tóxico, no sé.
Creo que más que nada llena la emoción de competir en equipo, ya sea ganar o perder. Pues.
Más que yo ser el mejor, me gusta que mi equipo, o sea, que todos nos entendamos, que seamos como, no sé, como un cerebro, pero ¿entiendes? Un cerebro que micromaneje a los 5. Ya, eso me gusta.
Siempre busco como que ahora al ganar, como que me vean como el mejor, ¿entiendes? Como que toda la gente te admire, no sé, tipo Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, que seas el mejor en lo que hagas, ¿entiendes?
A mí sí me anima, que nos vea así. Saber que hay sí. O sea, pero, o sea, más que nada hay tantos fans que no pueden venir al evento o asistir. Se siente al menos. Se podría ver, ¿no? El apoyo.
Porque, digamos, cuando uno, no sé, tiene momentos bajos en su vida, es como que busca apoyarse en otras cosas, ¿no? Y ahí es donde, al menos en mi caso, sí fue la comunidad también que me apoyó mucho. Que sentí como que no lo hacía solo por mí, sino también por ellos.
O sea, yo creo que la gran mayoría de pro players de Perú ha tenido como que la experiencia de jugar en cabinas y ver torneos transmitidos en una tele y todos juntos ahí, como si fuera un torneo local. Y ahora que se realiza un torneo acá, la gente va a poder ver, ¿no? O sea, sentir esa sensación en vivo y todo.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final series of the day, the final elimination of today, and a classic TI rematch, although maybe with some minor modifications. It's series number 3, PSG LGD versus Team Spirit, and I'm here with a brand new panel of Purge, Winter, and Sheepstick. Welcome, friends. Such a pleasure to have you all join me here while I grill you. But after I talk to you, I want to talk to the teams. And specifically, I want to talk to Team Spirit. Not talk to them. I want to look at them. Show me Team Spirit. They were not at the top of their region during the DPC season, but Team Spirit is still a force to be reckoned with. Still got a little bit shaken up yesterday, though, by Shopify Rebellion, which, of course, North America's best and brightest. No shame in losing to that, but Team Spirit probably would be a little bit more comfortable being in the upper bracket. Though they are no strangers to going up against their opponents, but Team Spirit, I was a little bit underwhelmed in their Shopify Rebellion performance, Purge. I feel like it wasn't quite as competitive as I was hoping it was, but maybe that's just Arteezy was just on some real shit that game.
He was. The bright side is that if they encounter any stairs, Yotaro will dominate those in a quarter of a second, so they've got that going for themselves. But I think they looked really good by the end of the series. I think just Shopify played better. It was a overperformance by them above expectations from what I had going into it. Team Spirit, I think, still looks like a really solid team, and some minor modifications. They win an extra game there, and it's not them playing today. It'd be Shopify in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and I think that PSG LGD, they, on the other hand, were at the top of their region, and it was close. Aster was the first team to confirm themselves to making it to the major, but through a tiebreaker, which was... Actually, there were 2 times that LGD beat Aster. They beat them in the DPC, because the only team that Aster lost to was Knights, for some reason, which was intriguing. But don't let me just tell you about them. Let me show them to you. It's PSG LGD coming out to the stage for the first time. Spirit got a chance to play, obviously, on the main stage yesterday, but PSG LGD are rolling up now, and it's a slightly different PSG LGD than you might be familiar with if you have not watched since TI 11. This team has undergone a fair number of roster changes, most of which were suspected at the end of TI 11, with Ame and Faith Beyond looking to be at the tail end of their careers, Winter. I know Chinese retirement, it's a term that we use somewhat sarcastically, but this one seems kind of real for both those players.
Yeah, they've been on tour for so long. They're tired. It's very taxing, playing Dota for so long. You can't spend time with your families, your girlfriends. You can't spend time doing things that you like apart from playing Dota.
Can't stay home all the time. You have to travel, you have to boot camp, things like that. You have to be around your teammates all the time. Sometimes they don't take showers as often as they should.
But I thought you still fight until you can make the Aegis sheep. They never got to claim the dream, and then they call it quits. Well, Faith Beyond was able to claim the dream, but he was supposed to do it for my boy Ame.
I mean, you look online at these players of all quote-unquote retired, and they're just tweeting each other, yeah, let's form a team next tour. Actually, maybe we won't form a team next tour, but maybe next tour after. I'm sure Ame will be back to try again, but he definitely seemed a little tired by the end. And I mean, it was a bunch of good runs. Sometimes, you didn't get top 1, but you earned the love and respect of the entire world. A shame. I do hope he comes back and does it, but I'm very excited to watch the new players, the replacements. There's the running gag meme in China of the next Ame, and Shiro's one of them. So,
Okay. Do you think he accurately encapsulates that? What qualifies the next Ame?
You gotta be young.
Okay.
You gotta have no tier 1 experience.
Sure.
And outside of that, his personality is kind of similar as well. He's quite quiet, calm. Seems like he's, you have the silent dragon memes, something with Ame where he just wouldn't say words.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, so Shiro's actually pretty similar in that regard too.
Yeah, he does not have very much competitive experience. He came from E-Home?
Yeah, E-Home. He's very different from Ame though. I feel like the way they play carry, I feel like Ame is more sacrificial for a team. Like Shiro is more towards like the very traditional kind of carry. He's gonna take a lot more space. He's gonna be playing on less fighting heroes, more like farming heroes.
Okay, but then is that at the? So, I mean, Nothing to Say is still on the team. How did Nothing to Say play with Ame versus how is Nothing to Say playing with Shiro? Any significant differences that you can tell there, or was it more Faith Beyond leaving?
No, I think he's the same. Like he usually creates a lot of space. He's the space maker. But with the offlaner now, because they brought in a stand-in as well.
Yes, that is true.
O11 is very different from from Xiangyu. I feel like O11 is a lot more greedier, so he tends to take a lot more space as well. Like he's kind of offlaner that you want to put a lot of preference in picking the heroes that he wants to. And sometimes it comes with a price, then your carry has a lower priority in the draft.
I mean, I'm super down to see Old 11 staying for them. He's one of my favorite Chinese players, and he has been for a long time. He consistently, like, as you said, he's a little greedy maybe, so his net worth is higher, but at least he's doing it on utility heroes the majority of the time. So I feel like he's in that conventional vein of, like, playing the right heroes, but also very highly skilled. So I think he
isn't that also a bad thing? Sometimes you're a utility hero, but you're taking so much space, and your hero doesn't carry the game.
Are you telling me that a mech doesn't change that he can't buy a Pipe of Insight? He can't dump all that net worth into a Greaves? Like, come on. Those are important items right now. Buy BKB, whatever.
And then the last one is Xinkyu kind of vanished from the competitive scene after TI-11, and he's been swapped in for Planet, which is also an eHome alumni. How's he ranking for you, Sheep? Because there have been a lot of good 4 positions at this tournament.
Yeah, I remember seeing like high praise for Shiro and Planet carrying eHome in the season before they moved over, and we watched him the whole time through. He was insane. Like, I think by far he was probably one of the better players on that team. And Zhao Wei agreed. We had an interview with him. I was like, all right, hype up one of the players on this team. Give some good words. He said, Planet played really well this season. He has loads of ideas. His hero pool is really good. His builds are good. Overall, great player. I mean, what better words can you get from Zhao Wei himself?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's really good.
That's a vouch and a half. And then the other one, you see why you smile, but it is why. Wasn't there a story? Did you tell me the story behind it, Sheep?
Why you know the story.
Oh, okay, what's the story? Why did he change?
I believe it was just that he changes his name with like each period of his Dota career.
Oh, I see.
And when he sees this new name, it makes him smile.
He's going through Taylor Swift eras over here.
I prefer his old name.
Not a fan.
Innocence.
Innocence, yeah. People have been calling him Innocence for ages. They just like I think Dota players in general, whenever they try to go for a rebrand, it rarely sticks immediately. People will call them old names.
I mean, have there been any successful rebrands?
Let's see.
There's been a lot of weird ones.
Are you thinking of Big Daddy because that's the
I
one?
instantly thought Big Daddy.
Okay.
Instantly.
All right, so maybe that one worked, I guess.
No, that one
No,
didn't
that one
work.
was
That one's
terrible.
a quintessential example of a failed rebrand.
Let's see. Fly rebranded to Simba briefly.
That was
gave up on that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd say Kyle was a pretty good one.
Yeah, so he went through. He was Swindle Melons, then Melons, and then Kyle finally.
But he started from a really bad game rotation. So it was like, he had a leg up on that one.
I have a good one.
Yeah?
Cox.
Cox. Avatar mode Cox. That's true. Instantly, everyone was like, I'm totally down to call you by this name.
I guess when Innocence changed to Y, the casters were happy.
Yeah, it's true. Fewer syllables. I keep quizzing you. Purge, what is the actual offlaner for PSG LGD? Tell me the pronunciation.
The actual
pronunciation, not Old 11, the guy who should have been here instead.
I actually have no idea.
God damn it. Sheepstick, you try.
Shangyu.
Oh, okay. You're getting it.
Thank you.
Winter, was that correct?
I don't even pronounce it correctly.
What?
No. Yeah, that's correct.
Have you been misleading us this entire time? I've been taking your word as gospel on this stuff.
I think I was close enough. We'll take those. I forgot to write down how it's said. I only have the Chinese letters in front of me.
I think most people are really good with saying the Chinese names, especially I hear a lot of people pronouncing Pichu. PQ.
Wait, it's not Pichu?
No, Siamese cat, Pichu.
Yeah, but it's Pichu.
It's Pichu.
Yeah.
It goes down.
Pichu.
Oh,
we always say Pichu.
That important thing
It's
that we don't pay
Pichu.
attention.
Okay. Yeah, like that kind of intonation does not really exist in English, but I know it has a big deal in most other Eastern languages. So, I mean, I'm just calling him rubber ball out here.
Just call him Siamese cat.
Siamese cat is
But I
also
like
good.
Pichu.
Pichu's cute.
Pichu.
And yeah, they'll be going up against Team Spirit, so technically it's a TI rematch, but a lot of faces have changed, and one face on Team Spirit that has changed is their mid laner. Toronto Tokyo, who they claimed the Aegis with, is now been replaced with Laurel, who was formerly on BetBoom, but is now on this roster. Sheepu got a chance to talk about him during the Shopify Rebellion series, so I won't grill you on it. Instead, Purge, tell me about Laurel.
I think Laurel's fit in really nice in that he is really high skilled. His hero pool is interesting enough. It's not always the most traditional mids. He's been playing a lot of Snapfire mid as well and kind of fulfilling more of the offlaner type items, so like the Mech Greaves, frontline a little bit, barely survive, turn the team fight type stuff. Plus Snapfire mid is cool too because you get these like, you add your ulti and you get kills. It's cool. Anyways, I think it fits into the team really well personally. They aren't looking the most fantastic right now as they have in the past, which is obviously hard to reach winning TI, but I think they still look really, really solid. I think Laurel fits them very consistently.
Yeah, I agree. Like I feel like sometimes when I look at the drafts before, I feel Toronto Tokyo's heroes, like he has a very different idea on how he wants to play the game, and with Laurel, I feel like they have one less idea, but another person, they brought in another person to help the team's idea instead, and I feel like he's been more sacrificial towards what the team needs in the draft and in the game itself with how he itemizes, and I guess it's much better for the team that way.
I would mildly argue that it went a little bit too far in the Shopify series. On the second game, he was playing Snapfire as a very much like Ether Lens backline, protect my other cores instead of having like his own game.
Was it the game with the Meteor Hammer?
Yes,
yeah.
collapse Mars Meteor Hammer.
That was interesting. Alright, we could get to that a bit.
I'd love to talk about that game.
And then in the third game, he played a tiny mid, and he was going like Yules and stuff, like another Ether Lens again. It was very much like he just could not carry the game in the lane.
That's true. Like he needs to find a balance. It's good that you're playing for the team, but at the same time, you have to understand you're still a core player, you're a mid. And in some games that you have to be the actual carry, you have to buy items for yourself, you have to play for your own game, and you have to try to do what's best for yourself, not just for your team.
With that said, though, in the second game, he went for the typical Greaves rush. He was against the Zeus mid, and he ended up getting bursted a little bit too fast. So I feel
was this him on Snapfire?
Yeah, and I really feel like it was just a game where instead of finishing Greaves, he just should go like Arcane Mech and buy a Hood, and then he would just survive these like mid-game burst things, and then he could continue to tank.
That game was very strange. I felt like when I look at the heroes, I would actually I would actually expect the Mars to actually go for like a BKB, like Blink BKB, and then the Snapfire you go like just the auras, because they had Zeus, I think they're tiny, they have a lot of magic damage. I can't remember the other heroes, but all I recall was the Pipe was very good that game, but he didn't build a Pipe.
Yeah, it was Lina, Rubik, Ricky, Snapfire, Mars.
Yeah, it's a lot of magic. Oh,
no,
that was their Radiant.
That's their lineup.
What was
the enemy lineup.
Oh, they were against Treant, Nature's Prophet, Tiny, Zeus, and Shadowfiend.
Yeah, I mean, Pipe makes a lot of sense in that game.
That would have helped Lina so much.
I felt like the way they were thinking about the game, it wasn't really like in a straight direction, because for some reason the Mars, he's building Meteor because he won his. I feel like he won his lane, right? So he wanted to go for that Meteor Hammer, but in the end it was costly in a couple of fights. He didn't have his BKB in time, so he died a couple of times, and I don't feel like because of the Meteor Hammer they were able to get a lot of extra value from that item in the game.
I think it would have been okay if Laurel was just survivable enough, because then he has to become the frontliner, and a lot of the games that they play that with the Snapfire mid, he needs to like tank all the damage, barely survive, cookie out, and all of a sudden they got a bunch of kills and nobody died. So he just didn't have the right survivability items to make space for the Mars to do his hammer stuff.
Because they have a Lina. All they need to do is just ensure that the Lina is able to do damage in the team fights, protect the Lina, protect your teammates, and that's all that matters, that game.
I also almost would really like to see, if you remember back to the TI they won, Collapse played way more as a core. Like they would get the IO and pair it with the Mars, and he would buy the armlet and play really up as a carry. I think if Lol is wanting to play very much like, I'm buying Yules, I'm not doing that much damage, I'm playing utility for the team, then maybe they could swing Collapse back to that style.
You know what? I feel like that would be fixed if you give them more time, because I think that a lot of the issues that they have regarding that, you play more games together, you have a lot more team talks after the game, it's gonna get better and better, and a lot of it can be avoided by communication, like a simple thing during the draft, I'm gonna go for more core build, you have to go for more utility build this game,
What, so then does that mean that Collapse has regressed? Because if he was able to be that core role on the old Team Spirit roster and carry the game, why has he become this utility style instead?
I mean, he's done both. At that TI, he was playing Mars with Armlet, but also he was like the only Magnus that tournament that would always go mech. Almost every other Magnus would buy a different item. I don't remember what it was. 4 staff, I don't know, whatever. So he has a mix of both. He has utility and he has that playmaking stuff, but I think it's safe to say at least that Collapse has been playing very well this tournament. Like, he looks like his old style. So from my perspective, I'm like, Collapse, you can do whatever the hell you want. Your team just has to play around you a little.
Yeah.
So if he's out here building Meteor Hammer on Mars,
I'm
the
like,
rest of the team better
I'm
please.
like, Laurel, buy a freaking hood. That Greaves upgrade was 2,000 wasted gold that didn't do crap against the Zeus.
No, the Meteor Hammer is bad. There's no way the Meteor Hammer is
There
good.
was a Treant on the enemy team that took like 2 towers because of the hammer. It's like, yeah, it's a 2,000 gold diversion. And you could argue it's like a 1,500 gold diversion because he got Ring of Health stabilized.
Yeah, but if he didn't die the next couple of fights because he didn't have a BKB, that would have given that.
That's Laurel's fault. Laurel didn't buy the pipe.
God, I hate Laurel. Jesus Christ.
Aside from the fact that GPK said that Laurel was what? His favorite, his top tier mid laner?
No, he did not say that. Holy moly. I said no. I said he's a stable player.
Oh, stable. I thought he was ranking him high.
No. He ranked him pretty decent. He said he's a stable player that will always do his job in the game, but he won't destroy mid.
I'm willing to make a bet that he's gonna be an off laner next time.
You think so?
Yeah. Usually mid players that play like this, they would eventually become the off lane players.
I can tell you the tier list if you want.
I think Collapse is better at that one.
No, he's kind of playing off lane in a way, like some of the games.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, Tsunami.
Give me the direct quote.
No, that was the quote.
Oh, okay.
The tier list though.
The tier list.
I have it. You may have to.
GPK's mid laner tier list.
Yeah, you may have to help me decipher some of the faces.
You don't recognize
I got one essential.
I know most of them.
All right,
Okay, just tell me tier S.
Nisha on top.
Okay.
Is that himself?
I think it's
As
himself,
second?
yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
very, very humble. Quinn, and then BZM. I don't know that Blast player.
Show me.
Is it the press kid?
Scroll it over here.
Must be some European, Eastern Europe player.
It's not a high resolution image.
Yeah, okay, that's Minecraft
Anyway,
graphics. I can't quite make it
start
out.
of tier A is Sumail, then it's Stormstormer, then himself.
No, that's
then
Laurel.
then 9, and then tier B, a player from VP, a player from Hellraisers.
So that would be the press
And everything else down there, I only recognize Boom.
Wait, where?
What a way to describe
Boom in
it.
C tier.
No, where is the NTS?
Yeah, he didn't rank any Eastern players.
This must have been.
Where's my Southeast
this
Asian
must have
players?
been- yeah, you're right. It must have been just like Western and
North American
players.
I see.
Yeah.
Can I have my iPad back?
Nope.
Yes.
I'm gonna need this for your notes.
Thank you.
Yeah, then I'm curious how he's gonna fare against NTS, because Laurel has not had a chance to play against him. I would think maybe on Bet Boom at Arlington,
It's a possibility, yeah.
but that would be quite a ways back in time. But I mean, there's no way that NTS would have been anything other than S tier, right?
Surely.
I mean, what
It's
in this
gotta be.
tournament? Do you think he's gotten worse than S tier?
No, I don't think so. From what I've seen from NTS this tournament, he's playing really, really solid. So I don't know. I don't know.
have a lot of
Solid is A. I want above solid for S tier. Winter.
I mean, they have a lot of issues within the team. I mean, I feel like some of the games he couldn't really play like how he played before, but it wasn't entirely his fault. He definitely wasn't. He's not the same like before. But maybe I would say S minus. Can I go S
minus? Okay. Or A plus. I told you Euro was a pessimist. Why couldn't it be A plus? Why did it have to be S minus?
Okay, fine. A plus.
A plus. A plus for nothing to say.
I'll take that. I actually think he's been really good. When you're playing with new players, it was sort of a lot on his shoulders to step up and still play really well and consistently. And I feel like he did throughout the DPC, throughout this tournament. Yeah, I'm really happy with him.
Okay. I mean, he's the longest veteran, him and Why You Smile, so it's not so much them that I would have skepticism over. And then Old 11, seasoned player, but obviously, well, he's not. Okay, so initially, whenever the group stage started, or rather, whenever the announcement was made that Old 11 was standing in, I definitely saw a lot of washed comments out there. Because Old 11 was not on. Old 11 wasn't competing in this DPC.
No.
He was AFK for a little while.
Yeah, he was having a vacation in Bahamas.
Yeah. Was he practicing Dota in the meanwhile? Because then I can kind of understand the washed plans. But he showed up, and like we said, he's his old greedy self.
Yes,
And
he
it's
has
just up
always been
to
like him.
Shiro and Planet to fill in the gaps then.
I just don't think you can hate on him too hard here because he's standing in for a team, and they did pretty decent.
Yeah,
I think that like right off the bat looks looks really solid.
Oh yeah, by the way, they didn't scrim even one game before flying.
Okay,
so
yeah.
they are
Amazing.
What we are watching in the group stages are kind of
Them
their scrims.
practicing.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
Like, which was, I think for the first 2 days of group stage, they were kind of handing teams Broodmother and being like, let's see if we can beat it. And then they were like, oh no, we can't beat it.
He's not washed. He washed his face a whole bunch before he got it, and now
Correct.
he's doing great.
Yeah, I'm not hating on Old 11. I mean, I was, but like only because I had a lot of respect for Sean Yu. but looking at the results now, I'm not hating. And also, I was joking with you guys before this panel that he has played more heroes this tournament than Shang Yu did the entire DPC.
Are you serious?
So that's
Well, that's 3 weeks of play, and Homie busts out more heroes in 5 days.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure about the level of the number of games total, because maybe that would have some influence. But yeah, it was previously they played Marcy a lot. Like this was one of their best strats, was this Marcy like Pango dual opening.
Okay.
They haven't ran that at all now because Old 11 just doesn't play it. And he was, like a Brewmaster player. He liked Viper a bit. It was a bit weird, honestly. His pool wasn't massive. Old 11, meanwhile, he's just playing like Zoo out the wazoo and DP. God, he loves DP.
Okay. Yeah, that's been his most popular. Any other contentions? I know the Shopify series, who was stressing it? I don't remember who was sitting next to me, but someone who was sitting, Fear. That guy.
I hate
love
that guy.
I love that guy. Undying was Spirit's secret to success for much of the group stage. I think they had like an 80% win rate with it, or 88% win rate in the group stage, and then continued the magic in game number 1, and then Shopify Rebellion kind of learned their lesson.
Yeah, well, that was definitely the case. It kind of owned game 1, and I think what teams are doing now is that Tree opening if you can get it, Tree Protector with Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet protects against the Undying support a little bit, because you can just slap him a bunch and he can't deal with the Treants. You just trade with him the best. It's good at trading with heroes, not so much summons. So that protects you against them potentially. It seems like when that opening comes, teams are less likely to pick Undying, and then sometimes it gets banned second phase. So that seems to be a tool that teams have figured out. We'll see if it happens again here to be used against Spirit.
Okay, and then LGD, I'm seeing them favor Disruptor quite a bit, which brought Entity a great deal of success as well. But some teams just don't care about it. What's making Disruptor so strong in some teams' hands, Winter? I feel like if a hero's good, everyone should pick it.
I feel like the teams that have been picking disruptors are the teams that have been prioritizing like the position 5 being on some catch. Because most of the other post 5 right now, they don't really have a stun, they don't really have a catch. Like we've been seeing a lot about Undying and Tree.
Yeah, save supports.
Yeah, and the other heroes that Y has been playing is like Enchantress, those are the heroes that are very good in the lane, but they just don't have catch, So Disruptor is a very different kind of position 5. I feel like it's not just the team. I feel like it might be also draft related. Maybe you didn't open the draft with enough catch and you're picking the position 5 hero. Then you're considering, what do we need to fill in the blanks? Do we need to get some catch for our position 5 to help the draft?
It's commonly picked when there's a Broodmother as well, because when you go for those like mid-game ganks, you just need like a little vision on her, and you can like secure the lockdown. So it is a little bit more multi-purpose than Brood necessarily, but it can be really good. The ulti is fantastic too. Lock down some cores, pre-BKBs.
Okay. We've got a few theories cooking up, but obviously when a team rolls up to main stage, things can change. So let's see what is happening in the draft for game number 1 of PSG LGD versus Team Spirit.
Welcome one and all to the draft panel where we witness game number 1 between PSG LGD and Team Spirit, a modern classic and of course a run back of the TI-10 finals. We are going to be witnessing a pretty exciting matchup, and my name is Snare. I'm joined by Lacoste and Astini. And gentlemen, Something I want to talk about very quickly here, Lacoste, about this particular series. PSG LGD, they have a fairly new team, right? A new roster. In particular, Lacoste, they brought an old 11 specifically for this tournament. And we saw in the previous series when we saw Beast Coast versus EG that when Sacred doesn't have a great hero, the team really struggles. This team has only won if old 11 is playing Beastmaster, Death Prophet, or the Broodmother. Are these going to be priority options for LGD, and should Team Spirit focus on banning out those heroes?
I mean, their Broodmother's already been banned. The draft is going really quickly. Looking at both of these teams, always pleasure to watch them play on the international lands. I thought the Team Spirit might stay away from Lina, considering that they lost yesterday to Shopify Rebellion 2 times in a row. They did open up with Lina, so I thought it might be a bit of a different opener. On the other side, PSG LGD, they go with the Nature's Prophet. You mentioned Old 11. He definitely felt most comfortable playing the Beastmaster. They needed someone to stand in. He had a couple of good performances, but we'll have to see. Difficult, very difficult to draft against PSG LGD because they are the team with the widest hero pool.
Yes, sir. And on the other side here, Steenie, we've seen that every time that teams go for this first pick, Lina, if it's available, everybody grabs Nature's Prophet. The team that's doing the best in the tournament, Team Liquid, they normally pair it with the Treant Protector, leaving Rubik in the pool. How do you feel about this response to the Lina? And it's interesting that Team Spirit steal the Enchantress, because you and I kept talking about how LGD has actually been the best team with either Enchantress or like even Chen in the safe lane, some kind of healing 5-position support.
So first with the Lina, Rubik MP is the best answer to it, definitely. I guess teams already figured out, probably happened at least 5 times that you pick Lina and they will just Rubik Prophet. Sometimes they will Prophet and Treant, so they steal the Treant from you. Usually the Lina is completed by a Treant because you have a frontliner for you in the lane. You have also the bonus armor. That's the thing that's not to be ignored, because sometimes we see like a Lina losing to an SF and then suddenly she's winning. You need to look what are the pairs. It's usually the Treant that make the difference. The team that has the Treant has this advantage on the core-to-core matchup because of the armor. So it's kind of weird that they go for the Enchantress. They're kind of like mixing up 2 ideas already here. That's what I feel like. Okay, my Enchantress is open. They didn't ban it. I want it, but they also didn't ban Lina. And then you get Lina, and on 8 you get Enchantress, which I think it's a different idea, it's a different approach.
So far, PSG LGD, they haven't played Nature's Prophet in this tournament. Looking at the heroes that they ran, I mean, Old 11, it definitely looks like this is going to be his hero, because Shiro has been playing a lot of different heroes. He has played 13 different heroes so far at this major, which is pretty impressive. So he didn't play Nature's Prophet. He's mostly looking forward to heroes that are more into late game, like mid and super late game. Some of the carries like Anti-Mage, PL, Phantom Assassin comes to my mind. He plays anything, like whatever you want to have him, if it's a good game for him. I also think that they might want to ban Spectre as well to have a little bit more global presence from PSG LGD. And this is the hero that they also opened up relatively early couple of times so far.
It's interesting that you mentioned that actually about Shiro, because one thing that I have seen about the similarity between LGD and Spirit, both of them really enjoy having a very vast hero pool for their carry player. Both Shiro and Yotaro have played an extreme amount of heroes at this point in time. Pretty much only our TZ in the safe lane that has played more than them at this particular point in the tournament. And one of the heroes that we have seen from LGD is this Dawnbreaker. The other team that's done this successfully is EG, that we just saw go through in the lower bracket just now. How do you feel about this Dawnbreaker? Where should they position this? Is this going to be a support Dawnbreaker, Estini, or are you feeling more like this might be a core hero for LGD?
Looking at the draft order, it looks like a position 5, because you're picking in this place that you don't want to show a core, but definitely they can flex. But just by the draft order, it seems like a position 5. It's a global hero to play with a Prophet. He mentioned Spectre, it's really great. I also see this hero, I just don't know like how a lane with Dawnbreaker 5 would be, because Dawnbreaker is a strong laner, Spectre is not a good one. So maybe he can allow a good lane and having this global presence. That's why Amber can be an answer to this, because you can be also everywhere in the map dealing with the split.
It's a good Amber game so far. They don't have really an answer for it. In terms of the damage output, it's pretty limited in terms of the stuns that they have on PSG LGD. It's Rubik's stun, maybe into Dawnbreaker follow-up, but I think they need some extra control for this Ember Spirit. Could cause a lot of issues.
Do we maybe go 18th pick Death Prophet for LGD here in response to the mid Ember Spirit? Or does it feel like the team overall needs a little bit more control than just getting a DP mid?
I think DP needs some save, and she doesn't have, like, Dawnbreaker's not enough, at least in my opinion.
I think the other option is to go for something like Puck, where you have, also Team Spirit, they don't have a lot of lockdown on their side. I mean, you are picking Puck into Ember. I've seen this matchup so many times. Team Spirit will open up with Mag, so that's gonna give them a lot more team fight. So, like, I mean, we've seen collapse Magnus so many times. It's always hype to see him played on the stage. We'll see what PSG LGD will respond with. I'm still down for some.
Though.
Yeah, that's a big one.
It's interesting that they went for this Magnus. There's more team fight. They are 1-1 with it at the tournament thus far. The other day I met Collapse on his birthday in the elevator and I asked him what he wants for his birthday. He said, I want Magnus buffs.
Yeah.
I don't like Magnus here. He's gonna need, what, 3-4 Lincoln Spear?
Yeah.
That's
At
the
least,
counter.
yeah, that's the meme.
Yeah. And also, I think we can see maybe Lone Druid here, talking about like the infinite hero pool. It's great against Ember. Maybe it's a fast pace. I feel like they need a fast pace. So maybe in this sense, the DP you mentioned could be a way to make a fast pace. You need a hero that's going to take towers with the Prophet. And from the carry position, I can see many that would play that fast tempo.
Let's see. Shiro's gonna, usually in their drafts on the side of LGD, Shiro has a priority at the very end of the draft. So they'll decide for him. Yeah. Yet again, it's gonna be another situation. They've done this for 10 games where he's the one that gets last picked. So they now go for the Treant Protector. You were talking about this earlier, Stine, that this is what we normally see paired with the Nature's Prophet. Now you have both. And Lacoste, every time we've seen this particular support duo, it just looks broken. How on earth do you get like this Treant Protector and Rubik? The only one that feels a little bit stronger is like Rubik plus Undying, but this still feels amazing for their game.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, these two heroes have been pretty much picked or banned every single time there is a team. So a little surprised that the Team Spirit decided to leave them Treant Protector. They don't have the best heroes to deal with him in terms of tower damage. Maybe Enchantress Creep, Lina, like she needs to be able to deal a lot of tower damage early on, and it's not an easy one. Like one lift from Rubik, you can't just slow Siege because there is no save on their side. So I maybe want to see them get a little bit more. Like, if they want to group up, that's fine and take towers, but I think they're going to run into a problem where they are going to struggle dealing with the towers early on.
Yeah, not only towers, but with damage overall, because the Magnus shows weakness on their draft that they are really focused on the right click. Although Lina does this mix of damage, Ember also, but it's a very right click draft. That's why they go with the Treant. You have the plus armor. It's going to really enable this Nature Prophet to carry, because it's going to be really hard to burst him down. And also they can go with another front line, and then you have these two targets that you cannot burst, and games get super complicated. Does the ban on DP. Like we mentioned, the DP wouldn't have that much cover with the Dawnbreaker, but then with a Treant armor, this hero gets unbeatable.
Yeah. Looking at some of the heroes that they could go for. A lot of these got banned. Maybe a 4 Clockwork coming out from Team Spirit, something that can scout out this Treant Protector, because they don't have anything. Nyx?
Yeah, you mentioned Clock. That's in the, okay.
Snapfire is going to be the option.
I love Clock. I think PSG LGD with something like a Puck or Void Spirit, something that is elusive enough, is going to cause issues. Because Team Spirit, they don't have this instant lockdown. A lot of these stuns can be easily dodged, I would say. But this gives Team Spirit a lot of team fight. This Snapfire, Magnus, Snapfire with Ember Spirit, they can play together, serious amount of damage, easily executed, and they don't have like heroes to stop the Snapfire ulti from going off. Rubik, of course, again, you picked the Snapfire Magnus into Rubik, so Rubik can easily steal the kisses, but in terms of stopping kisses from going off, they really don't have the heroes.
The only flaw I'd say on... the Spectre, it is.
It is, but they're swapping things around. This is going to be most likely nothing to say. Okay, big fan of that. I feel like if you have Nature's Prophet on the mid lane, it gives you this type of a Zeus presence, hitting that level 6, and also a lot of tower push, because your Treants do get maxed out early on. But look at the global presence that they have. Dawnbreaker, Nature's Prophet, and Spectre as well.
Talk to us about this, Estini. Why don't we often see this hero, the Nature's Prophet, played in the mid lane? Why is it so rare for it to be deployed in this fashion?
Because he's way too good on the other lanes. He's like the Lina counter on the lane, so you want to play him as a 3. I don't like that flex. I really love the Spectre with NP, but I think it's weird to have NP mid, because you want MP to be this hero that connects mid also. You want either a carry or an offlaner that's going to TP mid, and he's that extra number. If he's already there, he's not the extra number.
Yeah,
you
that's
cannot
true.
bring a core to your mid lane at 6 minutes unless you have an NP on side lane.
Yeah,
and that's why he's so strong. And what Team Spirit is going to do, they're going to have an Ember, and this Ember will have an Enchantress connecting to him mid. And how do you defend your tower?
You can't really do it.
Yeah, MP is not the best deep pusher. He's a good pusher, but not deep pusher. It's not like a Kanka that can protect his tower.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not the side of PSG LGD will still be able to utilize this Nature's Prophet in the mid lane to garner a victory in game number 1. To find out, though, if this TI run back will go in the favor of LGD or if Team Spirit will be the ones to keep the train going of victories over the Chinese side, we have to send it over to our incredible casting duo. To bring you the action, I give you the fabulous Fogged and the lustrous Lyrical. Gentlemen, take it away and make it exciting.
Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much, Snare. And Dota fans the world over, we got a great one set up for you today. We had a crazy game just beforehand that, we all collectively recovered a little bit. Now we're ready to go into this game. But I don't think it's going to be relaxing. I think it's going to be insane. Talk to me about the draft here.
I mean, unbelievable amounts of team fight on both sides, right? We have global presence, as Panel was talking about, on the side of PSG LGD, but we have a similar kind of matching of not global, but matching movements around the map. We have the Ember, who can constantly kind of mirror the movements around of all this stuff, so this should be really fun. I feel like we should have a lot of battles. We're going to have constant pressure coming out from both sides. Yeah, let's see also if, it's really cool because we do have like that, sure, not the same TI final rematch or stuff like that, but we have Rubik versus Magnus, like they said, the little triple Lincoln's meme kind of style too, so lots of preventative measures versus that Mag RP. The Dawn ulti, Rubik as well too. Could maybe cause problems for Spirit.
Yeah, it's going to be something to watch for. If a hero is just out on the map in a little bit of a scary place, they might get pulled completely out of position. And like you said, it is a very different roster, particularly for LGD, than we have seen in the past in this matchup against them. But a lot of the same ideas obviously carrying over, playing with Xiao 8 as that captain and sort of brains behind it. And of course, we get to see the lovable Magnus played this time by Collapse. And so looking for a lot of the big blow-ups there. Steve did mention they're going to need like 4 or 5 Lincolns, though. It feels like it could be a rough one going up against Rubik.
Yeah, it could definitely be one. It's not even just the Rubik, too. It's like sometimes when you're playing like these big team fight ultis and you're playing versus Dawnbreaker also, you ult and then the Dawn comes in and actually fully counteracts it. So can definitely be a bit of an interesting one. But yeah, this should be really fun. We've got that Rubik, of course, also versus... Rubik has a great game. Panel was talking about a little bit. Sure, Lina's going to leave the spells level 1, but even level 1 stun's not too bad. And playing versus that Magnus and versus Snapfire, you tend to get pretty good steals. Let's see how it goes. Other interesting thing, of course, to have to point out is NP's playing from the mid lane.
Right.
So we've gotten very used to seeing it either in off lane or in the safe lane because of how potent it is there. Let's see what Nothing to Say is going to be able to do from the mid lane.
It is interesting, right? Because when I think of Nothing to Say, I think flashy plays.
Yeah.
I think, just completely outmaneuvering somebody. Not really the MO for Nature's Prophet. Still can make flashy things happen, but it tends to be just by being at the right place at the right time.
Wait a minute. Did he only get one treant?
Oh, so you got to practice it. I thought he sent it off somewhere else.
I was looking around. I'm like, I don't see a second treant anywhere. So, all right, well, only has
and
one
now
treant.
It's dead. Oh, no, that was a great. That was
Just
good.
Deny. He should still have a very successful lane. This is a nice lane for the Nature's Prophet to be able to put the pressure onto the Ember Spirit.
God, yeah. And, I mean, that's the other thing, too. You think about the power of this Nature's Prophet, having that global potential out of the mid lane and getting that level 6 likely very quickly. That's going to be something these other side lanes are going to have to contend with. Lina, I mean, has often been the sort of hero that you jump on with NP. Could happen early in this one.
Absolutely. And the thing about the Lina, too, in this game is she doesn't really have the same protection that we've gotten used to seeing. There's no Undying. There's no tree. There's no Clockwork. It's not this big bruiser that just soaks everything. So your Toro could definitely be in pressure early with those rotations or that early level 6 that comes out from the Wrath.
Stuff to watch for as the levels start to stack up. And already, Laurel taking a bit of a beating here from Nothing to Say. 6 and 4. The 4 denies are the ones that really hurt there. Although some of those may have been the treants. Likewise, though, Laurel gets one last hit right there on one of the treants. So stuff to watch for and another range creep deny.
Yeah, Nothing to Say. He should have a pretty successful one here. The thing, too, about the Nature's Prophet mid when you're playing versus a bottle hero, which is like 90% of those mid heroes nowadays, you just send a treant.
Right.
You go with your hero to one of the runes, and then you send a treant to the other one, and you're able to deny and take away runes constantly away from heroes like this. So we'll see that from Nothing to Say already at this point.
And you can see down bottom, Shiro also taking a beating. The collapsed skewer back did some pretty good damage paired together there with the Snapfire. So he's under fire a little bit. Laurel in towards mid, getting very low. Does have to pop that bottle now, but you can see he's just not having that great of a time on this Ember. And we'll see if, maybe he can start catching back up either via stacks or making those rotations at 6.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see like Miposhka, maybe he's able to get like enchant and find a creep. Then he's going to be the one like send a creep and help out with that rune so that it's not just denied away from the Nature's Prophet. But definitely going to be a bit of a slower start there for Laurel.
No. And for myself, at least, I was not anticipating the last pick Spectre at all. Seeing that one come out, now it's that, like you're talking about, triple global strategy that just feels like it can really put the hurt to him quickly and get a ton of, like, pretty greedy farming probably as well.
Yeah, you can play, like, you can actually play more. Like, Spectre, we look at as always a very greedy hero, right?
Yeah.
It's tough to make it work to get to the later stages, but when you have this much global, it might not actually feel that greedy. So it might always be able to get on top of Yatoro. Only thing is, we always have to mention, Lina, natural itemization is Silver Edge eventually at some points in the game, so that's where you can really shut down the Spectre also.
All right. Well, and as much as the CS looks pretty rough for the NP, if I'm actually looking at the levels, it's not too terrible. He's a level ahead, but right now Laurel gets level 4, and in terms of net worth also, it hasn't looked completely awful either.
Yeah.
So doing a good job, Laurel, of keeping up with this NP. It could be a tough lane.
Different styles of net worth, though, right? It's a bottle that's empty. Well, Nate, nothing to say. He doesn't go bottle, obviously. He's just going to go treads and straight, just right-clicking him. So a little bit of like that consumable gold that has to be used, of course, from Laurel to keep himself sustained. And let's see if he's able to get this 4-minute rune. Let's see if he finds one of these water runes. Quiet start to these first 4 minutes.
He's taking some punches, and Mira also being ran down a little bit by Shiro here. Need to be careful when the lane gets to this area. A cookie into skewer back could turn into a quick kill.
Absolutely.
Down bottom there.
And we do see actually Planet who makes the move, not the Enchantress. So Planet takes the top rune, nothing to say, walks toward the bottom rune. Just continue to shut down Laurel's filling up of his bottle. Might have to bring some regen. The right clicks from nothing to say are going to start adding up even more.
Might need to have one of his supports feed.
Just to fill up a bottle?
Yeah, I think that might be the play here in a second. We'll see if anybody from Team Spirit makes a pretty deep move in the next few.
Starting to get some of these treants, though. The Flame Guard, but yeah, sitting very, very low HP. So we'll look at those side lanes.
I guess that is the thing, is it's not worth it if it's first blood.
No.
But Toro takes some hits. Right on top of him, Old 11. Throwing out some good hits here early on, and so far off to a pretty great start playing against this Lina.
A phenomenal start, really, for the side of PSG LGD right now. The Spectre's getting slowed down a little bit, but it's to be expected when you're playing versus this
up
madness.
top, Yatoro turned on, killed. Old 11 gonna draw first blood. That is a nice one.
That's a huge kill. Already has Arcane Boots. Looks like he's going to be that aura carrier that we've seen sometimes from these Dawnbreakers. Early kills with the global lineup is always scary.
Now,
always able to make more moves.
Why Smile also in some trouble. Collapse able to take him down. So a couple quick kills across the map, one apiece, but the bigger one definitely being that Lina.
Yeah, that first blood. Both cores are getting, both those carries are getting shut down pretty heavily, though. Spectre 200 gold behind the Lina actually at this moment. Pretty cool.
And I think that kill happened largely also Miposhka running off to get a creep. Did come back in and is now able to put a little bit more pressure on, but that Wrath of Nature.
It's coming out. They're diving top.
Yatoro in trouble. Oh, they lose vision. They're not going to get him. Oh, a miss there. That would have been a huge moment for him, but those nerfs to the Celestial Hammer.
Can't quite get the vision. They even brought the tree top. So they're leaving the Spectre now in a 1v1, Shiro versus that Magnus, and they're just going to look to trip, pretty much like quad lane almost, right? Because the Wrath of Nature plus the TP is always available.
Yeah.
An interesting strategy to just slow down this Lina's farm so that you're, what you could look at as a bit of a slower lineup with the Spectre can actually get online almost at the same time, perhaps.
And Old 11 playing very aggressively here, diving underneath the tower. They are going to try and TP in this Snapfire, see if they can do anything to slow it down. The LSA connects, and Old 11.
Nice rotation.
He's gone. Nothing to say. He's also going to TP into this one, getting hit by the tower, and everybody from LGD being brought down low, but they kill off that Lina first. Planet now also in a little bit of trouble. We'll get a courier snipe, but they lose 3.
That is not worth it.
That is a crazy dive.
A very ambitious TP from nothing to say. No Wrath of Nature up or anything, but just really wants to dive and go on this Lina. Ember now gets to clean up the mid wave, catch back up, and 3 kills go the way up top. Mira is very happy with his rotation. 900 gold in boots on the Snapfire already.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, that's a pretty
massive.
big win. I mean, that's Arcanes if he wants. You can go a lot of different things now on Mira.
Yeah. It's also almost level 5 now on both of these supports because they get all that benefit of the experience since the Lina's dead.
They have a lift ready, pulls them back in, and, well, you pull them under tower, but it's going to be a clean kill after. So we will have a pause here, but a great start so far for LGD. To some extent, after that one, getting the kill on Spectre. The dive was not so good.
Yeah, dive not so good, but they made up for it there with the bottom. Only a quick pause, though. God bless.
Let's go.
I think we've all gotten used to long pauses. This time, it's not going to happen. Thank you.
And now, the question becomes, are we going to see some of these big ultis used? You talked about the Wrath of Nature, already been used once. Do also almost have that Solar Guardian ready and Haunt up and online.
So much threat. You have to constantly be prepared for it on Spirit. I think saving TPs is going to be pretty important in this mid game in particular, just so you can always move to react. Collapse also soon going to be hitting 6, so they're going to have their own threat of their own. I just said their own twice. But Magnus RP plus the Snapfire Kisses are always going to build the post-kill threat onto, I mean, pretty much any of these heroes, really, if they're able to get a good connection. And now they're actually looking to swing toward the mid lane, put that pressure onto the tower, but it dies.
Yeah. Well, nonetheless, Team Spirit brings some numbers, and you know, this is something that we've seen a couple of times, is this Enchantress timing coming up a little bit quicker than the Nature's Prophet in terms of your ability to pressure towers. If you can get some of these creeps in the area, and they bring the mid tower down somewhat low. Still a tree in this game, though, so there is going to be that like full need to commit if they want to take this one down, and Cookie off the mark. The Solar Guardian, they're going to try and turn this here. In some trouble. The stun, the control. One more hammer. Does he have a way to bring down Laurel? No.
The Wrath? It hits him.
Oh!
The Ward in the river.
They get vision. You never expected the Wrath of Nature coming out, and now Planet body blocking onto Maposhka, trying to find him. Eats his way out, but Maposhka is going to be brought down as well.
What a ward.
Yeah.
The ward gets them to clean up onto the Ember, thinks he's safe, but does end up bouncing. One of the last bounces as well. Hits him perfectly. They really want to try to get this tower early versus this Nature's Prophet. They got it down to about a third, but great reaction. I like that Planet was just chilling in the area the whole time, expecting this push. And now Laurel, he is very, very far behind. 1,200 behind his opposing mid laner.
No, it's a real problem here for him. He's going to need to try and catch back up via kills. It feels like that's the only option, but it's not easy.
No, I think they still just want to put the heavy emphasis onto mid. Now that Solar Guardian's down and Wrath is down, just go again. They've already gotten almost a tower. You don't want to let it heal up versus that tree. So I'd imagine we see Maposhka and Mira just continue to play around that mid lane. Their wards also kind of dictate that too with the way they've placed them right now. But let's see what the move will be.
Well, and the scary thing too is that you can't really go with Yadro. And in fact, if he shows himself up here again, they ping already. They do have Haunt ready, and it's going to go immediately. Catches him, kills him. Did not stand a chance.
Uh-oh. This is not an easy start here for Alina with so many ways to gap close on top of her. However, at least at the same time, Spirit is going to look to take this tower mid, and I don't believe they have the TPs available now. Actually, they do. 11 does have it, so they might actually look to fight around here.
TP's in with old 11. 4 points in that Celestial Hammer. Already connecting onto these creeps. There's still the big creep that's hitting away at it and tanking up this damage while the tier 1 tower is also going to fall, but it does look like Spirit, after face rushing this tower, will claim it.
Okay, good little response. Nothing to say. He TP's top to finish the tower, and then TP's bottom, and he's actually perhaps in trouble. Lina's here.
Yeah, Wrath of Nature, but he's got everything ready for him. They move on in, find him caught, still have the RP, drop it down, but a turn with the Guardian and old 11. Oh, a good catch though. Able to interrupt that with the LSA, still trying to bring him down low, but it's not quite enough damage. Collapse pops the mech, keeps himself alive, and the pain, it comes out. Not having those skills leveled up. I mean, it makes sense given what Yadro wants to do, but just didn't have the damage.
Yeah, not enough whatsoever. Being slowed down so much. It's too much global.
Yeah.
They're actually like moving top. The TP's bottom kind of baits them. He's actually pretty tanky on Nothing to Say. He's gone for the Treads, Wraithband, and Ogre Club. He's going to be going for that Aghanims build for the Root versus the Ember. He ends up surviving long enough to get the backup. That's an RP down.
They just have so much to turn the tide around. I mean, like you talk about the global, but also this Dawnbreakers build has the mechanism done going into Guardian Greaves next. And I mean, over the next couple of minutes, if you're Lina, you sort of need to be pushing out these lanes constantly, but you show on the map, and you're just so easy to kill her.
I'm very worried for this Lina. Even though it's like very, this 1K, less than 1K and stuff like that, it just feels like there's so many answers to get on top of her. Right now, still farming well. They are shutting down Shiro. He is farming a bit slower. But you can feel it always feels like there's going to be something up for the side of LGD to react to these type of movements. Either a Haunt, either the Solar, or that Wrath of Nature, which the Wrath of Nature, it's going to become more and more frequent. He's got 2 components of the Aghanims, so...
No, yeah, it's seriously going to be a problem. And, you think back to sort of the matches that this Spirit roster had against Shopify yesterday. In the games that they lost, it was Lina playing into this, NP combo with Tree, and now also has all these other versions of being able to take them down. It feels like PSG LGD very much just taking another trick from the playbook.
Yep. The really big fear for me of the Lina is how rough of a game Laurel's having. Right?
Yeah.
He's the one who's probably the key one to open up the map so that this Lina can farm. He'll soak a little bit of that pressure, and he'll be the one to react to the global threat, right? Because he's an Ember Spirit. He can obviously make moves quickly, but him having a tougher start will make it a lot more difficult to make space, and he's going to have more answers when that Ags comes out on Nothing to Say. That extra bit of root will definitely cause problems for Laurel.
Well, Laurel definitely licking his wounds at this point and not feeling like they can make a super powerful move. I mean, he's sitting mid here, right next to Old 11. The only thing he can really do is farm this up, but even here is kind of going to be at risk once that Aghanim Scepter comes out for the NP.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, just denies it in his face. Old 11, come on, chill a little bit, bro.
Yeah, right now Spirit trying to recover this pressure that has come out from the side of PSG LGD. LGD, double ults are back available if they'd like to go for any type of moves, but they can also just play as this reactionary team, wait for the moves to come to them, and then just drop the ultimate. Poshka
brought down. And Old 11, easy answer for that end. Starbreaker so good against her.
So farmed. 5-1 and 3, 8 of the 9 kills now with this Dawnbreaker. Greaves are already online.
Yeah. 14 minutes in. Wow. And I mean, we talk about them wanting to play greedy, and they have the capacity to play greedy, but I also think LGD, they can also just group up and run.
Yeah.
And guess what? They had Enchant too, so they had a little creep for a little bit there for Rubik.
And the thing is, too, is like LGD's like, you want to play greedy? We have Spectre, yo.
Yeah, right.
We're fine taking it. If you guys want to delay the game, we'll delay too. Collapse also does at least have that Guardian Greaves finished at the same time too, so if they are grouped up for the fights, they do at least have that bit of a response, but definitely scary upcoming moments. Ags about to be done for Nothing to Say.
And while we do have, obviously, the Empower to play together with that Ember, which can be quite strong, seeing that get spammed out a little bit, it also needs to be this core mag. Collapse went in for the Greaves himself, has it done, trying to build now into the Blink Dagger. That feels like that might be one of those avenues of ability to play together.
Yeah, to make any moves. Otherwise, all the moves are pretty much dictated by Laurel. Yeah. Right? When you go for this Greaves build, you can't actually make plays as easy. And looking at something pretty important to point out is Yotaro is actually leveling stun.
Okay.
So Rubik,
yeah,
the potential of getting these crazy steals is there. We usually just see the stats when you're playing versus Rubik. That could come back to bite him.
I mean, just don't get it stolen, right?
Just don't, yeah.
Or just kill the Rubik. Otherwise, game will be incredibly hard.
He maxed it. It's a maxed Lina stun. So, yeah, Rubik has some incredible potential for these steals in this game.
Trying to find Why You Smile. He knows he's over here. Does spot him for just a moment. And realizing that there is that potential for an overgrowth into Solar Guardian. And there it is, the overgrowth, a Solar Guardian. The ulti comes out from Spectre to follow. Do they have enough damage to bring down Laurel? Yes! Everybody's gone.
Holy,
everybody.
Triple global. It's only level 1 Wrath of Nature, but it hits perfectly. Nice Tumbler's toy by Why You Smile, lands right in the midst of them. Look at the damage. Oh my god.
Listen, collectively, every Tree player in the world right there just like let out a just lovely growth.
Look at that tumble.
Look at it. Look at it. Look at him go.
Oh my god. And there's so much healing because he's got level 3 leech seed too. Like everyone's like full HP and they just get deleted.
Dude, the Wrath of Nature did so much damage.
2,400 damage with that Wrath. Holy crap.
That was awesome.
And that was level 1.
Yeah.
He hits 12 actually right after the fight. So that was only a level 1 Wrath of Nature.
Nothing to Say is going to do even more here pretty soon. Has that Aghanim Scepter like we're talking about.
And
I don't know what you do.
it's limited movements because Ember slowed down, Mag doesn't have Blink, and your two supports, they need other heroes to be that like first move. Snapfire is a good follow-up hero, but as it's making like its own moves, it's just not really existent. And after that fight, Why You Smile has a Blink Dagger, so it doesn't need the tumblers to land that type of ult again, but I don't know if he'll ever get another 4-man like that. That was absurd.
Fogged, I know why he smiled.
I think I do too. This man has played so many different heroes at this tournament. I think like 13 different heroes.
And another Wrath of Nature. They find one. Yadaro needs to run the heck out of here.
Has no TP, but they don't know that.
Oh, man. Also, he doesn't have any more mana. He just cast LSA. If Rubik could find him somewhere, that would be a nice little steal. We've talked about it.
Yeah, he's got so many good spells. He right now has Shockwave, so he has the double nuke combo, which is always incredible. PSG LGD with the Spectre draft, slowing down the Lina. Already 3K lead, 14-4.
I'm surprised it's not more almost.
I honestly agreed, but 4K is pretty substantial at this point either way. And it is with the Spectre who, early on does take a little bit of time to get to be able to do Roshan, but their lineup can absolutely Rosh because they have this NP, because they have this Dawn with such crazy farm. Shiro almost, I believe, has Aghanims. So even more global threat. Yatoro shows top.
And
say,
moves in.
The root.
The root's there. They're ready. They were so ready for that. Yadaro staying alive for a little bit longer, but eventually they're going to bring him down. Too quick. Yeah, I mean, it just feels like none of the heroes can play the map. They went double Maelstrom. They don't have BKBs. They don't have any way to break these roots coming out. I mean, BKB's almost there for Laurel. If he can get into that, that would be very helpful. Wait, no.
They need the Blink.
Not. It's Lina that almost has BKB.
Yeah, Laurel is very behind. He's got one component.
Yeah.
They need Blink on Collapse. That's it. Like, that's the big thing that allows them to at least try to do something. Blink Collapse, Lina BKB, but pretty far behind at this point. And there's so many different counteracting moves versus these big ultis that Team Spirit does have that, I mean, this incredibly farmed Dawnbreaker will be able to counteract most of the action. And
oh my god, is he going to do it? Oh, he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. Oh, no. I was so ready. I've been conditioned into just seeing dead people down here by this tower. If he can wait 37 seconds, it's not going to happen.
Ag's now done. Shiro, incredibly farmed, about the same as the Lina, and it's a Spectre who farms way slower, so that says a lot. Old 11, he is going to be going for an Aghanims also on the Dawnbreaker, a very good item when you're playing versus this Magnus and versus Lina. It's evasion, even more healing, more and more layers that Spirit's going to have to try to find some answers for.
Yeah, it feels like they have to find a way to bait out these like ultis in a bad way, because if LGD can just press all the R keys, it's over.
Yeah.
They do way too much.
They got to bait it somehow. Mira, I don't think we've seen kisses yet either, right? We haven't seen an opportunity where Mira's been able to find it. And he was very high level early game.
Well, he is going to bear witness now to the death of Maposhka. Although he is... Okay, yeah, they got the Starbreaker now. And that's enough, but Collapse pulls back a couple. LSA to follow. Pretty good stuns there. The Overgrowth, but the RP, he pulls him out of it. And the Mira damage, it's insane. The stun is there. They're all falling down, but still kisses. Rubik tries to turn it back against them. And Laurel does manage to get out, but still a huge win for Spirit off of that one.
A big comeback for them, much needed one. Great skewer into the stun play there. But the Stolen Kisses kind of counteract everything planned.
Yeah.
It comes in and cleans up. We'll soon have Blink Dagger. But a good comeback at the least. Spirit, they needed that. But Nothing to Say, of course, does get the benefit of all that XP. And yeah, we'll see it again.
We talked about the Blink Dagger, how imperative that one was right there. And then able to interrupt the Overgrowth with that RP. A very nice bring down. Wow. Overgrowth was used again. So Why You Smile, although he is almost level 12, is going to be able to still play probably just around that cooldown. It feels like that's when LGD are the most comfortable.
Still have Solar Guardian at the ready, though, since 11 was inside of that RP.
Yeah.
He will have it ready for the next fight that does occur. And that is a pretty big commitment. Shiro going on Miposhka. It's just so much global threat.
Yeah, it is very hard to get away from that, and they will just kill off the Enchantress. 1-6-3. Been a rough game for the Yench.
Rough game for most of Spirit. It was a good team fight, but it did cost a lot, right?
Yeah.
They even had to use the BKB from Yotaro, of course, too, so downtime between that. And with that downtime, LGD, they feel strong to go into this Roche. They'll be able to finish it.
Yeah, and well, as we talked about, you know, the BKBs help a lot. Lina just about has hers done. Spirit's getting in close to his as well on Ember. And they do look like they're going to try and finish this off smoked up afterwards, so want to find a play.
I feel like they constantly, because of how many global threats they have, they do constantly want to try to play aggressive. Don't give the space to Spirit to catch back up. They have the mag with that Ember Spirit. So it is that empowered Ember who is starting to trickle back into the game. Laurel, he has BKB. So let's see what he's going to be able to make with this. He's pretty high level, too.
It has not been delivered to him yet.
No.
He's rooted. He's dead. Laurel gets brought down. They just full commit for it.
It was coming on the courier.
Yeah.
So much threat. So many different plays that they can make because this Aghanim's on the Spectre. They don't really need to play cooldown reliant whatsoever.
Right. God, they have so much control. Yeah, I mean, the combination of the NP route and the tree route, and then also always making sure that Shiro's just going to be right there. It's a really nasty draft. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's surprising that perhaps maybe they were able to get like Spectre with all of this, because we've seen Spectre as sometimes an answer versus the Lina, and it's super overwhelming. Maybe it's something that just passed over Spirit's head, but right now it's looking really, really good, really, really strong for PSG LGD. As it's constant moves. Now
bottom, that Wrath of Nature. My God, it came through the mid lane and just had all the damage built up by the end there. I mean, it's just off cooldown every 60 seconds.
I'm telling you, it's broken. I said it the other day, it's broken. This item, Aghanim's Nature's Prophet is so busted. And this is from the mid lane. So he's kind of playing like, I mean, he's transitioning already, too. He's already got Gleipnir. He's going for Halberd and stuff like that to deal with the Lina. But it's absurd how so freaking. Look, it's back up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and Shadow Step's going to be up again, too, because that's 40 seconds. So... yeah, I don't know what you do now.
The crazy thing is, too, what I really like is it's not even just about the root and the damage and everything. Of course, yes, that's amazing. The cooldown as well, but it makes it so you always have bonus damage. It's a 50-second duration that you get that bonus damage on Nature's Prophet. So you're at 10-second downtime where you always are pretty much having like a free demon edge. So you have plus 42 damage. Oh, it's back up in about 7 seconds. So it's constant. You always have that extra bit of farm that you're going to be getting from it as well.
Team Spirit feeling like they need to make some type of a move together. They will smoke up as 5. They are very grouped together. Planet's there. YE Smile can go for the jump in if they want, but they able to break his Blink Dagger. Nonetheless, the big ulties, they're coming through. The Wrath of Nature, all that damage out onto a couple of them, but they actually bring them down low. They're able to kill off the Dawnbreaker. Can they find any more?
Nothing to say.
Kisses, control, nothing to say is dead. And now, Shiro, he's kind of left alone over to the side here. They find him, the RP, they're all going down. Team Spirit.
Oh my God.
They turn their fortune. Unbelievable. And now taking down the Spectre one more time again. It's 5 for nothing.
6 for nothing. It was an Aegis. Holy moly. What positioning, great BKB usage. They commit the Dawn ult to try to bring down the Lina, but Yotaro just pops BKB, turns, stands his ground. PSG LGD, seems like they don't even know what hit him.
What a swing. I mean, the BKB timings. We talked about it. This is what they needed, and they got, at the end, they didn't even need a huge RP from Mag.
Yotaro also had just finished Satanic as well, so it was like perfect timing for everything to synergize together. And as broken as NPX is, Lina's just broken as well too. Able to stand her ground, get those hits off. More than Spirit could have asked for. Wow, a total comeback. Look at if you want to see a comeback, look at the graph really quick. If you do want to bring that one up, it is monumental.
That is such a freaking swing. I mean, still, you can see that, Dota Plus favoring PSG LGD with this draft, and I would imagine the ease of execution, but this is a huge turnaround, and now you can at least play your draft on the side of Team Spirit, not just everybody getting killed instantly.
I think for LGD, like, Old 11 can't use Solar Guardian as an initiating tool. That felt really forced, how he did it onto the Lina. Like, you want to be able to allow your Spectre to jump in, cause this havoc, and then you follow up to protect the Spectre. Instead, what happens is Spectre comes in, the fight's already over. So, a bit of mistakes coming out for PSG LGD, but Spirit perfectly punishes it.
Wild stuff happening in this game. Mira is going to get hit with that Shadow Step. Does just try and walk it off with Collapse nearby, and it looks like that will be allowed to happen. As the next couple of minutes, Roche could be another thing that they think about, getting that vision in that area at the very least, as it's still 3.5 minutes, so it's capable of respawning. But a smoke up Spirit wanting to find somebody here. Collapse does not have Shard.
But they have that big team fight ready, though, and the BKBs are at the ready, too.
Shiro nearby with Planet. They're going to see him on that creep wave. They see it right there. Do they want to go, though?
Planet seems to know this is happening. Look at the Rubik positioning.
Yeah, they're very well positioned right now by LGD.
I really like what Spirit's doing, though, in these last few minutes. They're the ones trying to dictate the pace, so they're not just like splitting up on the map and getting caught from all this global threat. They're bringing the action to them so that LGD actually ends up getting caught off guard. Right. Really do like these last few moves. And interesting build coming up from Laurel. He'd been changing it up a lot. He had Manta queued up for a little bit, Shard, etc. He's actually going to be going for a Gleipnir of his own to get some more catch. Lacking a little bit on their lineup. This will be a pretty cool pickup. And as for the hard game that Laurel was having, fully recovered, and he's actually the second highest level in the game next to the Lina.
Yeah, third on net worth. He's got that little bit of separation between him and those other cores. And, you know, you get a really big swing back when you're getting those kills. Good vision, find him. Why you smile? He's going to be caught. And the overgrowth is there. Are they going to try and turn this? They got burned last time they went for that type of a play, and so they're just going to let him die this time.
Great plays from Spirit. Laurel making these moves, playing around their vision.
Yeah, the Gleipnir can maybe be that big setup for Collapse to make a play with the RP. If you catch a couple of heroes with that one stuck together, Collapse might be looking for something beautiful.
Looks like Collapse was thinking about mid, but I think he knows Planet is just chilling on the side, waiting for that instant lift. Planet does have the Aether Lens and the Eye of Azir, so crazy distance he's able to get it from, and he does have Blink Dagger, so do have to watch out for this Rubik. Could get some pretty crazy fights coming out from him.
Yeah, and you can see these Treants, they're scouting things out here, trying to keep their eyes on where they think Spirit might be, and for the side of Collapse, you know, he's going to have to be wary of those. Does also have a BKB that he's working on right now, foregoing the Shard for the moment. And Gleipnir out, on to Laurel. He's just going to walk this one off. Turn around, Gleipnir. They can do that to you too.
Soon level 20. Actually, it's only level 18, but still soon level 20 on Nothing to Say, so that extra little leash will be coming out if he does want to go for it. I wonder if he actually goes for the mischance versus the Lina. I think it's debatable in this game, because he is playing versus Ember. The leash is so damn good, but could see the world where he does go for the mischance talent.
A smoke up with the two heroes that don't have the global ultis. Planet trying to find somebody. Why you smile, ready to go for a follow-up. Does have overgrowth back up soon. Vision going first with Shiro. Great vision onto all of them. They jump forward, Nothing to Say. Finds that Gleipnir. Laurel has already killed off Planet, though. Do they have a chance for a second round of fighting?
BKBs are down.
Nothing to Say looking. He wants a bigger target. They find Miposhka first. Able to catch onto this Enchantress and kill him off. And that's a gem.
That's a big kill. As soon as the BKBs start coming down, you see Spirits just kind of on full retreat. They will find Planet, though. I love how Laurel's playing this game. Like, he sees this Rubik and just full commits onto him and takes him out. He knows that this Rubik could be a pretty nasty one in the game. Nice moves, and that is the Haunt used. That was that big vision tool. There is still that Solo Guardian with an Aghanims, but the MKB's already finished for the Lina, so it does at least have that answer versus that evasion that'll be coming out from it.
Yeah.
Very close game.
It is a little bit of an interesting dynamic there, though, because you've kind of got this, like, obviously somewhat scaling with the Dawnbreaker hero, but much more about, like, boosting up her team. Has this Vlad's and stuff as well for the extra aura and damage and everything. But Roche going to be on the docket pretty soon now, 2 minutes away before it will respawn.
Also soon to be seeing Yotaro. He will be getting that Silver Edge pretty soon. So we'll be able to itemize to deal with that Spectre even more so. So starting to find more and more answers versus PSG LGD. And if they keep making these first moves, it looks like it could be that success to just bring that global, answer, really.
Yeah. Well, they're going to smoke up now with everybody except for Laurel. And try and head in towards mid. Roche, they're scouting over in this area now.
Haunt on cooldown 30 seconds.
Yeah, you can see LG's positioning. They're playing very safe themselves.
Yeah.
Gonna maybe go for a smoke play themselves here. Will we see it? They need to push out that wave first. And yeah, there they go.
They want to haunt for vision and find that Magnus and get the initiation on him. That's what we've seen now from them. And Collapse, he is definitely vulnerable to that. Does not have a BKB just yet.
Their smoke is wearing out, and it looks like LGD is going for a very long wraparound, hoping to find somebody in the dire jungle. While Team Spirit, They're just inhabiting that area and starting to head that direction. This could be a pickoff. It's going to be Miposhka that's the first point of contact again. So not the best kill in the world, but just get to use the Shadow Step for it.
Kill nonetheless, and they reclaim the outpost. That's the important one. The ward vision around the Roshan pit and that outpost.
Thought Collapse is maybe moving in there. Yadaro steps forward, trying to find one.
11, he jumped.
11 went back.
Whoa!
He went back to his hammer, and now he's caught and killed. Wanted to get the damage to kill off the creep. Oh, and a big punish coming out there, and with Roche about to respond.
That's a big mistake. I mean, he knows that they're all in the area. I can't believe he actually goes to the hammer instead of just like waltzing away and letting it come back to him. Okay, big mistake there from Old 11. And Roche is up. So, Spirit, they might just be able to actually walk in and get it for free because of that death.
Old 11, new heroes. It's a dangerous proposition, you know.
Yep.
As he does have buyback. With Haunt up, if they realize this is going on, if they know that this is happening.
It's dying very fast, though.
LGD, do they want to try and make the move? The Haunt is out already. They can make that buyback play. Thinking about going for it. He is going to go immediately, but Yadaro already has the Aegis, and now they're committed. He's
11.
trying to run away in his ulti. Old 11 will manage to get out.
Uh-oh, some big mistakes from Old 11.
Yeah.
A couple consecutively now have gotten Spirit totally back into this game. 6K gold lead now for them. And they still have everything available. They didn't really have to commit much of anything. They've got that RP ready, and now soon to have that BKB for Collapse and Laurel. He now has a full Aghanim's, so even easier commitment that he can do to catch this Rubik, catch this tree and stuff like that too. Some problems for PSG LGD.
Man, and Yadaro just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Obviously, has foregone the boots of travel, just brown boots. But Silver Edge now has a Maelstrom and a Falcon Blade in his backpack with the Aegis in hand. He hits so incredibly hard on this Lina. But as we've seen, this hero is beatable if LGD all pull together and make the right move, if they can all in onto her. But she hasn't died in a long time.
No. And she now has Aegis as well, too, to cover her on top of Satanic, so many different forms. And did find a Blast Rig, which really does help. That armor is going to be really beneficial since she does not have that tree that we've seen so often. Yeah, big moves from Spirit. PSG LGD, they have to execute better if they want to have a chance now.
Planet trying to play around their vision. They have this ward down, which is scouting Collapse. And Laurel, he's going to TP away. All this stuff still very much seen by PSG LGD.
He still has a Remnant down bottom, so he's just addressing the split push, and he's still ready to fight. Spirit, they're the ones who want to bring the action right now.
Tier 2 tower going to fall, and Team Spirit step forward again. Are they going to stop? I mean, they can keep going at least a decent amount here. Looks like they aren't going to tempt fate quite yet, but
they're
the book.
Yeah, almost 25 on Lina. They're actually going to smoke. Collapse has BKB, so has the option to be able to get these skewer plays and not have to worry so much about this Rubik lift.
Miposhka steps forward. They find the tree, blinks away immediately. Yeah, that gem realized what was happening. All it took was a second, and now from the low ground, Yadaro going to start beating away at this tower.
Dies fast. Little Shredder minus armor on the tower too. Nothing to say, he's getting his own split push going, but the Lina does it way faster.
Yeah, and
they're actually setting up.
Too much.
RP
catches him, pulls him back in. Why not? Yadaro there. Oh, but he stuns him as they go in, and the follow-up is there as well. Yadaro trying to back away from Old 11, who moves in, but they just BKB, turn, beat him down to death. Yes, please, I will take another kill.
I love watching me some Collapse Magnus. He knows exactly when to go for these type of opportunities, and huge kills. Spirit now in a very comfortable position this game. 11 with some very, like we said, consecutive mistakes. This one another death, a dieback, and Nothing to Say also gets caught.
Unreal.
Well, patience is what it means from Spirit here, and patience has really paid off this game.
Yeah, they have been able to play fairly safe. They have been able to dodge a lot of that early. I mean, they did get kind of wiped early on with the whole tree ulti and everything else coming out.
They've got the root.
Finds him. And Laurel, he overplays his hands a little bit, but buys back. And now Remnant out. Catches. Miss onto Why You Smile. Can they kill him off? The root is there with the chains coming out and the kill now onto the tree. But it looks like LGD will get away with their other two heroes.
But the push is going to continue. Lina's in the area. 3 heroes dead. They're going to go for the Rex.
Collapse, wanting to make some highlight reels right there. As he did go for the blind hit with the horn toss. Couldn't quite connect. and now taken down this entire set of racks. Team Spirit, I don't know if they're stopping here.
They're going to keep going. There's still 15 seconds until the Dawnbreaker's up.
Making the move. They're going to buy back now on Tree. Want to throw this armor onto the tower, delay as much as possible. And Why You Smile throws out the Nature's Grasp, but Team Spirit not concerned. Dawnbreaker is back up now, and they're going to go for the all-in play. The root is there. It's a good chunk of damage onto Yadaro, but now they find nothing to say. He's got to run away. And, well, with Spectre ulti now down, they don't really have to be worried about anything.
I think that was just a shadow step, but yeah.
Either
way,
they're both down.
Yeah, both are still down. They can still keep pushing. They still got 30 seconds.
Yadaro, can they try and get this last set of racks before the Aegis expire? It doesn't look like it. They want to play it a little bit safer on Team Spirit. Do not want to go down 1-0 in this elimination series.
Oh, it's like 2 hits on the racks, too. Feels a little bad. But either way, they know the comfortable position that they're in. They have RP ready. They're ready to fight. Lina, Aegis about to be reclaimed. They've done so much damage. They've won, what, 3-4 consecutive fights, it feels like, now on the side of Team Spirit.
It's interesting, right? Like, you think about the way that this game has kind of gone, and it started with those big ultis coming in, the fight down bottom, Why You Smile, huge ulti, and then when the fight went poorly up in the dire jungle, ever since then, it hasn't looked good again from PSG LGD at all.
Feels like it was as soon as Collapse got Blink Dagger,
Yeah.
right? Like, he finds the catch bottom, finds this, like, patience up top. But PSG LGD definitely making some pretty big mistakes, especially Old 11. I think that initiating with Solar Guardian was definitely a huge mistake from him on that initial go. Maybe not knowing the double BKBs were out, but either way, gets punished super hard. And now, PSG LGD, with the global lineup, is actually trapped inside their base, as Spirit just running around together, picking up these tier 4 neutrals.
Right. Yeah, and there are some scary ones here. Witchbane for the Lina. You've got Timeless Relic on Mag.
Oh, boy.
And LGD, they're going to head out now with just those tier 3 neutrals. Who are they going to find?
This is such a hard fight now at this point.
I mean, they will at least, like you said, be able to have probably pretty good vision here. If they have to watch out for that Spectre ulti coming online. Now, they have him showing in the lane. Why You Smile right behind. Old 11 behind him as well. I think I see some people doing the wave here in the crowd. But, yeah, just not willing to step out any further. Too afraid.
Too afraid of the fight. Spirit's too damn strong now at this point. Yotaro swapping between items. He's got Trickster Cloak and the Witchbane, depending on which opportunity he sees that he needs. I mean, great Trickster Cloak game versus the Spectre. He's just going to be able to invis away and distance himself also. They're all set up top.
Looking for one. Planet trying to hide back behind the trees. Lara, does he throw out one salvo of spells? Doesn't look like it. Whoop. I mean, are they even able to all in for this Lina? It feels like she's so tanky.
I don't think they have the burst damage with their lineup to do so. They'd have to have it, like, everything go perfectly, but there's this Trickster Cloak. There's this Greaves. There's always going to be the counteraction that comes out. There's also Snapfire with Force Staff and Cookie, so not an easy way to commit onto this Lina by any means.
Smoke up and heading out. Get vision down.
Planet.
C1 Planet. He's mega dead. Can they find more? Why You Smile? Everybody evacuate. Just try and get him out of here if possible at all. But Why You Smile? The kisses coming down from very far away, and they will kill him off too.
Great plays from Laurel. Just commits forward. Level 25 now on this Ember Spirit. Pushing the limits of his hero. 70 seconds on both supports. See how long a Roche spawn is. Okay, it's 90 seconds. Not going to be an instant spawn.
And, I mean, Laurel even keeping that Aeon disc ready to be assembled in his backpack, so he's good to go.
Just in case of anything.
Covering their bases. And still sitting with the strongest hero in this game by a mile. Yadaro playing this Lina just about perfectly. As they get ready to even go high ground again. Who needs an Aegis? I'll just come up and take it.
Supports are dead. Laurel's even pushing in top. Tier 2 is going to drop very soon. They might look to close this out pretty soon.
Team Spirit, I mean, yeah, with another 30 seconds basically with no supports. Might they decide to go high ground here or just stick around?
They got to scout the Roche first. They don't know
Yeah.
when it's going to be up, so we'll back up, check that area.
No fuss, no muss. 2 racks down, and Team Spirit hanging out in this area.
Yatoro is 6 slotted now. He's
Okay.
got bots too, and 5,000 gold.
He is a monster.
Truly is. Doesn't have the cleave, but either way, power's still going to be pretty nice onto this Lina.
They do get the level 20 Old 11. He takes the Solar Guardian Radius. So with this more like, utility build that he's been going for, opting for that as opposed to the damage. Does have the cooldown too. But Smoke with 3.
They've lost all their momentum. They need a massive pickoff here to have any hope back into this game. But looking at Spirit, I'm seeing a lot of buybacks ready. Lina's got buyback. I think everybody has buyback. Yeah.
Yeah, things go awry. Well, and
Everyone but
now
Laurel.
They're going to be there a bit too late. The Aegis, it's going to be claimed. Aghanim Scepter already in hand. Passed over to the Snapfire. And now things are truly in despair mode for PSG LGD.
Probably can't kill the Lina once. Now you have to somehow do it twice. How do you kill any of these cores unless you get some type of perfect lockdown that comes up from the tree, getting the root post BKBs?
Well,
still doesn't feel like they'll have damage.
There is going to be a big wraparound here. They re-smoked on the side of LGD and will be able to come in from behind. So you can see Old 11 looking to be that first point of contact onto them. Mira off to the side too. Smoke breaks onto Mira immediately. They pop the ulti. Try and find him. Can they get the kill on Mira? No! Mira's living. They fully commit onto her though. And now Yadro just doing way too much damage to Shiro. Laguna Blade out the heal. It's not going to be enough. Nothing to say is turn upon next. They are fighting through the heal that Solar Guardian gives them. It is not going to be there. GG called. Yadro ultra kill. Very clean performance coming out from Team Spirit.
Yep, first 20 minutes pretty much on the dot. Totally dominant for PSG LGD, hitting some incredible timings, even getting Roshan and stuff like that. Their draft, it is quite strong versus what Spirit has. Spirit, though, patient. They wait for their moment, keep on waiting. Blink on Magnus comes out, they get the double BKB, and then they just crush consecutive, 3, 4, 5 team fights in a row. Couple mistakes there coming out from PSG LGD, particularly on Old 11, unfortunately, with some of these aggressive ults and stuff like that. But Spirit, they played it calm, they played it cool. Even though they were behind, they waited for their moment and they found it.
I'm really impressed by Team Spirit here. And, I was fully ready to come into this and, get a little bit, concerned about the Nature's Prophet that they were running into with the tree. I think they even got the tree in the second phase, if I'm not mistaken, because they got Planet's Rubik early on. But it feels like Team Spirit, as much as people are saying, hey, if you leave Lina, they're going to give it to you, they also were like, if we take Lina, they're going to be running this combo against us, and we have an answer for it.
Yeah, I think they played super well with their just target priority and just patience. It's waiting for these moments. Laurel had a little bit of a tough lane, but it doesn't even seem like it when you look back at his game. He played it immaculately. The targets that he was jumping was so ideal. I talked about how Planet, maybe he could find some moments where he gets these cool steals, either Light Strike Array or RP, etc., stuff like that. Laurel just committed onto Planet every fight. This Rubik actually couldn't play the game in any of these fights, so really well played from Spirit and a fantastic Game 1.
Well, you can see them right there, heading on out, appreciating what the crowd is doing. Team Spirit getting the love from the local crowd as we get ready to end this one off. Like you said, an impressive game number 1, and for now, we're going to head on back to that panel.
A thrilling game number 1, and of course it matches the expectations that we expect from the caliber of these two teams. PSG LGD back and forth, unfortunately succumb at the end, but high intensity gameplay all around.
It was a really fun game, actually. There was that early team fight at the tier 1 tower where they used all their team fight ultimates, and it was just like that the whole game. Every single fight was crazy. Tons of AoE stuns, back and forth, everything. Lina's good. Did you guys know that?
Word on the street is she is quite good.
I was thinking about it a little bit.
That's all I wanted to say.
And then you reach the conclusion that she's
absolutely broken.
I was a bit disappointed with how LGD played the game. I feel like early game went well. They had a really good mech timing with the Dawnbreaker, but they took a few fights at the enemy jungle, which was quite peculiar. I remember the fight they had Aegis on Spectre, but they took a fight, but the rest of the players, they weren't coming at the same time, and they botched the fight, and everybody died. They wasted the A-gaze, and then after that it happened again. Like, I feel like if they played their cards correctly, I don't think the game would have gone that badly for them. Given the start, if you start the game with the Spectre not losing the lane that badly, I always feel like you have a good chance of winning the game.
Yeah, I feel like LGD knew what they wanted to do, and they were almost too eager to do it. Because even like the tier 1 push top, I think Nature's Prophet hit level 6, Dawnbreaker hit a good timing, and he was just like, can you please give me something to teleport to? I really want to just kill this Lina, take this tier 1 tower, and then they forced it, and then they ended up losing the Dawn and the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, that was the gank where I feel like the Dawn, he actually missed the slow or something. He went into the trees.
Yes.
Yeah, he missed the slow. I feel like maybe if they landed the slow, they would have been able to avoid all that messy fight.
I can give something in a defense. Apparently, this is Old 11's first ever competitive game on Dawnbreaker, so perhaps a little bit of unfamiliarity.
He was on vacation.
He was on vacation in the Bahamas.
Look, he had some good ultimates. He had a great laning stage. That part looked really solid. I thought they came together well as a team. Nothing to say. He was getting tons done. But yeah, eventually Team Spirit, they gave him the Lina. They had some good team fight stuff going on. They covered each other very well. Yeah, it was just a better play by Team Spirit and what we expect out of them.
911 GPM coming out of that Lina. I was also impressed by the fact that he trusts Collapse a great deal, and he maxed out LSA, Sheep. I feel like a lot of these Linas against Rubik's, they're like, nah, I'm just going to go all stats. I'm not going to hand out max LSA. And against Planet, I feel like that would have been very dangerous. Planet was playing out of his mind. That's why he was public enemy #1 for Spirit.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would say he trusted his team to deal with Rubik. I'm not sure, honestly, what the decision is. It's not something I've spoken to players about, but I think the Lina is just so good, and the Spectre is a really weird matchup for her as well. We just looked at it on the screen, right? The difference in net worth, or DPM even, is the most important point. Is that even if you go like a Blade Mail on Spectre, it's meant to be good against the Lina, and we saw like big damage output from Spectre early on because of the Blade Mail. But the problem is Lina's always like 2 IMs ahead, and you see as soon as she gets like Satanic, she just doesn't care anymore about the Blade Mail.
Yeah, it's tough, but the upside is that Spectre's ulti reveals everybody. Prophet ultis can hit everybody. That's really nice. And they could potentially jump around globally and gank Lina at various points. And Spectre can also get directly on top of Lina, which is a nice advantage too. That was cool to see them try out Spectre as that solution there. But yeah, unless you're like winning the game and you're getting semi-even in net worth, you're not going to solo kill. You're just kind of like helping to contribute to those kills.
I mean, I feel like the way the game started, I feel good about the Spectre. Like the way the early game started, he wasn't like pressured too much in the lane. He had some decent amount of farm. The first couple of team fights were really good. And going back to the point where you were talking about the Spectre against the Lina, the gold, the GPM and everything, I feel like Spectre is always like a carry that's not farming quickly as fast as the other carries, but you are always a carry that plays around with the team, and it gives your teammates a lot of chances to kill the enemy supports first. That's what I always look at in the draft when you have a Spectre. Do you have the tools to allow the Spectre to kill the enemy supports first? And in this draft, I feel like they do. They just didn't really execute it in the team fights.
The early game was so nice. It took them 19 minutes on Spirit to take this bottom tier 1 tower, which was just hilarious to watch because they tried. And they had such a problem with it because Treant just sat there defending it. Yeah. And anytime they moved up and brought numbers, they just used the Treant ult to lock them in place, combo with the Dawn ult, and they didn't have the damage on Spirit to take a proper fight just due to the heal from the Dawn ult plus the mech that they got. The only reason they even got the tower in the end was because Tree used his ult top to kill Lina, so they basically traded their carry for this tower finally.
Yeah, Treant's very good position 5 hero to be like an anchor point in the draft. On the map, you hold a position, and you have your ult to set up for the fight. You're buying a lot of time for your team. Delaying the tower, so he's really good at doing that. As a position 5, not many other heroes can do that. Like Treant is very unique in that regard. Like this is the fight that I was mentioning where the Spectre, he had A-Gaze but he died twice, his team went in first and they couldn't really abuse the A-Gaze.
This moment as well is a bit spooky for them, that they TP back after pushing bottom. Collapse ends up catching 1, then they try to half cover him with Spectre, Reality Rift, and Dawnbreaker ulti just ends up feeding a little bit more. Yeah, there were just mistakes like this in the ultra late game here, or at least the late game for PSG LG, that just made it a lot harder for them.
Yeah, they don't really have good enough synergy in the team fights. You know, like sometimes I feel like they have this global draft, but they're not really playing the map as well. Like I look at the map, the DB is like somehow doing some jungle farming, like instead of like trying to shove off the lanes, and somebody gets caught in the jungle. I mean, if you look at this kind of lineup, like DB and MP, you would expect like all the lanes to be constantly shoved. There's always someone throwing spells at the lane to push and pressure the enemy, and you force somebody to show on the map, and then you go for a smoke play, or you try to gank another side of the map.
That's just too hard to do because Spirit's on Dire, so just free win, you know?
My other issue is I feel that why were the supports the primary initiators? They decided to send the Nature's Prophet mid, which is only the third time that that's happened this entire tournament. The other team that was doing it was eHome, so maybe it's just a China thing. But Rubik was having to initiate, Treant was having to initiate, and then your usual initiator is your offlaner. But the offlaner was waiting for one of his squishy heroes to go in, and then be like, give me a target to Solar Guardian on, and then I'll come in. 5 seconds later after you die.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the big problems about Dawnbreaker is that it's about, well, it's not ideally not your, ideally what it is it's not your supports initiating, it's one of your tanky cores getting into some shit and you're like, oh, I'll save you, and then that's what turns the fight.
Yeah.
So, but for offlaners, the traditional archetype is like you jump and stun somebody quickly, that allows your other allies to follow up, or at least like your supports or your offlaner has the option. So yeah, that's one of the downsides to Dawnbreaker, and I think despite going into TI with some high hopes, or 2 TIs ago with high hopes, I can't remember, her win rate was just not that good. Right. Her win rate was just not that incredible, even though everybody basically played her in almost every role. It's like, well, it's winning games is like starting good fights against heroes before they press BKB and then killing them in a lot of cases. So yeah, it makes it even harder for them to execute in those late games decisions.
How did you feel about mid lane Nature's Prophet, Winter? It seems that it's not very popular. It was an intentional choice against Ember Spirit. What was the motivation behind it?
Maybe they wanted to change to the Spectre. Maybe the initial plan was to put the MP as a carry, and then they figured, okay, it's a good Spectre game. I mean, I was looking at the draft. I thought of Spectre at pick 18.
You did, yeah.
Yeah, so I felt like Spectre was definitely something that they could have been considering, but they wanted to keep their options open, so they didn't pick it at 18, and then they finally decided, okay, we're going to pick it and try to move MP into the mid row. And you guys were having a discussion about how MP and Dawnbreaker in the game, and so nobody can initiate, right? So you have to wait for the supports to make the first move. But the way he itemized, he went for the Gleipnir and Aghanim, so he's kind of the semi-initiating hero. Like sometimes he does it with his body, he just goes in, they focus him, then the Dawnbreaker comes in. You know?
Yeah.
Like, it's not easy to execute, but I feel like they could have won that game with their draft for sure. They just needed to play the team fights better.
So now can I have free reign to...
Yes, you may. Go.
Rain it up.
Collapse Magnus, guys. Collapse Magnus.
Shall wait.
Oh my god.
Is out there sweating. He's like, God damn it, do I finally have to ban it?
It just keeps coming back. You think the nightmare is over, but holy shit, he keeps delivering. And this is the man I'm talking about. He buys the Ether Lens every game. All he thinks of in his mind is, I want to catch as many friggin' heroes as possible and send them into my team. Did you see the absolute beauty, the communication between them? Like on that mid lane, for example, in the river, he gets that nice double skewer back into the Lina stun. They're like, oh wow. That was like a really nice fight, I think, where he held the RP as long as possible, waiting for like one more hero to appear before he hit like a 3-man. I don't know. He was hitting so many good RPs this game. This guy's positioning was out of control.
Like,
the catch
that shouldn't really happen against Spectre. I feel like you draft the Spectre. Spectre is always very good against all these blink heroes, like backline heroes. You know, I feel like he's getting, like, he played well for sure, you know, but I feel like he shouldn't be getting so many good RPs in the game, so many good catches.
Such a downer. It's just
Collapse is just built different. I mean, Xiaowei is well familiar with this situation. At what point do you finally concede, yeah, this guy's pretty goddamn good at the hero? My team, my draft, they can't do it.
I mean, I'm just being honest, you know. I look at the game, I see that happening. Spectre, there's a Spectre, the Spectre's not haunting, they're not making the jump, and the Magnus gets the jump every time. If it happens like 50-50, like sometimes the Magnus gets the jump, sometimes the MP gets the jump, you know, I'm okay with that, you know. But when a Magnus is playing against a Spectre lineup, and Magnus is always, like most of the time he was getting a jump like 70-80% of the time, I feel like something is wrong, you know.
Yeah, especially because he was also playing against a Rubik that he seemed pretty wary of. He was like, if I don't know where this Rubik is, I think that's also part of the reason why he was holding off on so many RPs, is he wanted to get multiple targets, but he also really wanted to make sure Planet did not steal it from him.
Yeah, you were talking about the TI game. Like, I remember Shinkyu, every time he jumps in, he lifts him immediately.
Yeah.
Like,
that's true. They also had Undying. as a good response to that hero, which we did not see in this match. And I don't think he got banned either. I mean, then again...
Oh, it's like an anti-Magnus hero?
Yeah. That was the one that got banned out in the grand finals, right? Instead of the Rubik? I don't know.
I could see. I mean, if Tombstone's on the ground, you can't get anywhere near close. Laning stage wise, you beat him too. So yeah,
it's hard to blink as well. Sometimes you get caught by the zombie, so it's very annoying.
Exactly.
So then, what are the odds that it gets banned?
Probably.
0.
Yeah,
No,
not high.
I don't think so.
Yo, what about these unpicked heroes? What do you guys think?
Meepo.
Keep putting more pins on your clothes. Maybe it'll do something.
I'm not currently wearing my
If
Meepo
Xiang
pins.
Yu was here, Brewmaster would have
Yeah,
gotten picked.
I'm actually surprised
Yeah.
Brewmaster didn't even get picked one time.
I mean, let's look at these. We got a Tinker, so nothing to say could play that.
True.
We got Brewmaster. Doesn't Toby play Brewmaster? I think we could see maybe like a OD from Entity as well. Maybe a Quinn Huskar.
Oh, okay. Blind picking mid heroes. I remember his pub game. He just picked Huskar, he knowing the enemy would pick an Ember.
I think every 5 support hero here is not going to get picked because Tree and Undying are
Yeah,
just
I
like so
agree.
much better.
I agree. I feel a bit sad for Olga.
Yeah, he's close. It's beefy.
I feel like Witch Doctor is more viable also. In DPC...
As a core? Or
No.
as a support?
Okay, well, if you're
yes,
if you're
yes,
Tendi,
actually.
if you're Tendi, then it's a core.
No.
There was also Game
There
of
was also
Gladiators.
Game of Gladiators.
Yeah.
A lot of these heroes I just attributed to like Gaming Gladiators could potentially play them. They actually have a surprising number of strats in their pockets.
Yeah, quite surprised Medusa didn't even get picked once. She's kind of like similar to some of the range heroes, but she needs to farm a lot more. Her laning's a little weaker, but she falls into that category of range heroes, farming ancients. And
The big difference though is that she's like an AoE damage carry. Like almost all the carries here are like huge amounts of single target because you need something that can like beat Lina in a 1v1. So they're like Lina, or it's Nature's Prophet who has crazy BAT, or it's Nurser, or it's a Marcy, or like Drow Ranger. It's like they all have so much single target damage. Medusa would get shredded by most of those heroes, I feel like.
yeah, and she's slower, slower pace in the game.
Yeah,
She can't
for
keep. She can't keep up.
Man, I've seen this graphic 8 times and it never changes.
Yep. I would have thought that there was been a little bit more evolution since the group stage, but it seems that since around day 3, these have been the same 8 heroes up here.
Usually what happens though is like 1 or 2 of them, their win rate like completely tanks.
Was it Rubik? Was that the hero?
His was a little... Okay, his is down a bit. You're right, 43%. So Rubik is currently scraping the barrel, but still being picked.
That's true, he did just lose. Unlucky.
Put another on the pile.
Yeah, are you guys on the NP hype train? NP is like better than Lina. Right?
Nerf the BAT, dude. It's too good. He just like is so good in almost all roles, and nerf the BAT.
I also think Gleipnir range needs to be nerfed a little bit. Like Nature's is... his range with that is so OP.
But isn't the hero like always like this? I feel like the thing that makes him really broken right now is because he's winning the lane and he has early game, he has mid game, he has late game, but before he didn't really have catch. Right now he has the leash talent, he has Gleipnir, he has the axe.
Like I agree those are helpful, but the reality is that like there's never a point in the game where Nature's Prophet feels out DPS. Yeah, except for against like Alina. If you have like comparable items, Prophet just hits you so fast. I don't know, you can just like look at his attack speed at various points in the game, and it's just busted compared to almost... I mean, he's got a Gleipnir and a Treads, for God's sake. It's not a lot of attack speed, and he's still... Pew, 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 pew.
I do kind of agree with Winner though about the catch, because I've played, how many pubs have you played against Nature's Prophet? You feel it, or as Nature's Prophet, I mean, you feel it pre-Gleipnir. You're just like, you sprout someone and they just cut the tree and walk away. You're like, wow. And you're kind of slow.
I feel like without the catch, without the toolkit, without catching his toolkit, he is manageable as a hero. I feel like I can deal with him, but with his toolkit right now, I feel it's just so difficult to deal with the hero.
Yeah, I mean, I agree definitely that Gleipnir brings him into a new level, and probably nerf the item a little bit because we're seeing it on almost all cores. But I think MP could also use a little bit of a nerf as well.
Stats nerf?
It's just I think it's the BAT. The base attack time is just way too good on the hero. It would be really good for the ability draft community, which is thriving. Don't let anybody say otherwise.
And no bias towards Purge's draft house.
Yeah, you did not, but thank you. You didn't have to do that.
Spirit returned to the stage, and now PSG LGD follow up. I've been very intrigued at the dynamics of teams that choose to stay within the booth and those that walk back. I would love to see a true side of this situation, because I have to imagine that Xiao 8 yet again is wondering should he ban the Magnus.
You know what? If you're in ROTK's team, you're definitely leaving the booth.
Oh yeah.
His voice.
You do not want him yelling on stage at you.
Tsunami, you're legally allowed to walk up to the players at the hotel and ask them why they don't leave the booth.
I'm legally allowed
Legally
to. I'm
allowed,
entitled to. Okay, we'll start doing that. Unfortunately, it's been a lot of non-English speaking teams that have been doing it. I don't know if I'll be able to determine it, but LGD have some heavy thinking to do because this is an elimination series, and yet again, it's a situation of pride for the region because Aster was able to pull out what I would consider a somewhat surprise victory over Tundra Esports at the beginning of today. So they have one China representative sticking around, and I'm pretty sure PSG LGD would like to make it all the way to the grand finals, get themselves early points to make it to TI, and prove themselves still the kings of China.
I mean, I feel that issues are not going to be fixed, you know. Just by one game like this, you go out, you have a talk, you know.
This was a very unique draft, though. I feel like they came in with a very clear idea that, let's see if this global thing works.
Yeah, because it's execution issue, you know. I feel like you can go on and on how they can improve the draft, sure. But I feel like the problem they had in that game is mainly the way they were taking the team fights, the way they were positioning themselves on the map, and that is not something that you just fix, you know, after one game. You know, it takes a lot of team meetings, talking about the game, going through the replays together, telling each other, oh, you should be farming here, you should be here, you should be here, and when we are in the right positions on the map, after we push the wave, then we gather at this point. You know, it doesn't get fixed just one game like this. I mean, I'm sure you can change the draft a little bit to make the problem less visible, but I don't think you can remove the problem.
There's also on the personal side of things, like we kind of excuse the results of TSM because they had a bunch of new players to international lands. It's a similar-ish story for LGD.
Fair.
Between Shiro and Planet, these guys just knew. I mean, they will make like even Zhao 8 understands this. He says that they're young without the experience. They will make mistakes. It's just a time thing. They can fix the small problems for now. But like Winter said, these bigger ones, they need time. They need to just play through this and see how it goes. I don't have the highest of hopes for them because of that, but I am looking forward to their growth as the year progresses as we go to the next majors.
It would be encouraging if they're able to get more. Well, many tournaments don't have these many arena days, and so the fact that this early in playoffs, round one elimination, PSG LGD even get a series on stage with a crowd is important for these new players, like you mentioned. It's these high pressure situations that make the best Dota players.
Especially for old 11, he hasn't been around very long.
Young 11.
For looking at how many times that he gets to play Dawnbreaker, he has not been around enough.
He played mostly good.
Yeah, he played quite well, but there were a couple of times where I saw him returning to the hammer, where I was like, bro, don't do that. I'm pretty sure that's a bad idea. Just let it go, man.
Yeah, but they did show that this Dawnbreaker idea has some potential against Lina because it's very strong against Lina in the lane. You can.
Yeah, I was super impressed with how well it went lane.
You can kill her pretty easily with your double nuke, as long as you're paired with a support that has some sort of like stun, like they had Rubik. So that was really good for the Dawnbreaker, and he was so fat from the lane.
So is there any comfort that LGD displayed during either the DPC or the group stage that you would like them to revert to? Because this was more creative than most of the LGD drafts that I've seen over the past 5 days. But then they still did fairly well. Obviously lower bracket, not ideal, but they won quite a few games. What'd they do it on?
LGD went nutty in the DPC. I mean, like we talked about Shangyu already. He's gone, but he had the smallest pool.
Yeah.
Shiro had the biggest. I think he might have had the highest in the entire DPC. He had like 16 heroes picked over 20 games.
As a carry player?
Yeah, as a
goddamn.
He picked so much stuff. Which is why throughout the group stages, when he would just pick like Pierre, I'd be like, oh, it's no problem. It's Shiro. He can play every hero. He then lost, but you know.
16? But
Yeah.
you only play 16 games, right?
No, they played 20, I think. It was
20?
best of threes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's best of threes.
And then Nothing to Say also had a pretty decent pool. Not as big. I mean, no one else had it as big, but the thing that they were most comfortable on throughout DVC was Phoenix. Just because they played it the most on both of their support players.
I really like watching teams that are not afraid to like switch it up though. Like obviously sometimes they can go too far, but it just, to me, maybe I'm just like putting like my impression on in the team's mind, but it's like if you can think of the best possible hero for the situation, even if its win rate's not as high, if you can still own with it, I think that's really respectable and cool, and it makes for more enjoyable viewing as well. So whether or not LGD gets eliminated from the tournament and loses all opportunity to gain money or DPC points, I want to enjoy this match, so let's see some variety.
Okay, you want variety? I'll give you some variety. Well, I can't guarantee it actually, but I want variety. In game number 2 of PSG LGD versus Team Spirit.
Welcome one and all to the draft panel yet again for game number 2 between PSG LGD and Team Spirit, a run back of the TI-10 finals, a modern classic, and right now PSG LGD, as per usual, Estini, they have lost game 1 up against the side of Team Spirit. Yes, again, they lose to Collapse Magnus. Let's talk about this next game though, because PSG LGD clearly need to adjust and adapt their draft. Where do you think things went wrong for them in terms of how they played things out? Why weren't they able to make Old 11's first game on the Dawnbreaker work out?
They had a global draft, but they were not playing on the global way. They were colliding as 5. Maybe they got happy with the Spectre last pick and they thought they could main fight a 5 against 5. But I feel like they should have played the map better. They had Nature Prophet, they had Dawnbreaker, Spectre. They could play 3 lanes, but they were colliding as 5, and that made it easier for Team Spirit to play.
Well, Team Spirit in this particular game here, they look to have a very strong opener. They respond to the opener of the Tusk, first pick from PSG LGD, Nature's Prophet Undying. Estini feels very strong about this here, Lacoste. He thinks that this hero is the most complete 5 hero in the game right now. I think Nature's Prophet is the most broken hero in the game right now. What do you make of this?
Did you watch the last game, Lina? You know something about this hero? No, these two heroes paired up together definitely. What they bring to the table, a lot of team fight, a bit more global presence. We saw how strong this Aghanim Scepter is on Nature's Prophet in the previous game. It was some like beautiful ultis coming out, the amount of damage that you get from it. But yeah, Undying as a 5, most of the time you're not going to be laning against the hero at all. This is also Undying into... No, they responded with the Snapfire, never mind. So you will have something to kill the Tombstone with. And with Tusk plus Snapfire, these two heroes can always play Dota together. You always have a kill threat on any hero on the map pre-BKB.
Do you want to see this Tusk going into the mid lane here, Ostini? Or is it like just one of these things, you pick it up right now, it gets more flexible as the draft unfolds?
Too early to say, but I like it on the mid with the heroes we see so far because they need some catch for this Prophet, and then you want to early Blink Dagger on Tusk, so you want it on the mid lane. But it's too early to say on that sense. We still need to see more draft unfold. What we see yet is Team Spirit, they're super heavy on Roche because Undying enables Roche so well, and Prophet has the damage, so they should do a very fast Roche. So LGD, they need to know how to contest it. It's the reason I like this Snapfire, this AoE damage, so you cannot just enter as 5 in the Roche pit and take it super fast on Team Spirit. They have some contest, they have some team fight there, but I also want to see they having this Roche potential on their side, so they need a hero that will allow them to take a fast Roche. I love the Beastmaster ban on that sense. It's a hero that most enable Roche on the offlane, so it's a really good ban. Also, you're gonna have the vision against Prophet, you have attack speed against Tombstone, so they're like closing the options to counter the draft.
I want to see Death Prophet, honestly, Lacoste. Like, I'm really surprised that they didn't go for that hero last game. Astini's mentioned that we want some Roshan potential. I just want to see Old 11 back on a hero that he's been winning with.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned the Beastmaster ban, definitely a good one. Having vision in the to see like what Snapfire is going to go for, having vision for the kisses as well. But Old 11, he had a really good laning stage in the previous game, but some of his entrances into a fight, he was the one who was initiating pretty much a couple of times, which I think was a big thing why PSG LGD lost the last game. Because you can't just use Dawnbreaker as the initiating tool. Considering the global presence that they had, you need to split the map, try to play different lanes, and then go with the counter initiation. So a bit of a difficult one. One thing also to mention is Team Spirit did have first pick Dire in the previous game. It's insane how good it is. It's 65% win rate. This time around, they have a second pick on Dire, which is also strong, but not as strong as Dire first pick.
Dire in general, I just felt that this tournament really strong. Like, I don't know.
Zhao 8 is like, yeah, did you guys wash your faces? Is everything okay there? Repeat it a couple of times and see if they can reset.
This ban phase is about to end right now. We see the Tiny being removed by PSG LGD, so Team Spirit probably still going to be targeting Old 11 because 4 of his heroes have been removed outside of the Lina, which is the only thing that they've taken away from Shiro. What do we see here? Probably another support at the end of this phase. I imagine the Team Spirit probably want their 4 position heroes, Dini.
Yeah, but like if you ban Beastmaster, Enigma, and Brood, you also ban Lycan. That's what I'm expecting them to ban. Because otherwise it doesn't make so much sense that you ban, let's say, 80% of the zoo and you leave Lycan there. So I'd like to see a Lycan ban, and then, yeah, a position 4 here. I don't know if they made their mind if Prophet's a 3 or is a carry. Because if it's a position 3, then they want a melee 4. And it can get weird if you have like Undying Clockwork, Undying Nyx, if you have like 2 melee heroes. So they need to kind of make up their minds on what role will Prophet do, and then they show, okay, Lycan ban, that's the first thing.
It's a good call. Yeah. Also, one of the heroes that just sends the summons on Snapfire, forcing Snapfire to use the cookie on herself or stop her from using the kisses in the backlines. Just a lot of Zoo. We've seen this Zoo meta, still very powerful. We've seen it during previous TI as well. Some of these heroes, haven't changed much, and they still feel super strong. I think China has been pretty big when they started this major, going for the Chen Beastmaster. This was their go-to combo in a couple of games as well, and it looked pretty strong. So no surprise that Team Spirit decided to ban out pretty much every Zoo hero that there is.
Yeah, and I like the Rubik. That's the hero that keeps it open, that they can play maybe even Rubik in the safe lane as 5 and have Undying with Prophet if they want to have Prophet on 3. And also is a super strong hero against Snapfire, already a great spell to steal. And LGD goes with the Encanters. I'm really happy to see these Encanters, so they can collide mid, they can play fast tempo, Ursa, a Roche Taker. I was talking about this, when you see this Prophet Undying, you want to be able to steal the Roche. You do it even faster than them. And I believe this is one of the best combinations out of the heroes they had on the pool, because all the Zoo is banned, which are the position 3 that allow you to Roche. So you need to do it with another hero. So the best carry for that is Ursa. The second best position 5 would be Encanter. So besides the Undying, I really like this approach.
One thing I like about this as well is that LGD, when they first started here at the Major, they were doing really poorly in the group stage, and their fortune started to turn around almost immediately when they were picking up more of this Innocence Enchantress for the laning phase. So I like this a lot. I like that they can fight very often. And Lacoste, I also really like that they have multiple answers for the Tombstone. It's not just locked into the Snapfire being the only one to be able to
this
deal with
Undying, he's like, can you guys repick my hero, please? I don't want to play it anymore. Like, you have probably 2 of the best heroes in the game to deal with the Tombstone, so most likely you're not going to see the full value coming out of it. And also, this is a free Ursa game so far. They don't have any disabled. They don't have any silences. There is a disarm coming out from Pango right now. I'm not sure if it's enough. None of these heroes also build into Yule Scepter, so kiting it around against Ursa is going to be very difficult. And he does have, this has been one of my favorite combos, I would even say, Ursa plus Tusk. If his tag team is maxed out, any of these heroes, they just die immediately.
Yeah. They pretty much just evaporate from the field of play. I'm interested to see this Pangolier. We haven't seen much of him in the main stage, and throughout the groups, he was one of the more popular mid laners. It was pretty much him and Batrider replacing Tusk and Tiny as the most popular heroes in the mid. So for LoL, most likely going to be the one to play this Pango. They could still flex it. Collapse has played this hero in the past. It's not always the best in the offlane, but it's still a possibility for Team Spirit, and they can still decide going into the last phase. However, I'm pretty sure this is going to go mid. And the LGD Asthini, they have a feeling that this Prophet is going into the offlane, so they're banning out some of the safe lane heroes for Yotoro to play.
I like the Troll ban. It's amazing against Tusk 4. If they go for Tusk 4, it's also amazing against Tusk in any role. It's good against the Ursa.
Yeah, best against Ursa.
Think about flexes. Can they Snapfire 3 and go a puck here? Because I feel like it counters Pangolier. It's really great against Undying. Has no catch. Great against the
Prophet.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. I mean, Team Spirit's the team that also flexes Snapfire. They do play it from the mid lane. We saw a decent amount of Snapfire coming out from the off lane where you buy Guardian Greaves, you get that Aghanim Scepter Shard, Force Staff if it's necessary. So it's still an option. I feel like this is also potentially a mid Tusk coming out from PSG LGD against Pango. You come online super early on, like your rotation are going to be very, like, you want to have items on Tusk this game, I would say, where you want to be able to like get stuff done, move around the map. You and Enchantress can get so much stuff in the early stages of the game.
I feel like they need vision on LGD, like a Night Stalker sort of hero.
Oh, that hero, it always feels good to say, you know, it's a good Night Stalker game. It never happens.
It never happens.
All right, so it does seem to be the case that they're going to end up flexing a little bit here because we're going to put the Storm Spirit in the mid lane for nothing to say. This means that we're going to have an off-lane Snapfire. I doubt they're going to put the Tusk there. And you were mentioning earlier that they don't have much catch for the puck. They don't have much catch for the Storm Spirit either, and it can reach the backline where this Nature's Prophet is going to be, so it's not just the Tusk making the initial jump onto the Prophet.
Yeah, I'm wondering what can they go here on Spirit. Like if they go Prophet offlane, they go some sort of draw, so they have a silence.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of those matchups that can like be very tricky. It can go both ways. I'm leaning towards Drow Ranger against Ursa because of the Gust, the items that you buy, the Hurricane Pike, and also like you can keep the distance. There are decent amount of heroes that can get on top of Drow Ranger in this game with Tusk, with Storm Spirit as well. So you got to be very careful. Like if Drow Ranger is having a bit of a rough time in the laning stage, if she's not having a free farm, I think it can get very bad very quickly.
Yeah, this game seems like this all-in or nothing for both teams. Like the team that gets ahead just snowballs so easy. I get this feeling like this type of game that in 8 minutes you know the team that's gonna win with 20-something minutes. Unless like you do some really weird mistake, like you have Aegis and you just die twice on your carry. It feels like a one-sided game, but I cannot tell for which team. You know, it's just like both are going for this snowball set of...
All right, let me ask it like this then, right? Which team, Athenia, would you rather be playing on right now? If I just had to say, look at these drafts, right? You had to just get into the game immediately.
LGD.
Which side would you rather be? LGD.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I did favor LGD's draft even in the first game. I feel like this Ursa really isn't that contested, and it's a decent Storm Spirit game. Like they can catch Nature's Prophet when he's going for these like side lane pushes. A lot of counter picking and a lot of catch on side of LGD this time around. So I don't think they're going to have the same issue as they had in the previous game, where they can't really, just go on a hero where you had Old 11 being forced to initiate into some awkward fights.
Well, my panel right now is favoring the side of LGD to be able to make this a 3-game series. However, if history is anything to go by, right now PSG LGD should be a little bit scared, and all their fans, myself included, are always a little bit skittish against a match into Team Spirit because of what the record looks like at this point in time. However, if history will be made, it will be made here at the Lima Major, and LGD might get the monkey off their backs. To find out if that's going to be the case, let's send it over to the dynamic duo of the fastidious Fogged and the logical lyrical. Gentlemen, take it away. Keep us entertained.
Well, we're going to do everything that we possibly can to keep y'all entertained out there. Fogged, we're running in off the back of Ursa Storm Spirit the last couple picks. You were kind of digging what they were doing. How you feeling about it as you look at the whole draft?
I like what Astini's point was, really. I think it's very snowball heavy on both sides. Both sides, if they get an advantage, they both can immediately walk into a Roshan pit if they get any type of kill, take it out super early on. So very excited to see how it will end up turning up, and we'll see how these lanes end up going in particular. We'll be looking a lot at that mid lane, because nothing to say that the Storm versus the Pango sometimes can have that big advantage, but Laurel, a very good recovery player that we've seen, and he's very good at picking and choosing his battles and picking and choosing which heroes he's going to prioritize taking out in the team fights. That last game, Planet was non-existent.
Right.
He played this Ember Spirit so damn well after the laning phase. I was super impressed. So, I don't know. I'm tossed up. I like LGD's maybe a little bit more, but I could see the world where Yotaro isn't shut down at all inside the laning phase, and then he has the itemization to kite this Ursa, to answer the Storm Spirit and stuff. So, who knows? This should be a fun one.
Yeah, I kind of would sort of also agree with that in like a slightly different way. The only thing that I'm kind of feeling like that I'm wondering is have LGD been able to mentally recover from that last game? Because that one looked rough towards the end. By the way, hello over there, everybody. How's it going? We're down here. Oh, now we're gone.
Now we're gone.
But we are getting ready to hop into this game number 2 right now. Quick pause, and we'll be back underway. But how are they going to be able to recover from that? Because it was a little bit rough seeing, Old 11, I think, use back-to-back 3 Solar Guardians that either were preemptively thrown out there pretty early, trying to save somebody that was very clearly dead, or trying to salvage a situation that wasn't going to work. The third one being that Roche fight where he went in also.
You know what they did? They put him on a non-initiator.
There it is.
I mean, he wasn't really playing an initiator anyway last game, but he ended up kind of taking the role of it a little bit, which was just definitely a bit awkward. But now he's playing a Snapfire, so a completely different style of hero. He's just going to be looking to pressure lane and looking to play off of like an advantage if they're able to put the pressure onto this Drow Ranger. Let's see if they can, though, because it is going to be a double strength lane playing versus Undying.
Spooky.
Woo! Undying Drow.
Scary, scary lane, and let's get ready to hop into this game number 2 because they have unpaused the game now. Will they be able to deal with that pressure coming out from the Undying Drow? This lane that has looked so unbelievably strong time and again that I didn't think we'd be seeing it again this major, but I guess Drow's not good enough to sort of warrant those first phase problems.
Yeah. I mean, whenever I see Undying banned currently in this tournament, I am definitely very happy. This hero is looking pretty damn broken in most scenarios. Just Tombstone. There's just no answers to Tombstone. It feels like it always lasts forever, and it's always like one point in it, and it lasts full duration.
Right.
Smoke
This
up,
one,
Spirit.
They find him. Shiro has to back away, and it looks like he will get some separation. They do have good answers for it, like the panel was talking about in this one at the very least. You've got Snapfire, although, questions about how quickly Old 11's going to be taking points in that little shredder, and then, of course, the Ench, too.
Yeah, Ench, Ursa, Snap, all going to be able to maybe commit for those tombstones. So yeah, Miposhka maybe going to have a little bit of a tougher one. But in the lane, looks it could be very strong. Sure, you've got good damage between the Snap and Tusk, so they can bring down Miposhka if he plays too far up. But if he gets a couple of these decay stacks up in the early laning phase, which he likely will, he's going to be too tanky, and he might actually get to the point where he's able to double zone. And we've seen that time and time again from these Undyings. Mira playing pretty far up. He could be in trouble.
Yeah, they say, screw the rune. We're coming after your body, Mira. You're going to be going down. Tries to go for the deny. Does he get it in time? He will. So Mira gives up first blood, but manages to get the rune deny.
He popped the fairy fire. He was like, I need to get this deny. So we'll be able to get it. That in combination with Fate Bolt slowed them down long enough to do so. But still, first blood going the way of Shiro. A great hero to get at this game.
And already you can see the... stuff going on here mid, but also up top, Miposhka being a zoning tool to try and keep Old 11 off of the lane as much as possible before they're able to bring in that extra hero. Nothing to say facing off against Laurel. Pulls the wave back, and yeah, you can see Miposhka 2v1.
Yep, he's literally just going to be playing to zone both of them. So Planet, it's up to you to start pulling the lane. You have to pull in this lane versus Undying. We'll be able to because he's got the boots early. So that's a good benefit for him.
And Poshka just going to try and sneak over, get a couple hits there too, and now play body block onto Planet. See how many of those he can get. Can maybe even body block the creeps. This means that they can't connect it back behind the tower now. It's going to take a little bit too long for it to fully connect with the wave.
Nice body blocks.
Yeah, good stuff from Miposhka, trying to make this as annoying as possible for Planet. And yeah, as you can see, it will end up drawing tower aggro. So yeah,
he's gonna
really good interruption.
Yeah, Planet's just going to end up holding it for a little bit longer, keep on dancing it. This lane is going to be, the positioning of this lane is already incredibly awkward. Definitely very weird and not really advantageous for the side of Old 11 or PSG LGD. Drow already 8-3. Looking at the other lanes too, Shiro, even though he got first blood, so he actually is able to bring extra regen plus a Wraith Band, this is a tough lane. Playing versus the double range,
Mid.
not going to be easy. Mid though!
He's got a creep wave to keep tanking it, and Laurel gets so close to being brought down there mid. That was very, very scary. Nothing to say. Laurel does get the bottle brought out at least.
That's why they wanted this Storm Spirit. Besides there being some limited lockdown, it's a very good matchup versus the Pango in the first 4 levels. We have seen this hero sometimes able to get these solo kills that are a bit unexpected. When you do hit that 3, it almost happens again.
Well, a good start to this one, at least. You can see the Storm 14-2, but of course the big people that are going to be hurt is that top lane. Old 11 struggling a lot as Laurel gets the shield crash to get some damage reduction there. Shiro very far forward in this bottom lane, but they have it in a good spot for the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah. This bottom lane, it's going to be a very big struggle and a very big slowdown for this Ursa. And Yatoro, he's going to free farm. So free farm Drow, a pretty decent farm on Nature's Prophet, just maybe that Pango who's slowed down a little bit. So Spirit, I think going to be in a pretty comfortable position after these lanes do break out. Because Pango, he'll recover. That's the one thing. It's like the first 4 levels or so, it is very difficult, but Pango's always able to just like farm and shove lanes in.
Well, trading hits still here in the mid lane and getting level 4 now. Laurel, as you can see, isn't necessarily having a terrible time there. Nothing to say. Still being able to play a little bit of the bully here. But it's going to be around these rune rotations that we might see some stuff. Pango making the move all the way over for the bounty, but it's up top where Old 11 is being pushed back by Yatoro constantly, and Planet also can't get anything done. This lane is just not a happy place to be for the Radiant.
Yeah, this is going to be a very slow start for 11 and Planet. Miposhko, he's got insane amounts of mangoes also. He still has 5 of them at the ready. So can't continue that spam to give Yatoro any of that space. And they're always waiting for an opportunity to get kill if he does want to just put a point into Tombstone if he sees an opportunity, if they do commit too far onto Yatoro.
Right, stepping a bit too far in, and Miposhko will definitely be able to make that punish happen.
Yep.
As they keep pushing Planet back. They've kind of given up, it looks like, on trying to pull waves, it seems, even for the side of PSG LGD.
I'm a bit surprised they have given up. I actually wanted to see them keep getting these pulls off so they could just get the better lane position. Bottom, Mira will be all right.
Able to
top
get
again.
Back.
11.
He's in very far, and he's just gone. Now
Uh-oh.
Planet's going to die too. Oh my goodness. They did not even need the Tombstone, but the shards there for the block off. Miposhka finds him. Only 1 point in that decay, so no damage. And Miposhka does have Soul Rip back up. He's a little out of range though, so Planet going to be able to survive.
Ooh, only just. Big hit though. Drow free farming. Ursa's being significantly slowed down. A lot of this early game pressure is going to have to come up to Nothing to Say to alleviate it. He is having that very successful mid matchup, 33-5 to the 19-2. Laura will catch up, but it's going to be up to the Storm Spirit to make those side lane rotations. And it is a pretty good game for the Storm to make those rotations. He is playing versus those 2 ranged heroes, so can get right on top of him if he does have that successful lane. But a very good start for Team Spirit. Those side lanes looking amazing.
Right, and LGD, they even have a TP rotation right now. Planet making the move. Are they going to try and... Oh, no, he's just trying to go for the bottle refill.
Enabling Nothing to Say as much as possible.
Yeah. So, very much needed that one. And hoping to be able to get some good 6-minute runes here for the Storm Spirit as a ward is placed down, getting vision into those areas where stacks could be if there's a attempt for some piggy bank action.
Do you just, I don't know, like, do you just sack top now at this point on Planet? Like, there's nothing you can do versus the Drow anyway, so do you just play for runes, enable your Storm as much as possible? It might just be what he has to do. The Old 11 might just die, though, again. Yatoro, he's actually just walking him down.
Dude, he's level 3 right now. Although, they try and turn, see what damage they can do. Multi-shot, a couple more hits, not quite going to be enough.
Nothing to say.
Planet, the snowball, okay, a chance for a turn and diving in, looking for the kill with a pullback. It's going to be enough. A good rotation from Nothing to Say to take down that Drow and keep Planet alive.
Both Old 11 and Planet dropping incredibly low. Good rotation, but a necessary one. Nothing to Say. It's all up to him this early game, it feels like. He has to fix the pressure that's coming up.
And collapse?
Wait,
Shiro, oh man! Barely getting out of there.
Miposhka solo kill top.
Okay.
11 stepped up.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a high level in dying. Very far
Wait
down,
a
too.
minute.
Whoopsie, 11.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen.
He stayed around just way too low. He literally just died to a decay.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Well, a tough time, and after that rotation from Nothing to Say, going to be a little bit frustrated, I'm sure, but we'll still have, another opportunity to do something here, maybe around the next power rune. So, Collapse, Mira, playing together down bottom. That's the other thing that Team Spirit can likely do pretty soon here as well. Around this level 6 Wrath of Nature timing, LGD going to have to be very wary of where they step.
The top lane, right? They can just feed from a Wrath of Nature. They're so low level, so low farm on Old 11 and on Planet. Like, Planet looks like maybe he's just trying to play more around that Storm Spirit, but geez, how do you recover Old 11's game at this point? With the global threat that's going to be coming out any second now. Collapse, he's got the first component of Aghanims.
It feels like he needs to just try and soak whatever experience he can, get to level 6, and just hope to get a kill. He needs to get a kill with Mortimer's Kisses, but it's not coming easy.
No.
So, rough time up there. Pango has also been hurt quite heavily.
Yeah.
Should be noted. You know, one of the bottom of the cores right now in terms of net worth. Does have that level 6, though, so he can maybe make a move in the next couple minutes here, too.
1,000 behind his counterpart at the moment. But yeah, not to be expected, but maybe not so much there for the side of Laurel versus Nothing to Say. But they have, of course, filled the bottle for Nothing to Say. They're making sure that his game is that explosive. Power Rune, see who finds what. Laurel is Invis.
And
It'll
it's
be
an
a big
arcane.
rune. That's a great one.
That's a really good one for Nothing to Say. Can they make a move here and try and enable Shiro a little bit? He's trying to build into a Battle Fury, but the snowball, the chase onto Mira, going to catch him with the 2 supports, and it looks like they're going to be able to bring down this Rubik. So PSG, LGD playing together here to try and recover some of what was lost.
I like that the 2 supports are linking up. Their lanes are now a bit independent. The Ursa, he's actually able to farm decently versus that Nature's Prophet because he's gotten the Ring of Health now at this point. Nothing to Say is not under threat mid, and they are making space now for Old 11 to get that level 6 online. So good moves from the 2 supports. Very deep positioning from Planet.
It looks like he's almost trying to snipe couriers or something back there.
I mean, doing some crazy type of all-around-the-world play. Just looking to maybe block some camps with a sentry or something, but just trying to make his move toward the top lane either way. Since that
pull on the mid, just to ensure that he can get some more CS, trying to get a few denies for what it's worth too. But LGD hanging on to this arcane rune.
Level 6 has now been hit on Old 11. They do have kill threat easy on Yotaro if he does linger up here. He's going to have to leave.
In Gust, and yeah, we'll TP away. So a wise decision. They dodged that gank moving in, and now instead it's going to be everybody from Spirit running on down bottom.
I thought he was going to consider putting that point in Gust there since he's playing versus Ursa and Storm in the laning phase.
Right.
But decides not to, just going for more farm-heavy build. Probably puts the point in at level 8, but might get greedy. Could end up paying with his life for it, though, versus the Storm Spirit. See what they're able to do down here. They're getting this tower push started. A lot of responses that they're able to dictate, though, with PSG LGD. Old 11's TPing to Tier 2, so they're leaving the TP fast in the front Tier 1, but there is a ward to scout it.
They see him right now, so everybody fully aware of what's going on. Planet made the move down here, too, and was scouted out by a trade. So you can see Team Spirit say, we don't want any of this.
Yeah, they bounce. A smart move. As soon as they see Old 11, they know, got to watch out for Kisses early. Even if Snapfire is a bit under farm, the damage from Kisses is still absurd early. Ward will get taken out instantly, though. The Team Spirit with a heads-up move.
Dodging, getting their farm on. They spread up top 2, Collapse, able to get some for himself as he's trying to build towards the Aghanim Scepter. So we'll have that very strong ulti coming in from the Nature's Prophet. And PSG LGD deciding, hey, you know what? You guys leave this lane, maybe we'll try and push it in a little bit ourselves.
Yeah, Why You Smile, level 5 at this point. Doesn't have a creep, though. Oh, no, he does, sorry. He does have this Hellbear at the moment, so when it dies, it's going to give that Death Throw Rush attack speed to probably finish off the tower.
Yeah. Tombstone down. Maposhka says, we don't want to give this up for free. Why You Smile going to start to bring this down, and yeah, Tombstone now down. Planet on top of, but the roll hit from really far away, trying to find Shiro. Are they going to connect onto anybody? I mean, a lot committed for this. They will find the Tusk. LGD lose 1, and they do manage to keep that tower alive. Kisses now there. Kisses from downtown, pulls him back in. Yatoro in trouble. He's dead. LGD streaming forward now with a great ulti from Old 11, and Shiro will be brought down by Mira. Mira gets a lot of gold from that one, a lot of levels, dodges the kick cookie, but will get hit afterwards and killed off most likely by a triple kill. Nothing to say.
Nice move, PSG LGD. I mean, Spirit feels like they kind of forced the fight a little bit there, dropping the tomb and trying to defend this tower. Laura with a very long distance rolling thunder kind of connects almost onto nothing, and LGD, they just full committed forward for it. So nice play from Nothing to Say, and we do see, even though 11 having a bit of a tough time in the gold department, Kisses are still very effective.
Yeah. And getting like a really good usage of them before any of those mobility items come online from Team Spirit that would start to make them less effective. And Mira, in spite of dying, does have that level 6 and good amount of gold for himself. Although he is the lowest of the net worth at the moment, getting into the arcanes. So we'll see what the next couple minutes bring here. Only 12 minutes in, 6-4. Less than 1,000 gold separating these two teams. They're going to jump now onto Mira. Nothing to say. Keeps making moves.
Mira is incredibly far forward there. No tower to even go for or anything. Just like trying to get some farm, I guess, but gets punished for it. Spirit playing a bit over-aggressive here and getting punished versus the Storm Spirit right now. They don't really have the best answer until the Gust and everything's online. Now Yotaro, he does have a point in it, but some damage been done. And LGD, they're rolling with this. They're trying to make it another aggressive move. Kiss is up in 20. They've got Mech finished. Not the best mana on the Storm, but enough if they're able to get close enough to the Drow.
Yotaro being hunted here. Now, they do have a camp they might try and take, but you can see the ulti coming out from NP, keeping vision. It's already been used. They're going to run on to that Undying, find the cookie, snowball, kill, and immediately into that tier 1 tower.
Great kill. Baiting him with the creep a little bit there. The Enchantress has the Pine Cone.
Right.
Does get that little bit of extra damage onto him and lets them catch up. And now they're controlling the top side of the map. Ursa is taking the top tower, very close to Battle Fury. Completely occupying the jungle too to push Drow toward the Ancients. Great moves. Mira will retake the Ancient, but it gets taken back.
Okay.
The Enchant retakes back that Wild Wing. Bit of a tip there comes out. And another tower going the way of PSG LGD.
So a couple of them across the map, all tier 1s gone. Team Spirit were obviously able to take that mid-tier 1 tower too. Collapse making some good split-pushing plays happen and does have that Aghanim Scepter coming out right now. I'm curious what their timing is going to be, because as far as like snowballing, completely running this game, I don't feel like either team has really claimed that spot. It's kind of been a bit of a sparring match so far.
I think the next big fight that kicks off is probably going to be that big Dictator, because that's going to get the Roshan, right? Whoever wins the fight will just get roast right afterwards. And Collapse with this Ags, they've got pretty good timings coming together. So Ags on the Nature's Prophet, Diffusal I believe is done for Pango as well too. So something's coming together for them that can enable them to fight and give them that extra catch that they need for Nothing to Say. But Nothing to Say has Arcane Rune. And are they actually going to perhaps go for it right now? Feels like a little early still. They need to get a fight first.
Yeah, that's a little bit crazy. And Shiro still has a lot of room to grow because he's been building into this Battle Fury, has it done now, trying to keep the farm game going. Storm Spirit only sitting pretty right now with a Witchblade, but this route, I mean, it's going to come out in a moment. Wrath of Nature.
Do they have vision?
He's looking for it. Laurel trying to TP into him. Nothing to Say. Immediately backs away, realizing the danger was coming and is able to separate himself.
Someone makes the call. They're like, the root's bouncing.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of there. And he won't be able to distance himself. Has to go all the way back to base, though. So Spirit, they do at least alleviate the pressure that was going on in their jungle for a moment with that. 40 seconds, super low cooldown. So they're going to be able to look to make it happen again as soon as it is up. And they will always have the conjunction is Rolling Thunder kind of has like the same exact cooldown. So they can always play around it. Rolling Thunder and Wrath of Nature in this early game on Spirit.
Well, Mech was also completed for Old 11. And I think it's a 4-staff coming out on Why You Smile now too. But they're going to go for a smoke play with 3 heroes. A quick blow-up would be best, and Maposhka is going to be who they run into first. We'll find them, the jump, the damage, dead zombie man.
That could just be the Rosh. That's a really big pickup, and they have an Arcane Rune on the Storm, so he barely had to use any mana to go for it. Not really a humongous fight, but a pretty big pickoff to be able to get this Roshan enabled.
And right into the pit they are going to go. So yeah, no response right now from Team Spirit. They do obviously have that Nature's Prophet who could try and go for some type of TP to get angle on it. They're throwing out, actually, the creep, so they're going to see all of this.
Laurel might go for a steal.
And they have to be careful of the root. Got to be careful. They try and go in for it. They get the Aegis on to Nothing to Say.
Ooh, and he not only gets an Aegis, but also finds a regen rune. So Nothing to Say is getting pretty blessed this game. 7-0-0. He's making it all happen for his team, and he's getting every single one of those great power runes.
Yeah, Nothing to Say. You said he had to be perfect in this one. You said he had to be great. He's doing it right now and carrying his team through this rough start to it. But one of those heroes that if you can find a pickoff or two can start to look bad. Mira's there to try and protect. They get the lift onto one, the stun as they turn it. Can they bring him down in time though? Laurel dropping low. He gets the Rolling Thunder off. Mira gonna TP out. They get away.
How'd he get out?
Just barely able to escape. And it looks like Laurel too will get out of there.
What a play by Mira. Saves his buddy. I thought he's dead for sure. I was like, oh, he's sacrificing himself. A great play. But he gets the lift, steals the Vortex, and protects his buddy. But Nothing to Say back to business. We'll find the Undying.
Yeah, making good use of that regen rune there.
He is really popping off. I mean,
take a look
at
this.
Mira. Like, what a play. The lift, the drop stun, gets the Vortex, and saves his friend, and saves himself somehow.
Stealing the vortex, turning that back on the nothing you say, and you can see it was animation of the death of him.
That was a sick play. A needed play too. Spirit falling behind in this early game quite significantly.
Mira, he's going to get jumped on again. They have the lift, they have the vortex. Pulls planted to the low ground, but nothing to follow that. So LGD, they're in the driver's seat right now with this Aegis still in hand on the Storm.
And with them in driver's seat, it means that Storm's just going to get every single power rune, too. He's just going to constantly be able to control the river. And he's had some very good RNG with these runes so far.
Oh?
Let's see what he finds.
They see Laurel.
Laurel?
They drop down a ward. He doesn't know about it. Laurel just going to get punched right at the start. Caught. Ooh, stunned. Trying to keep Vision a couple more hits, and the Pango will die. So getting Vision down, covering their bases, and finding that pick off onto Pango.
This time LGD playing much cleaner than the last one, 12-4. Have to keep it up though. Toro still farming very well, same with Collapse, but they're starting to blow the game open with some of these pickoffs.
Now, 18 minutes in, with a 2K gold lead, how much damage can they get done on the map? It might just be economic damage because it doesn't look like they want to fully commit to take this top tier 2 tower, and there aren't really that many other objectives on the map.
No, I mean, they're farming so well, and they do have this incredible dual core right now. Sure, 11 struggled a good amount in those first 5-6 minutes or so, but he's recovered. He almost has the same net worth as this Pango, so very good stuff coming out from PSG LGD. Even opted to go for these for the shard early on. I like that. Gives you, it's an interesting shard. I think versus Drow, it's a really cool one because Drow wants to play super far back, but this Cookie now actually pushes you very close to getting on top of him always. Sometimes it feels like he can kind of grief you, but in this game, I do like it. As Spirit, are they going to look to make a move of their own?
Stolen Cookie, rooted, lifted. Cookie of his own gets the tower,
nice
the
play.
break, the TP, and Mira making everything happen for his team here. They will mech, but there is no help coming. Collapse comes in and cleans that one off with Laurel.
They brought 5 heroes. Yotaro wanting to play safe near his buddies, because if you see on the front, on the other side, LGD, they were looking to make a move as well, looking for this shot. And another immediate smoke. They're trying to get a lot out of this.
And still, I mean, no Wrath of Nature for another 30 seconds, but they might have it if this fight turns into an extended one. Get down some vision, and they see him, nothing to say. Right at the start, they get the gust to open. Trying to bring him down, the Pango bounce back and forth. They got him caught for a moment, that's already dead. Can they find more? The snowball's gonna be there for Mira. Shiro trying to make it happen, but the snowball is there. The overgrowth, the damage is way too much! It's a ton from Laurel, but nothing to say. Barely able to escape from him. Still, all of these heroes from LGD starting to fall, and the Ursa is gonna be brought down.
What a comeback. Double smokes. Back-to-back smokes coming out from Spirit. They don't get the Storm Spirit, but they get a big opening in the game. They get the Ursa. Great positioning. Itemization, too. They just got the Drow Shard. Makes the difference. That much extra damage.
Man, yeah, they completely blew them up there. So much damage out with that Diffusal Blade Pango.
Yeah, he got a 3-person lineup with that and the shield crash. He got 2 of them off in the fight, too.
And that, I mean,
That
you know, taking away the Aegis with Storm basically having a completely unused mana pool. Now the next couple of fights start to look really scary for him again because he hasn't been able to finish off that BKB yet. So, you know, one round of a Wrath of Nature, a Gust right there we saw, any of these things can really start to mess him up.
Just such good awareness really from Spirit. Just like that smoke top and then smoke and they're waiting around Power Rune. We talked about how he's playing fully off Power Runes on the Storm Spirit. They punish it. Yeah. And they punish it pretty much perfectly with the connection from the Pango. And now Laurel, RNG has come onto his side, has Brigand's Blade, has a Blink Dagger also, so has easier ways to commit and get onto the Storm until the BKB is online. So nothing to say. I think he just finished his BKB and then they look to make those fights happen again. And they will have a good timing with those double BKBs. So Storm and Ursa still do have that. So big timing here for PSG LGD if they want to try to fight back.
The other nice thing, of course, that they've had for a little bit now is this Planet Blink Dagger. So Snowball saves also very much going to be there and at the ready as long as he isn't caught at the beginning. And that's really the danger, right? You get these roots out, this Nature's Prophet, you might just happen to catch Planet and then he can't come in to save somebody.
They have to play it clean, though, on LGD. As we see, there is a unbelievable amount of damage that Spirit has, and it comes out almost in an instant. This Drow, if he's in good position, if Laurel's able to connect those spells, it will eviscerate these heroes on the side of PSG LGD, so they have to get clean initiations. clean goes either onto the Drow or the Pango.
And you can see LGD right now caught sight of just a moment there, that Pango. If they can find him, like you're saying, that is a great way for this fight to start. But they will back away on the side of Team Spirit. Everybody heading down bottom. And, of course, going to likely wait around for that next Roche fight to be heading their direction. Still a minute and a half till it's capable of respawning. Nothing to say playing down here bottom. Knows that Collapse is in the area, and Collapse is just playing very far back.
Yeah, playing super careful. His team, Spirit is literally just hugging the Drow Ranger. They're playing 3 units just completely collapsed on top of your Toro until he finishes BKB. They really want to ensure that this Drow is able to get this to protect him versus the jumps. Because if he gets BKB on Drow also, then it's going to be difficult for LGD to actually just commit onto this Drow Ranger. The fights will get very awkward. And he is getting quite close, about 1,000 gold away. LGD, they want to try to find something with this timing here.
They're running up. Laurel gets revealed in just a moment. He's just out of range right now. That Invis rune. And do they realize they're going to go in towards mid, trying to find one? That's the NP Collapse. Going to die. Laurel trying to turn this. They do have BKB on the Ursa if they need it. Mira trying to get away. Maposhka buying a little bit of space. It's a long snowball onto this Rubik, who will get caught for just a moment, but pushed back by Yadro. Shows for a moment. Force that needs to get away. Can they kill him off in time? They will be able to. Ursa BKB very strong, and Maposhka also going to be brought down.
Great hit. Patience from both of them. Nothing to say, doesn't even pop BKB. They see the Drow, they just fully commit and jump onto her. Now may have opened the game up again to get this push going. Great timings, just playing around their timings really nicely and committing onto this Drow. Collapse showed for a quick second in mid lane and they just completely beeline onto him with that Ursa and with the Storm.
And it's like you're talking about. They were sitting around him trying to protect him so that way the Drow could get that BKB. Because if Ursa doesn't get on him and it's only the Storm, I don't know if he has enough damage to kill him solo.
Yeah.
But as soon as that pull came out, it was way too much. Still has not been able to finish off the BKB on Yadro. Needs just 1,000 or so more gold, and LGD hit at the perfect time.
Yeah, they got baited, honestly, on Spirit, right? It feels like a couple of these fights now, the one bottom that we talked about earlier where your Toro showed up, and this one, these 2 fights really hurt any of their progression. They get baited by these moves from LGD, and they're like, oh, we can kill this Tusk because you snowballed too far. And then it's like, oh god, I actually just showed my positioning and they can just jump me. So Spirit have to clean up their acts in these next few moments. This Ursa started to get to ridiculous levels of farm. A full Bastion now finished up. He had just got the Blink Dagger before that last fight.
That is really terrifying. I mean, yeah, Shiro, this has been the guy for them.
Yeah.
Time and again, when we were watching in the DPC, he had been able to make the moves. At that time, it was on Lina. Apparently, he can also do it on the Bear. Doesn't just play broken heroes. But full Sanj and Kaya done now for nothing to say.
He's huge. I mean, 10-0-3. He's literally having a perfect game. Always jumping the right targets, not overutilizing his mana pool.
And look at what has respawned.
Oh, the dream.
The second Roche now going to be claimed, and it comes down way too quickly for Team Spirit to come in and try and contest this.
They can't contest either. Drow, even when BKB now comes online for your Toro, it's been delayed quite a significant margin to the point where that BKB might not even protect her because there's this Basher on the Ursa. So Ursa, if he gets on top of Drow, he's just going to eat her. Concerns for Spirit in these next few moments. LGD, another power rune for nothing to say, and another one, a DD and a haste.
Yikes.
Likely to start making some more reactive moves to try to make the more initial moves to try to keep shutting down the map for Team Spirit.
They do have a couple other things that they're trying to use to keep their buddies alive. Rubik has finished off a 4-staff, and oh my god, just blows up Maposhka
in seconds.
All that it took there. Trying to also likely get towards his shard soon, as they just need more ways to create separation. And right now they don't have it. 5,000 gold lead for PSG LGD.
Level 18 Storm as well. So level 3 Zip is online. That speed that he's able to just close the gap onto the Drow is even easier for him now. Spirit, all lingering in the bottom lane, maybe hoping for someone to show up here so they get a quick little pick off if they're able to chain stun, but they reveal themselves. Both heroes show it, nothing to say in.
Yeah, he's got a haste rune. He's ready to roll, ready to rock, ready to kill everybody. They all TP out. They do not want any of that mess. And Laurel gonna kill the creep wave and then try and go for the TP out. Looks like he should be able to escape.
Should be fine. Nothing to say. He's doing everything, making all the moves around, giving all the space. Ursa, by the way, Shiro had just finished up Basher. He's halfway to Aghanims also now too. And they find a Mindbreaker. The dream, really, for Shiro, if you'd like to have that.
Yeah, that one can make all the difference, too. Poke of Flames.
Super farmed. And now completely kind of constricting the map where Spirit can't really step outside. Yeah, you got BKB on Drow, Nature's Prophet as well, too, but they have the answers. The Bastion on the Ursa is there for quite some time now.
Well, he is actually looking like he's going to go instead for the Abyssal Blade. So that is even more scary. Why not?
I like that actually better. The Aghanims is usually a bit better when you're playing versus something like Chronosphere and stuff like that, but when you're playing into silences, you can't actually dispel it, of course.
Just kill him. You don't need to defend yourself.
I like Abyssal. It full counters the BKBs even more. And Collapse. Oh, he's under vision.
Yeah, this guy's in a ton of trouble. They try and get away. We'll pop the BKB to escape, and we'll cancel TPs afterwards. Does mean that the Storm can't be here that easily, and Team Spirit looking to try and take advantage of this. Planet's right in the tree line there. Throws it out, a couple hits, they miss onto one, the roll back and forth, and now the turnaround. They managed to find a kill.
Nice little pickoff when they see that Storm showing the top lane.
But does not change the complexion of this one with an LGD holding on for the lead. Now, last game, they also were in a very dominant position. A couple of mistakes pulled them into a bad place. Do you see a possibility that Spirit could pull this one back here? What's sort of their avenue to success?
More about just like high ground defense and waiting to stall out this Aegis. I think fighting in the open field is a lot harder with this draft in comparison to last time. They don't have Collapse on a Magnus to just fully control these BKB heroes. Definitely going to be problematic for them to still protect your Toro. But high ground defense for them, still quite strong. And they do have great split push that's going to be coming out from Nature's Prophet. But LGD does have answers, right? That Storm Spirit, who's having such a good game, will always answer that split push. So tough stuff for Spirit until that Aegis does get reclaimed.
They're waiting. Shiro just keeps killing this wave here mid, and they're pushing out the other lanes on the side of Team Spirit. So, you know, not the most sort of aggressive play. LGD maybe a little bit shell-shocked from what happened last game. They don't want to push the limits that hard. They're going to go on in, de-ward that area, and now start trying to clear out the rest of the map from where Spirit are farming.
Yeah, breaking high ground for them is difficult. Their heroes don't really push that naturally unless they get a good fight win. That's a nice item.
That's
Shiro,
real good.
he'll take that.
Super happy about that one.
Titan Sliver. Yotoro, he will show himself down bottom, and he has, I mean, if they clicked him quick enough, they've also seen that he's gone to Eagle Song. So, could probably just see that Ursa queue up an MKB instantly after they notice it. But if they're able to get one successful fight with the Butterfly with all that invasion and get some type of snowball, could see success. I'm not a fan of Butterfly as an item, but if he's able to make that one fight happen and open up the whole map before Ursa's able to get that next item, could maybe make that difference. But it's a tall ask. Has nothing to say, just keeps literally fully controlling the game.
Yeah, and he's going for Hex next too. We've already seen the power of like a lot of these cores going for Blink Hex, that type of thing. Storm Spirit was the original, and nothing to say. He is perfectly set up to have just an electric game number 2 here. Speaking of which, gets his level 20 talent, so Electric Vortex, extra duration on it for that Storm. Could even think about the Aghanims afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just having literally a perfect game. 13-0-3, skanked every lane. He fixed all the lane problems that were kind of occurring, and he's just controlled every single rune. And now continued to look aggressive. Spirit forced back to the base.
More Force Staffs and a larger and larger gold lead because NP doesn't feel as safe going and trying to farm those Ancients. He got jumped on last time. You can see LGD, they're farming up both sides of their map. They're taking away so much gold from what Spirit are allowed to do.
Feels like they're farming like 80% and Spirit's only farming 20% with their movements. They constantly are just swinging. The two supports for quite some time have just been playing together. Constantly on the prowl, getting vision up, looking for this Nature's Prophet. They know Collapse is doing this type of tricky play, so they're hunting him.
Yeah. And that, of course, does also lend itself to maybe being a little bit spread thin. And there's a chance that at that point, Team Spirit could try and make some type of a gank move if they see a lot of heroes on one side and then others separated. But so far, they haven't given them that opening yet.
No. And we do see could be problems for Yotoro. Yep, he's going to be able to go for Butterfly and all that, but they spotted it, and Ursa already has a component of that MKB finished up. So might not have any use to this Butterfly at all on the Drow.
Okay. Do we see a big engagement here? Shiro, why you smile, running forward, and Team Spirit, Mira's going to be the one that's there. They jump for it immediately, but the roll to try and turn this. Okay, creating some separation there. They jump, find Mira. Mira is going to be going down. But they were able to keep their other heroes alive. Still, roll used in a defensive manner there.
Yeah. And Ursa, yeah, gonna pretty much probably just have the MKB as the butterfly finishes up from Yotaro. So they'll have the exact answer versus this. As they just continue swinging the map. They're just sweeping time and time again. Whenever they see these treants show, they're hunting for collapse, looking for any type of battle. They're ready for any fight at any moment. They have no real cooldowns they have to wait for.
And they just keep getting more and more gold. I mean, granted, Snapfire, not really a real core in her own right. Very much playing around this utility stuff. Greaves, BKB, just wanting to live. But still, I mean, nothing to say, and Shira are more than enough for both of them.
And also, if you click on the Enchantress, while you smile, he's done this in the past. He's carried as the Ench. He's got an AC queued up.
That's
amazing
crazy.
Item versus Drow Ranger, all that plus armor and everything. If he's able to get on a 5 Enchantress, that kind of says everything. He's soon to surpass the Pango's net worth. Laurel, last game was able to recover as Ember Spirit. This time around, it's just not the case. Nothing to say. Now also has a full Hex. Even more answers for this Pango.
Yeah, they've got everything that they've wanted early on here. And Spirit, the game has completely fallen off the rails for them.
Yeah.
This was meant to be a snowball draft from both teams. Looks like it's picked up for the team with Tusk. I don't think it's a coincidence as we're getting ready for this next round of Roche. And yeah, MKB's done.
So, yep, Team Spirit not even able to get the benefit of one team fight where there's not that BK or that MKB to pierce that evasion.
Why you smile? He breaks the smoke. Poposhko will as well. They realize what's happening. Get some vision there. Planet going for the big old wraparound. Do they decide to head up this cliff?
Oh, Spirit. This is not an easy one.
Yadaro tries to step away. They're a little ways out of there, but they get vision. Immediate Hex now onto the Drow. Got the control. The Glimmer Cape. Is it going to be enough to keep her alive? Well, Force Staff hide off to the side. Shiro immediately on top of her. Drow is dead, as are many of the hopes right now for Team Spirit, but a good decay. It won't matter. Nothing of this is mattering. LGD, they are in complete control.
That feels like it's probably just the game. Even if they don't push to end it at this point now, the Drow just can do nothing in the fights. There's so many ways to gap close on top of her. They will get the push going, not going to wait for a Roshan, and they're even just going to jump forward for Mira.
Finds him again. LGD keeping the momentum going, wanting to keep their tournament hopes alive. If they can manage to win 2 in a row, they're still in it. Spirit only need to win 1. But it has looked incredibly solid throughout this entire game. LGD coming up with all the answers.
Nothing to say. An absolute boss this game. Literally doing it more than could have even been asked for. Finding every single pickoff. Shiro is top net worth, but this Storm Spirit has blown this game completely open with all of his rotations in full control. Love his itemization the whole game. Yeah, this is clean now from LGD. Roche, it's back up. It's scouted immediately from that Centaur Conqueror to refresh your shard. They would have probably preferred an Aghanims, but who cares? They're at such a massive lead at this point that there's just no hope really for Spirit to take any real 5v5 fight.
I mean, yeah, if you're Storm, you probably could take all 3 of those, to be honest. You can get double everything, why not? Now, Shiro's pretty good, too. That's fair enough.
Yeah, double BKB, double Abyssal will be very valuable. And while you smile, he did finish up the AC. So the damage from the side of Spirit, it feels almost non-existent. And nothing to say, just a highlight reel the whole game.
He has looked so unbelievably good. He right now is 21 of their 26 kills, none of their deaths. Just a immaculate performance coming out from that man.
Cool as a cucumber. I wonder how many power runes he got too. I think he's gotten it. Honestly, I think maybe he didn't get one. Now, just one out of almost every single one of them. The way that he's played, just moved perfectly around the map. Love the way he played this game. I like the way that they paired their 2 supports also in the early game just to make the moves and swinging around. As, yeah, Spirit feels like it's just cat and mouse at this point. They're just avoiding them the entire time and don't see any hopes of them taking a successful team fight.
Well, at least for now, LGD in complete control of this game, looking good in the series too, because I'm even thinking back to game number 1 and how much they were in control until they just weren't. And, I mean, Team Spirit wanting to find some type of a momentum in this one. But it is all going to need to come in the next game, most likely, unless LGD here managed to bungle this. And we've seen big throws before. We've seen games swing away. If they can go high ground here, maybe go in a bit too deep. We'll see if LGD put themselves in that dangerous position. But they're just doing everything to cut. Look at this. Planet's coming back, dropping down wards to try and find Collapse.
If LGD loses this game, I shave my head. That's all I have to say. There's like almost no way. Their drive, they have all the counters. Like they have an AC on their 5 position to counter the Drow Ranger. That says like that on top of all the rest of the stuff that they already have on their cores, it says everything to me.
Dude, you just gave me some new hope right now.
Honestly,
I just became the biggest LGD fan. You have no, or you mean Spirit fan? You never know.
I would love to see. I really would love to see something come back. It just there's too many answers at this point, and it's been constant control. LGD, it's 26-9, huge gold lead. Levels are ridiculous. The Storm Spirit's insanely big, and there's just no answers. No answers for the Storm and no answers for the Ursa at this point, and it's been like that the whole game. 15-0, like you said.
That's fair. Collapse. He managed to finish off a sheep stick now, and LGD still not willing to go high ground, but I think this is probably going to be the moment when they will. Drow Ranger is missing. Give one sight, and I feel like Nothing to Say is going to be ready to go. And yes, indeed, that is the jump forward, but the lift away. Rubik trying to keep him alive. 4-step, everything to keep Drow alive, and it ain't going to happen. Dead for 80 seconds. Planet will get that Aeon Disc proc, but it's now sight set onto this Tier 3 tower. LGD wanting to get that second lane of racks. Absolutely crisp performances, and Hex comes back off cooldown. They find him there for a moment. Cookies every which way. Laurel trying to get what control they can. There are a couple of walrus punches coming from Mira, but just gets gobbled up in his ball. They find more. A buyback comes out now as Mira tries to get away, but LGD, nothing will stop this bloodlust coming from them as they set their sights onto the Tier 4 towers. One last glyph, but this game is looking in the bag. The crowd even getting into it a little bit here as LGD keep control of this game. A bash from range, but the Tier 4 towers hit. And complete and total dominance. 20 seconds until Drow is back up, but the Ancient exposed. Poposhka wanting to make him work for every second of it. Cookie comes out. They do have Collapse catching for a second on Shiro, but the snowball, it was always going to be there for the save. Poposhka's going to go down. Godlike there. GG is called. We're going to a game number 3.
I think that's what the entire crowd is cheering for, that we do get blessed with that game 3. Impeccable performance. Nothing to say. Completely puts the team on his back. Beautiful ganks all around. Spirit, a couple fights, it felt like they did force, like that, like I mentioned, the bottom one, and then showing the Drow when they're getting like snowball done. Feels like they did give a couple of these fights to LGD, but either way, LGD played super clean. Spirit, the game quickly fell out of favor. Any type of hope for them when this Drow did get stalled out, when the BKB got stalled out multiple times is, yeah, I know, great performance. Amazing last pick Storm. Couldn't ask for more from Nothing to Say.
Yeah, Nothing to Say. I mean, 16-0 and 11. I want to take a look real quickly at the damage they ended up doing. That 30,000, yeah. More than any other 2 heroes on the side of Team Spirit combined. And Yadaro ends up, only doing about 8,000 throughout the course of that game as well. He just never felt like he was able to even come online or begin to come online.
Even though he had a free farm lane, Storm shows up like 2 or 3 times in a row, finds him perfectly, and shuts him down. Yeah. Phenomenal game from PSG LGD. Spirit, their draft, it did look kind of decent. I liked LGD's because of this last pick Storm overall, and they did execute it really well. Even though that top lane was a little disastrous and bottom was getting slowed down a little bit on the Ursa, they found the movements. Nothing to say, nothing to say, nothing to say. I mean, unbelievable game.
Yeah.
You don't really get to see some Storms really pop off like this so often anymore,
right.
But this was the absolute perfect game for it.
There's another hero, as you can see the crowd giving some appreciation out there. Another hero that didn't have any deaths in that. 1-0 and 14 for the YU Smile Enchantress, who was also running around, making these towers go down early on. All the tier 1s done at a really solid time. Really impressive stuff. But for now, that's going to push us to a game number 3. An incredibly solid performance. Let's see what happens as we close this one out.
Woo!
It is fitting that we are going to a game number 3 because we didn't resolve what happens here in the group stage. It was a 1-1 split between these 2 teams. Now we got another 1-1 split on our hands as LGD are able to turn it back around and yet again doing something that is a little bit different than what they had been doing in the group stage. Nothing to Say gets his hands on the Storm Spirit, but Old 11 hasn't been playing Snapfire, and he's able to get a win on that, though I don't know how much of the win was him. Is it really just all that Storm Spirit?
It felt like, I mean, a lot of it was Storm's here for sure. They were able to do melee core versus these ranged heroes, where normally when we've seen Drow plus Prophet before, they get to those like mid-late game areas and they slay DPS. It's like if you ever have a bad fight, they just beat you down really fast. So Storm created the space by getting pickoffs, keeping their net worth down a little bit, and making them scared on the map. So they can't just be super greedy, getting lots of net worth, getting into that late game period. And then Ursa also, in some of those crucial moments, can just beat them in a 1v1 with lockdown and high burst damage. So it was a really good draft by LGD, and that's why the game looked pretty one-sided.
And pretty much everyone was telling me that first Roche is going to determine everything. That will be the make or break for the game. And seeing as how I ultimately, all it took was an Undying pickoff once Ursa was able to comfortably Roche, that they went in, they got it, and it was the snowball draft that LGD were prepared for. So then why weren't Spirit able to get their snowball online, Winter? I feel these are excellent heroes, and yet just a few mistakes here and there, and it all falls to pieces.
You're asking me who am I gonna blame?
Yeah, who are you gonna blame? You're good at reading between the lines, Winter. If you don't have a good answer, that's also reasonable.
Pango.
Oh, it is Pango. Okay.
Yeah. I think number one, I feel like the lane. Yeah, sure, Pango against Storm. It's not a favorable matchup for the Pango, but I feel like the Storm shouldn't be that far ahead. If I'm not mistaken, around 7 minutes, 8 minutes, like Storm is like almost 1k ahead of the Pango in terms of net worth, just from the laning phase, you know. So that's like definitely a problem, and there were a couple of rotations where I felt like the Pango started his role a little too early, and he kind of fucked his team quite badly, especially the bottom fight when they were defending the tier 1.
Yeah.
That was a pretty big mistake, I feel. Like he could have just waited a little bit more before he started his role, and that cost them a huge fight. Yeah, I mean, he's the person that I would definitely blame.
Okay. Anything that caught your eye in this game, Sheepsticks? It was... I think it seemed very straightforward after LGD got that first Roche, but maybe I'm misreading it.
I had a lot of little mini plays that I really liked this game.
Okay.
For example, in the laning stage, LGD didn't want to lane straightforwardly in their offlane. They sent Tusk to go drag the wave. What did Miposhka do when it's Undying? He just body blocked the creeps. It was really nice because it made Tusk unable to hit the timing where you connect the two waves between the tier 1 and tier 2 tower, and it meant that Planet had to tank like an extra 30 seconds of dragging the wave and getting hit by Undying in lane. So obviously not deciding the game in any which way, but it's a nice cute little
Do you
play.
think he should have just dragged towards the tower when the Undying did that? Like, because he tried to run around, make circles, and go back to get the second wave. Do you think that he should have just connected to the tower?
I thought he was going to. And
then he didn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, it got kind of weird because the wave got past him and then went into the tower, and Drow couldn't farm it very well.
And then the snap was like farming in between the lanes.
Yeah. So I guess it kind of worked for LGD to not connect it, or Dragon Tower.
That was one mini play. You said there were a couple.
Oh yeah, I had more.
Okay, give me another one.
Alright, this one involved wards. I really liked Spirit. They placed a ward behind the tier 1 tower bot when they wanted to push it.
The Snapfire.
The snap in this way?
No, the ward saw the Snapfire.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they all TP'd in to defend it, and the ward saw it. But here's the catch.
Tell me.
LGD also had a ward.
What?
Yeah, they also had a ward. They had a ward to the left of the tier 1 tower bot of their own. So Spirit, they backed off. They made it seem like they weren't actually there. So LGD go in and push the tower, but they see them. They know that they're gonna re-engage, and then they re-engage themselves. It was a whole kerfuffle.
Was that
of
the
vision.
fight where the Pango actually rolled too early? Was that the fight?
It could have been.
Oh yeah, we're gonna shield
when he
crash
brought,
in.
yeah,
It's
he just
like,
came out of
he
nowhere.
just instantly turns around like, well, let's get out.
I'm gonna head out now.
But that was a really nice ward that they had down on LGD, and like both of them were sort of outplaying each other there, or thinking they were. Oh, mind games.
Okay, and then how about for my my boy Collapse? They did not ban out the Magnus this game. Took a different approach to the offlane this time, Kevin.
Well, I mean, you kind of need a melee core if you're gonna have a Magnus, right? So if
Do
you're
you?
playing a,
Well, if you got a Collapse Magnus, I feel like Homie will single-handedly carry it. He doesn't need to empower
well,
anybody.
the problem is that if you pick a Nature's Prophet, you're kind of already like hurting the Magnus strat, unless you put a mid. Because if you take a Magnus with a Prophet,
That's true.
You're giving him Empower, which is okay, but not that incredible. Then if you want a melee core with that, you got to put the Prophet in the mid lane.
I feel like they are like a bit similar to Esther. They don't really like to put the MP as position 1. Like during the groups, they only did it like 2 of the games, and the rest of the games Collapse played the MP. So it might be one of those things as well. They don't really like to put the carry on the MP.
Yeah, it's not as much of a flex as it seems to be for other teams. And no one seems to be flexing at mid other than LGD and eHome. So for what I would consider to be a very, very versatile hero for these two teams. Actually, where else has LGD played the Nature's Prophet? Have they played it on Old 11 yet? Because I know Old 11 we are being very critical for not having the most experience.
What's the heroes? What's the heroes that they only won with?
He's only won with Death Prophet, Broodmother, and there was one other one.
I hope it's Beastmaster.
It was Beastmaster, correct, yes. Yeah, so those are the three, and he's played 10 different heroes, and, well, I guess now we can add a fourth one to his success list, because he got the win on Snapfire.
Yeah.
Yeah, his cookie usage was a bit suspect. He did not seem particularly practiced on the hero.
It's not just the cookies, the way he was playing the hero in the lane and in the game, I feel like he's not really... Maybe the problem that he had in the game, like when he got caught a couple of times, that also happened when he was playing the other heroes. Yeah, but he definitely didn't feel like he knows how to play the hero very well.
And in terms of consistent statistics, Undying, which has pretty much been always Spirit's secret to success for the past 5 days, got exposed finally.
I mean, it got exposed, but
Was it his fault? No.
Yeah, I mean, he's not really good hero against Storm, so I guess you're sure it got exposed in that way that he couldn't. But that was more like a problem where like the cores were vulnerable to Storm, and Undyne also couldn't stop that. If he has like a stun or something, and he can help offset those dives, then sure, he's more effective in not letting his team become exposed. But I think it was just one of those issues. Like he did his job, but the core matchups against the Storm was no good.
Yeah, and they had the NP offlane as well. All the cores have a very bad matchup against the NP offlane and the Drow. Everybody is very weak against Storm.
Yeah, but Undying's a lane dominator. They were supposed to
Did he
snowball.
go mid? Did he go mid?
Yeah, that's why I said that. That's why I said the Pango losing the lane that badly had a very bad effect on the game. Because the Storm is so good against the other heroes.
It's also why he was dragging waves on Planet, because they didn't want to lane into the Undying.
That's true.
And I do think it was like really nice as well. The way that LGD always brought more heroes around the map. It kind of went both ways. They brought more heroes, so they always won their engagements and went in with their Storm and could enable that play style. It also meant Team Spirit for a very long time were able to even net worth because they were just splitting the map and getting more out of it. And I think LGD did end up dealing with that really well when they started getting their Aegises and stuff. They were putting wards like defensively on their side of the map so that Nature's couldn't go there, because that's why he wanted to. He kept TPing, trying to be sneaky and cheeky, but they put like a Tinker ward down and everything. So in the end, they were just like really limiting the map because they had vision on their side, were standing in the enemy side, and there was just nothing that Spirit could get.
Any prevailing strategies that you're finding will be successful? Is it time to let Broodmother through for one of these teams?
Oh.
No, still, no matter what.
No,
How would you suggest that?
I mean, playing all the range shows against Ursa is a little bit spooky, but I just feel like Storm was really what opened him up. Ban him in the second phase over something else. Well, let's see what they ban: Beastmaster, Enigma, or Lycan.
Those all seem like pretty good bans to me.
It's a draft setup.
Oh, Storm was last pick, so was it better than Centaur or Ember?
Those bans make sense too. They have a Drow. Drow is very bad against Centaur. I mean, Ember also made a lot of sense. I feel like the core problem is the whole setup. Like the whole setup just has... I mean, sure, you can say that, oh, your draft is set up in a way where you should know that it's weak against Storm, then you should ban the Storm, you know? I mean, you could say it.
This is very heavy targeting against Old 11, though. Why are they bothering about Old 11? Who cares about him?
I mean, I care about him.
Yeah? Do you care about him that much that you're going to ban that many heroes and let nothing to say get hit?
It's not necessarily. It's not. I don't think it's necessarily banning all of his heroes or banning the player. It's about banning strong, like the summon heroes, like the running you summon heroes. So it's maybe one of the weaknesses of the Drow plus Prophet. It's like, yeah, getting run at doesn't feel very good against a billion summons. So they banned a crap load of them. That's all. That's all.
I feel like they should just maybe not pick MP. If they can help it, just ban it and go for it.
It was their first freaking pick.
Yeah, but if they can't flex it, though.
Yeah, if they can't flex it, then what's the point, you know?
They can flex it, though. They just keep choosing not to do it repeatedly.
I mean, they did it 2 times in the group stage. Yatoro played carry MP, and I feel like maybe they're not so comfortable, then they didn't do it anymore. But then if you're not going to do it, why pick the hero? Just ban it.
Oh, I'm surprised this is coming out of you. You were consistently saying Nature's Prophet's strongest hero in the game.
Right? I was just about to say the same thing. This guy's a hypocrite.
What is this man saying?
Yeah, but he's strong because you can flex the hero. Yeah, sure,
Oh,
he's really good at the carry role, but
Okay, but what is the value in his flex potential here? It's that you can get a better lane matchup.
no, like actually the point is they are not using MP on his strongest role, the carry role. The offlane role is
True.
like sure, like certain matchups where you run into a situation, maybe the enemy gets like a bad rider, whatever, you know, some a good example is bad rider. Then you don't want the MP to lane there, then you put him on the off lane. But if you can't do that, even there's no bad rider, you don't want to put him on the carry role, then I feel like maybe the issue is there, you know.
Or maybe the issue is just with the hero. It has a 0% win rate in this series, just anecdotally speaking.
Wow.
I know.
That's the worst
That's
hero
the
I've
worst.
ever seen in my life.
Take it out of the game.
They need to stop picking this now.
Yeah, the games that the hero is losing now is one game in mid, one game in the off lane. Like he still
It was never carry.
Yeah, it was never
Okay,
carry.
you're kind of onto something there, I think.
I'm with Winter. I'm convinced.
Team Spirit make their way back to the booth, and LGD soon to follow. For the sake of the tournament, which one would you like to see go further, Kevin? PSG, LGD, or Team Spirit?
Ooh,
Quality
the
of the
sake
Dota.
the tournament.
Okay, so
Who
I-
exactly is the tournament?
Okay, so I'm saying that for the
Who are you
thrilling,
biased to, he's
the most,
asking.
no, the most thrilling lower bracket run. What would be more exciting to you based off the quality of the Dota, the gameplay? Which would give the most exciting games moving
I mean,
forward?
the most obvious question is just got to be Team Spirit because they won a TI, so they've got the fandom. PSG LGD has good fandom too, but they got some different players, so it just doesn't mean the same thing, you know?
Okay.
So I would say that Team Spirit winning this one and continuing to go, knocking people out left, right, and center.
Oh,
people would get that magic feeling. They'd be like, "Is it gonna happen?"
The
again?"
lower bracket dream.
So I think that would be cool. But honestly, I like both these teams a lot. I would love to see either of them go for it. I already won, Neil. I'm going home.
Easy. These new players getting more experience, though. Sheep, like you mentioned, this is an opportunity that, I mean, LGD is probably a lock to continue going to majors. Their DPC was not particularly challenging for them. They lost against Knights, and that was it.
I guess my biggest question mark for the DPC and future majors is just what they do with their offlaner. Like, you know, if you have, you go back to your old roster without old 11. I'm not saying old 11 is like playing out of his mind, right? I definitely think he's like shaky.
Yes.
But like, you know, do you go back? Are you happy with how things are? Like your drafts have been way more flexible here in terms of the offlane. Do you get a new player in? Does that cause problems? Do you stay with the old player? Does that cause problems? But I mean, if they continue on this trend, I do think they're fine. I think the other 4 players outside of the offlane are so solid.
I think both have problems. They have to decide which one is the bigger problem.
But they just get an entirely new problem, a secret third option.
Well, so Xiang Yu's problem was lack of versatility. Old 11's problem is...
He's old.
He's old. And he's 11.
I have a really important question. Where do you
Tell me.
think they print all of the paper that they bring into the booth? That's a color printer.
I've seen it.
Do you think they put it in their suitcase and they bring it with? Or
No.
do they buy one
Hospitality
locally?
desk. You can print.
At the hotel? That seems
Yeah.
unsafe.
I watched
Put some
them
malware
printing.
on that baby.
Oh, it's true. You might be onto something. Cybersecurity needs to step up.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I lost my luggage, I went into the hospitality room like 8 times. I watched so much paper getting printed. I saw so many strats. I can't share any of them. It's illegal.
The beauty of it is also is that all of the websites that we use are all dark mode, and so they waste so much ink on all of these sheets.
Okay, the sheets I saw were all white paper.
Oh,
We're
really?
good. Yep, they're very
So
considerate.
no Dota buff printouts, no
Nope.
spectral
No,
printouts.
that's well.
Hey, they have some like custom layouts. I feel like that's already saying too much.
You have
I'm gonna
revealed a
get hunted
great deal.
down by the coach mafia right now. I'm in danger.
Gotta find out where the next major is. What hotel? You gotta plant somebody in the hotel staff right now. Get some malware on those hotel printers.
Dude, what if you printed your own sheets and then like they were fake data and then you slipped them into the
Ooh.
stack? I mean,
the old university trick to mess up the curve
Exactly.
or whatever. You're like, oh, you want to check my notes? You give them all your notes, and then they just like do everything wrong.
Dude,
I didn't expect that coming from you, Neil, man.
I have a dark mind. I just prefer not to reveal it on broadcast too frequently, which is why it's probably as convenient a time as any to collect our final thoughts. Give me a prediction, Purge. Quick. Between these
God.
two teams.
How many words?
One. A team.
Team.
Okay, fine. I'll give you 2 spirits. Okay, Winter.
Spirit.
Oh wow. Sheep.
Ooh, I think I have to say
No,
LGD.
I want you to go with your heart.
I mean, my heart wants Spirit to win, but LGD impressed me. I mean, can I have one little sentence?
No, you may not.
Okay, bye.
Thank you much, everybody, because I know you want to see the draft for game number 3. It's PSG LGD versus Spirit for elimination.
Welcome one and all to game number 3, Team Spirit versus PSG LGD. It could not go other way. It had to go the distance. Now we have 1 game remaining. I'm Snare, your host for the draft panel. I'm joined yet again by Astini and Lacoste. Gentlemen, it's game number 3 time. Yet again, PSG LGD go for the first opening pick with this Tusk. And Lacoste, you were telling us about the stats in the last game about how things function for the title Team Spirit when they have first pick and Dire. Last game they had second pick and Dire. How do you think they're going to respond to what has happened from LGD, and what adjustments do you want to see in the draft from game number 2?
This time around, they have a second pick, and they are on Dire one more time. So we see, you either get the first pick or you get to choose priority, pretty much. That has been a thing for a while. But yeah, the previous game, complete domination from start to finish. This Storm Spirit was unaddressed. We did like the draft. Like we're gonna probably see a lot of the same heroes from the previous game. Like the teams are, I'd say, like feeling themselves in terms of which heroes are strong right now. And this is the 3rd game, so you know that you want to go. This is the elimination game, so you're gonna go all in.
One thing that we spoke about off panel here, Astini, is that generally speaking, when you come into these best of 3 situations on the main event, you come with a raft of preparation. You are ready pretty much for every situation. Team Spirit certainly did not expect how the side of LGD used Old 11. As we spoke about beforehand, he'd only won on 3 different heroes. He added a 4th one to the mix, played his first Dawnbreaker ever, his first Snapfire since 2020. Are they trying to use him to surprise Team Spirit, to upend some of their preparation? And if so, will they have another surprise in store for Game 3?
I would love to see Beast. I just want to see Beast Master on him. That's the thing. Especially against Prophet, and they ban Enchantress, which I don't like. I think they should first pick Enchantress. This hero is so good. When they play fast tempo, they win. And Beastmaster is just the best hero in that sense. I would love to see him on a hero that, okay, DP, fast tempo, good. Not perfect, but good. Can they maybe play DP mid and Beastmaster on him? So I'm completely happy.
I don't think they're gonna get Beastmaster and that Prophet. It's just way too much ball. You have roach taking potential. Everybody wants you group up. Like we've seen the power of this Tusk when paired up with Ursa in the previous game. That Prophet, you need to address this hero. This hero has been so good, so popular. You just can't let this hero free farm, whether we're talking about the off lane or the mid lane, where you tend to hit your item timings. So she's a lane dominator, doesn't have too many bad matchups when played from the both mid and the off lane. Like she's the one who's pretty much bullying people all the time, and then just scales so nicely. There's a variety of items you want to buy, especially with the Guardian Greaves. This hero just becomes super tanky, especially if you add another layer of save, which they do have with Snowball.
They have Snowball available. You're going to build into sustain. So far, Old 11 has not lost a single game on this hero. 4 heroes in, 100% win rates. If it is his hero, it's going to be yet another game where he's going to do really well. They've also played it in the mid lane. So like Lacoste is mentioning, lots of flexibility. The one thing I don't like so far about this opener, though, from LGD Astini, is that it does feel like they're going to be forced into picking a range support for the other side on the 5 position. Unless, do you want to see them go for like Tree, but then you have Tree and Tusk as your supports?
I'm fine with it, especially because Tusk can still go mid, so we're not hard committing on that. And Treant really enables DP, because then you don't need to care about buying an armor item, and you can just go BKB, and you're doing amazing against the
physical damage and magical damage on that sense, and you can just frontline. So maybe you ban some Enigma hero and then you can go the 3. I would love to.
If there's a position for PSG LGD that I don't worry about, that's position 5. Why you smile, why Innocence, whatever you want to call him. He played so far 13 different heroes. Like, if there's a hero that they want to pick, he's going to play it. I think same goes for Shiro. Like, this hero has the widest hero pool in the tournament for a reason. One of the most difficult teams to pick into. I would say you need to put extra preparation when you play against them because they can play anything. If it looks like it's going to be a good game for something, like they pick heroes that we don't see too often. Like even from position 5, they banged out Warlock, they banged out this Chen, Bane even.
Yeah.
Like these heroes are kind of dead in other regions.
I mean, they're the first team to reach 50 different heroes for their team so far in the tournament. Kind of incredible to see from the side of LGD. Second ban phase, we see LGD themselves, they remove Lycan, there's no Morphling going to be involved, and we're starting to see some of these supports. So no Phoenix, no Disruptor as well. Disruptor's one of these pocket picks that I've always kind of liked, especially for a team like LGD who are able to utilize the space on the map very well. What other bans do we want to see here? It looks like we're not having the same targeted direction of bans. Game number 2 especially, it looked like they were just like, right, no Zoo, screw you, old 11, you're not going to get anything like that. This time they're like, we're not exactly sure what LGD is up to just yet.
It's like no team fight for a position 5.
Yeah.
That's what they're showing with the Phoenix Disruptor. So Treant could be a good ban on that sense. It's a good hero for a team fight. There's still Undying. Undying would be even better on that sense. But it's hard to focus on position 5. There's the Chen. I really like that suggestion. It might be even better than the Treant. Chen DP works so well. That's why they don't ban the Undying. They want it for themselves. Makes sense.
Let's see, so Chen is still a possibility here. Enchantress is already gone from the side of LGD. With Guessness Undying, in the previous game that we saw here, Lacoste, you were mentioning that if you were the Undying, you just don't want to be in that game, and we saw that throughout the game, you just pretty much did nothing.
It felt pretty much 4 versus 5. He gets in there, tanks the gank, and breaks the smoke maybe, but the real... That position 5 Undying, the team fight, the sustain in a team fight, we haven't really felt it coming after the Undying in the previous game. I don't know, I'm just feeling Gyrocopter in this one. Yeah, it's been a hero that has been picked a couple of times, even without Io, which has been his bro for a very long time. I feel like in these type of games, in the elimination games, you might want to like dive into something deeper and try to find. I mean, it's good against Prophet, good against Tombstone as well. Hero that doesn't get easily bursted. Like you can keep the farm. One of the heroes that also does tend to get a lot of. I don't think anyone matches like Lina's farm at the moment.
It's good with Chen or the
there's the Chen.
Good with Chen. So I was really thinking about this Chen because when you mention like it fits perfect the DP idea.
It
Gyro
also
could be an option, but Ursa is like a fast Roche with DP. I like it.
Yeah, it's a lot of tempo from PSG LGD. Like I'm a big fan of fast lineups that are happening right now. Like we've seen Ursa going for Battle Fury, and he's ready to fight. You know, he's not waiting for that Blink Dagger. They got 1 kill. They turned that into Roche immediately, and I feel like the same thing could happen here with Team Spirit. They do have a bit. Less Roche potential. They do have Undying, of course, and Nature's Prophet, yet to reveal 2 heroes.
They can draw, maybe. That's the thing, because last time they picked
it
Ursa,
got banned.
Yeah, they go draw again. Not a huge fan, although draw is good against this healing that Chen and DP brings. So, but the Ursa tempo is still there, that you mentioned, right?
Yeah, I think this time around they could also, like... depending what they're looking for, but I feel like as Team Spirit, you might need to get rid of those mid laners that caused a lot of issues last time, especially Storm. They do have like this silence. They do have Tiny. We don't know where Tiny's gonna go, but if it's gonna be Storm Spirit one more time for PSG LGD, it's looking like the same lineup pretty much.
I'm loving what I'm seeing here. Personally, I'm loving this LGD draft just because of the obscene amount of tempo that they set. The only long cooldown that they have right now is this DP with the Ghosts. On the side of Spirit, yes, their cooldowns aren't that long, but it feels like it takes time, right? It takes time for this draft to really feel online. We need a Blink Dagger on the Tiny for him to be unleashed. We're still not exactly sure where the Tiny goes, but it does feel weird to last pick like your 4 position. It does happen sometimes. Team Spirit have done so in the past, but I don't know if I'm really feeling it for this particular game. Astini, you're looking at this draft right now for the side of PSG LGD. They have the 23 pick. Team Spirit can, of course, respond with the 24. What's missing in their draft that you would like to see them solve in the final round of bans as well as in their last pick?
So they can either go this way, the Spirit mid, that's why they banned Storm, and they kind of like ban Puck to set up for this Storm, or they can double down the fast tempo. The thing is, like, Tusk would be weird with a Beastmaster sort of hero, but I would still love the Beastmaster and having DP mid. I think it can definitely work. It's such a fast tempo, and that kind of depends if they ban Ember on the Team Spirit side, because otherwise I guess they would just go for the Spirit on the mid lane.
Yeah, the other hero that is still in the pool is Pango, which is a bit of a shock, I would say, considering what it was picked in the previous game. They got good counters to it, like once Ursa decided to pick up BKB, with the punch as well, and the Storm Spirit made his life pretty miserable, I would say, against the Zoo. Against this Chen, I think Pango might work actually for both teams.
Can definitely work. They need this sort of deep push in the mid lane, right?
Yeah, you need someone to just clear out the wave.
Or
don't Conga. No, please don't Conga. This hero, like last time I checked,
Okay.
11% win rate.
So Kotl, you find with Kotl, Zeus, Winter Wyvern sort of heroes?
Zeus is okay.
Zeus is
I'm
okay,
down
yeah.
for some Zeus.
I think Kunkka, hopefully we never see that hero for the rest of the tournaments. It's been so bad. And unfortunately, a lot of the teams that play Kunkka have already been eliminated from the tournament thus far. So let's hope that it stays a little bit underwater, as it were. For the final pick, PSG LGD, they banned out the Shadow Demon, they banned out the Puck. Does feel like Pango could work for them. What other heroes do you feel like just that don't get caught? Because unfortunately, similar to game number 1 here, Lacoste, I'm looking at the Team Spirit draft, and there's not that much out-and-out catch up until you have a Blink Dagger. And
No,
even then,
both
that's
teams
it.
kind of lacking in that department. I'm a big fan of this Shadow Demon ban, a hero that also didn't have, like, when I checked after the groups or during the groups, this hero had 0% win rate, 5 games, but they are protecting Ursa. They understand that if this Shadow Demon gets a disruption, gets ulti on top of Ursa, or even Dead Prophet, this is one of the heroes that you get ultied by Shadow Demon, you're not moving, and most of your damage is going to be gone.
There's bug now on this fast tempo also. You mentioned like about a Forgotten hero, that's one came to my mind. I really want to see LGD all in this tempo. Okay, yeah, Ember, not bad.
Ember feels good. They already have the Death Prophet. That's when we saw the Ember Spirit getting absolutely stomped earlier on today. All the super hard lane matchups are also really gone. Is there anything else that's left in the draft, Lacoste, that can demolish the Ember? Istini, what you got from
I
Lone Druid.
think
Lone Druid?
Or OD.
Lone Druid? Yeah, that's a good answer. I mean, it's a good lane for Tiny as well, like Tiny against the Ember matchup. Even though I've seen it go both ways, I like most of the games that I've seen, Tiny is slightly favored, and it does allow them to have this like early catch, early momentum that they can pick off heroes. But still, looking at PSG LGD's draft, and I'm like, wow, this is a really good draft. I'm a big fan. This type of draft could easily take the game in 20-25 minutes.
25
with
minutes.
With the sustain that they have. Chen, Mech, Greaves, Dead Prophet, Snowball Save, a lot of good things coming out from PSG LGD in this one.
All right, Istini, you're looking at the other draft outside of Team Spirit. They round out the entire game with the Marana pick that's presumably going to be put in the support position. What do they need to do to ensure that they do not get rolled by PSG LGD within 25 minutes?
They need to wait for draw shard so they have the healing reduction, because before that they cannot kill DP with Chen. It's such a hard game.
They don't have deep push, right?
Yeah, and they need really to like nerf this chain lane, so maybe even start as a tri
Get
lane.
it patched as soon as possible.
Yeah, like if Chen gets to go jungle and leave Ursa alone, they're gonna lose. Because like Chen's gonna have a fast level 6, they will definitely lose if Chen has like 6 before 11 minutes. So they really need to focus on not letting Chen have a game, so not enable the DP.
I'll be perfectly honest with you, gentlemen. When I'm looking at this Team Spirit draft, there's 2 things that I don't like. I don't like that they don't have like heal mitigation, right? They can't necessarily buy Shivas. There's no good Scotty buyer early at the very least.
Yeah.
However, it is Team Spirit. It is a team that has 1 TI. So if there's any type of lineup that's going to be able to figure out exactly how to make a draft like this work, it is going to be the Russians with the TI winning roster and a TI winning coach. To find out if they have what it takes to go the distance and beat out LGD yet again in a GPC format, or if we're going to be having Zhao Wei reigning supreme and making his way deeper into the tournament. Let's see who gets those 100 points for the GPC, who gets top 8 at the major and keeps their tournament hopes alive. To find out, we go over to our wonderful casting duo. We have the fabulously dressed Floral Fog and the laid-back, lovely Lyrical. Gentlemen, take it away and end out this night in style.
always in style. That's what we're doing, laid back apparently. Fogged, holy moly, they picked a all-out push lineup.
They did.
And I don't know what the hell you're going to do against this. The panel was kind of beating around the bush, and I think that they were trying not to say, this is looking scary. But you got some things that you're liking? The last pick, Mirana, kind of interested in?
The thing I'm looking at least from the Mirana, is that it's early rotation is possible, where he can actually look to rotate around mid lane with Tiny and try to get kills to slow down this Ember, because... Sorry. Just looking at the teams talking to each other, or actually it was just Spirit. Sound, classic pause, says collapse. So, the one thing about the Mirana is it's going to be able to try to get these ganks to slow down the Ember Spirit, which I think is going to be necessary, because we saw what Nothing to Say was able to do last game if he's able to just pop off versus limited disable. So I think they're trying to find some solution instead of just some like random Rubik where it didn't end up being too useful. So I'm hopeful, but again, really liking what LGD has. I think they've even kicked it up a little bit more than that last game. The pressure that they're going to be able to apply to shut the map down.
Right. Now, the benefit, if you're looking at it from the side of Team Spirit, is that Nothing to Say is not playing Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
And that is for freaking sure a bonus, because, oh my god, that was just an incredible performance from him. He is going to be playing this time around, obviously, on the Ember, which does have that huge potential to pop off, albeit in a different way. And the last pick, Mirana, was interesting to me, because it does, like you say, provide that ability to rotate mid and try and find kills with Tiny, but also maybe a way to deal with some of these early catapults.
Yeah, slow down the push a little bit, arrow some of the Chen creeps and stuff like that. Definitely some potential maybe that they're looking at to try to have go for them. But
delay it a little
Delay a little bit, and also it's Laurel's actually playing a much better matchup. It's not Pango versus Storm Spirit, which is very Storm Spirit favored. I thought he would be able to recover a little bit better in the game, but Nothing to Say, I think got like, honestly, 18 power runes or something in the game, something ridiculous like that. I don't think Laurel got any. I think he got 1 Invis rune, something like that. So the Tiny overall has a much better matchup. So we'll see if Laurel's able to make some stuff happen. I'm very worried for Spirit, but let's be hopeful.
Totally. And you know, I think it's worth remembering that when we talked about the last draft, there was that sort of acknowledgement that whoever was going to come out ahead and start that snowball in the right foot was just going to take over the game completely. Yeah. And that is what we saw. That game maybe looks a little bit different if those first couple of fights start going the way of Team Spirit, and maybe that's what they're looking for here, trying to take a couple of those engagements to allow their Tiny to sort of begin that snowballing factor and start just running wild all over the map. But we are ready to get this one underway. All the teams have said that they are good to go, and the game is unpaused. We're hopping into this game number 3 decider.
I'd say for LGD, their lineup looks much more structured with the way they want to play, and for Spirit, it's causing havoc. It's causing problems around the map. It's causing these mistakes, forcing these mistakes from PSG LGD so that they can get these items online so they can deal with this gigantic push that's going to eventually come in. I think Chaos is what they're going to have to thrive on in this one to be able to have a chance to whittle this down, and let's see if they're able to do so.
Very fitting, you know?
Yeah.
I think that also is very emblematic of how LGD has been able to find so much success throughout their entire sort of life as an organization, is just through very clean executing drafts. And you know, with a Chen, with a DP, they're playing around that DP ulti. You can hear as well the crowd getting into it a little bit here as we get towards the later stages of the evening, the last match of the night. Mira already also going to have some things brought out to her. No items in inventory at the moment.
He did the boots thing. He got boots, ran down, placed the wards, sold them to the secret shop, and then now he has nice stat items to look to pressure. Just like they did last time. They did put a decent amount of pressure onto Shiro in the last game in the first, first 6 minutes or so, but then he got Ring of Health and he was able to free farm, and then he got all the space in the world from the movements from Nothing to Say. But still a decently strong lane to at least slow down Ursa. Yeah. Just unsure if they'll be able to really find any kills unless the Ursa makes a big mistake.
If Mira was really committed to gain that ward down, he would have leveled Leap. Just saying. Yadaro gonna have to run away here. Planet chasing him, punching him. Man, already starting off at a pretty rough amount of HP. And are they going to be able to connect over again? Maposhka playing intercept in front of them. Does not want to deal with any his drought getting brought any lower.
Should be a better lane from the side of PSG LGD also. 11 very much so struggled in those first 5 levels or so. This one, it should be able to apply a little bit more pressure onto Yotoro and Maposhko. He is going to get traded pretty decently, so this one should be a better lane. Mid, slightly better lane for the side of Spirit, I would say, than last time. Not to say that they're going to shut down Nothing to Say, but a better lane in particular for Laurel to at least get off the floor, because in the last game, he never got off the floor. He wasn't able to make much happen whatsoever.
Yeah, everything just felt pretty bad as soon as he stopped having any way to get in towards those ruins. As we will have another pause here. Ember having some issues. And we did see down bottom Mira tanking up 3 stacks of those Fury Swipes, playing together with Collapse. A little bit of lag.
I got a little bit too there. I don't think it's just, I think there's something going on.
Okay.
Mine was chopping a bit.
Why You Smile already has that Holy Persuasion ready to go, and will likely try and get on in and steal some of these creeps away.
Yep. Take away Treant, can even trade back if you'd like to. Probably just grabbing the range creep that we've seen so much. Top, now they get to talk and decide about how they want to do their catching of the lanes, which is going to be pretty funny. So Miposhka, he's got the wave already grabbed, planted as well, so now we're going to have to see that lane shenanigans, as looks like we're going to go ahead and try again to get back into this game.
Perfect. The dance moves to start. Love it from Collapse.
Look at Planet. So because of the pause, they saw it. The Undying had the creep wave caught. Planet, he's taking the wave for a journey, while Miposhka's also doing the similar style.
Yeah, they're pulling this one every which way right now. So yeah, the double pull on the Tusk as they come on over. And Yatoro, he doesn't have a creep wave by him, so he can just get a couple hits on him.
I mean, look at these waves. Double waves on both sides. Oh, they lost the range creep.
Oh, no.
Miposhka's
That's
pinning
tragic.
it. Yatoro, he's running. Will he
Get
get it?
over there.
He uses it.
Nice. Well
I
played.
love it. That's a highlight right there.
Oh my god, Miposhka's super low. And yeah, the creeps just tearing themselves asunder. Now there is double range creep against that, so that's a little bit scary. And getting some of the XP advantage, maybe a level 2 could be hit here also.
I mean, Miposhka's got, this is a scary position to be.
Yeah, I think he might just be dead. As they run at him, why not?
He's all right.
Spirit Siphon? Oh, no, didn't have enough.
Decay's broken.
Fair. Fair.
Gains all that health immediately, has 16 stacks up. Can't punish him just yet, but a lot of farm being taken away from the Drow.
Yeah.
Bottom, Sprout.
Why You Smile.
Mira thinking about going for arrow, but now has leap skilled.
Okay.
Has to use it.
Yeah. Keeping that distance, not going to be brought down there, and Collapse keeps the punches going. He's having a really good time here. 10-3 versus that 10-1. He's been able to sort of not get that hampered at all, and I feel like they can't really threaten him that much either.
No, it's similar as last time, the lane that they have on the side of Spirit to pressure the Ursa, but this lane is actually better, I would say, for the side of PSG LGD because they have that innate Divine Favor.
Right.
It's not really a great ability by any means. 1 armor, 1 regen, but a little bit extra for the Ursa will allow him to get that Ring of Health more than likely. And I thought Laurel was going to actually have a little bit of a better time in the mid lane this time since he's playing as a Tiny versus the Ember, but nothing to say has something to say about that. He's 14-7 to the 11-5 right now with Laurel, which is pretty damn impressive. I didn't think he'd slow down the Ember by any means, but I thought he'd be able to keep it that even last hits at the least. It's not the case right now.
I mean, Laurel has been lauded as a very good mid player out of the CIS for the past 2 years, it feels like. But there has always been that wonder with new players of how do you deal when you have to get on land, when you're facing off in conditions that aren't exactly, the same as your bedroom. And Old 11, he steps a bit too far forward, the Spirit Siphon, keeping him alive. But will it be enough? It looks like with these zombies after him, at least Planet goes down. That's first blood going over to Yatoro.
Tombstone too strong. Same thing with those decays early on. They get the connection there. A needed kill for this Drow Ranger, since he did miss a couple of those last hits from all those creep wave shenanigans. Good kill. Mid lane though, Planet, he's like, okay, I will die. It was on purpose, I swear. Just kidding. No, he gets the bottle fill up though for nothing to say, as we saw last time, enable this Ember Spirit as much as possible. Yeah, the thing about, the Laurel versus Nothing to Say, Nothing to Say has been renowned as one of the best mid laners and best laners for a very long time now, so definitely a tough one for Laurel.
Yeah. Miposhka
suicide
needs to make that play himself. That's a bottle refill for Laurel. He didn't. I think that one you're much more comfortable with since it's not first blood.
Yeah. A needed refill for Laurel too, because he has no way to fill up his bottle and he's getting pressured here from Nothing to Say. So yeah, luckily TP in the mid lane and get that fill up.
Perfectly played. Passes it over. Miposhka passes it back, and they're good to go.
Nice. I like that he uses the stun there, even just ensuring that there's no type of weird, type of slight, like just messing with him kind of play. Just making sure he gets it all filled up. And this time, yeah, Collapse farming well, but they're not slowing down the Ursa at all the way they were last time. Like last time, he had a much slower start, at least to get the timing of that Ring of Health. He's going to have it at a very good timing with his boots this game. Actually opting for phase boots early. Interesting. So wants to be a little more aggressive, I guess, in the bottom lane since he has Chen.
Shiro did get his courier sniped, though, which is going to be a little bit frustrating, as Yadaro Maposhka still playing very far forward after the Zombie Man comes on back up top. Are they going to go on it?
Laurel tries to go at this toss back.
Battle also going in down bottom. Shiro tries to make a move, but they can't quite get him, so nothing to say. A couple of different goes going on simultaneously across multiple lanes.
He did a pretty smart play there. He used the glyph. Laurel was trying to get the toss back, and the creep was dying, so he was actually perhaps going to get tossed under tower, and it could have been scary. Uses the glyph, keeps his creep alive, so he's actually not going to get tossed under. Now, he's actually cutting and pushing Laurel away from the wave.
Wow.
This is really good plays coming out from Nothing to Say here.
And up top, they find some more damage on the Yadaro,
They got
and they bring it in with the Crypt Swarm. Not bad at all. Take down the Tombstone. Couple more decays, good damage there onto Planet. But it won't amount to anything else. But a big kill onto that Drow.
Oh, okay. But yeah, this time everyone's having a good game.
Yeah.
All three cores having a solid start. 11 even himself. Maybe even going to find Maposhka up here with this tag team.
And Maposhka, he's in trouble. Does manage to survive right there. They could maybe make a go here. Old 11 trying to run away, and they don't feel comfortable chasing. It's too scary.
He's got the Siphon charges now at the ready. He's got mana back. They did see the cancel TP, though, so now they're probably expecting maybe Collapse is going to make an early rotation up here to try to fix the lane. Maposhka,
I mean, playing incredibly far forward, but with Yadaro at full HP, they can force him back here. So Planet retreats away. Maposhka still after him.
Planet might die. One more hit.
Chase, chase, chase. A hit, a decay.
Now he's going to have too much HP.
That one's rough. And, I mean, Maposhka, he does not appear to be stopping. They don't have enough, and now he's gone in too far. Spirit Siphon wanted to go for a courier save. Maposhka just gives his life away. Old 11 playing that perfect along with Planet.
Very good play from Planet. Distance himself perfectly. If he gets hit a little earlier and then gets hit by that, he will die. Is now the arrow. Do they have enough?
Trying to burn through it. The Flame Guard, but nothing to say. Never in danger. They don't have enough to kill the Ember. Things looking incredibly good right now for PSG LGD.
I'm surprised Mira didn't make this rotation a little earlier on to try to help get this power rune and stuff like that. Laurel does need a bit of help. Collapse. Still not quite level 6, but looks like they're actually going for the surround onto the mid tower, trying to put some pressure onto Nothing to Say. It's very early for that, though. That means Ursa's just going to be able to freeform, and they can actually port and react if they'd like to on the side of PSG LGD.
Maybe feeling the pressure of what's going on and saying, okay, we just need to break lanes right now, create that chaos that you're talking about.
They're actually just going to perhaps get the tower. Nice little creep pull there with the tree to get the creep aggro.
Yep, an avalanche, toss, burning through that Flame Guard, nothing to say. Still willing to remnant through, but the tower's already dead. Planet makes the move over, ensnare onto one, and they kill him off. Okay, they find one there. Team Spirit trying to get away with Laurel. He is not going to be able to escape, but, well, Maposhka drops down the zombie house. Now Drought TP's in. Everybody's showing up as Planet gets lower and lower. Old 11 still in that exorcism. Mira looking for an angle. Can they kill any of them? Maposhka gets the kill with the decay. They walk forward. He walks into the arrow, and Yadaro there with the gust trying to kill him off. A triple for Old 11, but it's Spirit that come out on top.
Nothing to say. I think he had like 1 second left on his next remnant charge. I think he thought he had that one. Ends up committing in it. Ends up getting punished for it. Decent kills there. Decent tower there from Spirit, but at the same time, big kills for Old 11. And Shiro, in the whole time, he's just free farming in the bottom lane. So, kind of a little bit of a trade there. I don't think LGD's too upset about it.
Right. Yeah, they both have benefits to it, and I guess the other question is going to be, can Spirit try and replicate again something like that and maybe kill off the Ursa this time around? Because it feels like they do want to try and put the clamps on the map, shut down areas where LGD can farm, but if Shiro's still farming, then it's not working.
Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be too easy to shut down this Ursa at this point. They're going to have to look to make moves elsewhere. Collapse, he has hit 6. He is going to be going for more of a scaling build this time, not going to be rushing for that Axe. He is going to go for the Maelstrom himself, opting for a different route. Maybe necessary because of how those other lanes are going. Drow, a bit slowed down. Yutoro's actually recovered decently because of those kills, but Tiny he's behind again, just like last time versus this Ember.
Planet trying to escape and snowballs away from Maposhka. They get the gust onto him.
Tombstone.
Couple more hits with the Tombstone, and they do manage to pick up a kill. So feeling a little bit stronger right now on Team Spirit.
Yeah.
As they do manage to get that deny on the Tombstone.
Mid lane, are they going for it again?
Laurel can't quite get him. Good plays. He still needs to be wary. The arrow comes out and it does connect. Okay, they bring him in, but he's so low, nothing to say. Walking away, but one last hit. It's going to be enough.
Good chase. This time they do help him get that power rune, and they do make a really great smoke. Enable Laurel, get him that net worth that he needs to shut down this Ember a bit better. Now he's going to get, a regen top. Nicely done. Good moves. And, they even give him the tome. I mean, that says quite a lot. They want to make sure that Laurel has an explosive timing here. Cool. Giving him levels. I mean, their supports have really good levels in this game, so they don't need it. Miposha's 6, Murata's 6, so why not give it to the Tiny who's struggling a bit?
Right. Yeah, let him get those levels up in the toss. That way they can burn through that Flame Guard of Ember. Now, Moonlight Shadow out. They have killed all heroes that are not named Shiro, and now maybe going to set up onto him. They head on over with the Frost Armor. Going to give that to their man, although up top, they find another one.
They got him.
And he's dead. Old 11 just drops. At the same time, if Shiro shows himself right here, being able to kill Old 11 and immediately into the Ursa would be huge.
These are really good moves. Yotaro now top of net worth. 11 playing very aggressively all by himself. I mean, maybe they're thinking that they have the Chen heal or something like that, but very aggressive. LGD looking to punch back, though. Rotating 3 heroes to the bottom lane.
Nothing to say. Does not have a rune at the moment, but with Planet nearby, they can definitely play active.
I think they're going to ditch this tower now. They're making the executive call. They're backing up. They're getting pressured on 2 fronts. The Drow is even hitting the top tower. Yotaro now will back away, but get some decent damage onto it. And yeah, bottom tower is going to get finished. Really good moves from Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit making what they need to do happen. And on the side of, PSG LGD, they found a couple of losses here and there. They're not playing with that same sort of type of tempo. Old 11 dying up top there. And Chen kind of just farming up between the lanes. He does have the mechanism done and going in towards the drums next.
He will have that big healing now with the Mac. He's about to hit 6 as well, too, so they're going to have Hand of God to potentially save if the Death Prophet is a bit overextended. And now they're looking for Yotaro. Nice TP. He'll be able to get himself into a better position.
Tower down. And as has often happened, all of these Tier 1 towers in the safe lane and the mid being down leaves a lot of openings for smoke ganks and trying to shut down the enemy on the map.
Gives him good timing also perhaps for that blink. Even though it's still slowed down. Like Laurel, that laning phase did really hurt him. He is still 400 behind that Ember Spirit, but should still be a pretty okay timing since he's gone for phase and Windlace. And they fed him the tome too.
Right. And right now it's definitely been Yadaro and Collapse keeping this momentum alive for themselves.
Yeah.
Very farmed up on these 2 heroes.
An important one to have farmed up, as the panel was mentioning, Estini in particular. Shard timing is going to be crucial for the Drow to slow down this big healing push that's going to eventually come out from the side of PSG LGD.
Well, look at that.
They're actually going more.
They drop it, but at the same time, they did take that Tier 1 tower up on the top lane. Are they going to come and defend this on LGD?
They have to. I don't think you want to give a Tier 2 this early.
I mean, they're starting to TP in. That Tombstone, they're going to have to walk through it if they want to take this fight.
Oh, the shards.
He does get caught by those shards. Eyes on him now. The rest of Team Spirit moving in. Avalanche, but the snowball to interrupt it. They do have the arrow off the mark, so Collapse left behind. The rest of Team Spirit trying to evacuate.
What a play by Planet. Perfect shards, perfect snowball, perfect everything. A great setup from him.
They bring that Tier 2 tower down bottom very low. Can't get the kill on it in the end, but it does force out the reaction. Everybody from LGD moving down bottom, popping Exorcism, and a good kill onto Collapse, who's one of the top net worth in the game, but no objective afterwards.
No. Yeah, they committed quite a lot, actually. They used Hand of God and Exorcism, and they only really find the Nature's Prophet. It's a decent kill, but now potentially for the next push, they might not have that. If Spirit's able to shove this bottom lane in, they might actually be able to force a Tier 2 next time with no Exo being available for LGD. See if they can actually set up for that. Laurel, he's about to have Blink also, so maybe able to actually get these jumps and setups.
Yeah.
All in all, not too bad for Spirit. I think LGD still very comfortable with their timings here. Just a couple of these missteps have gotten punished.
Right. Shiro does have his Battle Fury completed, so his farming is going to start to accelerate that much more quickly.
Yep.
And again, you see the way this map is basically just split up right down the middle here. And Shiro taking stock of those Ancients, going to start heading out and pushing up the top lane if he needs to, too, or just keep farming those.
Spirit, though, so far, these early movements, the one thing I do like besides them putting that early pressure is they're emphasizing on runes a lot more this game. I think now they've denied an Invis rune, they took away a Haste rune, they denied another rune. They're constantly making sure that this Ember Spirit doesn't have the same type of explosive effect that he did last time on a Storm. This time, nothing to say. He's 0-2. So last game, I think he ended, what, like 16-0 or something like that. They're putting a bit more emphasis onto this Ember.
Well, and, you know, you think about the way that he was enabled so much in the last game on Nothing to Say. It was those runes, but also being able to get the Aegis. And you still an arrow get thrown out there right there by Mira. It happened by finding that pick off at the very beginning and heading into the pit. Do you think LGD are just looking for a pick into Roche right now, or do they want to sort of delay the game a little bit longer?
I think it's a pick into Roche. It's very similar from both sides. Both lineups, if they get one good kill, they might just walk right into that Roche.
Well, that's one kill. Is it going to be good enough, though? There's still a lot of heroes nearby. Doesn't look like they're yet willing to, but they do start to make the move.
They've got Tombstone. They've got the Flesh Golem. Yep, that kills likely enough. Will they respond, though?
PSG, LGD, they are nearby. They scout it out. Slight spam is super annoying, but Roche starting to fall. Nothing to say. They see him immediately. Avalanche toss, arrow follow, but he dodges it. Oh, the slight dodge. Nothing to say. Not controlled. And now Exorcism out. Old 11 wanting to change silence there onto all of them. Hand of God comes out. The fight splitting now into two pieces. They get the Avalanche, the toss, the snowball to try and interrupt it. Nothing to say. Very, very low, but he's able to survive. The heal came out in time. And now Toro tries to back away. They have a Hurricane there. The arrow connects onto the DP, and now DP is too far. The damage is out, but the heal, it's going to be enough for the save. Tries to dodge away from it, but DP, sometimes Yules is still a good item.
Yeah, great plays. I cannot believe Nothing to Say survives both of the jumps. He's able to just dodge, dip. This time gets hit by the arrow, though. Now, is he going to live? Yep, there's a snowball.
Snowball there to keep him alive. Still hitting onto Roche. Maposhka, they back away. Nothing to say. One more hit. It's enough. Yadaro finds that kill. Now Hurricane Pike catches him up to the high ground. Old 11, he's sprouted. He's in trouble. Collapse already took that bottom tower. And now looking to take some lights. Laurel with the toss back. A double kill for Yadaro. They get the Aegis onto Ursa. But Team Spirit come out on top in the kills.
What a long team fight. The Tiny ends up respawning to be able to join back in. Great distancing. Yatoro playing it very careful, using that Hurricane Pike kind of perfectly distancing himself. And in the meanwhile, Collapse. He's like, all right, this fight's taking way too long. Goes bottom, takes the tower out. Really good moves, great reaction from Spirit. Even though they don't get the Roche, they take the fight in a very interesting manner.
Very, very interesting indeed. And now you've kind of got this weird dynamic where Ursa still wants to farm, trying to get into this Blink Dagger or this BKB, but some more of the map might be vulnerable for him. They have this ward down here scouting out this area, but Team Spirit, do you think they want to keep staying aggressive?
Yeah, Collapse. Could be in some trouble here. Shiro, he's actually trapped. Doesn't get the right catch onto the tree if he's able to. Could have enraged and maybe committed afterwards if he got the right tree cut, but was trapped for a second there. Really good moves from Spirit. And now I think they have a mech of their own, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Mira, he's got it done. So they have that kind of counteract versus the Chen. Much more even game we've got in our hands. Not going to be that snowball that LGD initially had wanted. But with this Aegis now, likely to maybe kick up that pace. 5 seconds for Exorcism.
Right. Yandero stacks up all these camps here, and that is going to be a ton of gold going his way.
And he's got the shard now too. His progression's great right now.
Yeah, having a really good start to this. Now there is a smoke up coming from LGD. Dire scan it. They know exactly where they are. And Collapse laughing about it a little bit. Laurel, Moonlight Shadow, nothing to say. Do they realize it? Slights out. And they see him. Do they want to go? No, instead find the backlines over here. The Chen dead right at the start. Another one gone. 11. Old 11, he's got to get the hell out of here. There is no help anywhere nearby. The Yules is out, but it's only delaying the inevitable as they bring him down to Spirit. They're starting to roll.
They really are. Yatoro, he's able to keep his distance. 6-1-4 this drought. Last game, he was 0-5. He was completely addressed. Yatoro making things happen. If he's constantly able to sit in the backlines like this, definitely signs for success for Spirit. He's super farmed. Hurricane Pike, Shard, Yasha, almost level 15 as well for that multi-shot cooldown.
Top net worth in the game, making things happen, keeps farming up these Ancients every chance that he gets. And the other thing, you know, you're playing with an NP with the Drow now, too. Yeah. I mean, their damage is going to be out of this world.
Yeah, I like the collapse this game. I think that's why he did opt to go, because also things got a little weird last game, so he probably wanted to take a step forward and be more impactful this game and have more of, like, just carry potential. That's why he probably went for the Gleipnir. So matching up with that Drow nicely. And knowing that he has a Tiny who's going to probably become a sacrificial lamb in a way. Like, Laurel's just going to probably, like, jump in and suicide maybe some of these fights, so...
Nice save there. Yeah, I agree. It feels like Laurel's job after the sort of rough laning stage that he had has definitely been a little bit relegated.
Yeah, he just has to take a step back. There's only so much space on the map anyway. It's only so much farm that Drow and MP are going to be taking the majority of it. So I do like that he's going for this. He has the Yules now. He's done this build before. It didn't work the game that they did end up doing it versus Arteezy Shadow Fiend that ended up blowing them up, of course. But I like the build. He's playing versus Ursa. Yules is natural, and he knows he has to take a step back since there's so much farm that's being taken away. Shiro, though, still has Aegis and has a blink now to get on top of Yatoro.
And smoke. Yatoro, they're going to see him right at the start. He walks a little bit forward, going to break that smoke. They don't want to go on him right away. And, whoa, the giant avalanche with the gust afterwards. They are all going to pop, take him down again. Gleipnir there, a couple more hits, but nothing to say. Can he salvage this one for his team? Maybe with Shiro's second life. Nothing to say, trying to run out of their old 11, taking the damage, and Laurel looking for an avalanche toss. He's in way too far. They catch him, kill him. Why you smile gone, and Spirit maintain it. They find him again. Another hit, tries to remnant out, tries to remnant away. Nothing to say. Oh, the arrow. Mira, he timed it perfect. 4 go down. Spirit, they can't be stopped right now.
Amazing team fight. Laurel, the godly blink, he blinks. I think he was getting initiated on it because the Tusk is waiting patiently, and he ends up blinking perfectly on top of the Tusk, gets a multiple hero avalanche for the initiation, and Yatoro's able to distance himself. He gets a beautiful gust onto Shiro, and then, yeah, just distance himself nicely, and Laurel gets a reinitiation. What a fight from Spirit.
Clean stuff. And Laurel coming in clutch when it matters the most. Yep. Able to burn through that first life of Shiro with nothing gained. And now for PSG LGD, where do you go here? It's a 6,000 gold lead, and you've got this Drow that just has not been touched.
They need BKBs, it feels like. They need answers to deal with this gust, to deal with this control that's coming out from the Tiny and all this kiting that's happening. They're close to a couple of them, but they've taken some fights that Spirit have just dominated.
Yeah, it really feels like they need to dodge. And that Aegis, almost a false sense of security that they had of themselves, ends up really getting punished now. They are close to 3 different BKBs. Can they buy the time that they need to get to them, though? And are Spirit going to give them that option?
Yep, and is it even going to... Are those BKBs going to make the difference at this point when there's a lot of extra items that have now gone the Spirit way? Greaves, I believe, is done for Mira. Miposhka has 4 staffs, so they have extra ways to distance that Drow away. Big gains for Spirit, and they're closing the map. Tier 2 bottom, Tier 2 mid, now Tier 2 top likely to drop.
The constant specter that has been in the mind of LGD for a couple of years at this point, Team Spirit knocking them out, whether it was, TI-10, as you see this avalanche toss back, they find him here. Why you smile, hoping to get away, is going to drop. And then, of course, later on, Arlington Major, they also got knocked out in the grand finals, now meeting in the lower bracket on the verge of being eliminated again.
They're continuing the push. I'm pretty sure they know that these BKBs are not ready just yet, so they're just walking up to Toro confidently on the high ground.
Team Spirit, blood in the water, are ready to feast. And Old 11 can't really do anything to try and stop this. Kill off creeps if you must. There's a tombstone down and a couple very strong heroes hitting your racks. Shiro looks off from the side, no basher, no nothing. He has his BKB, but still a ways away for nothing to say, as well as Death Prophet.
That is such an early racks. 24 minutes. We all kind of thought it would be LGD to take the racks super early this game. But Spirit with some beautiful team fights, setting up for Yatoro to have this super successful game. They're the ones who actually get the racks this early. That is impressive. And now Yatoro super farmed, almost 18. Manta, he's got Blink queued up if he wants to go down that route. He's going to go Scotty instead. They're starting to get every single answer for what LGD wants to have.
And they feel like they have to go right now. The DP BKB is coming out on the Courier. Okay. Still a ways away on the Ember. But this smoke up, what can they find? DP now has it. Going to try and reconnect with the rest of the team as Team Spirit stand up on that high ground. I mean, they've got to know that this is coming. Yeah, nothing to say in the base. Does show for a moment. Laura looking for him. Oh, jeez. That would have been a kill if they catch him there with that avalanche.
Absolutely. LGD. Triple BKB timing will perhaps allow them to fight, but they need to get on top of this drown. It has to be clean, and it's just not easy at this point.
As Collapse, he's going to be caught here. An easy bring down of the Chen, and Team Spirit continuing to play bully in this match.
Answering perfectly, moving around the map perfectly. I love the way Laurel's playing. Started 0-2, now 4-2. He's getting all the ideal jumps and tossbacks. And I think they're going to keep the push going. I think they're really recognizing how much stronger they are at this moment.
Now, Roche is capable of respawning right now, so they might want to keep an eye on that one. That's one of the ways that you can throw away an advantage like this, is just give up a Roche randomly. And of course, LGD very capable of taking it.
Yeah. Keep some Treants parked in there. They're not actually opting to push. They're going to continue playing around their ward for now. Looks like Treants are getting a little touch on that mid tower, but yeah, waiting for that Roche. Right. It's going to be quick. And yeah, soon as Scotty is going to be picked up for Yotaro. So panel had talked about the heal mitigation from the hypothermia. This Scotty, I feel like if Yotaro gets it, the game's done. If he's able to get in these next 5 minutes or so, it's going to be incredibly difficult for LGD to answer this by any means. They're going to get kited through their BKBs, and all those heals that maybe could help are going to be fully answered.
Well, another group together and another smoke out maybe, as Ember does finally have that BKB, but they need to push out these lanes. Otherwise, it's just too easy to understand what's coming their direction. And yeah, the smoke is there, and Team Spirit smoked themselves.
This feels so difficult for LGD to get anything on the map. It's another Roche. That's a free shard, free Aegis for Yotaro. They're making a move. This has to go perfectly, and it's not an easy fight around Tombstone here.
Heads on in, smoke broke, Maposhka, Laura finds him immediately! Avalanche onto 4, Tusk dead! They are just too clean with this one. Team Spirit, they're gonna take the Aegis. No problems at all.
Laurel, he's so fast. The smoke breaks, and he's absolutely instant getting that 3-man avalanche.
Knew exactly where they were, had that ward spotting them just barely, placed down a couple of seconds earlier.
Clear path to success now. Yotaro gonna push in this mid lane. Scotty's about to be finished. They just need the wave.
Well, what can LGD do to try and delay this as much as possible? Maybe you're going to need to look for some creep cutting shenanigans, trying to kill off these waves before they get to the tower, because right now it feels incredibly difficult to come in and defend. Granted, it is still the triple BKB that has not really been used yet. They are going to try and hide and hold this high ground, most likely.
But they have the answers for the BKB.
Right.
At this point, the Drow just being so fine. Scotty's done.
Yeah.
So he's got that slow function. He's got that heal reduction as well, too. And they have so much kite ability now at this point. Another 4-staff soon to be finished, Mira. So Ursa, how is Ursa going to stick on targets playing versus Yules and so many 4-staffs, tossbacks, etc. on top of playing versus Tombstone? LGD's got a near impossible game now in front of them.
And coming right down the mid lane while they're still setting up maybe onto Collapse here. There's a lot of heroes from LGD heading this direction. Now there is a ward in the area which would scout him. As the tier 3 tower starts to drop,
they got to get back.
They have to come back home. They can't do this anymore. They've got to come back and defend. Still Shiro over and across on the other side of the map, trying to farm into his next item potentially.
Uh-oh.
And Rax starting to go down. Team Spirit, this has not been addressed. They throw out a gust, goes off the mark there, but nothing is stopping them. They immediately jump for the backlines, want to find him, see if they can get anybody. Collapse, BKB walks away, dust out, Bash is there, finding their man, doing some good damage. The BKB hit is solid. They blow him up once, can they do it again? Arl off to the side, Mira with the arrow, throws it out, connects on Shiro, hits him to the side, the gust back, getting everybody off of Drow's face, as Planet's soon to die as well. They don't have the answers. Spirit, they got all of them.
I think they go for the end. They might just push forward here. Yotaro walking up to high ground. They can probably go for mega creeps if they'd like to. A beautiful fight. Great buyback from Collapse just in case of things. That's it. They call it.
GG is called. Team Spirit are going to move on in this game. An absolutely fabulous series. They end the day off. Will eliminate LGD again.
Although drafts do look a bit similar in these type of ways, LGD timings just aren't really hit perfectly. And nothing to say, ends up what? 0-4 in the game.
Right.
He ends up not really getting much of anything. His lane looked decent, but they addressed him perfectly. Miranda kept checking the runes. Nature's Prophet kept checking the runes with all these treants and stuff like that. They did not let him, I don't think he got any power runes at all. So Team Spirit, really successful game. They don't even get the first Roche kill, but they get the successful fights over and over and over again. Have to give a lot of credit to Laurel. I think this Tiny, kind of the perfect pick in substitution instead of playing that Pangle this game. He made so many big moves happen.
It really was just an absolute masterclass, and I think that it shows a lot about Team Spirit as well. The fact that they were able to come back with what on paper looked like a very similar draft. They got completely stomped out in game number 2. That man right there, Maposhka, who is looking so solid in it, sort of came back with the idea and said, you know what, we're going to be able to come up with the answers that we need to, and then just ran back the Drow, and Yadro had an immaculate performance.
Yeah, this time it wasn't the Drow who's getting constantly ganked. He had really good awareness this game too. I feel like him always like setting himself up perfectly. I feel like last time Spirit, there was some of these mistakes from Yatoro that really shut him down and got him punished. This time, I don't think Yatoro made a single mistake. The Roche fight, perfectly played with his Hurricane Pike usage and stuff like that, distancing himself. And they totally shut down Nothing to Say this game. I think that was a really good response from the side of Spirit.
Yeah, Laurel, I can't really emphasize enough, too, just how much she was able to sort of pull it back after, both the rough game before and then the one afterwards, as we are going to see the players exit their booths now, getting a little bit of love from the crowd as it's starting to get a little bit late here in Lima, and handshakes, a lot of respect between these two organizations.
Absolutely. What a comeback. Spirit, after being down, bring it back. LGD had some tries, had some type of idea with this draft, but this one, even though it looks similar, it didn't end up working, even though they had that big explosive start for 11. Nothing to say. Never came off.
Well, an impressive performance to be sure, and LGD, they will be eliminated at this point in the tournament as Team Spirit, they're moving on in this one. Top 8 secured, maybe more to come.
They did it in Bucharest. They did it in Arlington. And now they're going to do it again. Yet again, Team Spirit prevail over PSG LGD, although they did not do it in Riyadh, so that's actually one exception where PSG got the upper hand. But consistently, Team Spirit just seemed to have LGD's number, and this game number 3 was a hell of a performance from them. It, like you heard from Fogged, it just seemed like Nothing to Say was not able to get another Storm Spirit-esque performance in this game number 3.
That's right. And it was the mega right-click that we saw in those late-game scenarios where they just had so much freaking damage. But they did the last-second pivot. They did the Mirana pick, switched the Tiny to the mid lane. I know you guys like talking shit about Laurel's Yules. But I think his Tiny is cool. It's utility stuff. It sets them up nicely.
No.
Allows Collapse to play off lane. What's up?
Carried by Undying and Nature's Prophet. Good old reliable Undying Nature's Prophet.
I mean, yeah, those are really good. But I think the coolest thing that they did, it's not the first time anyone's done it, but it's something that we forget about a lot. Mirana ulti activates Undying as a gank hero in the laning stage, or shortly after the laning stage. I think that's super important, actually. Like, he basically, because you don't think about Undying much as a ganker. It's like you drop Tomb, and you're like, boy, I hope he dies to zombies while I raid him down. But you start melee range, hitting him with that slow, and they're like, oh shit, I'm dying. So it was like Undying, Drow plus Mirana ulti, and they got a kill on the Death Prophet by themselves. Like that, those are little things that add up, and they made their draft so cool.
Yeah, it was a well-deserved victory. What was the Chen doing in that game? Winter, I was curious seeing it from the draft, and then I saw it in the game, and no answers were provided.
Yeah, it's partly because of the DP too. Like the DP is like dying randomly around the map. I feel like the DP got such a good start, but they didn't really utilize the fact that she was strong and group up with the DP and with the Chen and you push towers. That didn't really happen, but I also didn't really like when DP doesn't have the mech. I feel like the hero is not that tanky. Like she didn't have armor items she had to use, but she's dying to the Drow all the time in the team fights. So I'm not very sure with the item build. Maybe you can build something else that gives you armor. But apart from that, I feel like the team didn't just get together with they didn't even do it one time, like for the first 15-20 minutes, the DP and the Chen together to push towers.
Yeah, and it's a shame, but that is what allows Team Spirit to get yet another victory. And to hear more from Team Spirit, we've got Snare talking to Miposhka.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. And indeed, yes, I'm joined with Miposhka, winner, captain, and defeater of the side of LGD. My first question, Miposhka, why do you always beat LGD? What happens?
I don't really know. I mean, it's not that LGD, which we won before, but still, I guess Xiaowei is kind of hating us already. Also, we won first map with Magnus. That was kind of ironic.
Yeah, it takes us back to the TI-10 days, of course, when you won that tournament. Actually, speaking of your side of Team Spirit, right? Obviously, after TI-10, you guys stuck together for a whole year. And then Toronto Tokyo just left recently to join Betboom, right? Can you talk to us about how you found Laurel and how did you bring him into the team?
I mean, how to say? No, we saw how he played in Betboom team before he joined us. We played against him also, and we understand this guy is kind of good. So after we understand that we're not gonna play with Toronto anymore, we had only two options, I guess, to play some test games. I don't remember who was second guy, but we tried to play some corners with Laurel because we saw already how we saw that he is good. Yeah. So we tried some games with him, and we decided that okay, he's good and he good.
He's very good. He's very good, honestly, right now. So talk to me. Let's talk about Dota a little bit, right? A lot of people have been saying that the patch is too old, the meta is stale, everything has been solved. Lina's too good, Nature's Prophet is too good. Do you feel the same way, or do you think there's still more to the patch that if we had, let's say, another few months, there'd still be other ways that the meta could change?
No, I definitely feel the same. I'm so tired of this meta already. I wouldn't say that some heroes which we played on TI-10, they still it's still the same map almost, and some heroes is still playable, and I'm kind of tired of this because most think of I'm tired of it's map. It's map. I really want to see some changes, big changes. So it's really new places for wards, everything like this. And yes, yeah.
Speaking of wards, actually, you're a support player, one of the best. Obviously, it's 1TI. Which other support player that's here at those tournaments do you think is really, really good? Whose replays do you watch the most to learn from?
To be honest, I'm not watching for anyone. It's like, I don't know really why. It's more unusual thing. But I would say that Insania is good. Boxy also got both. This dual supports is really good, in my opinion. Who else? Actually, no. I don't really know because I'm not really watching for other players.
So going forward now in the tournament, obviously you've gotten now some DPC points, and you still have a long way to go before you get to the top. Before, you've made the run from the lower bracket all the way into championships, right? Are you going to do it again at Lima? Do you think your team is good enough right now to be able to win at the very end?
I think yes. It's like, I don't really know the right words, but it's like to think, like, or we're playing really bad and we cannot do anything and we take some lowest place, or we really playing as a good team and we can reach a really high place,
It's sort of like Collapse Magnus. Either he misses the RP or he gets all 5 heroes and the game is over, pretty much. Miposhka, thank you so much for giving us your time. We look forward to seeing you going forward in the tournament. And yet again,